I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 817. The Iron Needle 7 Tusk roared again, and the weight of its furious aura caused many of the weaker banshees far above to simply drop from the sky, stone dead, the smoky darkness that covered their bodies dissipating to leave the childlike corpse behind. Leon stood in front of Tusk's monolith, surrounded by ice wraiths, knowing that he had to move now if he wanted to live. So that's exactly what he did. He leapt into the air, catching himself with his power, as he pulled his gear into his soul realm and transformed into his Thunderbird form. In the same breath, he conjured the invisibility ring he'd made for this form and activated it, fading from view. He was fortunate that Tusk had taken the ice wraith's attention, otherwise, they might have interfered. As it was, Tusk's entrance had the entire horde but those closest to Leon's former position turned to face it, and even they didn't get in his way. So, as soon as he was invisible, Leon began tearing off toward the nearest of Tusk's carved walls. He'd barely flapped his wings once when a gust of wind blew through the cavern. Wind itself, let alone a gust so strong, wasn't present underground, so Leon knew exactly who that gust had come from. Indeed, the gust began to swirl about, and banshees began to fall by the dozens from above, even as they shrieked and attempted to do something about Tusk's magic. But it was like a mortal screaming at the tides to halt, and Tusk slithered through the air a little closer, summoning a cyclone that tore through the banshees with great ease. The ice wraiths on the cavern floor began to summon their magics, but Leon, in his Thunderbird form and with more lightning flowing through his body than blood, reached his target tunnel before anything else happened, and he flew as fast as he could right in. Not too far away was an illusory veil, which he crashed through with as much speed as he could manage in the winding tunnels, and everything behind him vanished, leaving nothing but the impression of more tunnels to his magic senses. But he could still feel the ground shake and the magic around him reacting to the massive concentrations and expressions of power he'd left behind. The air grew colder as the ice wraiths did their thing, only for all the air around him to be sucked back toward the cavern, and then be expelled, giving him something of an expected speed boost which he struggled to control clearly. Tusk wasn't going easy on the ice wraiths who'd trespassed into its tributaries, territory, and right onto one of its altars. Leon knew that Tusk was going to win that fight. The ice wraiths had a tremendous amount of force with them, with hundreds of 7th tier and dozens of 8th tier wraiths, along with their massive gathering of banshees, but they only had one 9th tier wraith, and Leon couldn't see them taking on the 10th tier Tusk even with all of that, not with what Tusk had already demonstrated to him earlier. That meant he had a limited amount of time to get to the carved wall and get through before Tusk could respond. Less, if Tusk allowed the wraiths to flee. Fortunately, with his lightning magic, Leon was incredibly fast, and he reached the nearest carved wall in a matter of minutes. He was miles away by this point, but could still feel the battle taking place back in that cavern. He briefly wondered just what he might find if he were to go back after the battle was over, but after a quick shake of his head, he put that thought out of his mind and focused on the task at hand. First, he tossed a spell down on the ground, or more accurately, conjured it in the air and slammed it into the ground with his talons, and felt the faintest of light screens go up, spanning the entirety of the tunnel right in front of the carved wall. Any creature of sufficient power or size passing through the screen would break it, and alert him. Hopefully, he couldn't be entirely sure the enchantment would work so far underground and with so many disparate magics flowing through the environment. Then, he reached into the carved wall with his magic power and did as he had done several days before. In but a moment, he was on the other side of the wall, and he tossed down another alarm spell. With those in place, he was confident he would be warned when Tusk inevitably won the fight with the ice wraiths and returned to the lower tunnels. In that case, he tossed down a few more trap spells, intending to slow the monster down and possibly collapse the tunnel if he could. It would take quite a bit of effort, though, so he assumed it would fail, and possibly only anger the 10th tier beast even more than it already might be, but he ignored his doubts and tossed down a few more traps. Then, without further ado, he flew onward, his magic senses filling the tunnel and all ahead of him. Unfortunately, all ahead of him turned out to be about 100 feet, despite his physical eyes telling him otherwise. There was some kind of ancient enchantment at play that was interfering with his magic senses, preventing him from using them to scout ahead. Frustrating, but I can work around this, Leon confidently thought. His eyes were sharp, and though his sense of smell had weakened considerably in his avian form, he could still hear quite well, and quite acutely sensed the changes in the magic around him. However, he was still taken a little off guard when he turned a corner in the tunnel as it delved deeper into the earth and found the tunnel rapidly shrinking until it reached a plain stone wall about twice as tall as Leon, with a regular-sized door set in it. Leon had to practically stop midair, but he managed to not crash and landed in front of the door. A moment later, he was back in his human form, fully armed and armored. The door was locked tightly both physically and magically, but Leon was able to coax it open in a matter of seconds with an ancient, open rune, indicating that the enchantments holding the door closed were modern rather than ancient. That seemed a little odd given the ubiquity of ancient runes before now, but he wasn't going to question his good luck. The other side of the door revealed the atrium of a spectacular underground palace, though one that felt a little constricted and uncomfortable to Leon's tastes given the lack of windows or illusion enchantments that might simulate the outdoors. Beautiful furniture was everywhere, the floor was polished black granite, and fur rugs made from all kinds of powerful beasts were abundant. Ornate weapons and silk grass banners depicting various wild animals adorned the walls, and just in the atrium alone, Leon counted half a dozen hearths. And yet, not a single soul to enjoy this splendor to be seen. The palace was empty, quiet, and with the lack of magic lanterns, quite dark. The hearths were lit, but given the size of the atrium and the open halls beyond, the firelight didn't reach quite as far as it needed to. The palace was as oppressive to Leon's sensibilities as it was opulent. Leon afforded himself only a second to take all of this in before he charged onward. Even here, with all the magic in the walls ensuring the place was comfortable and habitable, Leon could feel the omnipresent charge of the Iron Needle calling him onward, growing ever stronger the closer he got to it. He raced through halls too large for any but the most egotistic human to build, through rooms that, despite having human-sized furniture, were enormous, more than enough for Tusk to fly through comfortably, and past scenes of opulence and luxury that they wouldn't have been out place in the palace at Ilion or Evergold. Yet Leon was single-minded, focused entirely on finding the Iron Needle and getting out before Tusk could come home. Even then, in the back of his mind, it seemed fairly obvious that Tusk was, at least some of the time, assuming human form, but he never speculated as to why, or any other questions related to it. As far as he was concerned, he was trespassing in Tusk's home, and he just wanted to grab the needle and leave. The only time he ever reconsidered that desire, as weak as that reconsideration may have been, was when he passed by a chamber filled with soft light and sparkling metal. He paused as he ran past and shuffled back, his mouth hanging open as he beheld the piles of gold and silver ingots and coins that lay almost obsessively arranged on hundreds of tables in the long hall, the jewels arranged in like piles, every color of the rainbow represented by some gleaming or sparkling gemstone. While Leon had little eye for art, the paintings and statues that lined the walls were clearly well made by experienced artists and many of differing styles, leading Leon to think that they'd been done by different artists and weren't simply the product of Tusk itself. He wanted to continue to the Iron Needle, but there was something within him that demanded he take all he now surveyed. Every shiny he wanted in his soul realm, every gem from the smallest amethyst to the largest diamond taken, all down to the grain of gold dust. It was with great willpower that he ripped himself away from the hall. "I am no thief," Leon repeated to himself over and over again. His instinct screamed at him to go back, but his resolve was strengthened immeasurably when he heard a loud pinging sound resound through his helmet, followed almost immediately by another. His alarms on both sides of the carved wall had been tripped, leading him to believe that Tusk had already finished with the ice wraiths and was now speeding his way. He didn't hear his other traps go off, but he had confidence that they did. Instead, he focused on following the lightning magic he could sense, and from the way it had grown stronger, he thought he was drawing quite close to his destination. He proceeded, his form becoming enshrouded in darkness once more as he activated his invisibility enchantment. And then he opened a door at the end of a long, tall hallway, lined on both sides by ornate columns of black quartz intricately carved with images of various beasts all bowing to Tusk or some other individual of the same species, and was met with an aura of lightning magic so intense that he could almost taste it. The palatial walls gave way to rough-cut stone, and he found himself standing in another natural-seeming tunnel. Leon projected his magic senses forward and realized that this short tunnel intersected with the rift carved by the Iron Needle's impact, and a few thousand feet down the tunnel to his right was the first carved wall that he'd hit on the way down. To the left, the tunnel went much deeper, but Leon almost hesitated to continue. The last time he was here, he hadn't seen them, but now that he was deeper, he saw the rift walls lined with dozens of skulls of varying size, all of Tusk's species. Many were much smaller than Tusk's, and a few were even larger than its was. Some were small enough that Leon thought them to be examples of juveniles of Tusk's species. He saw no other bones, however, and the skulls were lined up along the wall on simple stone plinths that had been specially built for them, if the fact that their sizes matched those of the skulls were any indication. Seems I found their graveyard, Leon thought as he slapped down another alarm spell and continued onward, giving the skulls a few more curious glances as he passed them by. Or something like one. Anyway, it was curious to him that they were left here, along the path to the Iron Needle, and that one was outside of the wall, the largest skull of the collection, at that. A few of the skulls even looked like they were burned by lightning, though all seemed intact as far as he could tell. None were smashed or damaged aside from the fractal, spiraling lightning burns that those few sported. He hadn't stopped moving, but he was thrown out of his musings when he sensed a deep killing intent backed by Tusk's powerful aura growing dangerously close. He was still invisible, but he didn't want to take any chances. He was already moving quickly, but he began running as fast as he could maintain down the rift to the Iron Needle's resting place. The charge grew stronger and stronger the further he went, and faster than it had anywhere else in the cave system. This power wrapped around his body, entered his body as he breathed, and almost seemed to whisper in his ear. It was a sweet sound, but all Leon could understand was a plea for him to continue. As he did, the walls grew darker, though not with darkness magic. Instead, he could smell the ionized air, the telltale stench of lightning, indicating the walls had been burned black. The ground grew softer and sandier. Leon imagined the power of the needle had shattered many of the stones in the rift. Even further down the rift, the ground became broken up more and more with twisting columns of black crystal that Leon recognized as fossilized lightning, sand that had been melted by a lightning strike and solidified into crystals, resembling frozen lightning. They were beautiful, humming with lightning magic that had Leon's blood singing. In fact, as he passed below one, a bolt of lightning shot out of it to score the already blackened ceiling, the bright yellow-white nearly blinding Leon for a moment even as the rift shook with the sound of thunder. If Leon hadn't been trying to avoid attention until this point, he would have jumped in uncontained joy at the sight and the sensation of such power. Despite being a lightning mage, Leon could practically feel his blood vibrating in his veins and his hair standing on end. But all of that was nearly forgotten when a human figure sprinted through the door to Tusk's palace, leapt into the air, and twisted back into Tusk's shape. "Small rat," Tusk boomed, its voice echoing down the rift, its aura shattering several of the closer columns of fulgurite, though not, Leon noticed, the skulls of its dead race. Leon slowed down, trying to remain inconspicuous even with his invisibility, but he proceeded onward anyway. "Thou shalt proceed no further," Tusk roared, and like the rift was breathing out, a tremendous gust of wind came from deeper within, a gust so powerful that Leon was forced to stop and brace against it to not be carried away. Unfortunately, his shroud of invisibility was torn apart, leaving him exposed to Tusk's wrath. Immediately, Leon felt Tusk's power constrict around him, but in the same moment, his rage spiked. He wasn't going to be captured and humiliated again, thrown away like old trash at best, slaughtered like a pig at worst. Instead, he breathed in, absorbing the lightning magic that inundated the tunnel, and let loose with all the lightning magic he had within him at once. His body seemed to explode with silver-blue lightning, all of it directed in Tusk's general direction. The wave of lightning passed over the many columns of black crystalline fulgurite, causing each of them to discharge the lightning magic they had contained within themselves, adding to Leon's massive strike. At the same time, thunder rocked the tunnel, dust and sand fell from the ceiling, and for a moment, Leon felt like the ceiling was about to come crashing down. But the ceiling held, and Leon's powerful strike hit Tusk, sending the creature flying back and so knocking it off balance that it lost control of its power for a moment. Without hesitation, Leon leapt into the air and began flying, using all of his power to force himself down into the rift. He couldn't see the bottom, there being what seemed like another infuriating wall another mile or so down there, but Leon pushed all of his power into moving as quickly as he could. "Thou shalt die, then, small rat," Tusk roared as it righted itself in the air, and Leon felt the air around him constrict again, but with his distance, it was weaker. Changing magic from lightning to wind, Leon managed to power through these restraints and keep going. Tusk roared again, and this time, Leon sensed a massive attack building behind him. Without even looking, He concentrated all the lightning within him and seized control of the considerable lightning magic around him, and directed it all behind him. Almost instinctively, he formed the magic into the rough shape of a bird of prey, demanding that it go and stop Tusk. Acting semi-autonomously, this formed power was launched back just as Tusk's gale came howling down into the rift. Leon's power rose to meet it, gathering power as it passed by the dozens of twisting fulgurite columns, and when it hit Tusk's gale, it felt like some cosmic giant had grasped the tunnel and shook it with all its might. Rocks fell from the ceiling, Tusk roared in frustration, and Leon ignored it all and kept descending. The tunnel remained largely intact, but Leon noted with some satisfaction that Tusk had slowed considerably as it pursued him over the fulgurite columns, and for good reason. It turned out, as when the 10th tier beast strayed too close to one, it exploded in a shower of lightning, bathing the monster in yellow-white lightning and causing it to shriek in pain. Leon could sense the power contained within the fulgurite column, and didn't envy Tusk getting hit with it one bit, even if he were jealous of that power. When he came close enough to the deep wall in the rift to see details, he noted that it wasn't carved with the likeness of animals, not even some image of Tusk or its ancestors. Instead, it was almost entirely featureless, lacking even a door. Judging by its surroundings, it was a relatively recent addition, which Leon assumed was meant to either secure the iron needle or contain it. He leaned a little more towards the former when Tusk practically exploded in anger, screaming so loudly that Leon wouldn't have been surprised if his family heard it all the way back in Oculara. That shard is mine. Thou shalt not steal it, small rat. The iron needle belongs to my clan. Leon shouted back, and it will be ours again. To punctuate his declaration, Leon slammed into the wall, sensing few enchantments within it. He concentrated on the idea of open to mean breaking through a lock, smashing through an obstruction, crashing through a wall, and then slammed an open spell upon the wall, backing it up with all the power he could bring to bear. The wall held admirably, but as Leon's silver-blue lightning burned its surface black, and as his open spell undid the magics within it, it cracked. Leon smashed his armored fist against it again, and the stone softened and crumbled. A third time Leon hit it, and then a fourth, each time hitting it with another open rune. And with that, a hole just big enough for him to squeeze through opened. Tusk screeched in unabated fury as Leon slid through the opening, pursuing him with a spike of sharp air. Leon, however, whispered to the Tau Pearl, and a shield of light blocked Tusk's strike. Tusk's power instead helped Leon squeeze through the hole, hurling him into the tunnel beyond, almost choked completely with long, twisting, root-like columns of crystalline fulgurite, sparkling in the light of contained lightning and the lightning that still danced over Leon's body. So filled was the tunnel with the substance that Leon had to almost halt to find a way through it all. Fortunately, Tusk seemed unwilling to follow him past that wall, and the choked tunnel was short. Leon shimmied past the twisted fulgurite columns, ignoring Tusk's threatening, indignant roars, and entered the chamber just beyond the tunnel. And, finally, after more than a month since he left home, after weeks spent wandering these tunnels, and after Tusk's best attempts to stop him, Leon laid his eyes upon the Iron Needle. Chapter 818. The Iron Needle. 8. Laying eyes on the Iron Needle for the first time, there was a part of Leon that was profoundly underwhelmed. This was one of two artifacts upon which his clan had been built, and yet it hardly looked the part taken all by itself. The Thunderbird had shown him a light projection of the thing before, so Leon knew what he was looking at, but it still fell just a bit flat for him. The Iron Needle was essentially exactly what the name implied. A simple sliver of iron about as long as Leon's hand from the base of his wrist to the tip of his middle finger, without so much as a single scratch upon its surface. However, even though it appeared simple, it was plain enough to Leon's senses that it was anything but. The aura surrounding it was so inundated with lightning that arcs of multicolored lightning flashed about the underground chamber Leon now found himself in. The thing's aura was so strange and otherworldly that it could not be mistaken for anything but a strange and extraordinarily powerful artifact with great command over lightning magic. The Iron Needle rested upon a rough pillar of stone, burned completely black and given a glassy texture from the nearly ubiquitous lightning raging around. Surrounding the pillar was absolutely nothing save for the chamber itself, a crater thinner at Leon's end, and wider at the far end. The ground, ceiling, and walls were, just like the needle's pillar, scorched and polished by tens of thousands of years of raging lightning. It made more than a little sense that nothing else was in the chamber, for at any one moment, a dozen bolts of some strange colored lightning were flashing around the chamber. Lightning of every color, from red, blue, and yellow, to green, purple, and even a bolt or two of black lightning, thundered around Leon, and even a few reached toward him, or rather, toward the tunnel he was now standing in front of, showing exactly how the twisting, root-like tangle of fulgurite pillars had been formed. Leon just stared, his mouth hanging open, his eyes wide, his arms slack at the sight before him. As a lightning mage and an uncommonly powerful one, he'd say if he were feeling particularly proud, this place was the definition of a paradise, with a few splashes of some ironic hell around for good measure. Even though he'd left Tusk murderously furious at the only apparent entrance to this chamber, Leon had no room in his head for anything but the needle before him. Each lightning bolt was terrifically powerful, though not so much that Leon thought it beyond his ability to control or absorb. All of this horrifyingly attractive power sprang from the iron needle, which seemed to radiate an endless amount of lightning magic. Magic just poured out of the thing like water from a burst dam that had been holding back the ocean. Leon could feel himself almost salivating. Such an artifact, if he could seize it, would propel him so far ahead of his peers and everyone else on this plane, save for perhaps the Grave Warden. His greed and desire dwarfed the brief moments spent eyeing up Tusk's treasure collection. He had to have the iron needle, there was no other option for him to take. With one step forward, finally dipping his toes into the chamber proper for the first time since his arrival, Leon learned just how foolish it was to screw around with the iron needle. A bolt of silver-blue lightning erupted from the needle and slammed into him, hurling him back against the fulgurite columns with such incredible force that Leon smashed right through several of them. Vitrified sand crumbled around him, and yellow-white lightning that had been contained within the lightning-made glass exploded, bathing him in the iron needle's power. His armor survived and mitigated much of the potential damage, though Leon noted bitterly that its exterior had been practically painted a black darker than any he'd ever seen before. Were his armor any weaker, then it might have failed him. As he pulled himself onto his feet and caught his breath, he redoubled his caution, noting that this was only a single bolt from the iron needle. In the same breath, however, his curiosity increased exponentially, for it was the lightning of the Thunderbird that the needle had used to repulse him. But then again, Leon knew that the Thunderbird had, at least in part, gained her power from the iron needle, so he wondered if it were more accurate to say that her power was the needle's power. He wondered what he might be able to gain from taking the iron needle. A universe fragment that had absolute control over lightning had to have secrets he could uncover. Grinning, Leon stepped forward, and almost immediately, green lightning poured out of the iron needle. Leon held out a hand and, calling upon all of his skill in lightning magic, managed to redirect the torrent just around him, causing enormous damage to the fulgurite behind him but avoiding taking any direct damage himself. Then, his magic still projected, Leon began to advance. He moved cautiously, though, even with the iron needle's lightning crashing down upon him and slowing him down. The torrent of lightning remained constant, but that made Leon more and more cautious with every step he took. If the iron needle was such a powerful artifact, he figured it was hardly using any of the power it had available to it, yet it wasn't responding to his advance. Forcing one foot in front of the other, Leon finally made it back into the chamber proper and expected the iron needle to hit him with something powerful again, but the torrent of green lightning remained consistent. His grin rapidly turning to a suspicious scowl, Leon continued to advance. Maybe this is it, he wondered. The Thunderbird had struggled to claim the iron needle, but from the way she described the event, the main problem she had was with other beings attempting to snatch the iron needle out from under her. Given her insistence that the iron needle wanted to be subjugated beneath one of her blood, Leon wondered if this was just token resistance the iron needle was putting up. Not like it was sapient by human standards, though, so Leon wasn't expecting an answer. As he reached the iron needle's plinth, Leon was straining, but not too hard. The green lightning hadn't grown any stronger, but neither had it abated at all. He was still managing to get it to curve around him, but he now had to take hold of the thing emitting the lightning and hope that he was able to master it. Leon outstretched a hand, committing all available focus to his magic, keeping the spigot of green lightning from hitting him. As much as he could control it, it was still dreadfully powerful. His fingers approached the needle, lightning curving around them. A single spark hit his gauntlet, and Leon almost flinched from the sudden pain. His fingertips in just a moment grew so close that the green lightning was being practically blown backward as Leon protected himself from it. And then he had it. He closed his fingers around the needle and the green lightning ceased immediately. Leon froze, the sliver of iron in his hand, all magic flowing around and through it seemingly stopped. For all intents and purposes, he now held a completely unremarkable sliver of iron in his hand. But he didn't dare release his lightning magic, nor open his hand just yet. Instead, he stood there and waited for a whole minute. Only when he was certain that the needle was truly done did he slowly retract his hand from the plinth and bring it closer to his body. It was only when he was relaxing his death grip on the universe fragment that it finally made its move. His fingers slowly uncurled as he surrounded the iron needle in his aura, ready for anything, but as he laid his eyes upon the simple sliver of iron, a bolt of black lightning erupted from the needle. Leon attempted to stop it, but his prodigious control and skill over lightning magic was for nothing as the black bolt passed into his body through his hand, crushing all defenses he threw up in its way like they were wet paper in front of an avalanche until it reached his mind. The bolt of black lightning hit his brain with all the speed and power that lightning bolts are wont to have, and Leon's mind went dark. His eyes closed immediately, and he collapsed, unconscious. When Leon awoke, he found himself laying down in a black void, nothing but a dim light in the distance to give him any context for where he was. Despite this near lack of light, when he glanced down at himself, he found that he was completely lit, as if he were standing in the middle of a field on a bright sunny day. He was fully clothed in leather pants and a green silk grass shirt, basically what he would have worn on any old day when he was still living in the forest of black and white with his father, but otherwise, he was unadorned. No armor, no weapons, and when he attempted to reach into his soul realm, he could feel nothing. Leon bolted to his feet, his heart rate spiking, his eyes swiveling about as he attempted to identify where he was. A few sparks of lightning magic danced about his fingers when he called for it, showing that his power was still there even if he couldn't feel his soul realm, but that wasn't a particularly great comfort. The last thing he remembered was seizing the iron needle, but before he could attempt to try and reconstruct anything that might have happened since then, he heard a terrible roar in the far distance. It sounded rather muffled, as if the air was thicker in this space and preventing the sound from traveling. That would certainly explain how difficult it is to breathe, Leon noted before noting a rapidly approaching pinpoint of light. He scowled as he recognized what now approached: Tusk, fury in its gaze, and murder in its aura. It roared again, and Leon felt all of the air around him violent shudder, several small cuts opening all over his body as his clothes were practically shredded. Leon responded by throwing a weak, if quickly formed lightning bolt, and then assuming a more defensive stance, forming as much lightning in his body as he could. Before his lightning spear even reached Tusk, the black void changed, with stone walls springing up all around him and the door to Tusk's palace appearing right in front of him. Tusk roared again as it vanished from view, and Leon glanced around him. It now appeared that Leon was standing in the hallway of skulls right before the final wall guarding the iron needle, and the wall separating this hallway from the rift beneath the divine scar far above. Without hesitation, Leon turned to the iron needle's chamber and began running for it, but he hit some kind of invisible wall. There were no enchantments that he could identify, no magic in the air that could lead him to understand what was happening. He simply couldn't even run in that direction, the air in the hallway was too thick. He scowled and began running for the carved wall above instead of making for Tusk's palace. However, Tusk appeared in front of him, roaring out an earth-shaking challenge as it took shape from thin air. "Small rat," Tusk roared, "thou hast come for death." Leon summoned his magic and sprang backward until he hit the invisible wall again. Tusk pursued him but didn't hit him with any wind magic despite having him dead to rights. Leon wasn't sure why, but he wasn't going to start hitting Tusk with his own magic, at least, until he felt a wellspring of power open up within him. His body flooded with power, lightning practically leaking out of his body like water from a thinly woven basket. He felt like he'd suddenly raced up to the 10th tier, and then beyond, experiencing something that felt a lot like apotheosis. He could reach out and slaughter Tusk as easily as a 9th tier mage squeezing a mortal rat to death. He'd just need to surround Tusk in his magic power, not even using his lightning, and squeeze, and Tusk would pop like a grape. For just a moment, Leon was about to do just that, his hand extending as his power rushed outward, but he stopped, senses elevated so much by this sudden power that even the 10th tier Tusk seemed to move in slow motion. "I'm in its home," he thought. "I'm surrounded by its dead kin or kith, I think. Does it not have the right to defend itself from intruders?" Leon scowled, silent criticisms running through his mind for how he'd handled this whole expedition. Tusk was a 10th tier, he knew that he should have tried to peacefully claim the Iron Needle at least once before entering Tusk's home uninvited. He doubted it would have made much of a difference, but he'd never know now. Leon let his hand fall. He wasn't sure what was going on, where he got this power from, but he had this power, and he wasn't going to kill Tusk in its own home for doing something so heinous as defending its territory. Instead, Leon channeled this new power into escaping, darting past Tusk so quickly that the creature only started to react after Leon had already passed it. He reached the carved wall at the bottom of the divine scar in a moment and charged right through, intending to head for the top and figure out his next steps. He wasn't leaving yet, that was for sure, but he needed to. Leon barely even saw sunlight before the tunnels and rocks around him fell away, dissolving into mist as he once again found himself standing in the black void. Tusk wasn't there, thankfully, and after a moment of thought, Leon wasn't too surprised. He'd already started to suspect what was going on, but now he felt like it was becoming clearer. He came to a halt, noting that all of that power that had flooded through him in the previous moment was now gone. He couldn't say he was surprised, though. In the distance, he saw a flash of light and the appearance of a humanoid figure. That figure strode towards him with anger in their steps, but Leon stood firm, neither advancing nor retreating as the figure approached. Soon enough, they came close enough for Leon to recognize them. He saw the massive frame. The skin so dark that the glittering black scales around his red-orange eyes were almost invisible, and the long black braid that hung behind his back. The human form of the great black dragon. Leon's more taciturn ancestor approached much more quickly than he appeared to be, and in only a few seconds, he was upon Leon, swinging a fist into Leon's jaw before Leon had a chance to react, even with lightning flowing through his body. Pathetic, boy, the great black dragon growled as Leon went sprawling. And you think yourself a worthy inheritor of my power? Leon rolled as he hit the ground and sprang back to his feet. Without a word, he launched himself at the great black dragon. There was to be no running from this one, and he wasn't going to beg or chat with the great black dragon or whatever it was in front of him. But ghost of his dead ancestor or not, his opponent seemed to bob and weave effortlessly, letting Leon's fists injure nothing but air. He let Leon swing half a dozen times before striking Leon in the chest hard enough to send him flying backward 20 feet. All the air was pushed out of Leon's lungs and he thought a couple of his ribs had cracked, but despite the pain, Leon shot back to his feet and charged again. But again, none of his attacks landed, and the great black dragon sent him back to the floor a third time, this time with a humiliating slap across the face hard enough to bloody Leon's nose and slice open his cheek. It took Leon a moment to get back up this time, but he did, and he decided that enough was enough. Engaging the great black dragon in a fistfight wasn't going to get him anywhere, and his pride be damned, he needed to win this. When he straightened out, silver-blue lightning danced across his body, and he let loose a veritable thunderstorm upon his ancient ancestor. The great black dragon hardly seemed to care as he lunged forward, crossing more than 30 feet in a single step, and slammed his feet into Leon's side, cracking more of his ribs and fully breaking 2. Leon went down a fourth time, his chest bloody, his breathing labored, his mind racked with pain, anger, and humiliation. But he stood back up. This wasn't the worst he'd been injured, not by a long shot, and he wasn't going to bow to whatever this was. He was going to force it to bow to him. He changed his strategy and called upon black fire. His fists erupted with the power of the great black dragon, and for the first time since they'd engaged each other, Leon saw something that approximated anger in the great black dragon's red-orange eyes. I don't need to prove to you that I'm a worthy inheritor of your power, he growled around his pain and breathlessness, I already am. Without hesitation, Leon lunged forward, but just as his lead fist was about to make contact with the motionless great black dragon, a smile crossed his dark face, and he vanished, leaving Leon alone in the black void. Leon stood there, letting the fire burn on his fists for a few moments longer as he scanned his empty surroundings for more threats. When none came, he let the fire die, but he remained on his feet. His pain began to dull, however, more so than it should have. Then the void was illuminated by a bright, momentary flash of light from behind him, and 5 seconds later, Leon heard thunder so loud that it rumbled in his chest. The dark ceiling of this void space brightened slightly, revealing itself to be nothing but storm clouds, and Leon felt the charge of gathering lightning magic around him. Sure enough, a lightning bolt fell from the sky above him, striking him with pinpoint accuracy. For just a moment, Leon's entire existence became pain. For as powerful as he was with lightning magic, as resistant as he was to its effects, Leon's entire body flared with indescribable pain, but as much as he wanted to collapse and scream, Leon took it all, slamming his jaw shut and forcing himself to remain standing. And as quickly as he was struck, his pain ended, but everything went dark anyway. Leon woke up on his back in the Iron Needle's chamber, the charge that had filled the air before now little more than a simmer where before it had been boiling in the air. Lightning no longer surged around the room, but instead danced a merry jig up and down his body, every bolt a different color and feeling slightly different. After blinking blearily, Leon took this in, and then glanced at his right hand, where the Iron Needle now rested, practically purring with power. He clenched his fingers and the Iron Needle's power filled him so quickly that he had to relax his fingers and stop absorbing power after less than a second, lest it fill him so quickly that his body was damaged. And from the depths of his soul realm, he felt an outpouring of such pride and joy that he was momentarily overwhelmed, and the Thunderbird's voice resounded through his mind. "You have done it, Leon," she said. "You have proven yourself the inheritor of my will, and the last, best chance of our clan rising from the grave. You have mastered the Iron Needle." Chapter 819. The Iron Needle in hand. Leon couldn't keep the grin off his face. The Iron Needle was his, and he hardly knew what to do now, such was his joy. His face hurt from how widely he was smiling, and he erratically paced about the chamber where the needle had awaited him, unsure what he should do. The Thunderbird didn't help that much, either, as she remained silent ever since he'd woken up, despite the enormous amount of pride and joy that he could feel almost radiating off of her down in his soul realm. But after several minutes of pacing off some of his excess energy and cackling like a villain in an over-the-top play, he finally sat back down on the smooth ground, the rock having been transformed into a smooth, black, glassy substance from thousands of years of constant lightning rolling about the chamber. A moment later, he awoke in his soul realm. He'd brought the Iron Needle with him, pulling it into his soul realm at the same time that he'd mentally directed his magic body to wake up. Now, it floated just before him in front of his throne. Not a single spark of lightning to be seen, but to Leon's magic senses, the thing was like a sun had just landed in his mind palace. "Leon," the Thunderbird in her human form whispered from just a few paces away, her tone dripping with pride, her smile somehow wider than Leon's. "I knew you could do it, but I'm so happy to be proven right." Leon flushed at the blatant pride and pushed himself off his throne to better examine the Iron Needle. He reached out for it, but hesitated just as his fingers were about to brush against the universe fragment. "It's fine, it won't hurt you," the Thunderbird whispered. "If you had not taken control of it, it wouldn't have allowed you to bring it here." Without any more hesitation, Leon grabbed the Iron Needle and held it tightly, but relaxed his grip as, once again, the Iron Needle began sparking with multicolored lightning and his soul realm began to fill with power faster than it ever had before. Leon knew the dangers of growing his soul realm too quickly and didn't want to try his luck holding the needle for too long, though the possibility of reaching the 10th tier even faster than the Hesperidic apples could get him was strong in his mind. What do I do with it?" Leon asked, his voice tinged with awe at the power he could sense within it. It's too powerful to do any one thing with. Nestor should have a proper containment unit for it by now," the Thunderbird said. "Until then, it's safe here. It has accepted you as its master, it will not harm you." "It cannot harm you," Leon continued to grin as he stared at the little sliver of iron in his hand. Were it not for the fact that radiated such power, it would have been completely unremarkable, just a long, dull needle. "You said once that this used to be seated in the family sword, right?" Leon asked. "Should I put it back?" "With your power, no," the Thunderbird resolutely replied. "To master the Iron Needle is something wholly different than becoming the Iron Needle's master. You are weak compared to the needle, and have never even studied it, let alone used it in battle. You can sense the cosmic level power within it, can you not?" "Cosmic level? That's a good way of putting it," Leon whispered, his eyes not wavering from the universe fragment in his hand. "Anything and everything that can be achieved with lightning magic the Iron Needle can teach you. But it doesn't have sapience, it can't teach you as I have this past score of years. You must learn to interpret what it tells you, but even then, it will take a long time. I held it for millions of years, and it taught me to wield our family's signature lightning. If you wish to learn anything from it, instead of using it like a simple weapon as so many of my less creative descendants have done, then you will time and a lot of patience." Still smiling, Leon finally tore his eyes from the needle and said to his ancestor, "When it comes to learning new things, I have patience in abundance." The Thunderbird smirked. "Only sometimes, Leon, but I think you'll do well in this regard." "I hope so," Leon whispered as he looked back to the Iron Needle. "I hope so." His smile began to die, his elation at accomplishing what he'd set out to do still ran through his mind like a raging river through a thin canyon, but he was starting to remember exactly what lay beyond the Iron Needle's chamber. Tusk is still out there, and probably furious. Aloud, Leon stated, I should get moving. The sooner I get home, the sooner I can study this. And the creature whose home I invaded to get here is probably waiting just outside, ready to obliterate me as soon as I show myself. Indeed, the Thunderbird said, offering no more comment. You can leave the Iron Needle here with me, I will look out for it. For now, carry on with your other duties. Before Leon could respond, Zaffin chose that moment to finally wake up and, in his crackling voice, roared, by the primal Devil King's mighty cock. You got the damn thing. Yes I did, demon, Leon smilingly said as he laid the Iron Needle down on Nestor's old table, noting that instead of lying there flat, the needle began to float above it almost as if it were unwilling to touch something so plebeian as a crudely made wooden table. He then walked back to his throne, summoning his family's sword to his hand as he did. He noted the Iron Needle start to float toward the sword for a moment, but almost as soon as he thought about telling it not to, it stopped in midair. Curious, as he closed his eyes and returned to the physical world, he heard Zaffin asking, I need to examine this. He also heard the Thunderbird sharply replying, not a chance. Everything else Leon tuned out as he woke up in the physical world and glanced back at the sharply inclined shaft that the Iron Needle had carved as it fell to the earth. He had several miles back to the surface, and after seizing undoubtedly the most valuable thing that Tusk likely thought was its own, he wouldn't be surprised if he were pursued all the way to the surface, or even further than that. And being a 10th tier equivalent being, he wasn't sure how he was going to get it to let him go. But he had the Iron Needle, and that had to count for something. If worst came to worst, he supposed he could just pull the needle out of his soul realm, try to aim it at Tusk, and then hope for the best. He'd gone down into Tusk's lair hoping that he could get out without even being noticed, but assuming that violence of some kind would have to be employed on his way out. Now, with the obvious dead end he'd found himself in, it seemed that assumption would prove itself correct, as much as he would have preferred another way. When he'd first gotten through the lower carved wall, this tunnel had been so full of fulgurite that he'd barely been able to move. The Iron Needle's test, he supposed it could be called, had eradicated nearly all of it from the tunnel. Only a few shattered pieces were lying scattered about on the ground, and a few crystal stumps still attached to the walls here and there. With an intrigued frown, Leon scooped as much as he could gather or pry from the walls into his soul realm. Each of these crystals held an enormous amount of lightning magic that he hoped he might be able to make use of. Normal gemstones were able to hold element-less magic power, after all, but the fulgurite created by the Iron Needle seemed able to hold far more than even a sapphire might be able to. Such crystals would have narrow purposes, but in those purposes, their utility would be unparalleled, assuming, of course, that he was able to reproduce their creation. Lightning lance batteries would be incredibly efficient if I can, Leon mused. And if I can revert that lightning to element-less magic power, then that would be even better, something to take up his researchers' time, he supposed. They needed something else to work on, given that many were upset with his focus on more militaristic projects. But he could only put off heading back out into the shaft for so long if he wasn't intending on trying to carve his way back to the surface with his meager earth magic skills, and given the state of the burned walls, he didn't think that was going to happen any time soon. He had to face Tusk if he wanted to leave in a timely manner. He returned to the wall to find that Tusk hadn't deigned to seal the hole he'd punched through on his way in. Its aura was still outside, clearly waiting, but as Leon paused to again try and think of a way out, he noted that the massive beast's aura had changed. Where before it had been raging and wrathful, equal parts killing intent to magic power, now it was much calmer, more serene. With much curiosity, Leon floated up to the hole and cautiously projected his magic senses through. Immediately, he sensed Tusk hovering on the other side of the wall, the beast casually flying about in a way that reminded Leon of the way he might slowly pace as he waited for something to happen. But only a few seconds after his magic swept over the beast did it stop in place and glare imperiously down at the hole in the carved wall. Well, small rat, art thou going to proceed? The beast's projected voice was still loud, but it didn't exert the same pressure upon Leon's eardrums as it did before. It didn't even rock the tunnel around them. If anything, Tusk sounded almost accepting, or at least not as angry as it was before. With as much caution as he could muster, Leon hesitantly flew up to the hole after giving his armor a quick once-over to make sure it was still intact, which it thankfully was. When he reached the hole, Leon stayed in it and glanced out, ready for anything, lightning rushing through his veins, the Tau Pearl in his cuirass simmering with magic power. But as Leon revealed himself, Tusk didn't move to strike. Instead, it floated about 200 feet further up the shaft, staring at him with great intensity. Parsing the beast's emotions was impossible for Leon, so he just assumed it was glaring at him with significant anger. "Thou hast claimed the shard," Tusk grumbled, its tone filled with reluctance and deep frustration. "Mine congratulations are extended to thee." "Congratulations," Leon shouted back, mildly confused. "Didn't you just an hour or so ago claim it as your own?" Tusk huffed, the force of its breath sending the dust and sand that accumulated at the bottom of the shaft scattering around them, though made no further aggressive motions. "Mine claim rested upon the beneficence of the planar lord. Thou hast claimed the shard, and in doing so, mine own claim hast been rendered moot. Bound I am by ancient accord to accept thine act of theft." Planar lord, Leon curiously thought, is he talking about Ambrose? An ancient accord, with him over the Iron Needle? "Are you willing to allow me free passage?" Leon asked, putting that issue aside for a couple seconds. Tusk seemed to mull his question over for a few more seconds before responding. "Thou hast left mine other treasures unmolested. Mine feelings towards thee art less than cordial, but neither art they hostile. Thou art free to go, if thou wishest." Leon edged a few inches further out of the hole. "Gratitude for the hospitality, then. Might you accompany me to the exit, that we may exchange a few more words?" "I would have escorted thee anyway, small rat," Tusk replied. "The purpose of mine planar lord hast been fulfilled, but trust thee I do not. Thou art deserving of death no longer, though generous welcome thou shalt not receive." "Fair enough," Leon half muttered as he slid a little further out of the hole. As Tusk continued to not attack him, he took flight once more and began drifting upward, going faster and faster as it became clearer and clearer that Tusk wasn't going to break its word, despite its apparent anger and antipathy. As he drew level with the beast, and then began to drift further up, Tusk moved to match pace, and soon enough, they were both flying fairly slowly up the shaft. "You said something about a planar lord," Leon said. "I think I might be acquainted with the man in question. What is your relationship with him?" "Mine own business, small rat," Tusk replied. "Thy questions shalt go unanswered, I desire only thine absence. Thou hast caused chaos enough in mine domain, and should thou continue to press upon mine patience, thou shalt know deadly wrath, raw and unfettered, and the shard shalt once more be mine own possession." "Fair enough," Leon repeated, though a little more dejectedly. He asked no more questions, reasoning that if he wanted to know about Tusk, he could just ask Ambrose directly at some point. Soon enough, they arrived at the upper carved wall, and without so much as a moment's thought, Tusk projected a few strands of magic and pulled them both through the door. "Begone, small rat, and never return." Tusk didn't say anything more, but remained hovering in front of the carved wall and glared at Leon, making it absolutely clear even in its alien body language that it wasn't leaving until Leon had made himself scarce. With an awkward smile, Leon made his way back up the shaft, past the cave-in, and to the surface once more. It was late afternoon when he emerged, and though the sun wasn't shining directly down into the divine scar, Leon still felt more than a little comfort in the sight of the bright sky. He quickly took flight again and flew with all haste back to Anzu at the northern tip of the long ravine cloven by the Iron Needle as it hit the ground. Anzu was napping in his griffin form when Leon returned, but it seemed that all the young griffin needed was to feel his aura wash over him to wake. As Leon's boots touched the ground again, Anzu was on his paws and almost barreling Leon over in his haste to welcome him back to the surface. After a few seconds, Anzu changed back to human form and asked, "Is it done?" "Did you get it?" "It's done," Leon confirmed. "I have the Iron Needle. Now, there are a couple last places I'd like to visit, and then we can get the hells back home. What say you to that?" Anzu laughed and threw an arm around Leon. "Let's go." Leon and Anzu's cheer lasted only a short while, as Leon's most heavily prioritized stop before they could return home was his childhood home, and the memories that were brought to his mind as he drew near dampened his mood. Seizing the Iron Needle was one of his greatest acts so far as he was concerned, but recalling his father's death banished all elation despite only an hour or so having passed since his accomplishment. Anzu, sensing Leon's shift in mood, didn't speak so much as a word. Leon had told him of this place before, so though it was his first chapter 820, service of the stone giants Leon and Anzu didn't stay in Leon's childhood home or what was left of it for long. By the morning of the next day, they were already preparing to leave, though not before Leon sat with his back against his father's heartwood tree once more. He figured it was probably just his imagination, but it almost felt like the tree, or the tree's aura, was wrapping around him in a warm embrace. He felt safe here, even without the walls he'd known so well growing up, or his father still there to kill all threats that came. But as much as Leon wanted to stay around his father's grave for longer, he had the iron needle and needed to return home. He'd spent a long time talking to the heartwood tree that had grown out of his father's body, imagining that he was filling his father in on all that had happened when last he was here, but that hadn't taken all night. Once he was finished and fell silent, he'd called up his family back in Oculara. Fortunately, all of them being high-level mages, he wasn't waking anyone up despite the lateness of the hour. Elise, Maya, and Valeria were all happy as he was that he'd managed to succeed in his expedition, and Leon learned that Nestor had finished his modifications to Leon's lab and the containment unit for the Iron Needle, that they may study it in controllable conditions. So, with that in mind, Leon and Anzu took flight again that morning and headed west. They all but traced their way back the way they'd come, only stopping when Leon wondered aloud if Anzu still wanted to hunt for some bear or whatever he might find up here. Anzu simply replied that in the weeks Leon had been underground, he'd hunted to his heart's content, and showed the now 5 ice wraith cores that he'd managed to collect as proof. Leon's eyes about bulged out of their sockets in surprise, and he silently led them back to the mountain pass. From there, it was on to the brown bears, with whom Leon and Anzu stayed for a short while. Torfin was, of course, the perfect host, and Leon took a few hours to reminisce with the old man. Torfin was still only 5th tier, and while that did extend his lifespan by quite a few decades, his hair was graying and his face was already showing quite a few wrinkles. Leon wasn't sure how much longer Torfin might have, so he decided to spend the night. He didn't know if he'd ever come this far north again, especially not with the Iron Needle now in his possession, so while he wanted to return home quite badly, he also didn't want to leave and regret not having spent just a little longer in the Chief of the Brown Bear's presence. That day went by quickly, with Torfin bringing Leon on a tour of Vale Town that he hadn't had time for before heading to the Forest of Black and White. Torfin showed Leon all the expansions the city had undergone, and how many markets had sprung up to support all these people. There was even now a fairly sizable district built just to support merchants who made the perilous journey from the Bull Kingdom for silk grass. Leon took the opportunity to purchase quite a few bolts of silk grass for relatively cheap. He still happily overpaid because even at 4 times the price in Vale Town, silk grass was still cheaper here than it was in Oculara, and even purchased what he might need for Tico's, Helen, and Elise to try their hand at what had never been achieved before, growing silk grass outside of the northern vales. The next morning came almost too soon, and Leon and Anzu had to set out again. Torfin threw them another feast not only the night before, but also the morning of their departure, and Leon left Vale Town with almost the entire Brown Bear tribe there to see him off. It was a somewhat bitter departure, though, knowing that he might never see any of these people again. Already, nearly all of the tribesmen that Leon had casually known from his childhood were dead or had retired out into the countryside. Torfin and his thanes were about the only familiar faces left in Vale Town. If Anzu sensed his solemn mood, and Leon thought he could, given he was utterly uninterested in hiding it, he didn't mention it. They simply allowed Torfin to escort them to the outskirts of the city, and then took flight again to head south. This time, however, they were going to go on a different flight path. They'd stopped in Tira on the way north, and Leon didn't want to stop at too many places on the way south again. Instead, his intent was to head a little more eastward, and visit another people whom he hadn't seen in a long while, the Crater tribe of stone giants, were much as Leon had left them. Their capital, city, in the massive crater around the ruins of Nestor's golem construction facility, which the giants called the Cradle, hardly looked like it had changed at all in a quarter of a century. Leon, having seen much change during this expedition, found himself relaxing at the sight. Some things never change, Leon thought as he and Anzu drifted down into the eponymous crater of the Crater tribe and landed in the front courtyard surrounded by the hexagonal basalt pillars of Reiko's palace. Neither he nor Anzu had hidden themselves in any way on their flight, not even on their journey over the border mountains. Along the way, they'd spotted quite a few mountain beasts, and even griffins, though Anzu hadn't said a word about them, so Leon hadn't brought it up. He was still intending on showing Anzu around, though, so there was time enough for words later. They didn't have to wait long before Reiko's itself and a number of other important stone giants that Leon remembered hurried outside, the speed and grace with which they moved their massive stone bodies proving quite the sight, and bringing back feelings of nostalgia and deep shame within Leon. He'd not done good by Lapis, and had gotten quite a few other stone giants killed during the civil war between August and Octavius, and even still had the mausoleum he'd built in his mind palace to remind himself of that failure. He was here now to hopefully leave the door open for a second try. A joyous day, to see the return of the Divine One. Reiko's thundered as it greeted Leon. We have waited for the day you might require our people again, and have spent that time preparing. Leon cringed slightly at its use of the Divine One title but decided not to make too big of a deal out of it. Instead, he simply responded, I've been looking forward to reuniting with your people, as well, and hope that we can speak about these preparations you've done at greater length. Leon smiled at Reiko's, then glanced at Anzu after noticing what looked like some confusion in the griffin in human form's body language in the corner of his eye. He then remembered that while he could understand the giant's speech, the same wasn't true for almost anyone else. He gave Anzu a comforting wave to save any questions for later, while simultaneously silently castigating himself for forgetting to mention that on the flight over. Reiko's escorted the two of them inside its palace into its throne room, and Leon immediately registered that there was, in fact, at least one change. Reiko's throne room was much more packed than Leon had ever seen it. Several hundred 6th-tier stone giants had packed themselves into the throne room and were now watching Leon's entrance with great interest, or so Leon assumed, given their bodies all roughly followed him and made way for him and Reiko's. He still wasn't quite sure how the stone giants perceived the world around them, especially since he couldn't sense any magic senses emanating from any of them. Lots of your people in here, Leon observed, pausing right before the dais upon which sat Reiko's throne. Reiko's halted in front of its throne, seemingly refusing to sit down while Leon stood. Much has happened, Divine One. After centuries of discord and disunity, the tribes have reunited. The bloodline of our creators yet exists, and we had to make ourselves ready to serve. Is that what you've been doing in this time? Leon awkwardly asked. Waiting for me to have need of you. Yes. Leon carefully schooled his face, maintaining his default rather stoic expression, but inside he felt some elation, but mostly deep embarrassment and discomfort. That wasn't necessary, he eventually stated. You are your own people, you could have chosen something else to do with your time. Yes, we could have, Reiko's acknowledged. We stand ready to serve. Leon, after a moment, decided to let a smile spread across his lips. In that case, has peace with the Bull Kingdom been kept? Yes, all tribes have been brought into the Divine One's peace. Good, then focus on reproduction, make as many new giants as you can feasibly support. If you're going to choose to support me and my family, I'm going to need as many of you as I can get my hands on. By your will, Divine One. Side note. Remember when I requested you not call me that? Such ceremonies, when in a conclave of the tribes, are needed. Leon, not wanting to make too big a deal out of this, relented, and continued with his business. Fine, then, just keep my preferences in mind. But I don't have much immediate need for your people to come down from the mountains. But I'm working on getting into contact with other remnants of my clan's vassals in the far southeast, and if I can win them over to my side, then I'll return for you. Together, I would have us all ascend to the higher planes of this universe, even to the Nexus itself. And I would have your people join us when we leave. We live to serve, Divine One, Reiko's declared. For the briefest of moments, Leon wondered what the other giants in the throne room felt about this, but his wonder was immediately answered when, without exception, they all raised their arms into the air and began to thrum. It sounded like singing, and Leon remembered the Crater tribe doing something similar when he confirmed to Reiko's and Lapis that he was of the Thunderbird clan by hitting Lapis with a silver-blue lightning bolt back when he'd first ascended to the 5th tier. When they all quieted down, Leon said, I would stay in the crater for a day or two. I'd like to rest and explore this place. If there are no objections. There are none, Reiko stated, and Leon waited a moment before responding just in case there were any other giants who wished to dispute that point. As a result, for that moment, silence fell upon the throne room. Very well, Leon said. Look forward to the day that I return. I'll see if I can leave anything here that you can use to get in contact with me, just in case you find yourself in need of anything. With that, other than a few more platitudes, Leon's meeting with the stone giants ended, and he and Anzu were eventually left alone, though not before quite a few of the giants, who Leon learned were the chiefs, or kings of the other tribes that had united under the Crater tribe, came to introduce themselves and offer similar words of praise that Reiko's had already given. But, finally, Leon and Anzu walked back outside, still watched with something that Leon identified as awe by a great many stone giants, but otherwise left alone. That was, Anzu began as they calmly walked out to the edge of the maze of trap rocks that covered nearly the entire floor of the crater. That was quite something. You don't remember the giants? Leon asked. I remember them quite well, actually. It's just, even I could tell they were being pretty subservient, but I don't remember them rolling over so quickly the last time we came here. I was returning to them their dead, and my apologies for my part in getting their people killed, Leon quietly stated. I wasn't asking them for anything then. Now, I was asking them to prepare to join my kingdom, whenever I finally get around to building on. And they didn't hesitate to agree. Anzu excitedly replied, I guess, I just thought that they were just a little more stubborn. No, they've always been pretty deferential. Too much so, I think. Leon trailed off at the end, speaking more to himself than to Anzu, but Anzu didn't hesitate to jump on his statement. Too much? How so? I would have thought many strong and loyal retainers would be a good thing. I've heard that loyalty is always in short supply, a lord can never have enough. So why is their showing of loyalty bad? I didn't say it was bad, just that they had too much. It's not bad, it just makes me feel awkward. Leon frowned and thought of Nestor. Some have made the claim that because stone giants are so deferential that means they have no free will. I believe otherwise, or I want to. They don't make it easy. If they had some kind of request or condition to join me, then I think I'd feel better about this. This die-hard loyalty isn't something I really know what to do with. Accept it, Anzu simply stated. Leon sighed. I suppose that's all I can do. This is what they've stated they want. Or so Reiko's has stated, anyway, and I haven't seen any evidence that it's lying. No reason to turn them down other than my own discomfort. This is a good thing. Yes it is. They've made their choice, and they've chosen me. I'll accept it. Leon didn't continue, and Anzu let the silence between them extend for a while. Leon turned his attention from the crater walls, where the stone giants had built their many cave palaces, and from where even now many thousands of them stood watching them, and to the interior of the crater, in the maze of black, twisted, hexagonal pillars erupting from the ground. You want to go and see where I found you? Leon asked, finally breaking that silence. Yes, Anzu simply, but seriously replied. Without another word, Leon led Anzu into the rocky maze. He could remember where he'd found Anzu as clear as crystal, and it wasn't too hard to find it again with his magic senses bathing the entire crater with his power. He'd told Anzu of how he'd found him, of course, but that had been during a time when Anzu hadn't been able to talk back. Since Anzu had managed to assume human form and actually exchange words with Leon, neither of them had ever broached the topic of when Leon had found Anzu. It was just over here, Leon said as he led Anzu through the passages formed by walls of uneven, rocky pillars, eventually coming out into the wider space where he'd first seen the albino griffin. You were laying down right there, so young that your eyes hadn't even opened. Leon gestured to the spot in question, and Anzu stared at it with an inscrutable look on his face. I wasn't sure how long it might have taken you to open your eyes naturally, but I got them open with a healing spell, Leon narrated. When your eyes opened, you looked right at me, and then promptly ran away. Leon smiled at Anzu, who looked to him with a somewhat embarrassed look. You did come back, Leon continued, though it wasn't until the next day. I think you were probably hungry and looking for food. Regardless, after you came back to me, you stayed at my side, with few exceptions, ever since. Those few exceptions being when you left, Anzu said, his voice low and tone emotionless. That one statement twisted itself into Leon's heart like a knife, and he was about to apologize when Anzu suddenly lunged forward and threw his arms around Leon's waist. Thank you, Anzu whispered. Thank you. Leon blinked rapidly, removing any sign of watery eyes, and returned Anzu's hug. Again, neither of them spoke, their embrace saying all that they needed. When Anzu pulled back, his eyes were dry, though there was a wet patch where he'd pressed his face into Leon's shirt. Leon chose to ignore it. If it's all right, Anzu hesitantly said, could I fly around a bit? I know it's been a while, but there's still a chance that I have blood relatives around here. Leon frowned lightly but nodded. No need to ask, brother. I'd like to leave tomorrow morning. Can you be back by then? Anzu nodded. Won't take that long. Just want to look, see what I might have been. Leon smiled lightly and clapped Anzu on the shoulder. With that, Anzu shifted to his white griffin form and, after locking his blood-red eyes on Leon one more time, took to the skies and began flying off into the distance. More than a little worried, though trusting in Anzu's power and judgment, Leon tracked his little brother through the sky. Anzu never got too close to any other griffin, though Leon wasn't sure if it would have mattered if he did, for he couldn't sense any griffin in the border mountains at the human equivalent of 7th tier, let alone any of Anzu's power. Any other griffins that Anzu might have wanted to talk to would have been fairly smart by animal standards, but they wouldn't have been sapient. Still, Leon was worried. He couldn't help it, he didn't know what he would do if Anzu never came back. Though, he supposed he understood Anzu's position a little better, now. So, he waited, posting up on one of the huge hexagonal pillars outside of Reiko's palace, and resolved to stay there until Anzu returned. Chapter 821, Tests of the Needle. Leon sighed as he waited for Anzu to return from flying around the border mountains. The griffin was taking his time, and as far as Leon was concerned, he could take all the time he needed to explore the domain of his kin. So, as he waited, Leon cast himself down into his soul realm. After all, he had a new universe fragment, and while he felt like he was going to have to wait until he got home and put it into Nestor's containment unit to get any hard data on the Iron Needle, since the Thunderbird had mastered it first and held it the longest out of anyone as far as he knew, anyway then she ought to have more than a few insights to bestow as to the nature of its power. So, as he closed his physical eyes where he was sitting on one of the hexagonal pillars outside of Reiko's cave palace, he awoke on his throne in his mind palace. Once there, he found the Thunderbird in human form staring lovingly at the Iron Needle while Zafin watched from a distance. However, after a moment's inspection, he realized that the Thunderbird was doing something else, as she was emitting just a little bit of magic that surrounded the needle. What's going on? Leon asked, a hint of concern in his tone as he hopped down from his throne and went to the table that the needle hovered over. It's been so long since I last saw it, the Thunderbird whispered in awe, her eyes gleaming as they remained locked upon the Iron Needle, only straying away a moment later as Leon moved around to the other side of the table. I need to make sure it's all right. Much can change in 80,000 years, and the will of universe fragments aren't immune to the ravages of time. Does that mean it may have weakened? No, they don't weaken in that sense. Leon grinned thinly and asked, then are you saying that your insistence that the Iron Needle would only accept one of your blood may have been wrong? I'll admit that that was certainty born of experience with the Iron Needle, but there was always a chance that I could have been wrong. The Thunderbird smiled and took a step back away from the needle, her magic withdrawing as she did. But, as always, I wasn't wrong. The needle still responds to my power, as it always has. It's still yours, of course, but the Iron Needle will always have a connection to those who bear my power, for my power is as much born of it as it is of me. Leon's bitter grin softened, and he turned his attention back to the needle before calling over his shoulder, how are you doing, demon? What do you make of all this? 'Tis a curious thing, Zafin haughtily responded. A universe fragment is a unique existence, and even though it's of lightning rather than fire, I'll admit that I would have loved to possess such a thing back in my prime. As I am now, that thing would likely destroy with a single touch, so do be a good little human and keep it over there. Leon chuckled, I'll see what I can do, Zafin. For a moment, Leon went silent and trained his magic senses upon the Iron Needle. It was an artifact of unfathomable power, but in truth, that wasn't particularly obvious. It had been more obvious before he'd claimed it, but now that it was here, resting in his soul realm, submitting to his will and his power, the thing seemed quiet and docile. Leon could feel it emitting power and feeding his soul realm, but there was barely even a hint of that power escaping the Iron Needle on inspection. Curious, he murmured. Indeed they are, the Thunderbird said, drawing his attention. Universe fragments, I mean. Most laws of magic determine how magic interacts and is used by humans and those of human intelligence. Universe fragments are not conscious, they are not sapient, but the amount of power they contain can often seem to exceed, bend, or even outright ignore or make up laws of magic that only apply to them. It's the biggest reason why they're called universe fragments. Leon frowned lightly as he regarded the iron needle before him. He didn't directly address what the Thunderbird just said, but it did bring a question to the fore of his mind. Ancestor, could I ask you a personal question? Ask whatever you wish, though I'll not answer if I don't wish to. Fair enough. Do you remember what the iron needle, how the iron needle tested you? It seems a little strange that such an artifact, lacking in sapience as you claim, could test someone as it did. What was your test, Leon? The Thunderbird asked, a soft concern coloring her tone. Leon's frown deepened, and he told the Thunderbird of how the iron needle tested him, of the visions it showed him of Tusk and the power he had over the beast, and of the great black dragon and his staunch refusal to acknowledge him. Oh, my boy, the Thunderbird said as she crossed over to Leon's side of the table and took him into a motherly embrace. Leon was taller and larger than she was in human form, but that hardly mattered, as he melted into her arms as if she truly were his mother, and he a small child who'd just told her of a nightmare. I think I'll take this as an encouraging sign, she said as Zaffin snickered lightly from where he stood. I'd take it as grave insult. Zaffin sputtered between bouts of laughter. The Thunderbird glared in his direction, and with a single expression of power, the demon went flying back hundreds of feet, sailing clear over the palisade demarcating the end of Leon's mind palace and the beginning of the rest of his soul realm. Now, let's get a few things straight, the Thunderbird said as she loosened her hold on Leon just enough to turn his face towards her and make eye contact. The iron needle isn't sapient, though it has a will of its own. It can be a bit hard to understand given just important our personalities and self-awareness are to beings like us. That means a great many things, but the most relevant right now is that the iron needle doesn't test us in a direct way. It isn't a mythical god, throwing us into some ironic torture to see how we react. It's a universe fragment that only submits to those it chooses to. I'm not sure I'm entirely following, Leon said. Then let me make it clear. Those visions both were and weren't the iron needle's test. It was in the sense that the iron needle caused these visions, but it wasn't in the sense that the visions themselves were pulled from your own head. They weren't put there by the iron needle, they were already there in your mind, just waiting for something like the iron needle to pull them out. The iron needle didn't read your mind and throw you against some vision of its own making. Instead, it sought to test you by forcing you to conjure your own nightmare and contending against it. The iron needle wasn't trying to test you or teach you or anything else by giving you those visions, it was throwing you against the fears conjured by your mind and seeing if you would still rise to claim its power. So, I think I see what you're saying. I'm a little put out that I wasn't there, the Thunderbird said in a mock admonishing tone, but I'll take it as a compliment that you trust me and are secure in our relationship. If I had to guess, and even as old as I am, the mysteries of the human mind can still prove themselves beyond me, I'd say that you were struggling with your approach to this expedition and that you were racked with some sense of inadequacy brought on by the great black dragon's stubborn refusal to acknowledge you, even though you've claimed his power. Even though it's been long enough that he can't have missed that fact. Leon scowled and pulled back from the Thunderbird a bit, but he didn't argue her points. He was still kicking himself for his lack of civility when it came to Tusk, assuming he could just break into its home and loot the iron needle like some barbarian after a shiny trinket, and the great black dragon's attitude still irked him to no end, though he wouldn't go so far as to say he was feeling any sense of inadequacy. Why should I care about that bastard, obsessing as he is over some ill-defined measure of worth? What I have from him I've had to take for myself, thanks to his attempts to keep me from the power in my own damn blood. Leon felt himself getting heated, so he forced himself to relax and breathe. When he focused on the Thunderbird again, he found her watching him with a knowing look on her face. With a groan of frustration that wouldn't have been out of place coming from a teenager, Leon pulled away from her and scowled. When he turned back to her, instead of speaking further on what she'd said, he asked, "How were you tested, then?" "In much the same way you were," she answered, not a shred of concern to be found. "The iron needle induced an empty nightmare, and it was my mind that filled it. Such terrors as dying young, before I could have a chance to have children, and a deep feeling of weakness and intense dysmorphia from turning into an out-of-human form. I still wasn't fully in control of it, and I could go to sleep in my proper form, and aware in human form, or vice versa in those days. I have long since gotten over these things, but at the time, they were responsible for a large amount of stress, weighing quite heavily upon my mind." Leon nodded, relating to at least her concerns over her family and legacy, even if her body dysmorphia was something he could only understand on an intellectual level. having only ever transformed involuntarily once before and having little memory of it. But he wanted children, that much he knew. Elise wanted them, too, and Maya's ravenous desires went without saying. Valeria, he was a little less sure about, but he thought she did as well. Finding the right time, when he wouldn't have to worry about them overmuch, and when he wouldn't have to leave them behind when he left Eterna, was his primary concern. Or maybe I'm just delaying it, Leon thought with some amount of fear. While having kids was something he wanted to eventually get around to, the prospect of actually raising young ones that would call him father was rather terrifying. I'm happy to hear, Leon, that your visions were at least a little higher in caliber than mine, the Thunderbird said. When Leon gave her a questioning look, she smiled and continued with a didactic tone, my visions pertained almost entirely to me. How my fears related to me. My own legacy. They were the primal fears of an animal, before I'd learned how to comport myself in civilization. I've since learned that there are higher things to strive for, greater ideals than simple reproduction and my own perception of self. That you're occupied with these things enough for them to be brought out by the Iron Needle's power, at least in part, is encouraging. You may not consider yourself ready to take on the mantle of the clan's legacy, but that you reflect upon your mistakes is a credit to you. Leon grimaced and averted his gaze. I think you're overthinking it, honestly. A little guilt shouldn't be taken so seriously. And your concerns were hardly only selfish. It is the first and most important thing that any sovereign can do, isn't it? To ensure that power is transferred peacefully and smoothly upon their death or retirement or whatever. Your thoughts of children who would inherit your powers were your biggest responsibility as a godlike figure, and as one of the most powerful beings in the history of our universe. And I think it would be confusing as any hell for anyone's body to revolt against them like yours was. I know Red mentioned feeling something similar, how confused and frightened she was in her transformations, and how she'd rejected it at first. And that's not even getting into those that may accept their new power to transform into a human, but fail to properly integrate into human society. Better that your concerns were of children and your own body, rather than something direr or more malevolent. Flatterer, the Thunderbird said, though she preened before him as he spoke. I but return honeyed words, Leon replied with an ironic smile, puffing out his chest dramatically and holding up his arm in a parody of the military salutes he'd seen used by those in the Ilian army. Bah, how about we stop stroking each other's ego, then, and get down to business? The Thunderbird growled, though the smile she wore didn't dim even a little. It's going to take some time for you to learn to properly wield the Iron Needle, so we ought to get started right now. I certainly think I'll need the help, Leon said. After taking it, it flooded me with so much power that I almost felt I would explode. It is a universe fragment, an artifact with such power that it was considered on par with a sizable fraction of the universe itself. Of course, it's going to be far more power than a single 9th tier mage can possibly hope to wield. It takes a god to wield such a thing properly, which is why we must hurry to get you to that level. I noticed earlier that it seemed to return to your old sword. Does it remember where it used to sit? I'm sure it does, and as it bows to my bloodline, it doesn't surprise me at all that my old friend wants to go home. The Thunderbird's attention had now fully returned to the Iron Needle, and Leon noticed the family sword flying over, almost on its own accord. However, when the Thunderbird held out a hand on its appearance, he knew that that wasn't the case. The sword, made from the Thunderbird's blood, rocketed into her hand and seemed to almost quiver in joy, a reaction that Leon didn't think he could ever remember it giving upon being grasped by him. For just a moment, he felt jealousy flaring up within him, but it was easily tamped down. The sword was, after all, the Thunderbird's more than his, even if he was quite attached to it. You want to go back in, don't you? The Thunderbird practically cooed as she held out the weapon's handle, and the Iron Needle sparked with red, purple, and blue lightning, and shook like it could barely stop itself from flying at the sword. It pleases me to know that you remember me so fondly, but now isn't the time. The Thunderbird sounded quite disappointed, and Leon was a little shocked to see the Iron Needle settle down in response. For something that supposedly isn't sapient, it's not doing a good job of convincing me it isn't, Leon whispered. Such is the way of universe fragments, the Thunderbird replied. They're intelligent, but not sapient, not in the way you and I are. Leon shrugged and turned his attention back to the matter at hand. So, how do I wield this thing without killing myself from magic overload? That's the thing. You don't, the Thunderbird cheekily replied. At least, not yet. Not soon. It's better if you don't even touch the iron needle any more than you have to before you've achieved apotheosis. That's discouraging, Leon responded dejectedly. Indeed, but remember that I'm only talking about touching it. About wielding it. This is a universe fragment, not a sharp piece of metal you stick into something to make it explode in lightning. There's a reason I embedded it into my sword rather than wielding it raw and unfettered. Its power needs to be contained and channeled, tamed and brought to heel. Then why not put it back into the sword, if that's already its container, because you're 9th tier, boy. You're too smart to keep rephrasing this question. Don't even think about trying to use it in battle unless you're post-apotheosis, or your situation has deteriorated past the point of salvation. Improperly wielded, this thing could destroy this entire plane. If you wanted to, you could probably even amplify it enough to destroy the entire divine graveyard. But restricting its power to something that you can use without destroying everything that you know and love is another matter. So, Leon, what do you think you need to do? Leon went quiet for a moment as he surveyed the iron needle and then glanced at the sword of his clan, the sword forged from adamant created with the Thunderbird's own blood, the sword wielded by Jason Carranos and, as far as he knew, every Thunder King and Rame Archduke that reigned in the Bull Kingdom. The sword that had responded to the Thunderbird so much more joyously than it ever had for him. It had come when he'd lost it, sure, but if he were to try that now when the Thunderbird had it in her hand, he already knew which one the weapon would side with. Hells, he remembered when the Thunderbird first told him of adamant and filled him in on the history of the blade, and had ordered him to attack her with it. The blade had simply refused to even come close to touching her flesh. The adamant blade made of her blood couldn't be used to harm her, as it was, in effect, an extension of her own body, and responded to her will. Since he bore the Thunderbird's power, that made it almost like an extension of his body, too, but not quite to the same degree. At this realization, his heart plummeted into his feet. He was quite attached to the sword, having used it for more than half his life at this point, and having seen his father wield it for all his remaining years. It was his family's ancestral weapon, even if it was but a simple steel blade and unadorned handle at first glance, little more than a well-made, but unremarkable longsword that any blacksmith with skill could churn out half asleep. I need a sword of my own, Leon whispered, hating every syllable that he uttered. To give up the weapon of his clan, even for something all his own, was disquieting. Yes, you do, the Thunderbird said. There are many other ways you can use the iron needle, but if you ever want to use it in battle, then you have to make your own weapon. And before that can happen, you need to learn how to make adamant. Proper adamant, not that imitation stuff that you made your armor out of. Now, your skills in blacksmithing are undoubtedly greater than mine already, but I can still teach you this. Leon, it's time for you to learn how to sky-forge adamant, and finally your own weapon. And with it in hand, you'll be able to use the iron needle in battle, if you have need for such power. Chapter 822. The new workshop. Leon's family, retinue, and much of his household were there to greet him and Anzu upon their return to the villa. Elise, Maya, and Valeria all gave them both plenty of attention, and Alex and Alcander all but demanded a celebratory party for their success. However, Leon wasn't that keen on holding the party, especially since the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid were still staying in his home. Fortunately, they were out on some kind of official business in Oculera, leaving Leon and Anzu to return in relative peace, but Leon fully expected they'd be paying him a visit before the day was up. For the time being, though, Leon and Anzu contented themselves with some home-cooked food and some time spent with everyone else. During the mid-afternoon meal, they regaled everyone with their tales of the Northern Vales, with Anzu especially taking pride in describing his triumphs over hordes of ice wraiths, producing the ice wraith cores he'd managed to seize over the past couple months. Leon, however, was a little more taciturn. He had no real qualms about telling his people what had happened, but there was one person made conspicuous by his absence after all. Even his less socially adept retainers had come to greet him, such as Tikos, Helen, Maya, and Red, but of everyone else, Nestor was the only one who didn't show up. Leon wasn't quite sure what to make of that since Nestor was just as invested in his rebuilding of the clan as he was. Retrieving the Iron Needle was something of paramount importance, so Leon figured Nestor would have been at the front or as close to it as Leon's ladies would allow of the line to hear how Leon had fared. As it was, while Anzu went off to sleep in his own bed following the meal, Leon made his way down to his workshop, accompanied by Elise, Maya, and Valeria. The rest of his people all scattered to see to their own business, though not before getting some tentative agreement from Leon to consider the potential of maybe, possibly, weighing the merits of contemplating some kind of party to celebrate his return. It would have to be small, Leon figured, if he decided upon it. Can't have the Empire's knowing what it is I now have. Probably wouldn't survive that particular storm of greed. As he and Anzu had flown in, Leon had noticed quite a few changes to his workshop. Most of the building, once made entirely of beautiful, polished white stone, was now coated in some kind of glossy black stone not unlike what the Iron Needle had created in its crater from the constant lightning it emitted. Even the roof tiles had been swapped out for what looked like polished obsidian. Other than that, Leon could sense a profound change in the way that magic flowed around his villa. One of the first enchantments he'd made sure to set up in the place upon moving in so many years ago sucked in magic power from the environment to make more heavily saturate his villa in it. As a result, the air in his estate was generally about 3 or 4 times as dense with magic power as the environment around it. Given the sheer amount of power present in the environment around the Great Central Sea and the size of Leon's estate, this wasn't particularly noticeable, and thankfully not illegal, but since Leon had been 8th tier at the time, and most of his people had been stronger than 4th tier, such an enchantment wasn't particularly important to their magical journeys. What it did, however, was heavily subsidize the magic power cost that the rest of his enchantment scheme demanded, lightening the power load on the huge crystal that Leon used to power his villa's wards. He guessed that this one enchantment likely bought him 30 or 40% of his estate's power requirements just by itself. Now, however, it seemed like Nestor had reinforced that particular enchantment, raising the amount powered. By how much, Leon wasn't sure, especially since he was certain that Nestor would have added quite a few other enchantments that would drink power like a man dying of dehydration finally finding water. It was telling, though, that Leon wasn't able to sense too much of Nestor's alterations. They were subtle and hidden even more so than Leon's enchantments had been before. That in mind, though, the black stone that his workshop had been coated with was hardly subtle. "What is all this?" Leon asked Valeria as their group approached. "He wouldn't tell me," Valeria growled, anger momentarily crossing her otherwise stoic face. "I've been trying to keep up with the changes he's been making," but her success, or lack thereof, was evident enough in her frustration. Fortunately, Elise had something to add. "Nestor's been requesting quite a bit of material in excess of what he asked for before," she explained. "The stone he used for the workshop was quite expensive, but not excessively so. Some of the rest of the raw materials he requested were, while not expensive, still quite bulky, and those labor golems have been hard at work making noise at all hours for weeks now. We haven't been allowed inside in a few weeks," Valeria said venomously as they reached the workshop's front door. "He's been denying you access?" Leon asked, surprised. "He's been insistent that we stay out of his hair," Valeria clarified. "Not exactly banned from the workshop, but discouraged from coming inside. We decided to wait for you before trying to force our way in and seeing what was what." "I was looking forward to doing just that," Maya dryly stated. "I will miss having the excuse to remind that man that he's dead. I shall have to find something else to torture him with." "Were you really torturing him like that?" Leon asked. Maya shrugged, but Leon caught the ghost of a smile playing at her lips. "Thanks, everyone," he said. "I'll try and rein him in, then. I'm not thrilled about the aesthetic changes, but if I know him, then there's likely a good reason for what he's been doing. Crack his skull for me, if you would," Valeria said as she smiled at him. "And for me," Elise said as she kissed him on the cheek. Maya didn't say anything, but Leon could feel her agreement with the sentiment as she imitated Elise. With that, Elise took the other 2 ladies' arms and steered them back toward the main villa, though not before throwing Leon one last intense look that promised great things would come later, if he wasn't too preoccupied with Nestor. Leon smiled back, letting his hunger for his lovers show itself on his face for just long enough for all 3 to smile back in anticipation, and with varying levels of embarrassment. "By the way," Elise called back over her shoulder. "He has his cat." Leon's eyebrows shot up, and he quickly entered the workshop. Fortunately, the security wards he'd crafted were still there, unmodified, so he had no trouble entering even though it was locked. Immediately, he realized that his workshop had been completely changed. The most obvious change was that almost all of his old tools were gone, replaced with shiny new ones that looked sleeker, sturdier, and shinier. Most of all, they took up less space, which was good because there was now less space to go around, what with the massive number of new things that had completely taken over 1/4 of his workshop. As far as he could tell, they were more advanced tools for golem assembly, though since there weren't any frames under construction, it was hard for him to tell for sure. Next to these tools, desks, and stations were the 2 labor golems that he'd left with Nestor, neither looking active. As far as he could tell, his blacksmithing apparatus was still intact, as was his enchanting kit, but he'd have to reacquaint himself with all the new tools. They certainly looked good, all shiny and polished and clean, but appearances could be deceiving, and by Nestor's admission, he didn't know that much about blacksmithing, so Leon wasn't sure how good the new tools that were here now would fare. In another corner, Leon noticed a large animal cage, a roughly used scratching post almost twice as tall as he was, several large stuffed and rope toys, and a big cat about the size and shape of a tiger, but with claws as black as night and a coat the color of bright tropical wood, striped heavily with oranges and reds. Most eye-catching of all, however, was a rune made of light hovering in the very center of the workshop, pulsing with collected power, the power it had gathered being channeled into the workshop's enchantments with every pulse. Leon recognized it as the same rune that Nestor had used to steal all of the power in his soul realm during his brief attempt to possess his body. "What have you done to this place?" Leon called out, his outrage only about half serious. Nestor poked his head out from behind a shelf stacked with paper and ink, his golem frame looking different compared to when Leon had seen it last. The man had obviously done more than just upgrade the workshop but had apparently taken to upgrading his chassis as well. First of all, his featureless head was gone, replaced with one that had actual eyes, a pair of sapphires burning blue with arcane light set into the face of his metallic head. The rest of his frame had been completely plated in armor, leaving the rest of its internal components unable to be inspected, though it was about half a foot taller than before, so Leon knew something was up. "Leon," Nestor called out, "welcome back. Did you get the iron needle?" "Yes, but first, what have you done to my workshop?" Leon repeated, "My home, my quiet place, you've changed everything." "As I said I would," Nestor dismissively replied as he strode out fully from behind the shelf. "I told you that this place needed a complete renovation, and renovate is what I did. You'll find that everything has seen an upgrade from the garbage that you left here, and I'm not even done yet." "What's this?" Leon demanded, pointing to the hovering light rune. "That's powering the enchantments in the workshop," Nestor responded, his tone a little condescending as if he thought it beneath him to answer that particular question, or he thought it obvious. "I leave for just a couple months and find that you've been playing around with ancient runes. Dead man, you have to know how that looks. How does that look?" Nestor asked, his tone challenging Leon to do something about his changes. Leon just smiled. "A bold move, then. I wouldn't have left you here if I didn't trust you. The fact that you're still here proves me right. But instinctive outrage and condemnation of any and all change aside, I'm going to need a tour." "What have you done to my workshop?" Leon's final question was much softer than his previous ones, and though Nestor was only made of steel, his posture still relaxed as if he were human, and he pulled Leon into a quick and rather awkward hug. "Good to see you back, Leon," Nestor said with some warmth. That warmth was immediately lost when he rigidly added, "The clan is resting upon your shoulders, and your shoulders alone. I could die and nothing would change. Everyone else here could die, and nothing could change. But you are the last hope of our clan, and I would hope that you do your duty in the coming years." "What are you getting at, dead man?" "I'm saying have kids. It's time. And did you get the iron needle, or did you return home with your tail tucked between your legs?" "I'm glad I didn't miss you," Leon sarcastically replied. "I will have kids on my own time, thank you very much." "Ensuring the continuing of the dynasty is of paramount importance," Nestor replied, though he didn't look like he was going to press the issue. "Regardless, let me show you around." Leon, still frowning, followed Nestor to a large desk set up near the back of the room. "This is hardly a substitute for the kind of tools I would have had access to, but I think you'll find these are far superior at measuring and inscribing enchantments than what you've been using so far." Nestor scoffed and added, "You've been drawing your enchantments by hand, using hand tools for far too long. It's time to start adding some actual sophistication to your work." As Nestor went through each and every one of the tools that he'd added to Leon's workshop, Leon couldn't help but stare in wonder at each one they passed. Generally speaking, almost all enchantment work done on Eterna could only really be done by hand. There were some attempts made to create finer and more precise tools, but they were, more often than not, too fragile to use for higher-tier mages, who needed to use their enhanced strength and speed to make most enchantments within any kind of acceptable timeframe. But what Nestor had built for Leon were instruments like light projectors that he could use to make incredibly precise measurements, mark off areas that needed certain runic glyphs, and even project perfect grids onto spell paper. Also added were a number of metallic arms and inscribing tools that Leon could utilize through a control console, ensuring that work could be machine precise, cutting down on physical effort and the number of mistakes he might make. There were even settings Nestor added for the various inscribing tools to automatically write down runes where Leon needed them to be. What truly caught Leon's eye, however, was a mirror that Nestor enchanted that could turn into something like a light screen, its surface turning from a reflective surface into one that was opaque black. Then, Leon could use an accompanying tool to automatically inscribe various enchantments onto its surface, allowing him to visualize enchantments without going through the more labor-intensive sketching phase first. It was as simple as selecting the proper rune on the mirror's control console, using the tool to mark where it needed to be, and it would appear on the mirror's surface. Then, if any lines needed to be drawn, the mirror could also create them mathematically perfect. Leon started to practically salivate, the urge to start playing with his new toys already so strong that he'd almost lost sight of the more important things that needed to be addressed. After showing him around the enchantment area, Nestor walked him over to the blacksmithing area of the workshop. Since Nestor had little knowledge of the art of smithing, most of Leon's tools hadn't been meaningfully changed. However, he did at least refine Leon's furnace and crucibles to be much smaller than they used to be, without losing any functionality. The second to last section of the workshop was the new golem assembler. There weren't any magical machines there that would allow Nestor to mass-produce golems, but he did have all the tools that he needed to build any golems he wanted by hand. The last and final section of the workshop was the smallest, consisting of only a single large station. It was a large golden tube stretching from the floor to just a few inches shy of the workshop's ceiling. Its diameter was just slightly smaller than Leon's shoulder width, and all along the tube in various places were glass panels, showing intricate metalwork and complex enchantments running up and down the tube just below the golden surface. In the very center of the tube was a glass panel that had nothing behind it, only an empty container of decent size. This is where the iron needle can be safely stored and studied, Nestor explained. Even something as powerful as a universe fragment, so long as it's not being consciously used by the one to whom it has submitted itself to destroy the container, won't break through. So complete will its magical isolation be that even if I hadn't completely restructured this entire workshop, those 10th tier mages who seem to think they live here and constantly sniff about this place won't be able to sense it. Leon's eyes narrowed. We'll get back to this and the changes you've made to my workshop in a moment, but the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid have been sniffing around this building. Not in person, Nestor answered, but the wards pick up their magic senses probing the workshop at least once per day. Them, along with a couple other magical signatures, too. How many, precisely? 2. Leon frowned. 10th tier as well. Nestor's golem body nodded. Probably the Keeper and Sunlit Emperors. Then, Leon speculated, but a moment later he thought of Tusk. They're not the only 10th tier beings on this plane, but I think they're a safe assumption. What's without doubt, is that you and I are under close scrutiny, Nestor said. We knew that already, Leon responded. If they're not making a big deal out of the workshop's changes, then we won't either. I'm the Chief of Magical Research and Development, we can explain anything away. And they don't need to know. Despite this, Leon still scowled, not wanting any of the Empires poking their noses into his business, especially not when his business was so sensitive as to include Nestor, golems, the Iron Needle, and, for the Thunderbirds tutoring in the few days it took Leon and Anzu to come back south from the Crater Tribe, Sky Forging Adamant. Let's get the Iron Needle into the containment unit, then, Leon said, and Nestor dutifully opened the glass panel. Leon then conjured the Iron Needle and placed it in the empty chamber, after which Nestor not only closed the glass panel but activated a hidden enchantment that caused the panel to completely disappear, making it seem like it wasn't there at all and keeping the Iron Needle hidden from view. He then showed Leon how to activate and dispel the illusion and how to open the containment unit. Now, this thing has to do more than just contain the Iron Needle, right? Leon asked. Nestor nodded again. Within it are almost all the sensors that we might need to study the Iron Needle's lightning. Well, to a certain extent, the sensors aren't as sensitive as they could be if I had the resources I had back in our clan's glory days at hand, but I've done what I could. It's appreciated, Nestor, Leon said with genuine warmth. He clapped Nestor on the shoulder and asked, "So, what did you do to the outside of my workshop? That's, I'm sure, what's gotten everyone's attention and why they're so keen on watching this place and probing its defenses." "Right," Nestor replied. In short, he explained that he'd fortified the workshop so completely that not even a 10th tier mage would be able to force their way in. Leon was able to follow most of what Nestor explained, but some of it went over his head a bit. The bottom line, however, was that his workshop was now practically a fortress, and there wouldn't be any way for anyone to enter it without his express approval. At least Chapter 823, Imperial Appetite's Adamant. The very word, after his conversation with Nestor, had Leon practically rubbing his hands in greed. The metal was mana-infused steel, in its simplest form at least, and that meant that any power that could flow through one's blood could also flow through adamant just as well. It was stronger than enchanted steel and could channel the wielder's power better as well. But for the one whose blood it had been forged from, adamant was unparalleled. Leon's power would flow through any weapon he made of true adamant and would respond to him as if it were an extension of his own body. If it were old enough, as with his family's blade, it might even form some kind of will, some measure of sentience that would keep the weapon with his line and out of the hands of others. Of course, until he was capable of forging the stuff properly, all he could do was rub his hands together and dream of all the things that might be possible with it. The pseudo-adamant that his armor was made of wasn't the real thing, and while it was strong, it wasn't as strong as it could be, nor would it ever develop any kind of will of its own. After getting the tour of his new workshop, Leon had sat down with Nestor and had a long chat with him in the Thunderbird, even taking the chance of bringing Nestor back into his soul realm so that they could speak without going through him letting him out again after the conversation was over, for obvious reasons. It was clear enough that, on his own, Leon wasn't yet capable of producing adamant in the way that the Thunderbird knew of, and Nestor couldn't help with that in any real way. Sky forging was the way that true adamant was forged, as far as the Thunderbird knew. Post-apotheosis mages from other elemental kingdoms in the Nexus knew of other ways of creating adamant, but those were not known to either her or Nestor. And to properly sky forge, Leon needed to be at least post-apotheosis, and Leon wasn't even close to brushing against that boundary yet. However, Leon had the Iron Needle, and he had Thunder Wood, two sources of near-limitless lightning magic. If used right, Leon could supplement his own power with that of the Iron Needle at least, and possibly succeed at creating true adamant, and from that, create a new sword of his own. Though he was excited about the possibilities such a forging technique presented, Leon was still incredibly conflicted about forging a new weapon for himself. His family's sword meant more to him than he could describe in words, and replacing it, even with a weapon of his own, making a weapon made from his blood no less, wasn't an easy prospect to face. As much as he wanted to try sky forging, Leon guessed that he might be putting it off for a little while, until he could work up the nerve to replace his current weapon. Still, he could hardly contain his excitement as he made his way back to his villa, leaving Nestor to run a battery of tests on the Iron Needle, nothing too invasive, as Leon was sure the universe fragment wouldn't take kindly to being subjected to every experiment that Nestor could put it through, but enough to at least try and tease out a few reproducible reactions. Leon would have been in there with him, learning how to better control the Iron Needle and seeing what he might learn from the object that essentially had complete mastery over lightning magic, but he had other duties to see to first and foremost, spending time with his family, friends, and Heaven's Eye. He'd been gone almost 2 months, and he needed to take care of his own business before he could lose himself in his research and development. So, he first went and found Elise and Maya and spent a couple hours with them. Then, he called his retinue together and, with Valeria at his side, held a short training session meant more to spend time with his retinue than to actually train. Then, it was off to Heaven's Eye, where he formally relieved Talal of command over his branch of the guild. He spent the next few hours being briefed on all the fascinating and compelling research that had been done in his absence, along with being notified of a few bureaucratic, logistical, and personal issues his project leads had. Fortunately, Talal was there to help with the organization and paperwork, but Leon still had to make peace between a couple of project leads who'd nearly come to blows over resource allocation while he'd been gone. One of them, the more belligerent one, Leon noted had been reassigned from nature magic research just a few years before, and had been having attitude problems ever since. Leon supposed it made some sense, as the project he'd been reassigned to was Tico's calm lotuses. His skill set wasn't geared toward understanding the lotuses, though as project lead he was more there to ensure that the actual researchers stayed funded and on task. Leon guessed he was still resentful of his transfer, even if it was to a higher position. So, as punishment for starting a conflict between the Calm Lotus team and the Maul team, who the Calm Lotus team lead had accused of embezzling some of the vast resources Leon had been pouring into the project, which Leon knew for a fact was untrue, Leon had him reassigned to something more in line with his skill set, leading the team that would research growing silk grass outside of the northern vales. It would be a smaller team and one that he could move to a more remote lab out in the countryside where he wouldn't be a problem for anyone else in Oculara. Finally, he needed to see to the resource problems that were plaguing his ARC research team, which had started presenting themselves even before he'd left. Fortunately, their primary problems were with magic power storage, with much of their budget going to large gems that could store the vast amounts of magic power that would be needed to power an ARC, as well as to whatever quantities of titanstone they could get their hands on. With the Iron Needle, Leon knew that he could solve at least the power issues, assuming he could master the needle. The fulgurite that he'd seen in the needle's chamber had been more than powerful enough that he felt he could use it in place of other gems for power storage, which would mean breakthroughs in more than just his ARC research projects. He just had to figure it out within the next half year or so, or else he'd have to start making budget cuts to keep at least some of his researchers and engineers working. With that done and all the other reports he needed in hand, Leon returned to his villa. Night had fallen by then, and he was both unsurprised and somewhat unenthusiastic about finding that both the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid were there, too, apparently waiting for him. They accosted him almost as soon as he walked into the villa, and before Leon had even taken off his boots, the Lord Protector rushed over to Leon and pulled him into a tight embrace that almost lifted Leon off his feet. "Welcome back to civilization, Leon," Anastasios boomed as he squeezed Leon so tightly that Leon thought he heard his ribs creak in protest. "Don't squeeze too hard," the Grand Druid playfully rebuked. "My dear Cassandra can't marry a corpse." Anastasios laughed and let go, and Leon took a moment to regain his composure. Ignoring the Grand Druid's comment, he said, "Glad to see you two here. How about we take this out of my atrium and go somewhere a little more comfortable?" A minute later, they were in one of Leon's more private sitting rooms, Leon in an armchair across from the two of them sitting quite intimately close to each other on a sofa. "How was your journey north, Leon?" Anastasios asked. "You never did tell us what it was for, you know." Leon smiled and said not a word. "That's fine, though," the Grand Druid said after a moment. "You claimed private business, so we won't pry much," Anastasios responded, but the Grand Druid poked him in the ribs, drawing a cry of surprise from the older man. "How were things back here?" Leon asked, not interested in just watching the two of them flirt in front of him. "Productive, yes," the Grand Druid exclaimed. "I spoke at length with your tree sprite friend. That one's so knowledgeable about nature magic, I feel like we could speak for days and never get tired." Leon continued to smile diplomatically, but his eyes slid over to Anastasios. "Your other than human retainers are quite interesting themselves," the Lord Protector added. "Your wyvern and river nymph weren't talkative, but I got a few words in. I'd still love to speak with your demon, though you left before we got a chance to share words." "Right," Leon responded. "I'll get that set up right away. I think he'll have to meet with one of my researchers soon. We can set something up in a few days." Anastasios nodded. "Honestly, Leon, the amount of magic that can be learned from non-humans is staggering. You're quite lucky not only to have a demon, but 3, 4, the Grand Druid corrected. Don't forget about that griffin of his, right, 4 non-human retainers. And all powerful enough to assume at least mostly human form, too. Leon, would you allow not just me, but some of my Empire's mages to come here on occasion to seek insight from your retainers?" "I'm not running a school or some philosophical monastery," Leon replied, a little more edge to his tone than he'd consciously intended. "I value my privacy, you two know that. And I'm grateful for all that you do for me with regards to the Keeper and the less than friendly people to me and mine that are in your empires, but I wouldn't send a constant stream of people," Anastasios assured him. "But the opportunity to speak with non-humans about the magic that they were born with is a tremendous opportunity. It might not translate to direct power, but the light it could shine into my own people's magical journeys could be invaluable. It might even advance our understanding of the magical elements by significant degrees." Leon slowly nodded. Thanks to the Thunderbird's power, he had some affinity with water magic, and he'd practiced it on occasion with Maya. He'd discussed the element not only with her, but with the Thunderbird herself, Valeria, and several other strong water mages in Heaven's Eye. But of all of them, he felt like Maya had been the most helpful when it came to understanding and applying water magic, even above the Thunderbird, though she couldn't always describe it in human terms. But he also knew that most of his non-human retainers weren't particularly social. It would take some doing to get them to agree to speak with a bunch of Imperial pilgrims hoping for a kernel of knowledge or wisdom from the powerful beings living under his roof. "I'll speak with them," Leon said after some thought. "I promise no more than that. But I will emphasize that while my services are guaranteed to a reasonable extent thanks to your support, my people are under no obligation to agree. My responsibilities and agreements are not theirs. You are their lord," Anastasios protested, though his tone and aura both remained light. "If you were to order them to, we will await word on their decision," the Grand Druid interrupted. A look of admonishment sent Anastasios' way. The Lord Protector simply smiled and nodded. "So we will. I hope that we can all come to equitable arrangements, then. Please be assured that any of our mages that come here for words would come with adequate compensation. Guaranteed by the two of us, of course. Rates will depend on them, and only if they agree," Leon said, exasperation finding its way into his voice. Thankfully, the Lord Protector dropped the matter there, and the Grand Druid pivoted. "That's all we ask, Leon. Now, are you going to be busy in the next few weeks?" "I've just returned home and have a lot of work to catch up on," Leon explained, his thoughts turning not only to the reports he had in his soul realm, several of which he was quite interested in reading, but also to the Iron Needle. "My plate's going to be exceptionally full in the near future. Is there something in your empire that demands my attention?" "More like someone," the Grand Druid with a knowing smile. That smile had Leon thinking of blonde hair, red eyes, and a confident smile. It also had him thinking of arrogance, overconfidence, and the crestfallen attitude of one who'd had to be carried off the battlefield despite her considerable power and prestigious title. He was able to maintain his stoic demeanor, but the Grand Druid stared at him as if she knew exactly whose face had flashed through his mind. "It's not my granddaughter," she said, and Leon couldn't help but feel some disappointment, though he kept it out of his expression. "I was just hoping you could attend a celebration we're having in Evergold in 3 weeks. We're celebrating the turn of the century, and such celebrations are always extravagant affairs. Many people of high station will be there, and I was hoping you would honor our celebration with your presence, and with that of your lovely family." "We'll see," Leon stated noncommittally. He figured Elise would love to attend, Valeria would be a little more ambivalent, and Maya would only go if both he and Elise agreed. "Would rather say no, to be honest," Leon grumbled internally, but knew that an invitation from the Grand Druid wasn't so easily dismissed. "Of course, dear," the Grand Druid replied, infuriating Leon slightly with her attitude. "While you're there, there is a matter I was hoping you could help my empire with. More than that, I'm not at liberty to say right now." Leon cocked an eyebrow, noting that even Anastasios seemed curious about what the Grand Druid was saying. "My villa is quite secure, it's fine to speak your mind," Leon said. "Indeed it is secure," the Grand Druid said. "And on that note, we ought to discuss the changes that have been made here in the past few weeks. We've noticed a strange golem wandering your halls, not speaking with anyone, but making adjustments to your security wards and supervising the renovation of one of your estate's outer buildings. I would love to know what's going on with all of that." She gave Leon a penetrating stare, though her smile remained unwavering. Anastasios, meanwhile, took a moment to tear his gaze away from her and redirect it in Leon's direction, a rather expectant look on his face. "Is this some legacy of your clan that you've taken possession of?" he asked. "I ought to offer my congratulations on finding such a treasure. You have aided us both greatly in unlocking arcs, golems, and more besides, but I can't help but marvel at such a thing that can upgrade even your formidable defenses." Leon's smile thinned, but he didn't rise to any unspoken questions. "I'm a lucky man," he said. "I'm grateful for what I have, and proud of what I've accomplished. Unfortunately, not all of the boons that I've been blessed with can be shared, and this golem is one of them. Its presence here at my villa is non-negotiable, though I might be able to share a few of its upgrades with you, if I'm able." He stared back at them both, daring them to press the issue. He could tell they were interested in whatever Nestor had done to his wards. Leon was already suspecting that there were ancient runes now incorporated into its ward scheme, but in this case, he wasn't intending to give them anything if they were too arrogant. Of course, he was more than willing to ask Nestor to kick them just enough information to get them to back off, but the truly valuable stuff was not going to be shared, especially anything that might compromise his defenses. Your generosity is truly legendary, the Lord Protector said without a hint of sarcasm. I hope you're able to extract at least a little bit of information from that golem. Safety measures ought to be shared with us all, don't you think? That we might all live in peace. I love peace, Leon replied with a muted glare. I wish for nothing but peace. Those who bring war and death to my door are as unwelcome here as they might be at your palaces. I understand that you both love peace as much as I do, and wouldn't want to see any such conflict break out that might threaten it. I'm sure I'll be able to find something to help us all in this noblest of endeavors. That's all we ask, the Grand Druid said. Peace is all of our aims and its preservation, and we all know that its cost is shared by all who benefit from it. It makes me happy that we're all on the same page. Leon nodded, exchanging only a few more pleasantries with the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid before they both left him alone in the sitting room. And as soon as they were gone, he let out the ugly expression that he'd been repressing throughout the last half of the meeting. They treated him quite well, on a personal level. The Grand Druid was like a doting grandmother and the Lord Protector like a cool uncle. But they weren't either of those things, and their relationship, while it could be friendly, was still entirely transactional. As friendly as they could seem, they weren't friends. He couldn't wait until he'd gained enough power to get them off his back as soon as possible, though he wondered if he could even get to that point. As they'd indicated before, his rapid rise in power had more people nervous than just the keeper, and with the Iron Needle in hand, his rise would only accelerate. He was starting to think that he might have to start thinking about actively reaching out to the Sky Devils, for just waiting around for them to contact him was taking longer than he'd like, and if he had to stand against the empires, he'd need their support. Assuming they were willing and able to give it. Chapter 824. Dead Arcs, it's good that you're back, Leon, the director said as Leon joined him and Penelope in his office. It's good to be back, Leon replied with a professional smile plastered across his face. He wasn't particularly happy to be in the director's office, but the man had reached out personally for a meeting. Leon had only been back in Oculara for a day and wanted to focus on his projects, but when the director himself reaches out, he had to respond positively. Leon, Penelope whispered in greeting. Leon gave her a more genuine smile and head nod. So, he said, how have things been in my absence? Fine, the director replied, his aged features utterly impassive. Not great, but fine. The war in the south hasn't gone anywhere, Penelope added, to Leon's gratitude. Whenever they'd had a meeting like this, Leon had always been more concerned about the Sky Devils than just about anything else, so it didn't surprise him at all that she picked up on what he was more specifically asking about. The Imperials, the director said, his emotions still subdued, but letting just enough spite into his voice for Leon to pick up on it, are still keeping the Sky Devils contained within the sword. The shipyards have managed to recoup most of their losses 5 years ago, but now the Sky Devils are dug into the sword, and dislodging them has proven a task beyond even Imperial power. Leon smiled. The situation wasn't ideal, but as far as things went, it wasn't bad, either. Sure, fewer Sky Devils meant a smaller potential force he might be able to recruit, but since they weren't yet in his corner, nothing could be counted on. Still, the fact that the Imperials were making so little headway against the Sky Devils was a bit surprising. Do we know why the Sky Devils are giving them so much trouble? Leon asked. I mean, I'm sure the tactical and strategic situations are terrible, but I would have figured all 4 empires with their focus. Hardly all 4 empires, the director interjected. The only one that has committed a substantial force has been the Sunlit Empire, and even then, they've been conservative with their troop deployments. Only assaults with overwhelming force have been approved so far, and even then, they've not made much progress. The Sunlit Emperor himself hasn't yet personally involved himself in the war, either, further restricting their ability to act. Leon lightly scowled. There were battles that, in his opinion, the Sunlit Emperor could have tipped in Imperial favor if he'd only been there. It wasn't like the Sky Devils had anything or anyone that could single-handedly stop him, though they could with the proper application of combined arms. But their problem was that if the Sunlit Empire were to manage to tie up those other resources or launch a large enough attack, they'd have no answer for the Emperor himself. So, and not for the first time, Leon wondered just what the Sunlit Emperor was up to that was so important that the war in the south was taking up his time. He's still preoccupied with whatever personal project he's been working on, I suppose. He asked. As far as we can tell, Penelope replied. And so far, we've been unable to figure out just what exactly he's trying to do, which is disturbing. I wouldn't have thought the Imperials could hide anything from us so completely, and yet here we are. Case in point, the director said, Leon, the Grand Druid made mention of a celebration in Evergold in the near future when she last visited your villa, did she not? Yes, Leon said, cocking his eyebrow as he did. He didn't think the director was trying to actively spy on him, so he wondered just how he knew that, though he left the question remain unasked. Fortunately, the director seemed in a mood to explain. I thought so, he said with a sagely nod of his head. Evergold recently uncovered something close to the border with Ilion. Something that took our people a long time to identify given just how secret they were keeping the site. The director nodded to Penelope, who took over the explanation. They found an ark, Leon, she bluntly stated. Leon blinked in surprise, both at the value of such a thing, and also that it was apparently such a secret. Since entering into the bargain with the Grand Druid and Lord Protector for his help in activating some of his clan's old legacies in return for protection and support against anyone like the Keeper, he'd helped both empires to reactivate a couple arcs. Though those were a bit on the small, old, and decrepit side, he silently noted. What more do we know about it? He asked. It's big and powerful, Penelope said. Likely heavily armed, though our contacts haven't been able to confirm this. We believe it's probably a war arc that went down during the chaos following your clan's fall from grace. Leon lightly scowled. They'll want you to try and activate it, the director growled. It must be said that a find of this magnitude is unprecedented. War arcs are nothing new, relatively speaking, but one hasn't been found intact in more than 10,000 years. Those war arcs that have been found haven't been operable, and only serve as inspiration and research material. Well, Penelope murmured as she sent a pointed glance the director's way. Leon, picking up on the obvious look, asked, You have war arcs of my clan. The director didn't immediately answer, but when he did, he stated, I'm still nervous about showing you the arcs we have. So long as this war in the south goes on, there will be no small amount of scrutiny paid to you, Leon. But with this new situation in the north, it seems we have little choice. Before you go to the sacred Golden Empire, I would show you what we have, Leon. You should be prepared to inspect whatever it is that Evergold has found. And because they're arcs of my clan, Leon said, you weren't going to forget that part, were you? Many would confirm my claim to those arcs, remember. The director gave him a withering glare but didn't rise to his challenge, despite Leon's provocative smile. We'd like to bring you to our arcs now, Penelope quickly said, all but throwing herself between Leon and her father. Let's not get too carried away before then. Leon's smile softened, and he said to the director, just a little upset that it's taken this long to see those arcs. Was just making a joke. The director grunted, then turned toward one of his office's walls and magically interacted with it. An otherwise imperceptible door slid open, and without another word, the director strolled right into it. The arcs are this way, Penelope said. Or at least, our ride to the arcs is this way. We're going just like that, Leon exclaimed as he fell in beside her. I would have preferred to do this tomorrow or something. Would have come more prepared, like with Nestor, he thought. If it were analyzing any enchantments or pieces of magical engineering his clan left behind, the dead man had much greater skill than Leon thought he did. He was excited as hells to see these arcs, but without Nestor, he worried his own skills wouldn't be adequate to know what he was looking at. Better to do this quickly, Penelope explained. People know that you were here, even if these meetings aren't supposed to be public knowledge. If you left, only to return soon after breaking with our established patterns only for all of us to then disappear for a long while, then that might attract a few buzzards, flying too far above us to do anything about. Leon nodded in understanding. How long will this take, then? That'll be up to you, I think, but we probably shouldn't go beyond just a few hours. We have enough eyes trying to track us. Leon nodded again, agreeing with her at least in principle. Together, they followed the director through several well-appointed private hallways, and eventually to the director's personal hangar. Once inside, Leon gawked a bit at the sleek, surprisingly small arc waiting for them before boarding. He watched as closely as he could as the enchantments within it fired up and the magic engines propelled them, invisibly, out of the hangar and out into the skies above Oculara. So intent was he on inspecting the interior of the Ark that he barely even noticed they'd reached their destination until the Ark touched down and was lowered down into the massive underground Arkyard that housed all of the Arks that the director was concealing from the world. "Finally back with us, are you?" Penelope quipped as Leon returned to reality. "Was it that obvious?" Leon asked. "Your eyes were practically hanging out of their sockets the entire way here," she replied. Leon smirked and shrugged, but as soon as the Ark's doors opened and he saw what was waiting for them, his expression immediately twisted into one of abject awe. The Arkpad they'd landed on was at one end of a massive chamber, and several buildings stood at the other. There were 3 more Arkpads on each side of the chamber in between Leon's group and the buildings, each with an Ark resting upon it. These Arks were all bigger than the director's, and each one was seemingly bigger than the last. The crown jewel amongst this collection, however, was the largest of the Arks, a true behemoth of a thing that looked large enough to demand a permanent crew of thousands. Its Arkpad by itself was almost larger than the other 6 combined. It was at least 2,000 feet long and shaped like a narrow arrowhead. However, the front tip of the Ark was curved downward, and with its enormous landing gear, the entire Ark had a rather avian appearance that appealed to the vanity within Leon that he typically tried to ignore. Leon stared at each of these Arks, but his eyes almost always returned to the big one. Even with its rather subdued aesthetics, it was still the most stylish of all the Arks, all of which seemed to eschew aesthetics in their entirety in favor, Leon hoped, of a complete focus on functionality. "This is," he whispered, unable to finish the utterance. "I had the same reaction when I first saw all of this," Penelope observed with amusement. "Take your time, Leon, but the faster we get this quick inspection over with, the better." Right, Leon responded as he forced himself out of this reverie. "Let's go see what we can see. How much of these Arks has Heaven's Eye been able to access? As you may be able to see," the director intoned, "we don't have that many people working here. Even for Arks as large as these are, we can't risk having a large staff and having someone leak their locations. Every person we hire to work here is one more possible point of failure, another potential link for the empires to discover. And should they discover this place, then they'll try and seize it. This many ancient Arks in our hands present a massive problem for imperial power, not a single one would allow us to keep it." "Then they won't find out about it," Leon declared. "Let's hope you're right, but the faster we get these Arks operational, the better. Then let's get back to my question. How many systems of these Arks have you managed to turn on? I get that you're short-staffed, but you had the aid of vampires and more than enough years to get somewhere. For the most part, we haven't gotten far," the director explained as they stepped down from the Arkpad they'd landed on and began walking toward the first of the ancient Arks. "We've managed to access most areas within each Ark, but other than their life support systems and a few other non-critical systems, we haven't been able to get far. These things are secured with powerful blood magic, and even though it isn't much, we only managed to get as far as we did thanks to the expertise in blood magic that the vampires gave us." Leon frowned but refrained from saying anything, even though he had a lot he could say about it. He'd just be rehashing old arguments at this point, and with so many of the high-level vampires on the plane dead, there wasn't much point to it. "So we're just going to hope that my blood will be enough to get them up and running. A lot of trust you seem to have in my clan's engineering skills." "The Arks are fully functional," the director countered. "Or at least, such is our best guess judging by what we've found inside. They're well-preserved machines, and if it wasn't apparent, your clan knew how to build things to last when such robustness was needed. These were military vehicles, so such robustness was needed." "Then let's see what we can see," Leon whispered and approached the first of the Arks. It was the smallest, but even that was only relatively, it was still massive, being larger than any contemporary Ark he'd seen active on Eternus so far. It didn't have any obvious weapon emplacements, but that didn't mean much as far as he was concerned. It was, as most Arks were, shaped roughly like an arrowhead, though a bit flatter and broader than most he'd seen. The primary entrance was up a long ramp near the prow, and Leon practically skipped right on up. There were a few Heaven's Eye guards nearby, but he paid them no mind. What was more interesting to him were the thick security doors at the top of the ramp made of highly enchanted steel. Even though the Ark was apparently not active and more than 80,000 years old, there was still a startling amount of magic power running through the doors. He was a 9th-tier mage, and he didn't think he'd be able to force his way through if he tried. Fortunately, as soon as he stopped to investigate, an Arkyard worker came running forward saying, "I've got the do." Before he could finish his statement, a rune made of light flashed over the doors. For a moment, Leon felt the slight charge in the air of lightning magic, and then the doors simply swung open, revealing the long corridor behind it. At the same time, the ark seemed to almost come alive as magic power suddenly started flowing through it at much greater volume, and the ark's internal lights powered on. "Looks like it recognized you," Penelope whispered as she stopped right next to Leon. "How far have you explored inside?" Leon asked, focused entirely on the task at hand. "Not far," the director replied as he waved off the yard worker. All of the control rooms for the most critical rooms remained shut tightly, no matter how hard we tried to access them. "Then let me try," Leon said as he strode inside. "Just lead me anywhere you haven't been." Following the director's directions, Leon waltzed down the halls, glee filling his heart as doors opened for him to reveal what seemed like barracks, gathering halls, engineering compartments, and several dozen other rooms whose purpose he could only guess at. But finally, they reached the first room that the director steered them towards. The door was sealed by a particularly large bulkhead and led into a secured locked chamber. To the right was what was clearly a guard station, while at the other end of the chamber was another thick bulkhead that only opened when the first closed behind them. The other side was almost underwhelming given this level of security, consisting of a fairly cramped room of only a dozen or so control consoles. The very center of the room had a large circular table with a glass surface that glowed as Leon approached. Above the table's glass appeared a light projection of the entire ark with several areas on the wings highlighted. After taking a look at the other consoles as they lit up, Leon guessed what they were looking at. "This is a weapons station. I think most of the ark's weapons were controlled here. The big ones, at least." "Then, we'd best not touch anything carelessly," Penelope whispered. "Especially without knowing what we're doing," Leon replied with some dismay. The opportunity to inspect genuine weapons from his clan during their heyday was a dream come true, yet he didn't have the time. Together with Penelope and the director, he continued to explore the ark, eventually finding the main control room. It was located in the very center of the ark, as far as he could tell, and seemed almost a throne room, if any throne room could be considered such when it was so bereft of decoration. The room was rectangular, with one large seat for, Leon presumed, the ark's commander, in the back. More than 24 more consoles were arranged around it, and each console had at least 3 seats around it. There were no windows, and the walls were simple steel plates, lacking any and all ornamentation. It was a Spartan chamber, and one that Leon was rather surprised by, given his clan's more ostentatious tastes, in his experience. "Though, this is just the smallest of the arks," he noted. "This is," the director whispered as he took a few steps past Leon to take in the control room, all of its control consoles online and ready. "Incredible," Leon agreed, though he was loath to admit it aloud. It was going to take a lot of inspection just to figure out what consoles did what and what information they shared, let alone how to operate this smallest ark, but with Leon's help, Heaven's Eye could get started as soon as possible. What was more important was making sure that Leon himself didn't have to be present at all times while this testing took place. So, after taking in the sights a bit more, Leon, Penelope, and the director continued their exploration of the ark, finding many more compartments of interest, though little of it was immediately identifiable to Leon. He thought they found some armories, though most were empty save for a few swords and shields. More interesting, though more opaque to him, were the engineering compartments, as the magic engines and all the other machinery that allowed the ark to function were as much mechanical as they were magical, and even the magical parts were so advanced that he could barely understand what he was looking at. It seemed Nestor was right when he said that ark enchantments were far beyond him, as much as it pained him to admit. For now, though, Leon contented himself with this quick inspection, and soon he and his companions were back at the foot of the ramp. The ark powered down as soon as he left, unfortunately, which meant that they'd need to figure something out which didn't involve him coming back every time they wanted to turn on the lights. But before they could do that, they had 5 more arks to explore. Chapter 825, Storm Herald. It took several hours for Leon, Penelope, and the director to explore most of the remaining arks. For the most part, they simply explored, looking for anything of much value. However, it seemed that either everything of even middling value had been taken, the arks were simply Spartan from their construction, or both, for not even basic furniture could be found that wasn't nailed to the floor within them. Much of the interior spaces that had required Leon's presence to open were complex magical machines that Leon could hardly parse even with close examination. He was an enchanter and a blacksmith, not a magic engineer. He was worried that even Nestor would only know what the machines were, and not how they worked. That being said, he was sure that the biggest machines near the back of the arcs were the engines and power supply, and the smaller constructs along the outer parts of the hull were weapon systems that were too heavily integrated into the arcs to have been easily looted, though why they hadn't been subsequently scrapped, he didn't know, though he supposed that question could apply to the arcs as a whole, too. He was a little disappointed that he hadn't yet found anything that resembled golems or a golem assembler like what Nestor had built in his workshop, but he supposed such things would have been a little more portable, or at least not been on those arcs. As it was, Leon found himself a little frustrated setting eyes on what were undoubtedly miracles of magic, but not having the skill or experience to recognize or truly appreciate them. By the time they only had the largest and most ornate of the half-dozen arcs to inspect, Leon was quietly convinced that at least the first 5 had been military arcs, given their size, armament, and lack of decoration. He kept nearly all of his suspicions and realizations to himself, though, not wanting to declare what they were to Penelope and the director, only for Nestor to completely contradict him later when Leon told the dead man of what had happened today. So, Leon put those suspicions away for the moment and concentrated on the vaguely avian arc in front of him. The other arcs had silhouettes dominated by harsh, straight lines, and a brutal simplicity to their designs that reinforced Leon's assumption that they were military arcs, but this one had a much more elegant design, with a silhouette resembling a diving eagle with its landing supports like outstretched talons. Along with the fact that this arc was so much bigger than the others, it was as obvious as it could be that this arc was for someone important. Leon even suspected it was the personal arc of one of his clan members rather than one of the warriors in the clan's army or one of their vassals. As with the other arcs, the avian arc had a large ramp leading up into it, but instead of being near the prow as the others were, this one was closer to its center. Leon led the way right up, not hesitating at all. Even his curiosity built up all kinds of wondrous things that the arc might be full of. And not a single one will be in there, most likely, he cynically thought as he stopped in the shallow chamber at the top of the ramp, thick doors with a bright runic circle glowing at about chest height. It wasn't a large runic circle being just big enough for Leon to fit his entire hand, but it was eye-catching, and more importantly, Leon recognized it as being nearly identical to the ones that had locked his family's archives below Tira. "Did you ever get this door open?" Leon asked. "We've managed to subvert the enchantment on the door a few times," the director admitted. "We've not gotten much further than some of the adjacent chambers, however. This is the most protected arc we have, and even the interior enchantments are powerful to this day." Leon was caught between wanting to smile and frown, his lips twisting for a moment before he schooled his expression. It was just another piece of evidence that this arc was for someone important if it was even more heavily protected than the potential military arcs. Leon swiftly reached out and tapped the magic circle, causing it to flash with golden light and shock his finger with a bolt of lightning. He waited for half a second, and then the door swung open so easily and so silently that Leon would have hardly considered them sealed almost continuously for 80,000 years. What greeted him on the other side was an ornate atrium, the floors polished marble, the ceiling enchanted to look like the sky at midday. The walls had the appearance of polished gold, though Leon could just barely see faint engravings upon the surface that he recognized as complex light enchantments. Sure enough, after a moment, these many thousands of runes glowed for a split second, and then the walls were covered with perfectly rendered murals in a style that he remembered from the few clan facilities he'd seen over his life. Avian figures surrounded by clouds and lightning, humanoid figures and other animals close to the floor bowing before the Thunderbird's power and majesty. He inspected each mural, but none had any new information. Still, he was gratified to see the familiar decor, and even more so to hear the director murmur, "This never happened before, the murals?" Leon asked. The director nodded. Leon grinned and strode further into the atrium. It was an empty room, though there were a few fixtures on the floor that Leon guessed might have been for furniture or possibly defensive emplacements. A checkpoint, maybe, he guessed, would make sense for such an important arc to have live security at its doors. Wonder where it all went, or who took all of it? And what was here that was worth taking? With those questions unanswered, Leon walked right up to the door on the far side of the chamber, which opened of its own accord. What greeted him on the other side was a palatial entrance chamber with doors around its perimeter, the same polished marble beneath his feet, the same golden walls to his right and left, and the same enchanted ceiling above. The center of the chamber was separated from the rest by a square peristyle of columns, but again, everything else in the chamber had been taken, leaving it bereft of any kind of furniture. Close to the door he'd just walked through were several boxes and bits of gear that the director identified as being some gear left behind by those who'd managed to get this far before. "We've only managed to get to this chamber, and that one," the director said, pointing to one of the 3 doors on the right side of the chamber. "Nothing through there but another large, empty chamber, unfortunately." "Strange," Leon said. "There has to be a magic lift or something around here. I can't imagine too many important rooms were on the lowest floor. If any Thunderbird architecture I know of can be applied," Penelope said as she pointed to the doors at the back of the chamber, "then it's one of those." "Your guess is as good as mine," Leon said, noting that all of the doors were largely identical, with not even the murals to their sides telling him what was behind them. He wondered if there were people stationed in this chamber before the fall of his clan specifically to help people find their way around, or if anyone who was of sufficient rank or clearance to get in already knew their way around. At the very least, if what the last few arcs had shown him applied to this one as well, then he already knew the most likely places where he might find interesting things: the very center of the arc, the compartments in the back, and possibly those around the outer hall. With nothing else to go on, Leon started walking across the chamber to the back, but he'd barely taken 3 steps before he felt a sharp shift in the magic in the air. He froze and summoned his magic, just in case, and the director and Penelope mirrored his actions. But just a moment later, light gathered in front of Leon, taking the shape of a ball of light similar to how Apati had presented himself after being installed in the research facility's primary control consoles. Leon frowned at the reminder and his guard raised further. "Hello," the ball of light said, its voice sounding tinny, strained, and utterly emotionless. Its stutter, too, seemed unnatural, almost as if it were correcting an error by repeating itself instead of stumbling over the word. After a couple silent seconds, the ball of light continued, "Well, welcome, Prince. Please present ID." Leon frowned even further, and when he glanced back at the director, the older man shrugged, just as confused as he was. He turned back to the ball of light and inspected it closely, finding not a trace of killing intent, or even an aura, proving it was just a projection of light. "Really wish Nestor were here," Leon thought, the thought almost causing him to gag. "What are you?" he asked, though he had an idea already. Golems were animated and powered by wisps, autonomous, sentient balls of magic power created by a post-apotheosis mage. From what he knew of the more advanced enchantments of his clan, many of the bigger enchantments were controlled by wisps, effectively automating them. An arc like this one Leon imagined would have quite a few wisps within it, though any surviving for so long was a surprise. Well, welcome, Prince NCE. Please present ID." With a shrug of his own, Leon retrieved the platinum card from his soul realm and presented it to the floating ball of light. He felt the magic power emanating from the light ball coalesce around the card for a moment, then dissipate. "Well, welcome, Prince Demetrios," the ball of light repeated. "All Arc SYS systems AAAA." The light ball continued like this for several seconds, completely unable to finish its sentence. Leon wasn't sure what to do, though he was certain it was broken in some way. Eventually, the ball went silent. "Is everything all right?" Penelope asked. "Answer: significant damage sustained. Please contact maintenance," the ball of light replied. "Take us to the central control room," Leon commanded. "I'd like to get a better sense of this damage, myself." "As why you command, Your High Highness," the wisps replied. It then vanished, though one of the doors in the back of the atrium slid open, revealing a magic lift right where Penelope had guessed one would be. Leon hurried in, closely followed by his 2 companions. "That thing is strange," Penelope stated as the doors slid closed behind them. "It can probably still hear us," Leon replied with a cheeky smile. Penelope blinked as a look of contrition passed over her face for a moment. "It probably didn't take any offense," Leon whispered. "I don't think these things are sapient." The magic lift rose quickly, but Leon still had time to give Penelope a quick rundown of just what wisps were, the director already knowing and filling in a few blanks that Leon glossed over. When the doors opened next, the ball of light was back, hovering in the center of another large atrium that had Leon wondering if this was a military arc with all of its heavily decorated and open interior spaces. This way," the wisp sputtered, and another door to the right opened. Leon's group followed the wisp's direction through golden passageways lit by the enchanted ceiling bathing the halls in natural light. Eventually, they found themselves in another large open space with columns ringing off a central area. These columns were enchanted to look like trees poking up into the ceiling's illusion and spreading their leaves above the golden walls, glowing with their murals. Around the perimeter of this open space were only 3 more doors, not including the one Leon's group entered from, while the ground was pockmarked with dozens of small slots that Leon imagined once held furniture supports. All of that furniture was now gone, of course, leaving the entire chamber empty. What was this space? Leon asked the wisp. Answer. Secretary workstations, the wisp replied. Bridge Jeju just through here. The door on the other side of the chamber slid open, revealing an even larger chamber decorated more lavishly than Leon had seen in any of these arcs, yet. The walls were gold and covered in projected light murals, but that much Leon had expected. The enchanted ceiling was a little different, though, showing the night sky with 3 bright moons casting the entire control room in silver light. The commander's seat was elevated as if on a hill and looked like it had been carved from black crystal that had golden lightning bolts raging beneath its surface. The other control stations were arranged on terraces beneath the throne and numbered more than 100. Clearly, this control room was meant to have a staff of at least 300 or 400. That's a lot of consoles, Penelope observed. If this arc is as important as it seems, the director said, then it's likely some kind of command vessel, responsible not just for raining hellfire down upon its foes, but also to communicate and coordinate all others in its fleet. That would mean many communications officers and sensor operators. I doubt the commander would have much cause to deal with those not on the hill, and probably not even most of those on the lower terraces. Leon found himself agreeing with the director, and he began walking slowly toward the black crystal throne. It was a massive thing, and positively radiated power, and for good reason, as it was surrounded by 6 consoles of its own. As Leon approached, he managed to identify 2 of them as some kind of projectors, but the purposes of the other 4 he couldn't yet fathom. The wisp met him next to the throne, and Leon asked, who was this ark's last commander? He wanted to know which of his clan members commanded this vessel, if only so that he could ask Nestor about them when he returned home. Answer. His tempestuous majesty, the almighty, the undefeated Jason Karanos, High Elder of the Thunderbird clan and Storm King by right of blood and power, the wisp fluently replied, not a stutter or audio malfunction to be heard, though Leon tuned it out as soon as it said Jason's name. He simply stared at the wisp for a moment before his eyes glazed over and he began staring around him in newfound wonder. This, he murmured, this is the last Storm King's personal arc. As he said that, Penelope and the director stared at him, similar looks of surprise and awe flickering over their faces with varying strength. The director mastered his expression quickly, but Penelope needed a few more seconds. The conquest of Eterna was launched from here, Leon whispered. It was from here that my ancestor commanded our clan's armies and vassals on their conquest. His eyes turned back to the crystal throne, and after only a moment of hesitation, all but threw himself into it. The throne reacted immediately, flashing with lightning and rumbling with thunder, but the golden bolts beneath its surface intensified, turned silver blue, and then calmed down. By what he felt when he sat down, Leon got the impression that had he not the Thunderbird's power within him, the throne would have blasted him into ash. Watch what you touch, Leon said to the other 2. Yes, the director replied, evidently having sensed what Leon had, as well. Penelope slowly nodded her agreement. Good, Leon said. Now, let's see what we have here. He turned his attention to the consoles next to the throne, quickly confirming that the 2 he'd already identified as projectors were what they seemed to be, though no matter what he tried, they wouldn't project anything. What's wrong with these? Leon asked the wisp. Answer. Damage to C-Com communications arrays have left this arc unable to initiate communications tions. To initiate, the director noted, can communications still be received? Answer. A fear affirmative, the wisp confirmed. I don't think there'll be many people trying to call us, Leon murmured. What about these other consoles? What were their functions? Answer. Top-level systems monitoring the wisp explained. Arc-size systems CCCCCCCC. Leon's eyebrows rose as the wisp continued for another moment before its attempt to speak degenerated into a high-pitched whine that swiftly felt like someone was jamming needles into his ears. Fortunately, it didn't last long as the wisp suddenly winked out after another second or so like a magic lamp someone had turned off. Ack, that was unpleasant, Penelope said, having covered her ears with her hands. This arc is in dire need of repair, the director added. Let's hope we can find someone capable of making those repairs, Leon said as he managed to get one of the other consoles started up. However, hundreds of runes swept over the console's smooth, glassy surface, and Leon had no idea what any of them did. He could parse them for what they were: on the surface a wind rune here, 2 lightning runes there, runic lines and modifier runes between them, but he knew that unless he knew what he was doing, then he could do more harm than good by trying to fiddle around with broken magic he didn't fully understand. With some reluctance, he stood up and said, "It's a little disappointing, but I think I need to leave and come back with some help." "What kind of help?" the director asked, a slight smile tugging at his lips as his eyes narrowed. "Knowledgeable, competent help," Leon replied. "First, though, I'm thinking I'd like to try and find some of this ark's other important compartments. Get a feel for where everything is, you know. I have a concern," the director said, causing a flash of anger to burn through Leon like a lightning bolt, though he forced himself to remain calm. "What is it?" he asked. "As far as anyone monitoring us knows, we're still in my office in the hexagon. We've been gone for quite a while. If we return, only for you to retrieve someone, especially if that someone has been rather unsubtly working on your estate, upgrading your workshop, and come right back to my office, followed by us apparently not coming out again for hours, then there will be suspicions." Leon scowled, but he agreed. "We've made progress today," the director said. "The other arcs have been opened, and our engineers can start poring over them and doing what needs to be done to get them back in working order. If we're lucky, they'll be operable in a decade or two. The same goes for this arc, as well, and there'll be plenty of opportunities to return later when we won't raise any suspicions. What say you to that, Leon?" Leon's scowl remained, but he whispered, "I suppose I can't find faults in your logic. I'm not looking forward to having to go to Evergold to deal with their arc situation, though, not without getting a better look at what's here." "It must be done," the director said, with Penelope nodding in agreement. "Unfortunately, we've likely already spent far too much time in here and must return post-haste. The powers that be won't be so uncouth as to ask you where you've been, Leon, but if you disappear like this again in the near future, then questions will be asked of you. Better to return here in a few months, after the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid stop gracing us with their presence." Leon sighed, but he made no arguments. Together, the three of them made their way out of the avian arc, though Leon's heart was already slamming against his ribs with excitement at getting back home to consult with Nestor. Magical engineer he was not, but the scale of magic and engineering on display here had him just about over the moon, and he wanted to know just what else might be in store for him within these arcs, and what else might be in the Evergolden Arc, as well. Chapter 826, Imperial Burdens, Storm Herald, Nestor said. "That was the name of my father's personal arc." The man's voice, spoken with mechanical resonance from his golem body, was colored in deep sadness and nostalgia, and more than a few traces of anger. His sorrowful recollections helped Leon set aside his immediate disdain for the name of the arc. That his clan had to name everything, Storm whatever, in his mind, reflected both an unfortunate fixation and a lack of creativity. Back in its day, Nestor continued, drawing Leon's attention back to their conversation, it was the most powerful arc in all our fleets. When the Storm Herald arrived, victory would always be assured. "It's surprisingly intact," Leon replied as he stared at the light projection Nestor had made with ancient runes before them, comparing what Nestor was showing him with what he'd seen just a few hours before. When Leon had returned home and met with the man to speak about the arcs in Heaven's Eye's possession, Nestor had immediately set about identifying which ones or at least which classes of arcs that the director had squirreled away. Light projections of all of the more standard arc configurations used by the Thunderbird clan in its heyday were there with the projection of the Storm Herald, some even coming close to matching Jason Carano's arc in size. Those in the director's possession were in the light to medium range of arc hulls, and according to Nestor's recollections, none were particularly well armed compared to the larger hulks that his clan had built. Light scouts and transports were what the director had, it seemed, and while certainly armed better than Imperial arcs, they weren't even close to the most powerful arcs that his clan used to have. Leon continued, "It's still damaged, of course, but the superstructure is still intact, as are many of its magic systems. It seems it's just its major systems that need serious attention. Honestly, though, I would have expected significantly more damage after the fall of our clan, or at least for the Storm King's personal arc to have been taken by whichever power in the aftermath of Jason Carano's death was closest." "Yes," Nestor responded, "such would be the obvious decision to make by any rational being. But it seems the situation prevented that, and I believe I know why. You see, Leon, the damage you and the Ark's surviving wisp have reported have more in line with intentional sabotage than with battle damage. Someone sabotaged the Storm King's personal Ark? Leon asked, his tone disbelieving. But after a moment's thought, he thought he saw what Nestor was getting at. Or are you saying that it was more asset denial? They couldn't destroy it or use it, or possibly thought they could come back to reclaim it, but they couldn't risk it falling into the hands of Eterna's natives. As clearly happened, yes, Nestor repeated. Storm Herald didn't participate in the assault on the Grave Warden, that much is clear. If it had, it would have been destroyed, in all likelihood. But our Arks had other jobs, such as securing the void around the plane, and Storm Herald would have had to be in a position to coordinate our fleets. Why not use the most powerful Ark we had to attack the Grave Warden, then? You had to have known that he was dangerous and that you'd need all the help you could get, Nestor sighed. The thinking at least, when I was around, keep in mind that I mostly tended to my own projects rather than deal with my father's objectives, was that we had to secure our position from other potential Annex or Elemental Kings who might have noticed our actions during the Nexus, last reconstitution. The rumors of a universe fragment that brought us here were not solely heard by us, and any other powerful faction could have tried to follow in our wake and take advantage of the fact that we, while powerful, were far away from our bases of power. The Grave Warden wasn't considered as great a threat as he turned out to be, so our Arks were used to secure the vast, empty space around this plane to ensure that we weren't taken by surprise. Leon felt the urge to disparage that decision, but he held his tongue. It was easy enough for him to see the right decision with the benefit of hindsight, knowing that the Grave Warden was stronger than Jason Karanos and all the other elders of the clan. More than that, though, he didn't yet know the dangers that other elemental kings posed. He knew that they were magnitudes more powerful than he was, but political and military situations were always delicate and pulled in dozens of different directions by as many different priorities. An invasion the size of which his clan launched into Eterna was immense enough that its failure essentially doomed the entire clan to a slow death. He supposed the decision on Ark placement made sense for the information and priorities they had at the time. Prudent, cautious, but both attitudes aimed in the wrong direction. And that's it, isn't it? Leon said after pondering these things for several seconds. Jason Karanos and the most elite and highly ranked of our clan were killed by the Grave Warden. Our armies killed each other as our vassals fought to escape. Enough of our people were roped into the conflict that many of our Arks fell in battle or into the hands of Eterna's natives, or were otherwise abandoned, while those that could be scuttled were. That's as plausible a summation of our time on this plane as any I could come up with, having not seen it with my own eyes, Nestor remarked. Leon nodded. Well, then Storm Herald is a priority, for sure. The sooner we can get it back up in working order, the better. Of course we will, Nestor emphatically growled. It'll be easier said than done, but that Ark should be reclaimed at all costs. Depending on the damage, we'll need a host of rare materials that we're unlikely to find on this plane. Titanstone, to be sure, along with possibly luminite and orichalcum. Hopefully not the latter too, as they are magical alloys rather than a refined material, and undoubtedly impossible to acquire on this barren, backwater plane. Leon nodded again. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, then. What about these other Arks? What can you tell me about them? I was no military man, Leon, so my knowledge of the specific workings of each class of Ark won't be accurate, Nestor warned. That being said, I am a genius, so getting them in working order shouldn't be too hard, and we should get them in working order. The idea that these savages have the audacity to claim my father's own Ark. Nestor's voice trailed off a bit, anger seeping into his otherwise fairly calm demeanor. But after a moment, Nestor continued, speaking more calmly. I can get those Arks back in working order fairly quickly, assuming I have competent staff working under me, and that the Arks have only been mothballed and not irreparably sabotaged. Seems like you're already working on that, Leon said with a nod toward Nestor's golem works. The dead man had already mostly disassembled one of the labor golems, using the many arms of his assembly system to keep it upright, all while he was doing something to its internal workings that Leon couldn't identify. Substandard modals, Nestor said with a huff. Much in need of an upgrade. Once I'm done with them, they'll be more than capable of performing the laborious tasks I'll require of them. What sort of laborious tasks will be having them perform? Leon asked. The low sort that leaves one's hands dirty, Nestor said. Labor. That's what I'll have them do. And if I have any labor that needs doing, Leon asked. 2 will not be enough. You'll have to either find me more or achieve apotheosis. Or find a new supply of wisps that I can use to power and animate additional frames. Leon smirked a bit, his thoughts turning to the stone giants. Though they were known as stone giants, their true forms were sapient wisps descended from golems Nestor had left in their home crater. They took their massive, rough forms from rocks hewn from the mountains they resided in, and for all Leon knew, they only did so out of necessity rather than a specific desire for bodies of stone. Though, after 80,000 years, they may have grown attached to such forms. Then again, Nestor quite literally created them, so whatever form he chose for them to inhabit might be enough for them. Given Nestor's attitude towards them, Leon refrained from bringing them up for the time being. I'll see what I can do, he simply stated. Now, I have to head to the sacred Golden Empire in a couple weeks. How about you set your work aside and accompany me there? I'd rather not have to endure walking through another arc with no one with me who knows enough about them to talk shop with. You'll surely have other arcsmiths with you when you begin your explorations, won't you? Nestor asked. Maybe. I don't know what they have. If all they found was the equivalent of a pleasure yacht, then, well, I suppose I'd have some with me just in case were I in the Grand Druid's shoes. But if what they found is bigger and with more powerful weaponry, then it would stand to reason that they'd have it under tight lock and key, only allowing certain people access to it, just in case. Leon, idiot, child, fool, some of those, certain people, will surely be, or have been, arcsmiths. I'm not a betting man, but I would still put money on them having already done as thorough of an investigation as they could before asking you for any assistance. Leon clicked his tongue, though he clamped down on his irritation. You're right, and when you're right, you're right. Still, even though you claim to not know much about arcs, you're still a self-described genius. Surely you'd have some insight to share with me if we were to explore an arc big enough for the Grand Druid herself to ask me to come and see it. Nestor groaned. Leon found it a surprisingly pleasant sound given the way his metallic form caused it to rumble and resonate. Your toys aren't going anywhere, Leon reassured him, unless your security enhancements are insufficient. Nestor glanced at him in what Leon assumed was supposed to be a glare, but his face place, which lacked all but the vaguest suggestion of human features, was static. As much as he tried, Nestor would be making no expressions, positive or negative, until he swapped out his steel skull for something superior. Let's talk about the empires, then, if I'm to visit, Nestor said. Let's not say, visit, Leon immediately interjected. More like, seeing from within my soul realm. If I'm feeling generous and you haven't insulted me recently, maybe I'll have you follow me as a personal secretary golem. I can force you to pay attention to inane garbage and take notes. Your cruelty knows no bounds, Nestor spat, his tone sincere though Leon's had been tinged with teasing provocation. Any more indignities you have in mind to heap upon my humble person? If you were truly humble, then maybe not, Leon smirkingly replied. As it is, I'll have to think about it. For now, what were you getting at before my cruelty distracted you so? Nestor grumbled something under his breath before asking, this thing you have with the empires. It can't last. What's more, you're planning on eventually heading south, are you not? Will you be gone for a couple months? Planning on returning to the remains of our clan every so often? You'll never win over such proud people by doing such a thing, no, I suppose not. What are you saying? You'll be gone for years. Even if you bring all of us along with you, are you planning on torching everything before you go? You'll have to leave some things behind, such as our workshop, or your apple orchard. Or, you'll have to leave some of us behind to watch over the estate. And without you, everyone left behind would be at imperial mercy. A terrible thing to be on the receiving end of, from my experience. Have much experience in receiving imperial mercy, do you? More like handing it out rather than receiving it, boy. Leon shrugged with more nonchalance than he felt. Well, you bring up a good point. I've been thinking that I'd have to do something about the empires as of late. Their demands have been growing ever more tiresome. And if what Anastasios has said is any indication, the factions that are demanding they do something to me and us grow stronger with every spark of power that I gain. It's hard to imagine just how they'd react if I were to actually reach 10th tier, let alone attempt apotheosis. Regardless, Nestor, I'll need to have the Sky Devils at my back. Or at least, I'd rather have them there when the time comes, because I don't trust anyone in the empires, no matter how friendly they've been, to be there when shit starts to fly. I have an alliance with the director, and I don't even trust him to have my back in such a case. A problem that you need to address, especially since my person is on the line, Nestor grumbled. Leon smiled and hummed in acknowledgement. I suppose what I need is a higher patron, then, don't I? There are few higher patrons than the empires, Nestor said in a leading tone that had Leon guessing he already knew where he was going to take this. Indeed, but Tusk and the Sky Devils prove that they exist. And who is higher on this plane than the one that watches over it? Who stays on guard to ensure that the primal beings interred here never wake? A job he seems to be rather terrible at, Nestor remarked. No primal being has escaped in however many millions of years it's been since that primordial war, Leon pointed out. I'd say he was doing a fine job until Jorman came around. And he seems to have taken a liking to me. He told me that he kept the empires from making a move on me before I came south. As I recall, he also demanded you perform for him a service as recompense. And that's why I was still debating the point with myself. I don't just want to swap out the empires for someone identical. I need cover until I can stand on my own 2 feet. And I don't think the Grave Warden will be as demanding as the Lord Protector or Grand Druid have been. He'll certainly be a damn sight better than Keeper, I'd wager. I would still argue against it. This is the man who almost single-handedly destroyed our clan. What he wants from you can't be good. Leon lightly cringed, remembering that while Jason Karanos and his other children were little more than ideas to him, concepts as real as a drawing, little more than murals on a wall somewhere, to Nestor, they were not just real people, they had been his family. While the dead man had never gone into much detail regarding his personal history, Leon couldn't imagine it had been all that pleasant. Still, the way that he'd spoken of his sister, Penthesilea, had given Leon the impression that Nestor had been fond of her, at least, if not with the rest of his blood relatives. And of Demetrios, the man who'd founded House Rame, Nestor had said just about nothing. What would you have me do about him, Nestor? Leon quietly asked. Our clan invaded his plane, and he did nothing. We established an empire for ourselves here, and he did nothing. It was only when Jason Karanos attacked his tower that he finally struck back. And that strike destroyed us utterly, Nestor bitterly pointed out. Millions of years of history and legacy were laid low that day. Our clan may not have died then, but it was struck a mortal wound. But it's not yet dead, Leon whispered, silencing Nestor, who looked away as if lost in thought. The clan isn't yet dead. We're not yet dead, no matter how much I call you, dead man. Nestor, it's been so long, how responsible do you still hold the Grave Warden for his role in our clan's downfall? How much blame is to be afforded him, when we were the aggressors? It was his hand that struck the blow. Had he simply given us what we were here for, none of this would have ever been necessary. Our clan would still be in its rightful place in the universe. Or maybe we would be in the exact same place, only laid low by something else. You have to see by now that we were woefully unprepared for the divine graveyard. What if we succeeded in taking whatever universe fragment that the Grave Warden has, and all the sealed primal gods were released? Could we have survived that? Or if we went to the next plane in the planar cluster, seeking that Grave Warden's universe fragment, and that Grave Warden turned out to be significantly less passive? You argue, what ifs, when you want to hide beneath the skirts of the man who killed my father, sister, and brothers. Leon sighed. I'd rather not hide under anyone's skirts, but what other choice do we have? Remain an indentured servant of the empires. Suffer their pointed barbs until they decide that I've gained power enough and finally act against me. Will the Grave Warden kill me? Is he a safer bet? I can't know, all I know is that he definitely wants me to do something, and that he claims to have run some interference for me. And if when I were to join the Sky Devils, all I've built here would be effectively forfeit. So what am I to do, Nestor, but try and make peace with the man who broke our clan, in the hope of securing our clan's future? What should I be valuing more, our past or our future? You ask that as, if our future is already in the Grave Warden's hands. You have other options, up to and including doing what many of our vassals did, leave, and destroy everything that could be used against us when you do. Getting away from the empires would be damned difficult to do, and would involve losing the apple orchard since getting usable seeds for new trees is, in Tico's words, problematic. It would involve losing Heaven's Eye, losing my home, losing this workshop. Heaven's Eye has arcs, we need only repair them and we can be on our way. And if we, as you pointed out just a moment ago, need luminite or orichalcum. And the Titanstone we'll undoubtedly need. Leon and Nestor sighed in unison, and Leon leaned back in his chair as a wave of exhaustion hit him. Nothing's been decided yet, Nestor. We still have time to figure things out. Maybe the empires will back off. I doubt it, but maybe. I'm not thrilled at the idea of what the Grave Warden wants me to do, either. Just, let's see what the Sacred Golden Empire has in store for us, why don't we? We can talk about this later. Nestor growled but offered no more argument. So, Leon gave the projected arcs one last look before taking his leave. At the very least, he needed the rest of his family's opinion on anything before offering him and them by extension to the Grave Warden in the vague hope of finding someone who could get them the autonomy that Leon craved. Chapter 827, Intimate Desires, and it's becoming clearer and clearer that we can't continue on like this for too much longer, Leon finished as he stared at his family around him, his golden eyes narrowed with intense seriousness. The more power we accumulate, the less Heaven's Eye can keep us covered and the more nervous those with Anastasios and the Grand Druid will grow. I'm surprised, Elise commented. I thought we wouldn't be having this conversation quite so soon. I would have thought we'd have more time to get our affairs in order. We've gained power remarkably quickly, thanks to the Hesperidic apples, Leon said. I suppose it isn't the worst problem to have, people getting nervous at just how fast you're growing. But it's still a problem that we now have to deal with, and our quasi-resident 10th tier mages are getting more demanding and less accommodating. They've already levied subtle threats at me in private, though they've made it clear that they're happy with the status quo. If that status quo changes, however, I'm not sure how accommodating they'll be anymore. Elise sighed, while Valeria scowled for just a moment before regaining her usual stoic expression. Maya, however, wore her anger more openly, while Anzu hardly flinched, seeming to stare at Leon with the expectation that he would already have an answer. What options do we have? Valeria asked. Fight our way out, sneak away, run to the Sky Devils. None are particularly attractive options, Elise said. Heaven's Eye is still good cover, Leon. No one can move against us without treating with the director and all our economic might. If you remain peaceful and cooperative, then how can anyone justify moving against us when the cost would be so high? Leon shrugged. Lost of reasons. Heaven's Eye might not want to side with me, at least in their minds, and, I'll admit, I don't trust the director to choose me over the empires, too. The guild's finances are too tied up in imperial territory to just cut. The director moved against the Sentinels for us, Elise countered. Admittedly, we didn't have much business there, but the precedent was set. Aren't you overthinking this, husband? Leon sighed and said, maybe. Maybe I just need a bit more perspective. Maybe I just don't like being threatened. It was the arrogant ones that told you of their people getting nervous, wasn't it? Maya suddenly asked. Leon could feel her anger through their connection, and it took some willpower not to let it feed his own at the situation they found themselves in. It was, he confirmed, his eyes narrowing as he thought he landed upon what she was getting at. Can we believe them? She asked. A reasonable point, Valeria added. They're possibly trying to pressure you to give more than you have been with news of people in their empires getting antsy. A more believable scenario than such august beings as the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid being unable to properly control their sycophants, Elise pointed out. Have you asked the director, Penelope, or Narcissus about this yet, Leon? No. Aside from Nestor, the four of you are the first I'm speaking to. Oh, how did that bastard ghost respond? Valeria spat. I may have floated the idea of going to the Grave Warden for support. Given that the Grave Warden's responsible for our clan's current predicament, not that I blame him too much, though Nestor didn't take my thoughts well. The rest of our discussion wasn't particularly productive. I should think not, Elise said. We're not going to that one, Maya added, drawing a questioning look from Leon. With a haughty look, she continued, he wants us for some task, as you've said. He can do it himself. What service could we do that he can't? And more, we owe him nothing. I agree, Valeria whispered. We don't need another patron. Not yet, anyway. Let's get a better idea of where we stand, and then we can start making alliances. Speak with the director, Leon, Elise urged. He'll know what's been said in the halls of power in Ilion and Evergold better than anyone else, and he'll be more trustworthy than the Lord Protector or the Grand Druid. Elise then got a sly look in her eye. And, if even the director can't do anything, you can always marry Cassandra. That's what the Grand Druid wants most of all, isn't it? And aligning ourselves more with her would go a long towards buying her continued support, Leon just gave her a withering stare, but she endured it with such poise and grace that he could tell his tacit reply was ineffectual. He momentarily looked to Anzu, but his griffin in human form just smiled at him and said, "I'm with you, big brother. No matter what." Leon smiled and clapped Anzu on the shoulder. "All right, when I head to headquarters tomorrow, I'll stop in at the Hexagon and have a few words with the director. We'll see if I've been too hasty." Elise smiled and hugged him, while Valeria lightly smiled, and Maya radiated approval through their connection. Leon spent his night as he usually did, in his workshop. His ladies were now strong enough to not need sleep either, so while they all still got plenty of bedroom time, hours were freed up for them all, which went a long way toward relieving some of Leon's lingering guilt for not spending quite enough time with them. Since they were all awake pretty much all the time, there wasn't any pressure to catch someone before bed. Likewise, almost all of Leon's retainers, save pretty much for Helen, didn't need sleep, either. So, they frequently had long training sessions that stretched well into the night. But after that, everyone would always separate for their individual training. Helen would usually continue her work, Anna would train her war beasts, and Leon had sent his retainers from the Bull Kingdom off to run some of the results of his research team's efforts through field tests. Of all of them, only Red continued to regularly sleep, as she would frequently return to wyvern form and curl up on the roof of Leon's villa, which he'd had to reinforce after she started doing that. Anna's own wyverns weren't too happy with her presence, but after some early ugliness, Red seemed content enough to ignore them, even if they were a little nervous with her around. But Leon's favorite place was in his workshop, and he had plenty of work to do. However, his mind was more concerned with the sword he had to make to aid his attempts to control the Iron Needle than any of his other myriad projects, many of which were also being worked on by his research teams. He hadn't gotten too far in the sword's design since he had barely begun to learn how to sky forge from the Thunderbird, but he was still sketching out designs for the weapon and working out its precise measurements. As he was working, Nestor was taking a break from his golem modifications and steadily ignoring Leon by cooing over his new pet. Leon was happy enough to immerse himself in his work, but he soon found himself interrupted when Valeria waltzed in. "Hey," she said as she slid her arms around his neck from behind. He'd been so focused on his sketches that he hadn't heard her enter the room and damn near leapt out of his chair. "Ah," he whispered as he realized whose arms were around him. In but a moment, he relaxed into her embrace. "Hey," he repeated back. Valeria leaned against him for a moment before asking, "Something for Sid?" "No," he replied. "Something for me." "For you?" she asked in confusion. "I didn't think you needed a sword." "I don't. Kind of. I need one made from my blood to use with the Iron Needle." Leon could almost hear Valeria frown. "Why?" Leon sighed. "I needed some way to better control the Iron Needle." "And you went with a sword?" she asked as her head turned slightly in the direction of the gold tube. "Why not just practice with it? Or study it?" Those are valid, I will admit. I just need something to help, and my ancestor did so by creating an adamant sword." "And you want to make one of your own?" Valeria asked. When Leon nodded, she added, "And the sword she made isn't good enough." "Her sword is perfect in every way," Leon bitterly replied. "Almost every way, actually. It responds to me as a bearer of her power. I don't think anyone could even wield it, let alone harm me with it, but in the end, it's her sword, made from her blood. It responds to her will. Didn't your more recent ancestors use that sword to control the Iron Needle too?" "Yes, but they were all Storm Kings. Their power compared to mine was the whole storm next to a drop of rain. The Iron Needle responds to me, has submitted to me, but for me to use its power without killing myself is another thing entirely. Even studying it safely is problematic given the practically unlimited power it contains. I need something to channel it through, something more durable than my own skin and bones. Adamant is the answer. If I encase the Iron Needle in adamant, then its power will be that much easier to use and control." "I'll have to take your word for it," Valeria whispered. "You just need a sword of your own, then. Because you're only 9th tier." Leon nodded again. Valeria's lips turned upward in a smile. "If you figure out this sky forging, would you make something for you?" It was Valeria's turn to nod. "You'll have to be involved in its forging," Leon said as he turned to face her. She had to loosen her hold of him to allow it, but allow it she did. "Creating such a weapon, made from your blood, isn't something that can be done by someone else. I can guide you through it, but it'll be your project." Valeria smiled a little bitterly. Later, then, Her smile then turned a little more mischievous. What are you going to do with your family's sword when all this is done? Looking to use it for yourself? Leon asked with a chuckle. Valeria shrugged, her smile not wavering at all. You need the Thunderbird's blood to use it, I'm afraid. But, passing it on to someone else isn't a bad idea. Leon lowered his gaze to her stomach and reached out, grabbing her waist. Then, he moved his right hand in, lightly stroking her abdomen. Looking up, he gave her a meaningful look. For a moment, she looked a bit confused, but then her smile vanished, replaced with a look of abject astonishment. You're not serious, she exclaimed, pulling back slightly. Not particularly, no, Leon replied, his expression turning more serious. However, I can't help but keep my legacy in mind. I'm all the remains of my clan, as so many people are quick to point out. He cast a look in Nestor's direction, who he was about 90% sure was listening in. I'm not ready for that step, but Valeria relaxed and leaned back into him, gently pressing his head into her well-endowed chest as she pushed the rest of him back enough to take a seat on one of his thighs. Leon saw no reason to fight back. I love you, she said. Are we ready for this? No, Leon said, his voice muffled by shirt and chest. But we will be, one day. Just as, one day, I'll have to set my ancestors' sword aside for one of my own. If I want to wield the Iron Needle before achieving apotheosis, that is. And I do. But, children, Valeria whispered apprehensively. After a brief moment of silence, Leon hesitantly asked, do you not want any? Valeria let him pull back a bit so they could make eye contact. When his golden eyes met hers, sparkling like perfectly cut sapphires in the light of his workshop, they both smiled, their whole world shrinking down to the two of them for just a moment. In that moment, Valeria took one of Leon's hands, the one that he had placed against her abdomen just a couple seconds before, and brought it right back. This, she whispered, is yours. Any and all children that come from me will be yours. Leon smiled, though his lips weren't the only thing rising in response. I can't exactly promise the same, but you, Elise, he shot Nestor a quick look before leaning in to whisper even softer to Valeria, Naiad, you three are the only ones for me. Valeria smiled back, warmth and affection shining from her expression like light from the sun. And Cassandra, I think. Leon's smile froze, and after a moment, faded slightly. I keep getting that, mostly from the Grand Druid, but it's because it's clear you like her, Valeria playfully shot back. I like her too, not like that, but I like her. She could fit in well here. Could. Elise would be happy about it, Leon murmured. She would be, Valeria agreed. Naiad, her, too, I think. Maybe not vocally, but if Cassandra were willing to participate in group activities, I think our local river nymph would be up for one more. Maybe even without that incentive, Leon smiled, a little red coming to his cheeks. And, you, would one more be something you're interested in? I seem to recall you having some strong opinions regarding that particular princess. They haven't changed much, she admitted. But I want you to be happy. And I want you to be happy. Would you be happier having to share me with even just one more woman? Valeria jovially scoffed. Depends on the woman. No, would be my answer for most. It takes a special kind of bitch to make me make an exception. Leon blinked rapidly, unable to fully believe his ears. Keep that in mind, I suppose. You three are already more than enough for any one man, and that's before taking you as a group. You haven't taken us as a group, yet, though, Valeria teased. You know what I mean, Leon riposted, eliciting a rare giggle from his silver-haired lover. I love all of you, and I don't want to introduce anything potentially unstable to what we have. I'm happy with the three of you, I don't need any more. Maybe I like Cassandra, but that doesn't matter. She's beautiful and attractive in more ways than just the physical. But that doesn't matter. I already have you three. Valeria shrugged, then stood up. For a moment, she stood above Leon rather imperiously, him seated in his chair with his eyes level with her collar. Then, she leaned down, lightly brushing her lips against his. When he began to respond, she laid a hand on his shoulder, then moved her lips to his ear. She whispered so softly that even with his power, Leon had to strain a bit to hear her. I don't want just anyone coming into our home and your bed. I want no one but me, Elise, or Naiad in your bed, with one exception. She pulled back to look him directly in the eye. I wouldn't mind seeing you nail that bitch to the mattress, without a hammer. Or nails. Maybe I'd even help. She shot him such a sultry look that he completely failed to respond, his brain locking up with the visions she'd just put in his head and with the shock of Valeria of all people saying these things. She didn't wait for him to recover from that mental shock, simply shooting him a smile that told him she knew exactly what she'd said and that promised quite a bit more besides, and then turned around and sashayed out of the workshop, leaving him alone to contemplate her words. "Is it over?" Nestor quipped. "I hope so." That was painful to listen to. "Indeed," Zafin crackled, throwing further fuel onto the fires of Leon's embarrassment. "Just take them all," the Thunderbird added, proving to Leon that his embarrassment could, in fact, grow even more. "You are my blood. Take many mates, make many children. Such is how a powerful mage ought to be. My clan must spread from bounteous loins, gracing hundreds of women with seed." Leon groaned and did his best to tune her out and made a valiant effort to get back to work over the next few minutes, but especially with the Thunderbird ranting about wanting more descendants and demanding, seemingly without even taking a breath, that he get on with making babies with every available woman in his immediate orbit and as many as he could that were further afield he couldn't concentrate. All he could think about now was Valeria. A quick pulse of his magic senses showed that she was in her room already, lying back on her bed. Her eyes turned in his direction, his wards let his magic senses through, but his magic wasn't undetectable. She smiled, and most of her clothes vanished into her soul realm, leaving her lying back with only her socks and underwear to cover herself with, though covering herself seemed the last thing on her mind as she put herself on display just for him. He didn't even hesitate to rocket to his feet and move as quickly as he could without abandoning all decorum toward his workshop's door. "Leaving so soon?" Nestor asked. "I still have words for you." Leon stopped a moment. His eyes didn't waver from Valeria. She couldn't see him, his wards only allowing his magic senses through, but she knew he could see her. "What words?" he growled. "Words for you, about the Grave Warden," Nestor said in response, advancing menacingly upon Leon. "We're not allying with him," Leon said. Monotonously, he stated further, "not until we've explored all other avenues. Apologies for floating that idea without thought. Please continue studying the Iron Needle. Goodbye." He didn't even wait for Nestor's response, the dead man seemingly freezing in place in what Leon thought was shock, and swiftly left. He admitted that he was thoughtless and careless for bringing up the Grave Warden with Nestor, especially right after discussing Jason Carano's arc with the man and picking at some old wounds, and while he wasn't taking the possibility off the table completely, he at least wasn't going to just jump into it now. He could apologize later, though. While her words about Cassandra had been enticing, all Leon could think about now was Valeria, and the things he could do with her on that bed. Chapter 828. Imperial Manipulations. Leon, the director stated, his tone neutral, but coming with the subtlest undercurrent of surprise as Leon walked into his office. The elder man was sitting behind his desk, but as Leon entered, he sat for only a moment longer before he slowly got to his feet and walked around his desk. "What's going on?" Leon recognized a slight tinge of concern in the director's voice at this point, so he held up his hand in a conciliatory gesture and hurriedly said, "Nothing immediate, but of some concern nonetheless." "I hope it doesn't have anything to do with what we discussed yesterday," the director replied. "No," Leon said, "actually, it's a problem that has come up a few times before, but I never thought it important enough to bring up." "That's changed. Please, fill me in." Leon nodded and quickly told the director of the Lord Protector and Grand Druid's increasingly frequent warnings about elements in their respective empires growing more and more nervous about Leon's rising power. The director didn't verbally respond immediately. His expression, while still fairly clinical, had shifted to something just a little more thoughtful. "Have you heard anything about this?" Leon asked. "Nothing immediately springs to mind," the director answered. "Though, the inner workings of the empires can be opaque, even to us in Heaven's eye. We are not all-knowing, though we likely know far more about the empires than they'd like. If what these two told you is true, and let's just assume for the moment that it is, then there are only a handful of people who might have these opinions that we won't have heard about. High ministers privy to the most sensitive of meetings, men and women accustomed to speaking privately and not sharing secrets for any reason whatsoever. Can we move against them?" The director gave Leon a look of displeased surprise. "No, these people are too highly placed for us to move against publicly, not what I meant. Was too brief, I guess. I mean, if they're actually worried about me and us, by extension then if they were to make their lack of trust, shall we say, more keenly felt, then what might our options be to protect ourselves?" You ask as if you have a preference for a particular course of action. Action is my preference. Leon smiled and let his prodigious killing intent spill out just a little bit. My patience for these games is limited. I've already considered other, less than attractive options, but since we're in a partnership, I wanted to know what options we might have that wouldn't involve me looking for someone more powerful than the empires, or launching an all-out attack on an imperial palace or something. Try not to do that latter one, it would be terrible for business. I'll keep your preference in mind. I'm sure you will. Violence isn't a tool that Heaven's Eye frequently employs outside of peacekeeping operations in Oculera. We pay others to do that for us. And no one we could possibly pay, aside from certain groups that I would not have us associate with anymore, at any rate might be more willing to dirty their hands in some back-alley skullduggery, but at the level we're speaking of, it would make an assault on the villa of the Chief of Security of Heaven's Eye by some desperate vampires look like a sane idea in comparison. Leon did his best to hide his disappointment, but he couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. Thought that might be the case. Still, don't like it, but not surprised. But, to go back to what you said earlier, there are only a few people to who this information might apply, and it's possible that it was a lie in the first place. The director was silent for a long moment, his eyes narrowing slightly, the only outward sign that he was thinking particularly intensely about the problem. The way I see it, Leon, he eventually said, there are a couple of options here. The least likely, in my opinion, is that the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid were telling the truth. Or the whole truth, at any rate. They are akin to gods in their empires. If they vouched for you, then few would have the audacity to advise against their set course of action. Few, but not none. Not none, but let me ask you, Leon, what would you do in these ministers' positions? Someone potentially dangerous has entered your territory. They haven't shown themselves to be hostile yet, but you know of them. What do you do? Frustratingly vague answer with many possible answers depending on context, Leon grumbled. I suppose I might want to keep an eye on them. Maybe task some subordinates with devising a contingency plan for if this dangerous person chooses hostility. Hey, you landed on the answer I wanted. I aim to please. So, contingencies. If people were complaining to either the Grand Druid or the Lord Protector, then we might expect them to be preparing some kind of contingencies against you, would we not? A reasonable expectation, I think. Depends on the contingency, but so far, Heaven's Eye hasn't picked up on anything that might suggest any contingencies have been put into place. They're keeping an eye on you, of course, but as far as we can tell, there are no special task forces devoted to remaining on standby in case you show yourself a conqueror, as your ancestors were. There have been no allocations of vast resources, secret or otherwise, that Heaven's Eye can detect that might suggest they're preparing to deal with you in a more permanent manner, and given how integrated we are with the plane's logistics, we would detect just about anything. Would we be able to separate any potential task force with those, just, keeping an eye on me? The people we put on this are competent, serious, and they take their jobs seriously. Guess I'll take your word for it, then. So, if there are people complaining behind the scenes, then nothing practical is being done to move against you or us. Which means the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid are merely using those complaints to apply pressure. Leon grimaced, but his lack of surprise was, in itself, no longer surprising. What do you think is more likely, then? He asked. That the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid simply lied to you in order to put more pressure on you to do what they want while you're still weak enough to be manipulated like this. If that's the case, then what should I do? Turn them down when they ask me to fulfill the terms of our agreement to keep the Keeper off of us? I don't think that would go over well. Certainly not, and I would not suggest such a thing. But we need to at least discuss what we ought to do, which will inform any responses we might be more capable of giving later on. Leon smiled. He and the director were both 9th-tier mages. Mages of such power were common enough in the empires that they weren't a military threat to the Imperial Order, and they had no real answer for the Empire's 10th-tier mages. That would change entirely if both he and the director managed to reach the 10th tier, however. Suddenly, Heaven's Eye would be able to match an empire and even exceed any one of them in certain respects. Beyond that, they had both Jason Carano's personal arc and Nestor. To put it simply, while their options to move against the empires were much more limited now, they wouldn't always be so. Of course, the empires would be fools not to plan for such a change in the status quo, Leon contemplated, though given what the director had just said, it seemed that whatever their plans were for dealing with an ascendant Heaven's Eye hadn't been meaningfully changed by his presence within the guild. If anything's most likely, I would think they're just trying to squeeze you for anything they can get before you leave, as you've so often made clear as your intention. Leon hummed Chapter 829, Flight to Evergold. Though he had not been in a while, Leon's appreciation for the aesthetics of the sacred Golden Empire hadn't dimmed at all. Their cities, and especially their capital of Evergold, lay sprawling out beneath the vast limbs of their titanic palace trees, though not so much that the sky was not visible. Natural lines that accentuated this chosen aesthetic abounded even in the city's layout, though not so much that it prevented air from circulating throughout the streets. From the air, it all looked even more spectacular. The massive palace tree in the center of Evergold stood thousands of feet tall and was surrounded by a tall grove of trees forming the imperial palace. So tall was this tree and its grove that even flying in the Grand Druid's personal arc at 1,500 feet, they were still flying quite clearly beneath the leafy canopy. The couple weeks between Leon's return to Oculera and the Grand Druid's religious ceremony that she'd invited Leon to had come and gone, and to attend this ceremony and take a look at the Ark Evergold had found the Grand Druid herself had given Leon and his chosen retainers a ride. Along with him and the Grand Druid, Leon traveled with Valeria, Maya, Gaius, Anna, and Helen. More nerve-wracking than all of them combined, however, was Nestor, whom Leon explained away as a personal project, accompanying him for field testing. Fortunately, the dead man had made not a sound, playing the part of a non-sentient golem marvelously. The rest of his people were all busy with either personal business, or Heaven's Eye business that he'd assigned them. Were it not for some projects that Leon had involved him in developing some prototypes ahead of schedule, Gaius, too, would have been indisposed. As it was, Leon had not only brought the other man along to help him test these prototypes but also to get him out and about, for it was no secret amongst the retinue that Gaius had been antsy for a long time. But Leon's concerns for his retinue didn't end at Gaius. Giving Helen and Anna some time back in their homeland seemed just the thing for the girls who'd just so recently seen or rather, caused the death of their parents' murderer. Ever since the raid that saw Casimir dead, both girls had been rather distant, though Helen at least seemed more taken with her work than anything. Anna, on the other hand, seemed far more affected and far more in need of some time away from Oculera. As it was, in the past 2 weeks, Red had had to step in twice to help keep Corral Nadur and Astar, Anna's 2 young wyverns, from rampaging through the estate. With her onyx bracelet, Anna had had to be quite distracted to lose control of her war beasts to such a degree, and Leon had been forced to get Irene to keep them under far greater lock and key, lest they get loose and cause even more trouble. Unfortunately, even as Anna's girlfriend, Irene hadn't been as helpful in getting Anna out of her funk as Leon had hoped, though she'd at least confirmed that Leon wasn't just imagining that things were significantly off about her. So, Leon had ordered Anna and Helen to both come along despite neither of them having much to do on their little sojourn to the sacred Golden Empire. "How do you find my city?" the Grand Druid asked as Leon stared out of the ark using his magic senses. There were no windows on the thing, but the enchantments allowed magic senses originating from within to reach out of the ark. Leon, having lost himself in thoughts of his retinue for a moment, had to take a moment to process the Grand Druid's question, which he masked as thinking hard and pondering his words. "It's quite beautiful," he said with sincerity. "As with most things in your empire, Evergold is a feast for the senses. I grew up in a forest, and I feel almost like I'm coming home when I visit your empire." The Grand Druid smiled widely as Leon moved past the opening generic platitude and offered his more personal opinion. "That," she said, "can be as true as you want it to be, you know." Leon simply nodded. He'd given her the same answer so many times that he didn't think it necessary to keep repeating himself, though he caught Valeria giving him a subtle look out of the corner of his eye and nearly lost his composure. While his silver-haired lover had quite passionately reiterated that she wasn't particularly attracted to women the past several times they'd slept together, she hadn't been shy about what she wouldn't mind doing to Cassandra if given the chance, many of which involved lots of chains, whips, and oil. In what order, Leon knew. Neither did he know just how much of it was serious and how much was just sex talk while Valeria demonstrated for him. Leon found it hard to keep the scenes she'd filled his head with in those intimate moments from rushing forth again, and from the way she subtly smirked, they were on her mind, too. Either that or she was silently teasing him about his own feelings which he hadn't quite worked out for himself for the blonde princess. Keeping his face impassive, Leon turned his questioning towards a topic that the Grand Druid had steadfastly refused to discuss until they were back in Evergold. So, this arc you've apparently found. Nothing apparent about it, Leon. We have what I said we have. I've seen it myself. Right, I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about it. I can hardly be expected to do what you obviously want me to do unless I know more, can I? As he spoke, Leon glanced over the Grand Druid's shoulder to where Nestor stood in the back of the opulent ark. The Grand Druid had a hefty retinue of her own, many of whom were not only in the large ark with them, but sat between where Leon and the Grand Druid sat and where Nestor stood. Despite this, Leon had no doubt that Nestor could hear every word they were saying, and the slight shifting in his posture as his head turned in their direction only confirmed that he was right. That eager to see it, are you? The Grand Druid asked with a wide grin. She played with her long gray hair for a moment before turning to look over her shoulder. Leon's concern grew when she made a gesture and all sound from the rest of the ark's passengers ceased. They clearly hadn't stopped making noise, but the Grand Druid had obviously activated some enchantment that Leon couldn't detect that blocked that sound from reaching them. There, she said, I trust everyone here with my life, but it's better not to trust them with my empire's secrets, wouldn't you agree? Leon grinned back, though his lips were closed. When he stole another glance at Nestor, he saw the golem. The dead man still stared at him in a clear signal that he could still hear them despite the Grand Druid's enchantment, and Leon's smile grew significantly more genuine. A fine policy, Leon replied. Before we begin, Leon, the Grand Druid began, setting off alarms in Leon's head immediately. Could you tell me a little more about that golem you brought with you? Haven't I already? Yes, your personal project. Did you build it yourself? I wasn't aware you were in golem craft. Or did you find it somewhere? Little of column A, little of column B. I'm still working out just what the golem can do, but I've found it to be quite the capable assistant for certain tasks. What sort of tasks? Administrative. It's a fantastic scribe, it can carry quite a bit of weight, and represents a portable source of magic power. Other than that, well, it's hard to say. I'm still finding out myself just what the golem is capable of. Interesting. It has a wholly unique design compared to the golems you've activated for my empire. That's, well, it's a little shameless, but since it's from my clan, I suppose few have more right than me, but when it first came into my possession, it was in quite the sad state. Further modifications were necessary to get it up to even acceptable standards, leading to the differences in appearance. Some liberties were taken with its design, yes, but it's certainly better than it was when I first laid eyes on it. You'll have to fill me in on the particulars someday, the Grand Druid replied with a wink and a smile that she somehow made look both natural and quite greedy at the same time. Maybe, but you still haven't told me of your ark. I don't even know how big it's supposed to be, let alone what kind of state it's in. Yes, let's start with that, then. We found it buried deep beneath a hill about 20 miles north of Evergold's outer suburbs. A small earthquake opened a rift at the base of a great tree, and upon exploring it to judge how feasible it would be to close, some explorers found a section of the ark's outer hull embedded in the tree's root system. The tree itself is quite large. It is an unmodified exemplar of the species our palace trees were first created from, and its root system is extensive. Despite this, only a small section of the ark had been entangled, for the thing is enormous. Our explorers have found it to be about 1,800 feet long but buried completely under more than 100 feet of rock and soil. The ark may have even been longer at one point, with its nose crumpled inward after hitting bedrock. Leon's eyes grew wider with every word the Grand Druid said, and he couldn't help but constantly flit between greed and a desire to destroy this thing before the Evergolden people could get their hands on it. By Nestor's breakdown after his return from the director's personal ark stash, he knew that the only class of ark that was anywhere close to Storm Herald's 2,000 feet were the clan's supercarriers, the most valuable military arks that his clan had ever managed to produce. Larger arks existed, Nestor had assured Leon, but they were few and far between, and never mass-produced. Individually, the supercarriers weren't well armed, but they could carry more than 100 smaller arks, some as large as 100 feet long. They were practically small mobile cities unto themselves and represented the backbone of any planar invasion that the Thunderbird clan ever launched. They were logistical hubs in both attack and defense platforms. In his clan's prime, they held large complements of powerful mages, and while their weapon systems weren't comparable to more dedicated attack arcs, they were still powerful enough that a single supercarrier, by Leon's estimation and if Nestor wasn't exaggerating by too wide a margin, would be enough to destroy all 4 empires if its commander so pleased. Leon couldn't say whether or not this was a supercarrier just yet, but if it was, he was struck with the thought that he simply couldn't let the sacred Golden Empire have something that powerful. It would upset the balance of power too much. It would be too much relative power for, although the longer he thought about it, he supposed the situation wasn't quite as dire as he might have thought. The vast majority of what his clan had built had long since decayed to dust over 80,000 years. It was only those things that were particularly well enchanted and well fortified that had survived such an abyss of time. It made a degree of sense that a military ark would last a long time as well, but 80,000 years beneath the earth, having crashed hard enough to crumple its foredecks, there likely isn't even much left on it apart from a damaged superstructure, Leon mused. Quite a lot to think about, isn't it? The Grand Druid said teasingly as her words pulled Leon back to reality. Quite, he agreed. There are certain things that are easy to keep in mind about my clan. That they built quite spectacularly isn't anything remotely surprising. But the idea that they built something so large that could fly through the air under its own power, not only that, but to traverse the void itself, boggles the mind. The sheer amount of magical engineering and enchanting and so many other disciplines that would be required to build such a thing is, quite, the Grand Druid repeated. Puts everything into perspective, doesn't it? How small we are here on this plane. There are an uncountable number of other planes out there, and the Nexus, of course, and at any point, someone could decide that they're next. They're the ones who might try to conquer Eterna again, they're the ones who will put my people and all the rest of this world to the sword. And what could we possibly do to stop them? We have a few 10th tier mages, yes, but what can we hope to use to resist such potential threats? Leon frowned lightly. I think the construction of such a large ark would be impossible, the Grand Druid definitively finished. I'm under no illusion about that. To build anything that could possibly match the works of your clan would be so far beyond even the power of my empire that it's laughable to consider. But we can build arks that fly through the air. Entering the void is even theoretically possible, though we're bound by treaty not to try. Leon cocked an eyebrow. He'd never heard of such a treaty preventing entering the void. But I believe that we need means to defend ourselves, the Grand Druid continued. Even if all we learn are how to improve the arks we're currently able to build, then we need to learn them. We can't be babes in a basket, just sitting here in the universe ready for anyone to just come back and pick up as they please. I understand, though I have to ask, why not try and enter the void now? What treaty prevents this? The Grand Druid huffed and dismissively waved her hand. An old treaty, though one we've all kept in mind. The void is a dangerous place, and it represents powers that we don't want to provoke. Having arcs up in the void could be seen as a threat unto itself, not only to any potential extraplanar entities out there but also to our neighbors. For to control the air is to control the land, and to control the void is to control the air. I suppose I can follow that line of thinking. Yet you don't sound like you approve. I'm not one that likes limitations, even if I wouldn't normally push against my limits without some reason to do so. If someone tells me I can't go somewhere, even if I had no desire to in the first place, I suddenly want to go there, just to see what they're trying to hide. And maybe a little out of spite. Just a little, the Grand Druid asked with a knowing wink. Leon shrugged with a wry smile. Back to this ark, though. It's quite a large thing. Is it even still functional? It had some power when we unearthed it, though it's obviously quite heavily damaged and degraded. All of the doors are still locked, but the hull has been rent open in a few places, allowing access to some of the outer decks. All of the internal doors are locked shut, too, so getting further in to access any critical systems has been impossible. Can't even cut your way through. We've tried, to no avail. The internal bulkheads are thick and strong, and while there are, as you can see, still some power problems, they don't extend to the internal security enchantments. Anything you've seen that might be worth worrying about? Internal security golems and the like. You remember what Cassandra and I encountered in the Proto-Forest, right? No such security has been found, manually controlled or not. No sign of any intelligent life within the Ark, either. Leon asked, thinking of the surviving wisp that had once been in charge of operating at least some of Storm Herald's systems. None. Well, some evidence of animal activity having entered the Ark at some point, using the open decks as nests and the like, but no intelligent signs of life. Leon frowned. Well, that may still present some kind of problem. Power attracts power, as they say. I'm sure there's some kind of dangerous monster or ancient evil operating in there somewhere. Better to assume that and be pleasantly surprised than be taken off guard, no. A wise philosophy. I believe it's one that has served Cassandra well in her adventures in these past few years, the Grand Druid said with a leading look in her eye. Leon's smile thinned slightly, not entirely appreciating the change in topic. How is she, by the way? Last I heard, she was in the east investigating some ancient ruins she found in the Baloran or somewhere like that. The Grand Druid glanced at the wall, clearly seeing outside of it with her magic senses, and she grinned. The arc had come to a slow stop, which Leon had barely even realized with their conversation. Now, the arc was slowly descending through the branches of the central palace tree toward a large arcpad that, despite its size, still seemed quite private with few people gathered for the Grand Druid's return. Leading the group was a young woman dressed in a gold tunic and light brown pants, a cloth of gold cloak over her shoulders, her blonde hair shoulder length on the sides and long enough everywhere else to be pulled back into a long braid that made it halfway down her back, her ruby eyes glittering with anticipation. And at her side was sunlight, displayed as prominently as her smile, which grew almost predatory as Leon's magic senses washed over her. As the arc finally touched down on the arcpad and the doors almost immediately slid open, the Grand Druid shot Leon a smirk and said, "Perhaps you ought to ask her yourself." Though he was surprised by the princess's presence, Leon wore a pleasant smile as he followed the Grand Druid out of the arc. The Grand Druid rushed about as fast as decorum would allow to her granddaughter, pulling Cassandra into a tight hug, and whispered into her ear, "It's been too long, dear girl. How has my little explorer been?" "Not so little anymore, grandmother," Cassandra said as she extricated herself from the 10th tier mage's grasp. She was much the same as when Leon had last seen her, with her ruby eyes shining brilliantly and her golden hair glittering in the light of the afternoon sun. Her aura seemed a little stronger, as much an indicator of diligent training as her toned figure, though she was still, only, 8th tier. Leon could hardly fault her on that last point, though, as he'd ascended with the aid of a good handful of Hesperidic apples. As far as natural progression went, he couldn't have been surprised if she'd outpaced him a bit since he was distracted by many other duties and projects. As Leon's retainers filed out of the arc behind him, Cassandra turned her eyes back in his direction. They locked gazes, and Leon found himself pulled into something of a staring contest. She stood firm as he advanced, each step feeling like an entire minute as they waged their subtle war of wills, neither of them shying away. Leon stopped before her, neither of them having so much as blinked from the moment of making eye contact. "Your Imperial Highness," Leon said with great formality, "a great pleasure to see you again, and so hale and hearty." "Leon Rame," Cassandra replied smilingly, almost as if Leon's name was his title, something which he found he appreciated quite a bit. "It's only been 5 years, but it seems you couldn't wait and just had to reach the 9th tier before me, huh?" Her eyes narrowed slightly, promising impending challenge, but their gazes were finally interrupted when Valeria arrived at Leon's shoulder. Her bright sapphire eyes locked onto Cassandra, the two of them now of the same tier, and both Cassandra and Leon turned to her. "Princess," Valeria whispered, though she somehow stuffed an entire paragraph into the one utterance. She demanded Cassandra's attention and promised a contest of might when she received it. Cassandra appeared to accept Valeria's challenge, all communicated through a subtle smile and nod of her head. The rapidly growing tension was only severed when the Grand Druid exclaimed, "It seems like you three have quite a lot to catch up on. Cassandra dear, please show our guests where they'll be staying. And if you want to get started on making some babies a little early, I wouldn't mind." Cassandra's eyes went wide as she spun around to face her grandmother. Leon was a touch amused to see Cassandra's cheeks go so red so swiftly and barely heard her somewhat stuttered and indignant response, though he certainly caught the quick look at him Cassandra stole partway through her denials. Leon was brought out of the moment when Nestor bumped into him from behind, with all of Leon's accompanying retainers behind the ghost golem. Nestor seemed to glare down at Leon, and Leon imagined the man telling him to cut it off and move on. So, he didn't fight too hard when Cassandra turned back to face them, her cheeks now a few shades more colorful than they were a moment ago, and said, "Please follow me. As it is the will of my grandmother, I will show you all to your quarters." Without another word, she turned on her heel and began stomping off, to the obvious amusement of the Grand Druid, who together with her followers, went off in a different direction. "Bitch," Valeria whispered beside Leon just loud enough that Leon knew Cassandra could hear, and when he looked at Valeria in surprise, he found his silver-haired lover grinning rather madly. He looked back to the princess just in time to see the blonde girl glancing over her shoulder with a violent snarl. Leon, Gaius whispered from behind him, could we maybe save all the flirting for later? We do have some business to attend to. Leon smiled apologetically back at his retainers and led the way in Cassandra's wake. And this is where you and your family will be staying, Cassandra said as she led the way into a magnificent suite set aside for Leon, Maya, and Valeria. It's a little big, but we were expecting you to bring Lady Elise and that griffin of yours, too. Unfortunately, they were a bit indisposed with some personal business, Leon replied as he walked into the suite behind Cassandra, admiring the place. It was the very picture of rustic opulence, with all the furniture being made of the finest polished wood, and all the decorations that covered the walls being the standard evergolden affair, no depictions of humans or animals, but lots of flowing, natural lines resembling floral and vine patterns. Instead of being lit by magic lanterns, the suite had small branches of the palace tree sticking out into it, their glowing golden leaves providing more than enough light, but even more than that were the light projections that simulated large floor-to-ceiling windows on the far side of the main room that projected much of the outside into the room without having the structural weakness of an actual window. In this vein, the suite amounted to a dozen rooms, including a large bedroom with 5 huge beds, a private conference room or as private as it could be in the center of the sacred Golden Empire's imperial palace, and even a small training and meditation room. The central room from which all the others branched off was large and had its own dining space large enough for more than 24 around a massive oak table. You're invited to dine with the imperial family, Cassandra said mechanically, as if bored out of her skull. We'll send some servants to inform you of the time. If you wish to eat here, or not at all, that's fine, too. Invitation is gladly received, Leon said as he took a few more steps into the suite to allow Valeria, Maya, and Nestor to enter after him. The others in his retinue had been shown to their suites just down the hall, and Leon noted that enough had been set aside for all of his retainers, including Red, Tikos, and Anshu if they'd accompanied him. As it was, they weren't taking up too many, especially with Helen and Anna rooming together. For his part, as Nestor was just a mindless golem, as far as either he or Leon were going to say in Evergold, he was being stored in Leon's suite. I'm more interested in other things, Valeria said as she stalked up behind Cassandra, stopping just behind her and certainly well within the princess's personal bubble. It's been 5 years, princess. I would love to see if you've improved with the blade or not. Cassandra turned and took not a single step back, leaning against Valeria and grinning as she made full use of her inch or two of height on Valeria to stare down at the silver-haired woman. I've not been slacking, though perhaps you have. You're looking a little thicker around the waist, Val. Have you been stuffing your throat with too many pies? As she paused, she took a fleeting glance at Leon as her smile widened slightly. Valeria's killing intent spiked for a moment, though Leon knew Cassandra had only said that to provoke that very reaction. He was intimately familiar with Valeria's figure, and he considered her nothing but at the peak of physical fitness, due in no small part to both her power and her diligence in martial training. She rarely made a big deal out of it, but Leon knew she was quietly proud of her figure. It seems all you've sharpened is your tongue, Valeria responded through clenched teeth. What a shame. I was hoping you might actually provide a challenge, but I'll be left unsatisfied at this rate. Cassandra glared back at Valeria, her ruby eyes wide with what appeared to be anger. Leon noted that Maya and Nestor were both staring at the two arguing ladies with complete and utter disinterest, almost annoyance at the disturbance. While he didn't exactly share the sentiment, he felt like their trash talk was going on a little too long. I saw a training room back there. Why don't we go break it in? He suggested. Hey, the only thing being broken will be this bitch once we're done, Cassandra growled as she turned and stalked toward the training room. Valeria grinned and was just about to follow when Leon caught her shoulder. Let's not kill each other, he stated, his jaw so tense it was almost locked shut. A dead princess or a dead Val would be inconvenient. He relaxed and smiled. But don't lose. Valeria quietly laughed, gave him a glowing look, and then put her battle face back on. Together, the two of them walked to the training room. Maya and Nestor, on the other hand, seemed about as interested in the impending fight as they were in watching paint dry. As they entered, Cassandra was already standing in the center of the empty room, a training sword in hand. With a challenging smile, she used her sword to point at a glaive hanging on the wall with dozens of other training weapons. Valeria, not averting her gaze at all from the princess, picked up the weapon as Leon made himself comfortable off to the side. As far as he could tell, the training room was well enchanted, but given how wild both ladies' auras were, he wasn't quite sure how well it might stand up to a full-on fight between them, as he was worried might break out. But, to his immense relief, as they began their opening moves, they did without the use of elemental magic. Instead, as Valeria assumed a neutral stance before the princess, Cassandra lunged forward in an overhead slice that, while vicious and powerful, wasn't backed up by so much as a single speck of light magic. As Valeria blocked, Leon could feel the impact through the floor even from where he was watching, but Valeria didn't call upon so much as a single snowflake. Still, they were 8th-tier mages, and in the space of a single second, they exchanged 3 blows, each one ringing out like a massive bell and lightly shaking the training room. Valeria took a more defensive approach. She wasn't shying away at all from the princess, that much Leon could plainly see, having sparred with her countless times in the past couple decades, but she was more puzzling out any improvements or changes Cassandra had made to her fighting style in the past few years. To Leon's eyes, not much had changed. Cassandra was wild and aggressive, focused more on making an opening to exploit than waiting for one. She rained blows on the comparatively more passive Valeria, each one stronger than the last. But, he noticed, her expression was one of chaotic joy rather than growing frustration. For a moment, when Valeria made her move, he thought the expression might change. But as Valeria spun out of the way of a horizontal slice instead of blocking it and swept her glaive's blade out at Cassandra's exposed leg, the princess laughed and stepped back just in time. "Yes," she shouted as she pivoted into a withering counterattack that had Valeria going back on the defensive for a few more exchanges. "A good try, but still short," Valeria mocked as she deflected a blow and suddenly charged forward, slamming her shoulder into Cassandra's sternum. With the strength in her blow, Cassandra was thrown to the other side of the training room, gasping for breath. Valeria wasn't one to squander such opportunities and charged again, this time taking the offensive and swiping and lunging with her glaive to keep Cassandra on the back foot. Cassandra was now out of her element. Her defense was good, Leon could see that much, but it was mechanical and rote rather than intuitive and natural. She was technically skilled in her style, but her movements were too regular and lacked fluidity, showing a lack of comfort with fighting defensively. Soon enough, Valeria had managed to land a blow to Cassandra's sword arm, causing the princess to drop her sword. However, just as Valeria seemed to be victorious, Cassandra attempted to seize back the initiative by throwing herself forward and trying to grapple Valeria with her non-stunned arm. Valeria was taken off guard, and Cassandra slipped right past Valeria's glaive and slammed into her. Both women hit the floor, neither with weapons in hand. However, Cassandra still had a stunned arm, and Valeria only needed a moment to adapt. In one heartbeat, she'd overpowered Cassandra, knocking the princess onto her stomach beside her. In the next heartbeat, Valeria had Cassandra in a tight chokehold, and only then did Cassandra finally cease her resistance and relax. A quick tap on Valeria's arm had her releasing the hold and rolling off Cassandra to Leon's quiet displeasure, having rather enjoyed the sight. "Figures," Cassandra murmured as she breathed deeply with her airway no longer obstructed. Leon didn't think she needed to breathe, but even at 9th tier he still found it comfortable to do so. "Figures I'd still need to close a skill gap. You're a damn monster, Val." Valeria smirked. "You're a hardy bitch, yourself." "Your Imperial Highness," Cassandra briefly snarled. "We're in private, fuck the style." "Tongue's getting rough, too, not just sharp," Valeria quipped. "Too much time around saltier types. Is it common for archaeologists to curse?" "Fuck, common," Cassandra responded as she pushed herself back to her feet, Valeria only a moment behind her. She extended a hand, and Valeria took it. "That was a good fucking fight, Val." Valeria's smirk deepened and her eyes flitted in Leon's direction. "You're speaking like we're already done." "Oh, we're not. My blood's hot and that wasn't nearly satisfying enough. But that was still a good fight. Now, how about we try getting another in here?" Cassandra then did as Valeria and looked at Leon, who stood leaning against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, a challenging smile of his own spreading across his face. "Leon, my grandmother won't shut up about your swordsmanship. It's been too long since I've seen it for myself, so why don't you give me a demonstration?" "I hope the Grand Druid has been saying good things," Leon said as he took a longsword he'd spied earlier on the wall. "I'd hate to disappoint. You were satisfactory enough last time," Cassandra nonchalantly stated. "I see no reason to think that's changed." By this point, she was flexing her stunned arm and swinging her sword around again, clearly showing that she was back to full capacity. Leon took an aggressive posture about 20 feet opposite Cassandra, though it was a bit lazy as they hadn't quite started their bout. "I'm looking forward to testing my O." Before he could finish his statement, Valerius' glaive appeared as if from nowhere, swinging downwards toward his head. Still, Leon raised his blade and easily deflected it, the strike not having been that unexpected. "Oh," Leon gasped in exaggerated surprise. "I have been betrayed." Before he could press against Valeria, Cassandra darted in with a laugh and a deadly lunge that Leon twisted away from. Fighting defensively wasn't Leon's strong point either, but he had so much experience fighting Valeria, among many others, that he was able to make it work. He dodged and weaved around both ladies, each of them covering the other's blind spots and holes in their stances as they attacked him, ensuring that he had no opportunity to strike back. It was hard, both ladies were skilled, but Leon was still a tier stronger, and with them both coming at him as they were, he saw no reason not to use his own advantages. For the most part, he dodged rather than blocking or deflecting, and when he suddenly stopped to block Cassandra, her eyes widened in what he thought was surprise. He took her hit like a brick wall and pushed against her in her brief moment of shock. He could tell that she hadn't had much experience in actual fighting since the expedition to the Protoforest, as he didn't think a more seasoned fighter would have been knocked down. But knocked down she was, and it wasn't too hard for him to rake his blade across her ribs. Unfortunately for him, as surprised as Cassandra was, Valeria most certainly wasn't. As much as Leon was experienced in fighting Valeria, she was equally experienced in fighting him, and Leon suffered a blow to the shoulder for taking Cassandra out of the fight. It stung and his left arm went numb, but Leon didn't let that slow him down at all. With only Valeria standing against him, he went back on the offensive. His eyes locked on her, and as usually happened, his focus narrowed until it was filled only by her. Her eyes narrowed, telling him that she was doing the same. They blurred, their limbs becoming little more than color and motion, exchanging dozens of blows in half as many seconds, the clanging of their weapons the only sound to be heard in the training chamber. The spar ended when Leon managed to snag a couple of Valeria's fingers with his blade, causing her to drop her weapon. He pushed forward, feeling having already returned to his offhand, sweeping her up and pulling her into a tight bear hug. His own weapon clattered to the ground as he held her a foot off the ground, their foreheads pressed against each other's, their eyes locked. "Gotcha," Leon whispered. This time, Valeria responded, her statement followed up with a quick kiss. Leon took a deep breath and let her down, only then turning to face Cassandra. The princess looked at them with a complex look on her face, but before Leon could try to analyze it, it was gone, replaced with one of inflated disinterest and annoyance. "About time. I thought for a moment I was going to have to give you to the room." "You could have joined us," Valeria responded with a smug smile. "I thought you were going to," Leon honestly added. "I know it was a hard hit, but you had to have recovered quickly." Cassandra frowned slightly. "We're to train how we fight, and all that, right? I'm still working on my powers of resurrection, and you hit me with a killing blow. I wouldn't come back from that in a real fight, so why do so in a spar?" "To win," Valeria replied, only half seriously. The princess chuckled. "Maybe next time. For now, I need to get going. I had other duties to see to today other than showing you around. But I wouldn't mind doing this again. Sparring with you two hasn't yet failed to entertain, at least." She smiled challengingly at the two of them, and Leon and Valeria, standing shoulder to shoulder opposite the princess, said, "I'm always up for a good fight. Bring it, bitch." Cassandra chuckled again, but just as she was about to respond, someone burst through the door, an armored woman dressed like Evergold's Imperial Guard. "How dare you!" she roared, her 8th tier aura flaring as she laid a hand on the hilt of the sword at her armored waist, her eyes glaring at Valeria. "To say such, Ikaterine," Cassandra shouted, silencing the guard. "Quiet." The guard, looking suitably chastened, went silent and backed away, her aura calming and her hands moving to fold in front of her rather than resting on her weapon. "Apologies," Cassandra said to Valeria. "Yevgenia's on leave, and Ikaterine's new." Valeria just smiled and shrugged. "Make sure you come to dinner tonight," Cassandra said. "I'd like to catch up with you two in more ways than just crossing blades." "We'll be there," Leon said, not even needing to see Valeria to feel her agreement. "In that case, I'll leave you to it. See you then." Cassandra practically marched out of the training room in their suite, Ikaterine walking rather sheepishly behind her. Leon and Valeria, meanwhile, glanced at each other, each able to see that their blood was still pumping. They gripped their training weapons a little tighter and decided to go for another round. Leon sighed as he left the small group of messengers in his suite's main room. They'd just arrived to escort him and his retainers down to dinner with the Grand Druid, Sacred Golden Empress, Princess Cassandra, and the princess's elder sister, who Leon had last heard had been serving as a druid, or both a religious figure and governor, of the most important northern province in the Sacred Golden Empire. It seemed she was back in Evergold, though why, Leon wasn't sure, and he couldn't help but wonder if it was because of the ark discovered near Evergold. These wonderings ceased as he walked into Maya's room. Nestor was squirreled away in the suite's conference room doing whatever it was he did, likely drawing up more designs or editing finished designs for golems, and Valeria was with Maya as far as he knew. As he walked in, he was confronted by the sight of two of the most beautiful women he'd ever seen in varying states of undress. Maya was almost completely naked, dressed only in plain golden bracelets and a thick golden necklace. Valeria, on the other hand, was almost completely dressed save for her footwear and sitting on the bed while Maya stared at herself in a full-length mirror. That Maya was effectively naked drew Leon's attention first, for obvious reasons, but his surprise was saved for Valeria, who, in contrast to her usual attitude, had chosen an actual dress to wear to dinner. Furthering Leon's surprise was that it was cut in a fairly Evergolden style, with a plunging neckline, long slits along her legs almost up to her hips, and no back. The dress itself was otherwise decorated fairly simply, being several complementing shades of blue with a few silver trimmings. Adding to the effect were a few pieces of silver jewelry that Leon knew he'd never seen Valeria wear before. Leon almost froze at the sight, his instincts the only thing allowing him to stay mobile enough to close the door behind him. "I think he likes it," Valeria said, a wide smile on her face as she sent a smug smile Maya's way. Maya audibly scoffed, a scowl quickly etching itself deeper and deeper into her features. "You look fantastic," Leon said to Valeria. Turning to Maya, he quickly added, "While you also look incredible the way you are, I hope you're not planning on attending a meeting like this." "I'd rather not go at all," she said aloud, the sound of her voice resounding like the most pleasant music in Leon's ears despite the venom she spat them with. Still, their meaning wasn't lost on him, and he said, "You don't have to, you can stay here if you like." Her scowl lessened slightly, but she responded, "No, I'll go." "It's expected of me, isn't it?" Leon's smile twitched downward for a moment. "Been speaking much to Elise. She making progress in integrating you with the upper echelons of human society?" Maya sighed, and in a flash of light, was clothed in a manner much akin to Valeria. However, where Valeria's dress was blue, Maya's was sea green and trimmed in gold, matching her necklace and bracelets. "To be your maid requires me to keep these things in mind," Maya mechanically stated, as if reciting something she didn't fully endorse. "The only things you need to keep in mind are, well, I can't think of any," Leon playfully replied as he took her in his arms and spent a moment admiring her. "All you have to be is Maya, I won't love you any less for that." Maya shuddered as Leon spoke her name and, with her bronze cheeks a little redder than they were a moment before, said, "It's fine. People have been staring at me ever since I left my grotto and joined you, expecting things of me. I will give them nothing, but I will not let them think for a moment that I'm unworthy of being with you. If anyone thinks that, they can eat lightning," Leon said as he emanated a spike of killing intent. Maya just smiled and sent feelings of love and understanding through their connection, and Leon knew that she was set on making an appearance, as much as she wasn't enthusiastic about it. And since she was appearing, then she was going to put in more effort than she was otherwise inclined to at least look like she belonged in such august company, even if Leon didn't care if she wore a cloth sack or a 10 million silver dress. But with that mental message, Leon gave Maya a quick kiss and turned his attention to Valeria, who was also clearly wearing a different style than usual. Unlike Maya, however, who was more comfortable wearing nothing but her skin more often than not, Valeria had a simple and functional sense of style, preferring plain tunics and long, tight pants that were easy to move in. To see her in a dress, especially one so revealing, was rare. "You look great," he said, not hiding it at all as his eyes wandered up and down her body. Elise might have preened with such attention, but Valeria just smiled at him and shifted slightly to put herself just a little more on display. "Wanted to look my best. We're practically marching to war, aren't we? War would involve more armor and just a little less frustration. But if we are going to war, then no one's told me, who are we to fight, then?" Valeria chuckled. "Cassandra, With that one name, much of Leon's cheer evaporated. Valeria certainly noticed if her sudden look of confusion and then apology was anything to go by. "Is everything all right, Leon?" she asked, and Leon felt a pulse of concern from Maya. "With you two here, how can anything not be all right?" he quipped, but after a moment of staring at Val, he added, "It's just, all right, look. I like Cassandra. I'm not going to dispute that, but I made the choice not to pursue her, and for a number of reasons that I don't feel like going into now, as I'm sure those bootlickers outside are still waiting to take us down to wherever." Leon sighed and sat down on the bed next to Valeria, who scooted a little bit closer. "I'm growing less happy with people constantly throwing both my attraction to her and my decision not to go after her back in my face." "I wasn't," Valeria began, but Leon held up his hand and she cut herself off. "It's not your fault. We all have our own wants and desires. But I'm not looking for a massive harem. I don't want to have 100 wives and 1,000 concubines or more, as seems to be almost expected for men of great stature in the Nexus, if Nestor can be taken at his word. I just want the women I love with me, and that amounts to you two and Elise. You three make me happy. That's enough. But it seems that everyone but me wants me to go after Cassandra. And even that's not true, since I won't deny that a part of me wants to go after her, too. The greedy part, the part that wants 100 wives and 1,000 concubines, even though I know that that won't make me happy, and likely won't make anyone else happy, either. I think if you try for a harem that large, Elise might just come at you with a gelding knife," Valeria said, her voice quivering despite it being a joke. Leon smiled. "She's made it clear enough that she wants me to go after Cassandra, and though she's also told me before that she doesn't want me going around fucking everyone that I can get my cock into, if she's on the side of having me go after Cassandra, then what about the future? While there's a greedy part of me that might want a large harem, there's no ancestor's damned way I'm doing it. 3's enough. 4's pushing it." With some concerned hesitance, Valeria, clearly measuring her words carefully, said, "You don't have to start anything with Cassandra." Leon shrugged. "Maybe I don't. Maybe I will. Maybe I do and she cuts me down. Maybe. He turned to seriously regard Valeria. "I'm going to tell you this," he glanced then at Maya. "And I'm going to tell you this. And I'll tell Elise this once we get back home after this religious festival they want us to attend and we get done checking out this ark of theirs. Whether or not Cassandra and I start a romantic relationship, there will be no more after her. None. I don't care about the political benefits. I don't care about potential power. There will be no more. Cassandra would be it, should it come to pass. And should it not, then my harem will grow no more. Do either of you find this disagreeable?" "No," Maya said without hesitation. "Fewer mates to compete with." Valeria took a second to take one of Leon's hands, but her answer came with the same level of certainty as Maya's had. "I want you to be happy. I want to be happy, too. And I don't want you to have 100 wives. I wouldn't be happy if you did, and if you don't think you'd be happy if you did either, then don't have 100 wives. Leon chuckled. "You're all right with 1,000 concubines then. I'll keep that in mind." Valeria playfully slapped his arm while Maya practically growled. "I don't want you to have any more women," she clarified. After a moment, she decided that wasn't enough and added, "or any other lovers, for that matter." Leon gave her an amused look. "Just being thorough," she said, laughing. "Who knows where we'll be in 10,000 years. But, to stay on track, I'm making one exception for Cassandra. One, and I'm only speaking for myself." Her eyes landed on Maya, and the river nymph just glared back at her. With a frown, Maya said, "The arrogant princess is fine." As for others, her glare turned to Leon and without warning, she lightly grabbed Leon between the legs. Her touch was gentle, yet firm, but Leon still had to fight the urge to catapult upward and defend his most sensitive bits. "Mine," the river nymph whispered mentally. "Not theirs. Mine. Elise's. Val's. Maybe Cassandra's. No one else's." Leon grinned as she removed her hand. "Glad we're all on the same page, then. So long as Elise meets us here, too." "She will," Valeria said as she stood up. "She doesn't push that hard for you to expand your pool of available women, does she?" Leon lightly grimaced. "No, not really. Then it won't be a problem." Leon heard some shuffling outside of the bedroom door and was made very aware of just how long he and his ladies had been in the room, leaving their escorts waiting on them to head to the imperial dinner. I guess we'll be fashionably late, Leon thought as he rose and let his ladies take one of his arms each. At least we got all of that clarified. I guess I just have to decide on what to do about that damn princess, don't I? Leon, his ladies, and his retainers arrived in the dining hall where their imperial hosts were already waiting, or at least, Cassandra was. The Empress and the Grand Druid were nowhere to be seen. There were about 100 other people in the hall, as well, but Leon didn't think his people were too late given the lack of any substantial food on the many long tables around. In truth, calling this space a hall wasn't precisely accurate. They were up in the cavernous gap amongst the branches of the main palace tree, in something that was more pavilion than hall. The paving beneath their feet wasn't made of elegantly carved stone, but rather seemed to be natural stones painstakingly assembled like puzzle pieces, and mortared together with concrete or some similar substance. Still, the effect of such irregular stones forming the floor was surprisingly pleasant, Leon found. Meanwhile, the walls of the hall were formed by enchanted hedges, and the decorative columns were actually branches of the palace tree sticking out of the ground, in regular intervals like tree trunks unto themselves. The leaves that sprouted from these branches formed the ceiling of the hall. As soon as they arrived, Leon's retainers were directed to one of the tables close to, but not directly adjacent to the one where Cassandra now sat. Leon, Maya, and Valeria, meanwhile, were all ushered up to sit at that long table at the place of highest honor in the hall. Cassandra was nibbling on some finger food, seemingly completely alone at her table. Leon could see her guards not doing a good job of concealing themselves amongst all the other guards around the hall's perimeter, and none of the other invitees were approaching her, though given how little she seemed to notice Leon's arrival, he had to wonder if he was just missing something that they'd all noticed or were otherwise aware of. After a moment, he decided to just break the ice first, as Valeria and Maya certainly weren't going to be the ones to speak first, especially since Leon was sitting directly on Cassandra's left, and they were sitting on his left in turn. "Apologies for not saying this when we met earlier, Your Imperial Highness," he said, quietly reveling in the way she finally looked at him with some disdain when he used her style, "but I have to offer my congratulations and joy at seeing you fully rearmed." She turned to face him a little more, and her gaze turned a little more imperious. It was nothing our healers couldn't see to. She flexed her right arm, the one she'd lost in the lab in the protoforest. "Good as new. It was still an uncomfortable few weeks before I could get it back, though." Leon winced and his left arm began to throb. "Sorry it took so long." Cassandra shrugged. "For the perspective it gave me, a few weeks wasn't that much to pay. The pain was a little easier to bear when my mother and grandmother finally allowed me to leave the borders of our empire, though." "Right, the Grand Druids told me rather often that you've been running around all over the plain, finding and exploring all kinds of lost ruins. How's it be?" As Leon was finishing his question, a man with an 8th-tier aura and an expensive suit of white and gold approached their table and interrupted, though he had eyes only for Cassandra. It seemed he'd only just arrived after Leon. He thought he would have seen the man otherwise, as most of the guests in the hall were women, and those who weren't tended to be dressed a little more simply, implying lower standing. "Your Imperial Highness," he exclaimed. "What a radiant sight you are. Your power and vigor are an inspiration for the ages." "Stefanos," the princess dryly responded. "Bold as ever." "Bah," Stefanos loudly barked. "What is etiquette before the one who holds my heart?" "Everything, some might say," the princess growled. Stefanos waved his hand as if to literally brush away her concerns, but as he was about to say something else, Cassandra said in a tone that brooked no argument, "There'll be time enough later for us to talk. For now, I'm with some important guests and I would dearly like to catch up with them." Stefanos appeared a little taken aback, and his eyes landed on Leon for what seemed like the first time since he'd come over. But his smile didn't waver for a single second, and he graciously bowed and said, "Of course, Your Imperial Highness. I shall not intrude any longer." With that, he turned and left, though not before letting his eyes scan Leon once more. It was faint enough that he thought he might be mistaken, but Leon thought that there was a trace of killing intent in the man's aura as he walked away. "Damn it," he thought, continuing like they hadn't been interrupted at all. However, he asked, "How's the archaeology been going? Find anything interesting?" Cassandra immediately brightened up, the dark cloud that had settled over her expression upon Stefanos' interruption clearing up immediately. "Oh yes, a few traces of those who lived here before the Sky Devils descended. Nothing practical yet, but it's only a matter of time." Leon gave her a questioning look, his brow creasing slightly in confusion. That's still interesting. I mean, I'm assuming, nothing practical, means, nothing magical, and it's hard to imagine anything non-magical to have survived so much time. It's possible under certain circumstances, the princess replied. In a lot of cases, other archaeologists have already done a lot of work for me, and I just had to continue following the clues they couldn't usually due to financing difficulties. Starting with those most promising and working our way back, we've found what we guess are monuments and religious buildings, some even with completely unrecognizable script. In one case, we found buried more than 100 feet under the earth and entombed in volcanic ash a city of decent size big enough for 20 or 30,000 people. The ash had kept everything so well preserved that the frescoes and graffiti on the walls were still vivid enough to be easily identified. We can't read any of the graffiti, but the fact that we've found anything so old at all is just amazing. Leon smiled as he leaned back in his chair, the princess going into greater detail about the kinds of sites she'd investigated and excavated, her joy and energy growing with every word. But it wasn't just her demeanor that he paid attention to. He started growing more concerned when she brought up seeing reptilian and serpentine in particular imagery present in many of these sites, but her stories were soon interrupted by the arrival of their hosts. The Empress, Grand Druid, and First Princess of the Sacred Golden Empire all arrived and kicked off all the pomp and ceremony of an imperial feast, silencing Cassandra and leaving Leon to wonder how much the people Cassandra was finding records of had in common with those that had once lived in the Serpentine Isles. Leon hesitated a moment before knocking on Helen and Anna's door. Neither had given much actual reason to worry, but it had been a while since Anna had killed Casimir, and Leon needed to make sure they were doing all right. Bringing them back to the land of their birth was a part of that. For however much it was needed, it seemed to at least be put to use, as the former ambassador to the Ilian Empire, a family friend who'd privately investigated their parents' death and learned they were killed by a vampire, leading them to Casimir, had been present at the feast, as had a few others who had also risen in the years since who remembered their parents well. Hesitating no longer, Leon knocked, and a moment later, Helen answered. "Hey there, boss," she said after a moment of surprise, though she seemed completely at ease. "Mind if I come in?" he asked. "Sure thing," she responded as she stepped back and led him in. As Leon walked in, he gave their suite a quick once-over. As expected, though it was only a few doors down from his own, it was smaller, appearing to lack a conference room or a dedicated training room. As it was still opulent and comfortable, but hardly a match for his suite. "No training room?" Leon asked, looking for confirmation. Helen cocked an eyebrow and gave him a half-smile. "No, need a reason to know. Can't even give us a few days off, oh taskmaster of ours?" Anna asked as she left a bedroom and joined them out in the main room. "Just want to make sure my people are in fighting shape," Leon said with a smile and a shrug. "If I'm fighting, then we're all already screwed," Helen whispered as she ran her fingers through her bright red hair. It had been green until not long before they accompanied the Grand Druid back to the Sacred Golden Empire. "No reason not to be ready, at least," Leon argued. "Screwed or not, better to know how to fight than not, yes." Helen scowled, but Anna quickly said, "As you say, though few of us have the inclination for such violent pursuits. Knowing how to fight isn't violent, it's using your skills to visit violence upon others. Without pain, then training is like dancing. Just waving sharp bits of metal around instead of spinning around. I think you need to work on that argument, I'm not convinced." Leon frowned at Anna, and after a moment, Helen asked, "Have anything for us, boss? I thought we were going to be kind of on our own for a few days until the red leaf ceremony." That was the plan. Don't know why I phrased it like that, still is the plan. Why don't we have a quick sit?" With both Helen and Anna giving him strange looks, Leon led the way to the nearest sofas and took a seat with Helen and Anna doing likewise on the sofa opposite him. And there they sat in silence for a painfully long time as Leon fought to get his thoughts in order. Eventually, under the pressure of their expectant gazes, he asked, How are you two doing?" "Fine," Anna immediately responded, sounding almost offended at the question, but Helen took a much longer moment to answer. The now redhead glanced at her sister, Anna's just as new platinum locks gleaming in the light of their room's glowing leaves. "We're fine," she eventually said. That pause wasn't encouraging, Leon pointed out. There was another silent pause, but this time it was more a result of Anna and Helen not speaking than Leon. So, after at least half a minute of awkward waiting, Leon explained, "Look, I'm not trying to pry. If you two say that you're all right, then you're all right. But I want to make sure that my team is as healthy as they can be, mentally and physically. Hate my insistence on training all you want, but it's better to be ready than not, no matter what. And make no mistake, we're going to need to be ready. He glanced meaningfully at Helen. All of us, and I need my people in top shape. My enemies, especially those I haven't even made yet, aren't going to wait patiently for us to train if they can help it. It will be our own power and the alliances we can make that will keep us safe, hopefully the former, I say. Now, it's been a fairly interesting few months. Magical ascensions, a few key breakthroughs in research projects, valuable finds following long expeditions, and rightful vengeance taken. Leon paused, giving his meaningful looks to both ladies now that he was getting to the crux of his visit. From the way they both tensed up, he knew that they had no problem figuring out why he was here now. So, I'll ask again, how are you two doing? It's been a few months since Casimir's death. You're my people, I'm your commander, and I will worry about your well-being even if given no other reason. Your lives are my responsibility, and more than that, I like to think that we're at least friends. You've saved our lives before, Helen said, speaking slowly and clearly, thinking over her words fairly carefully before speaking. I would also like to think that we're friends. Leon smiled. Same here, Anna whispered. Then I hope that if anything comes up, if you two ever need help of any kind, we know this, Helen responded. But I have to ask again, have you noticed something that prompted this? Well, you two have seemed a bit distracted. That thing with Nadir and Astar trashing the stables was rather eye-opening, and I've noticed you, Helen, haven't been quite as energetic about our work as you normally are. You two just seem like you have a lot on your minds, some more than others. Leon made eye contact with them both, but he saved his more serious stare for Anna, who at least looked suitably contrite. That was a mistake on my part, Anna said. I shouldn't have lost control of my beasts like that, no, especially not with that bracelet. I'm not even close to being a competent darkness mage, but with such a tool I'd imagine that it was quite the distraction that had your wyverns going insane in my stables. I can't have something like that happen again. That sentiment is many times greater if they are ever to become proper war beasts. Anna sighed. Were you not right, I'd honestly be pretty angry right now. Leon suppressed a scowl. It was my stables that were almost demolished. I don't see how I'd be wrong in this instance. Any trace of defiance in Anna's expression died in that moment. It was Leon's turn to sigh, especially when Helen started looking nervous. I don't want to be the bad guy here, he calmly stated. I just want us all to be in top shape. I want us all to be happy and healthy. And as your employer, as I said just a moment ago, you two are my responsibilities, for all the good and bad. When you two are injured, mentally or physically, it's my responsibility to make sure you heal. I hope it's not too arrogant to say that when you fail in your duties, that failure is on me as well. And any failure on either of your parts is especially egregious because I know that you're both far too competent to let such failures happen. Both ladies smiled a little bit as he reached the end of his spiel, but they were still looking quite put out. Regardless, Leon knew that being a leader meant that he sometimes had to kick his people in the ass if they were off track. He couldn't only be their friend and forgive their every mistake. We hear you, Helen murmured. I'll admit that I've been distracted. Same here, Anna muttered, her eyes unfocused and staring off into space. Leon smiled sadly. I came in here asking how you two were. I won't ask that again. I just want you both to remember that if you ever need to talk, I'm here to listen. And if you want to talk to someone else, then I will do everything I can to facilitate that. Thank you, Helen responded, Anna still barely able to look at Leon. If it's all right, I think we'd rather talk about this with some other people first. That's fine. I won't ask anything of the two of you, so use this time we're in Evergold to rest up and see to yourselves. Thank you, Helen replied, and Anna nodded as well. With that, Leon stood up, said his goodbyes, and left his retainers on their own, feeling just a little unsatisfied. His more selfish thoughts were straying in Casimir's direction, but he supposed he had answer enough, anyway. The two clearly weren't happy. Their parents weren't coming back. The world was safer without Casimir, but they would never hear the sound of their parents' laughter again. They'd never be able to brag to their parents about their accomplishments. Even Leon, for all his family that had entered Death's kingdom, had at least some hope of finding his mother. Casimir was dead, and as far as Leon could tell, Anna and Helen felt nothing but pain. There was a small part of Leon that thought the Red Leaf Ceremony, the religious festival that the Grand Druid had initially used as the pretext for inviting him to the sacred Golden Empire, was just an excuse for the people of Evergold to have a big old party. It was more festival than ceremony, though one that was at least kicked off by a lengthy ceremony. All of the leaves of the palace trees, in the course of a single evening, turned red and fell from their branches. As many leaves as possible were then gathered up and ritually crushed by the Empress, the Grand Druid, and both princesses, along with a host of nature mages. The resulting dust was scattered about the city, thrown from the top branches of the palace tree. That was the signal for a city-wide festival, during which it seemed the only people not working in government who were forced to work and weren't either in food service or part of the many parades and other street entertainment were the nature mages, who had to see to the palace trees and regrow all of their leaves before morning. Leon was grateful to set all of his problems aside for the time being and wander the streets, accompanied only by Maya and Valeria, Nestor being left back in his guest suite and Gaius going off with Anna and Helen. He also noticed a number of Evergolden Imperial guards in plain clothes following them, but he paid them no mind. It was a fun night, even for him. Though he wasn't that keen on remaining in public for long, and Maya and Valeria generally weren't either, there were at least enough distractions and food to keep them moving on to the next street. Still, all three returned to the central palace tree not long after midnight and turned in, for the real meat of their visit to the sacred Golden Empire was to come later the next day, the visit to the discovered Ark. To this Ark, Leon was true to his word and didn't take Helen or Anna, leaving them behind in Evergold. Aside from his ladies, he took only Nestor and Gaius. The Ark was 20 miles north of Evergold, entangled in the root of a massive tree, revealed by a rift opened by an earthquake. It was in a relatively rural area, making it more than clear that something was up given the entire area had been locked down and practically turned into a new military base. Dozens of buildings and temporary housing for hundreds of soldiers ensuring the surroundings remained as secure as such a find demanded. As they entered the site, escorted by both the Grand Druid and Cassandra, Leon was unsurprised to find even more soldiers inhabiting underground facilities built into the walls of the rift, inflating the number of guards into the thousands. For him, though, the real attention-grabbing stuff didn't come until they reached the deepest part of the rift, where a small concrete castle, and given its appearance, Leon couldn't think of it as anything less than a proper castle, had been erected. Once through the door, however, they went down a large magic lift into a truly massive underground chamber, easily comparable to any of the chambers in Tusk's territory. This one, however, was even more impressive given its obvious artificial nature. On the floor of the cavern rested the dead supercarrier, the tree roots that had once entangled it removed. Only its top and sides had been fully excavated, as the Empire was still building the proper infrastructure to get it off the ground, but even as partially buried as it was, and as obviously damaged as it was still a sight to see. The supercarrier was, in a word, massive, nearly as large as Jason Carano's Ark, and larger by a wide margin than any other piece of military hardware built by the empires in their long histories. Fully exploring the thing could take weeks, if not months. Leon didn't think they'd even have days. The Grand Druid just wanted his assistance in getting the thing up and running, which largely meant that he just needed to open doors and try and get any functional systems to respond to their arcsmiths and military engineers, and he wasn't so sure he could do that without plenty of time. Exploring. He wasn't sure he wanted to turn such a valuable piece of his family's military legacy over to Evergold. In their time alone, Leon had refrained from quizzing Nestor on his clan's arcs, despite having received a primer from the Grand Druid on the flight over. He knew that this was a supercarrier, one of the Thunderbird clan's largest war arcs, but he couldn't bring himself to ask the man golem for any more information in their guest suite, or even to talk to him much at all except to bark orders. They'd agreed beforehand that it was for the best, but as Leon stood before the small section of the arc that had been forced somewhat above the ground, he couldn't help but wish he'd been able to find some way to be confident any potential talk with Nestor couldn't be spied on. Not even the dead man could guarantee that, not without attention-grabbing preparation first. "Has there been any change?" Leon asked as he stared at the monstrously large arc in wonder. "None," the lead Evergolden engineer, who'd accompanied him and all the rest upon their arrival, clarified. "So far, we've not yet managed to access any decks that have no physical damage allowing entry. All doors remain shut, no system remains operable." "Well, let's see what we can do about that, shall we?" From behind their group, a vaguely familiar voice quipped, "That's what we're here for, is it not?" Leon glanced over his shoulder and saw that Stefanos, the man who'd so rudely approached Cassandra during the feast, was standing there, surrounded by a number of rather civilian-looking men and women. He noted that all those in uniforms of the official Evergolden authorities were busy manning the various workstations and facilities built around the cavern to monitor and secure the supercarrier, but these particular folks had come out of a rather palatial-looking building built into the cavern wall. All the finest arcsmiths in the Empire, come to analyze and take control of this utter marvel. Stefanos continued, though Leon was rather displeased to see the man's eyes lock onto Cassandra as he finished. Leon Rame, this is Stefanos, the Grand Druid introduced. He's one of my Empire's most reliable arcsmiths. She quickly introduced the other civilians with Stefanos, most of whom were themselves civilian arcsmiths. Leon, however, barely spared most of them so much as a glance. Only the 8th tier Stefanos warranted his attention, especially since the man stared back at him with a look of such smug superiority that Leon felt a near overwhelming urge to walk over and clock him in the jaw. When the Grand Druid finished introducing everyone, Stefanos finally turned away from Leon and focused on Cassandra. "Your Imperial Highness," he said, the other arcsmiths behind him remaining quiet and seemingly following his lead, "it's such a pleasure to see you again in so short a time. My heart swells with gratitude just to be in your august presence." "Save it, Steph," Cassandra growled. "We're here on business." Of course, Steph replied, to Leon's irritation. He stared probingly at Leon, Maya, Valeria, Gaius, and Nestor, his gaze only becoming marginally less like a glare when he reached the last. "I'm just confused as to what this group could possibly contribute that the best and brightest of our empire could not." "Continue to wonder," the Grand Druid shot back. "We're heading in. You will follow, but not join." "Yes, your divinity," Stefanos instantly replied, though again, Leon felt a slight hint of killing intent from the man. "Now," the Grand Druid said to Leon, "shall we get closer?" "Yes," Leon replied, eager to get back to business. As much as Stefanos concerned him, he was far more eager to get to work unraveling the mysteries of the supercarrier. Without any more ado, the Grand Druid and the lead engineer led their procession, along with several guards and other engineers, Stefanos and the other civilian arcsmiths following at a respectful distance down to a steel ramp leading up to the crack in the supercarrier's hull that had allowed access in the first place. From up close, it was clearly not damage sustained in the fall, if the intense burns and melted edges of the hull were any indications, though given the hull was 15 feet of enchanted and alchemically enhanced steel, the hull's very existence was evidence enough that it had been created violently rather than suffered in the crash. He didn't stop to examine for too long before the Grand Druid led them all into the 2,000-foot-long supercarrier, and they began their explorations. The opening torn into the hull of the supercarrier was small relative to the size of the vessel, but quite large on a human scale. Leon and his party had no trouble getting through it, finding themselves in a fairly long, narrow hall on the other side. It was perhaps wide enough to allow 3 or 4 men to walk shoulder to shoulder, but triple the height of the average man. Given the Ark had crashed and was currently embedded in the earth nose first, Leon and the others almost had to resort to flight just to navigate the hallway. Crisscrossing the interior was what seemed to be support beams, and all along the inner wall were savaged runic engravings. Leon was immediately entranced by the runes, but the damage that the exterior of the Ark had suffered was tiny compared to what had happened to the runes, most of which were completely unreadable now. What Leon found more important upon his investigation was that there was still a fairly substantial current of magic power running through the Ark's interior. "This place still has power," he said, his voice colored with wonder. He almost instinctively turned to Nestor to ask him about it, but as Cassandra, the Grand Druid, and the rest of their entourage followed his party into the Ark, he held his tongue. They weren't being accompanied by many, only a small handful of guards and engineers, but Leon still wasn't risking anything with the Grand Druid being anywhere close to earshot. Besides, he and Nestor had already worked out something of a strategy for their exploration. It was loose and situational, but they didn't need extensive plans to carry it out. It essentially amounted to seeing if it was possible to use anything they might find in the Ark to separate their party from the Grand Druid and continue their explorations in peace. Fortunately, Stefanos and the other civilian arcsmith were remaining outside, at least for the moment. "We believe this hallway to be a maintenance section," the lead engineer explained as she landed in the hall. "Some inspections have revealed the outer hull to not only be heavily enchanted, but we also believe it was engineered to have some ability to absorb shocks by flexing inward and then back out." As she spoke, She indicated the beams that Leon had taken to be meant for support. Other than that, we've found a few other hatches that we think were designed to allow some kind of substance to fill this pocket between the inner and outer hull, but we've not been able to get the hatches open to confirm. The lead engineer then gave the Grand Druid, and then Leon, a rather pointed look. The Grand Druid smiled and said, "Then let's see what our specialist can do to help. Leon, if you would, my boy, there's a door over there." With an elegant wave, the Grand Druid indicated one end of the hallway where a narrow door could just barely be seen amidst what to Leon looked like the hatches the lead engineer was talking about. Without a word, Leon approached the door and examined it. It was built in a narrow trapezoidal shape, though he couldn't see any runic circles glowing on it which might open it. Without a word, however, Nestor approached from behind and, with mechanical stiffness to hide the ease with which he could move, he tapped a specific place on the door's frame and a panel opened up. Nestor began working on the panel while the Grand Druid said, "Truly a marvelous golem you have, Leon. Would it be possible to allow us to study it after this is over?" "Unfortunately, no," Leon replied. "I have quite a few projects back home that I was hoping the golem could be useful for." "Sounds tantalizing," Cassandra said as she slunk closer, her eyes on Nestor the entire way. "What is it doing now?" "I'm guessing some kind of maintenance routine," Leon explained. "Hard to say. From my own tests, I found that it's quite adept at manipulating various enchanted objects, so there's a possibility it was more than just a scribe golem, but something more akin to a highly advanced automated assistant or tool or something like that for whoever built it." Almost as soon as Leon finished his short explanation, Nestor shut the panel and a red runic circle appeared on the door. "Look at that," Leon breathed. "I was hesitant to bring this thing along, but," he pressed his hand against the runic circle and activated it with his magic power. The door slid into the wall in response, giving access to the hall beyond, though Leon noted that a few other enchantments in the door activated as well, and if he were correct, they were some kind of blood magic. If he had to guess, then he would say that the Ark already knew he was a clan member. With a smile, he turned back and glanced at Nestor. "Looks like it's paying off already." "So it is," the Grand Druid exclaimed. "Let's see what's beyond." Despite the Grand Druid's excitement, there wasn't much exciting on the other side of the door. A long hallway no wider than the one that ran between the outer and inner hull. There were a few more doors on the inside, and unlike nearly all the other ruins Leon had found of his clan, these weren't empty but instead filled with hunks of rusted and dusty metal. They were in a maintenance section of the Ark, and these were probably the tools the Ark's complement of engineers used to keep the Ark running. Or so he would have guessed. A little further down the hallway, they were stopped by another door, this one a little bigger and sturdier seeming than the previous one. However, this one didn't require Nestor to fiddle with an interior panel, and Leon was able to open it without problems. The connected rooms to this hallway were a little fuller than the ones just before, and from the way the lead engineer practically squealed in delight as they came upon these objects, Leon could tell they were of value. I think these are spare parts for micro-arcs," the lead engineer cried after a few minutes of inspection. "Arcs only large enough for 1 or 2 people, with small lance-like weapon systems. Fast and deadly, an arc like this one could carry dozens of micro-arcs. Imagine 100 lances, all with the mobility of the fastest and most maneuverable arcs that we can build today." Leon smiled with all the others, but as Cassandra and the Grand Druid began gushing about the possible implications of such a find, Leon found himself glancing at Nestor. The malls he and his research division had devised were only possible thanks to the integration of thunder wood into their design. Nestor had previously indicated that such weapon systems were generally seen as useless by the powers that be in the Nexus given the sheer amount of power required for such weapons to become mobile, and their relative uselessness in combat with post-apotheosis mages. However, such micro-arcs that the lead engineer described would be similar weapon platforms that could fly. Leon couldn't help but see some discrepancy there. Why was an armored ground vehicle not used, but these micro-arcs were? Unfortunately, with everyone else around them, Leon couldn't grill Nestor on this point, but he mentally filed it away for later. The exploration of the Ark continued, with the maintenance section of the supercarrier being a dense warren of rooms, closets, and broken machinery, the latter of which appeared with greater frequency the deeper into the Ark they got. They found several large magic lifts in this maintenance section, or engineering section, as the lead engineer started calling it, as they found more and more complex mechanical and magical machinery big enough to carry the director's personal Ark, but even though the Ark itself still seemed to have power, the lifts wouldn't budge. Fortunately, there were emergency stairs just for this purpose. With this group, Leon led them around the ark as best as he could. However, it soon became clear that many of the interior doors that lead into the heart of the supercarrier were sealed, even to him, not that he tried that hard to open them, after a few very subtle warning gestures from Nestor, but most of the outer compartments were easy enough to explore. They found what seemed like the crew quarters, with bays big enough to house hundreds of bunks, non-functional hygiene equipment, and trashed and desiccated leisure areas. These areas were easy enough to identify given the furniture, all of which was made of steel, was still there, though any and all organic materials had long since decayed to dust. More intriguing were the massive bays found close to the hull, from which the lead engineer theorized the micro-arcs could be launched. They found 4 of these massive bays, and within each, they estimated 4 to 6 micro-arcs could be stored at any one time. Several doors in the back of each of these bays led into long hallways along the bottom of the supercarrier, much larger than the hallway they'd used to enter the ark, each one with a number of alcoves about large enough for the director's ark to be stored. Tracks along the floor indicated that the micro-arcs likely weren't meant to be stored in the bays, but in these alcoves, where the remnants of many arcane machines could be seen. There were enough alcoves for at least 300 micro-arcs within the supercarrier. A few of these alcoves were filled, though what was in them was little more than a mound of heavily deteriorated metal that could have, 80,000 years ago, been the small arcs in question. As they were now, there was nothing immediately usable to salvage within the supercarrier's storage bays. To some degree, Leon was surprised that they hadn't found any weapons. He knew from Nestor's briefing prior to coming to the Sacred Golden Empire that supercarriers had at least some complement of onboard weapons, but they were designed mostly to be a base for smaller arcs to launch from. Given that they hadn't known any supercarriers remained, Nestor hadn't gone into too much detail, though, leaving Leon to wonder just what kind of weapons were placed on board, and where they might be located. Closer to the hull was an obvious place to look, but many of the decks were inaccessible no matter what Leon or Nestor did. Crushed when the supercarrier crashed, damaged from whatever it was that made the supercarrier crash, Leon couldn't say. But, after many hours, their group had explored essentially all that was currently available. By Leon's estimation, at least half, if not more, of the ark remained unexplored, but those areas were within the area of the ark. That wasn't opening for him. Leon was a little worried, but he remained patient. He was confident that he and Nestor could get inside if given the chance to do so without people watching over their shoulders. That would have to wait, though, for the group decided to take a break while the engineers along with them cataloged everything they'd found and mapped out the interior as best they could. While they did that, Leon stood apart with his people, but he wasn't able to say more than a couple words before the overbearing presence of the Grand Druid washed over him from behind. Leon turned, a smile plastered over his face, to meet the aged woman right behind him, who wore a similar smile to his. "Leon," she said, her tone light and pleasant. "Grand Druid," Leon replied, his tone likewise. "This place is incredible, isn't it?" "It is. Its Majesty has not been matched on this place since its fall. We'll be working to change that, but we'll have to see if we can get further inside before then. The aft sections of the ark are mostly opened now," Leon pointed out. "This ark's engines seemed intact enough to study. Just studying the engines is fine, but they won't do us much good if we can't analyze the ark's power source," the lead engineer called out, having apparently listened in. "Yes," Leon agreed with some slight annoyance. "But surely that's enough to study for a long while, isn't it? I doubt this thing will ever take to the skies again, not with how damaged it is, but just studying this massive metal corpse ought to be a massive boon to your empire, wouldn't you say?" "I would say that," the Grand Druid agreed with a mysterious smile. "As for the rest, we'll have to see. But I came over here to discuss something else with you if you wouldn't mind indulging this old wilting flower for a few minutes." With the ease of a grandmother giving direction to a young grandson, the Grand Druid took Leon's arm and steered him to a quieter section of the ark where they wouldn't be interrupted again. Leon gave a quick gesture so that his people wouldn't try to follow, though a glance at Nestor confirmed that the dead man could still overhear since the Grand Druid wasn't putting up any barriers this time. "Your tree sprite," the Grand Druid said, jumping right in, "I have yet to break more than a few words with it." "Exoticos isn't mine," Leon responded with more obvious vehemence than he meant to express. "Who they speak with, and for how long, is something that they decide on, so long as it's not my business." The Grand Druid smiled patronizingly. I but wished to pass on my continued hopes that our good working relationship might extend to your tree sprite, as well. Before the Grand Druid could continue, Cassandra came running over. Grandmother, there are some fluctuations in the ark's aft sections that looked promising. Oh, then we should look into them, shouldn't we? The Grand Druid exclaimed. Leon smiled and subtly glanced at Nestor. He and the dead man had done quite a bit during their explorations, and Nestor had gained access to a great many maintenance systems. The dead man cocked his head slightly, and Leon imagined he would have been smiling if he'd had any lips. Maybe, Leon said, drawing the two ladies' attention. I've reactivated a few arcs in my time, for both your empire and Ilion, and though this is certainly the largest one I've ever been in, my retinue and I are likely the most experienced in reactivating old arcs like this one. Fluctuations in power aren't anything new, and probably not that exciting, either. I'll have one of my people check it out with a couple of your engineers, but I wouldn't get too excited. Both Cassandra and the Grand Druid gave him strange looks, but neither could offer any meaningful rebuttal. If you say so, Cassandra grumbled. I'd rather check it out myself, though. Waiting here is boring. The Grand Druid glanced between Leon and Cassandra for a moment, then her eyes narrowed as her smile took on a sly note. No, let Leon's retainer deal with it, the 10th tier mage said. For now, why don't the two of you spend a little more time talking while we rest up? I'll just see to some business with our team before we proceed. With a wink sent Leon's way, the Grand Druid spun on her heel and left Leon and Cassandra alone. Leon felt a little awkward, and from the way she was staring after her grandmother in what looked rather like disbelief, Leon got the impression that Cassandra felt the same. Still, he at least had the advantage of taking a moment to order Gaius, head down to the engines and see what's up. Take the thing with you, I'm sure it'll know what to do. Leon nodded to Nestor, and added, do you remember the thing we had to do a few years ago with that one arc south of Ilion? Gaius frowned for a moment, but said, yes. Engines flared as the arc was explored and slowly powered up and drained the power supply, right? Triggered a bunch of problems within the arc. Leon nodded. Something like that. Wouldn't want anything like that happening here. Check it out. Silently, he channeled a whisper of darkness magic and murmured into Gaius, mind, I trust you. Nestor's opening up a distraction. See if you can widen it. Gaius didn't even react, save for his eyes darting to Nestor. I'll see what I can do, he said, and he and Nestor were off, accompanied by two Evergolden engineers. And with that, Leon returned to Cassandra. Probably nothing, Leon said. Hopefully not anything serious, but one can never be too sure. As you say, Cassandra replied, disappointment giving her tone a bitter flavor. What do you think happened to this thing? Probably shot down, Leon said. After the fall of my clan, the remnants of my clan's military forces and our vassals fought a big war, didn't they? Losing this supercarrier might have even been the catalyst for many of our vassals quitting the plane entirely and retreating while they still had arcs to do so. You think? Cassandra asked with a thoughtful look. How can you be sure? See something the rest of us didn't. I have my ways, Leon replied with a wry smile. In this case, though, I'm only speculating. Regardless of what happened, the loss of such a massive arc couldn't have been taken lightly. It would have been a massive strategic loss, and I'm sure many plans changed based on its mere presence. Cassandra frowned and shrugged in evident agreement. This vessel was a marvel, wasn't it? She whispered as she glanced around the bay they were using to rest. Building such a thing must have been an undertaking greater than any Eterna has seen in a long time. I would have loved to have seen it in its prime. Maybe that'll change, Leon said as he leaned against a nearby wall. Maybe studying this thing will teach your people how to build one of your own. Assuming you have the resources, anyway. And the skill, Cassandra said with a scowl. You doubt the skill of your arcsmiths. I'll admit that Stefanos seems more bluster than skill, but judging from what I've seen of Evergold's arcs, your people are hardly hopeless. Cassandra groaned. Let's not bring him up, shall we? Why not? Leon asked as his smile widened slightly. He seems quite taken with you, wouldn't you say? He grew up in the Imperial Palace. We were friends when we were, maybe I should say that we were friendly when we were young. I would have always hesitated to call him a friend. He doesn't appear to feel that way. Cassandra's ruby eyes narrowed. You're awfully interested in Steph. Leon, just curious. When a man acts so arrogantly in front of me, especially one I've never even heard of before, it tends to raise a few eyebrow hairs. Not just scoping out the competition. she asked as she focused entirely on him. He gave her an exaggerated shrug. He thinks himself your suitor, I'd say, though I'll be the first to admit I've only ever seen him the 2 times. And, sure, maybe I'll admit to wanting him to stay right the hells away from you, and from the way you've treated him, I'm not alone in that want. You're not, Cassandra readily admitted. He's overbearing, and certainly no suitor of mine. Those I might even consider as a partner have to be of a certain caliber. You understand, I'm an imperial princess, and though I'll never succeed my mother, I do have high standards. Her eyes scanned his body as if in appraisal, and Leon didn't shy away. He almost asked her just how he might rank in her eyes, but he held his tongue. Instead, he just watched her look him up and down, and teasingly glared at her when her eyes found their way back up. So nothing to worry about from Stefanos, then? Leon asked slowly, placing slightly more emphasis on each word than he normally would have. He's below your concern, she confirmed in a similar cadence. They stared at each other for a long moment, a silent contest to see which one of them would blink or look away first. After that long moment, though, Leon asked, "So, how have your personal projects been, Cassandra?" She smirked. "Great, and I'll do you the honor of permitting you to call me, Cassie. Truly, you grace me with your benevolence. Blessed am I for such consideration." Cassie. Cassandra's smile, which had been naturally fading as they spoke, widened again, accompanied by a quiet chuckle. She spun a lock of her hair around a finger and replied with forced disinterest, "As you ought to be, Leon. I don't think I've given anyone such permission before. Only my family has ever managed to take such liberties with me." "Why, my lady," Leon said with faux outrage. "Surely you aren't accusing me of being untoward?" Cassandra giggled again. "Of course not, Leon. You can't be untoward when following an invitation. But if you're going to prove yourself to be so good at following directions, then I might just have some other requests." Leon lowered his head slightly in a playful parody of a bow. "I live to serve," he said without a shred of seriousness. He snuck a look at his ladies as he said this, noting that both Valeria and Maya were watching the exchange, Maya with a look of only relatively vague interest, but Valeria, when she noticed Leon looking at them, smirked for just a moment before returning to her usual stoic, ice-cold expression. Cassandra was about to continue their banter when a wave of magic power pulsed through the arc, and Leon felt lightning tingle in the air, mixed with light and darkness. Everyone in the bay aside from himself, Cassandra, Valeria, and Maya all vanished as spheres of darkness enclosed them, before dissolving away, leaving nothing behind. Cassandra spun around, sunlight appearing in her hand in a flash of light. Leon, Valeria, and Maya did likewise, the former two drawing their weapons while the latter summoned a relatively small water dragon. Everyone else in the room with them who they'd just spent hours exploring the supercarrier arc with had just disappeared in what, to Leon at least, looked like teleportation spheres. Not even the Grand Druid had managed to avoid the same fate, disappearing along with the rest of the Evergolden team of engineers. At the same time, the supercarrier began to groan and creak, and Leon could hear a low hum starting from deeper within the vessel, and it was slowly growing louder. Observing with his magic senses, he realized that the amount of power within the supercarrier had skyrocketed. The interior of the ark was fairly damaged, and through bent and broken interior panels, lightning started to burst out in wide arcs as more and more power gushed through the walls. "Get down," Leon shouted. Center of the room, he ran in the indicated direction, with Cassandra, Valeria, and Maya following behind him only a moment later. Arcs of golden lightning exploded outward, not quite filling the air, but certainly making the area where they'd just been standing rather dangerous, even to mages of their power. "What is this?" Cassandra shouted, her voice dripping with wrath and confusion in equal measure. "I think someone managed to get the supercarrier's power supply back up and running," Leon shouted as another bolt of lightning flashed through the air above them, and he reached out with his power to intercept any more that may follow. A moment later, one arc did, but he managed to reflect it at the wall, leaving long black scars along the gray metal. And the others, Cassandra followed up, teleported, Leon guessed, maybe, can't say more. Another bolt raced through a hallway and exploded out into the room they stood in, but again, Leon was able to deflect it away from his party. "Where's Gaius?" Valeria shouted as she shot Leon a look filled with meaning. Leon bitterly smiled for just a moment in response before he returned his face to stoic seriousness. This wasn't exactly what he had in mind, especially since Cassandra was still here, but he supposed as far as distractions meant to give him unfettered access to the supercarrier went, this wasn't that bad. So long as none of us die, that is, as if on cue, the power running through the ark and springing from its damaged walls suddenly ceased, leaving Leon and his party standing there in the dark, rather nonplussed. What's going on now? Cassandra whispered as she took an aggressive step away from their group as if she were attempting to advance on something unseen. Power's out, Valeria simply replied as she glanced once more at Leon, who nodded his agreement at more than just her statement. Whatever started it seems to have stopped. Then we need to find the others. Cassandra insisted. If they've been teleported, then they shouldn't have gone far. Likely not even off the ark, Leon speculated soothingly. If I had to guess, it's a security measure meant to trap trespassers. Probably why it didn't grab us. I understand. Why us, too? Cassandra asked as she turned to face him, her weapon dropping entirely and her aura calming significantly. I'm obvious. Valeria and Maya are my wives, so it's possible the ark has enchantments sensitive enough to pick up on that. We've certainly spent enough time together. Cassandra made a stifled gagging noise. Taking the hint, Leon moved on. And you, princess, were standing quite close to me at the time. Perhaps the teleportation wasn't fine enough to grab you when we were that close. Leon, Cassandra responded, sounding faux scandalized. Are you suggesting that I ought to stay close to you? You dog, don't sound so eager, Valeria sarcastically replied, earning her a glare from Cassandra. Someone's coming, Maya whispered into their minds, and everyone turned in the direction she was pointing, down the hallway that Gaius and Nestor had traveled not so long ago. From the hallway came Gaius, running full tilt, with Nestor following just behind him. Everyone all right? Gaius asked as he almost skidded to a halt in front of them. No, Cassandra shot back. Where's everyone else? What happened? Gaius gave the princess a quick look, and Nestor remained as silent as he had been since they'd left Oculara. Instead of immediately answering, Gaius turned his gaze to Leon. It was faint, but Leon saw a hint of pride in the way Gaius was carrying himself. Just a shade of the confidence of a man who'd accomplished what he'd been sent out to do. Leon gave him a small smile and mentally stated, "Careful about the princess, but speak your piece." Gaius nodded in response and thusly explained, "We were working on the engines, as ordered." Leon raised a hand, interrupting him, and explained to Cassandra, the Ilian Emperor had a small ark that the Lord Protector wanted us to activate. As soon as we did, though, the engines immediately drained what little power the ark had stored up. Getting it back up and running on backup power was problematic. Cassandra frowned. How would a monster like this even be powered? There are ways, Leon replied. Magic power can be generated, though most often this comes in the form of wisps created by post-apotheosis mages powering magical devices to amplify what power they produce. This power goes first to massive gems that store the power, and then from there, the power is channeled to where it needs to go. It's been long enough that basically all wisps used for such power generation have long since died off, leaving only stored power available for use, and that stored power will have been largely drained over the 80 millennia these vessels have been in storage or left to the elements. Cassandra's frown grew deeper. Returning her focus to Gaius, she ordered, "Continue." Gaius lightly grimaced and looked to Leon, who again nodded. We'd barely gotten down to where we thought the engine room to be when one of the engineers started messing around with a control console trying to get it powered up, I think. Precautions were taken, but power briefly surged and the golem tried to stop the engineer. He nodded to Nestor, who stood there utterly silent and impassive. We weren't able to stop whatever she did in time, and things just went off. Went off. Cassandra growled. My grandmother and our entire team are gone. What happened? Her aura began spiking as her tone grew angrier. Gaius, 7th tier aura was robust, but Cassandra was an 8th tier mage, and Gaius' aura couldn't overpower hers. Cassie, Leon whispered as he took a couple steps toward her. Let's find everyone first. Anger is counterproductive. Cassandra had paused at his use of her requested nickname, and her aura had flickered. When Leon finished speaking, she glared once more at Gaius, took a deep breath, and then relaxed. Fine, she vehemently whispered. It's not like I haven't made my own mistakes in the past few years. This thing is old and damaged. Problems were going to happen no matter what. Leon chuckled. The number of times I've been in a ruin built by my family that's still in good working order is not many. Then I'll defer to your expertise, Cassandra said. Where would my grandmother have been sent? Can't say. Leon replied as he surveyed the room, using that as a pretense to briefly glance at Nestor. The dead man remained completely impassive, but Leon couldn't help but think that he'd be just a little more obvious about it if something had gone wrong. So, he decided to run with his assumption. Powers limited. The enchantments are advanced, perhaps enough to meter themselves. The Ark's main entrance, a brig if this Ark had one, or other areas that are more ably secured from within are all possibilities. We won't know unless we get out of this place. Leon gestured around the bay they were still standing in, the walls now blackened in many places from the wild lightning that had bolted through the air only a few minutes ago. Pick a direction you think most plausible, Cassandra demanded. We'll start with the most probable and work our way down. A good strategy, Leon commented. He'd sent Nestor and Gaius to make some kind of distraction that might pull away more of the engineering team. This was far more than he could have hoped for. With only Cassandra there with them, while he didn't quite feel like they could act with impunity, he wasn't averse to moving on. Over the few hours they'd spent exploring the Ark, they hadn't gone too far into the more sensitive areas, the doors being locked and neither Leon nor Nestor doing much to try and unlock them. Now, however, with their hangers-on out of the picture, let's head further in, Leon said. I'm thinking that a brig would be the most likely, and even if everyone didn't land in one, we might find some way to find them. Cassandra took a moment to ponder it, then said, fine. Watch yourself, though, I'd rather not lose another arm. I make no promises. That got a chuckle out of the princess, and Leon immediately set off on the fastest route to the inner sections of the Ark, where the power supply, central enchantment hub, bridge, and commander's quarters would be located, all of which he was hoping would be worth the time taken to explore them. The others fell in behind him, and as they got moving, Leon projected his magic senses, noting that Gaius, as he and Nestor took up a position at the rear, made a quick Legion hand signal for, all clear. While he couldn't yet know exactly what Nestor and Gaius did, he still smiled. When they reached the door, Leon and Nestor got it open quickly, reasoning to Cassandra that the door's security enchantments now lacked power and the Ark had likely damaged itself even further when the engines flared up. Cassandra seemed to believe that, but Leon made sure to watch her for any signs of suspicion. As they moved through the security checkpoint further into the supercarrier, Leon half expected another wisp, like what happened with Jason Carano's personal Ark, to appear before him and offer advice. However, no such magical construct showed itself, and they were left in the dark halls of the powerless Ark. As they moved to the center of the Ark, where Leon reasoned both the central control room and the power supply would be, Leon noted the halls getting a little wider and a little nicer. Not quite palatial, but the halls had taken on a decidedly more trapezoidal shape and the ceilings were raised a bit. He could imagine if the Ark still had the power to spare, the walls would be alight with murals, and the ceiling would have a projection of the sky painting its surface. They found a few more compartments that looked like leisure areas, storage rooms, and separate control rooms, but it took almost another hour to find the big important room that Leon was looking for, and Cassandra didn't let her irritation and impatience be forgotten. Leon had wanted to take a few moments to study a few of the rooms they'd found, seeing a large number of worthwhile enchantments within, but even though he knew the Grand Druid was fine, Cassandra didn't, so he hurried along. But finally, they found it, the main control room. Upon entering it, Leon found it almost exactly as he expected, a relatively huge chamber with a series of terraces in the center. Each terrace was covered in control consoles, while at the top was the largest of the seats. Unlike Storm Herald, however, this was no throne, as the top terrace was shared by several other slightly smaller seats, all of them surrounded by control consoles of their own. This is it, Leon said, reveling in the discovery. Regardless of where they've been sent, we'll be able to find our missing compatriots from here. How? Cassandra demanded to know. There's no power, everything here's dead. Leon took a closer look around. Noting that while the rest of the Ark seemed quite damaged, the consoles here seemed fairly intact. None of them, though, were aglow with arcane light, and most seemed little more than slabs of smooth stone. Without magic power, they would be useless. For a moment, Leon wondered about powering the consoles with their own magic power, but only powering the consoles would do little when the enchantments they were supposed to be controlling had none of their own, and none of them were even close to being powerful enough to power the whole Ark. Not even the Grand Druid, and Leon didn't even think all 4 emperors could do so. It would take nothing less than the most powerful of the post-apotheosis mages, by his estimation, to single-handedly power the whole Ark. Then we need to find the power room, too, Leon reasoned. Most of us will stay here and see what we can see. I'll head out and, no, Cassandra interjected. You're planning something, Leon, I can see it. Leon gave her a look of utter innocence. Me, I would never be so duplicitous. You would, and you'd likely relish it, wouldn't you? Going off on your own, exploring a long-lost relic of your clan, all without me there. Perhaps it was just Leon's imagination, but it seemed like Cassandra was most angered by the last part of her accusation than anything else. Given the way Valeria seemed to stifle some laughter, he thought himself right on the money. Leon took a moment to think it over. He didn't particularly want to keep secrets from Cassandra, but he also didn't quite trust her to keep anything they did secret. With that in mind, he didn't have to do everything himself. Fine, he said, we can stay here and monitor the bridge, you and I. The others can explore in our stead. That's not what too late, the order's been given, you're stuck with me now, princess. Leon smirked as he nodded to Gaius, Nestor, Maya, and Valeria. He didn't need to give any specific orders, he felt like they knew what to do already, explore as much as safety would allow. If they found the power supply, either come back and inform him and the princess, or get it running themselves. Gaius spared only the time to nod before turning on his heel and marching back out, Nestor in lockstep behind him. Valeria took a second to grin at both Leon and Cassandra before heading out after them. Maya took the longest time of any of them, giving Leon an intimate hug before glaring at Cassandra, and only leaving after the princess took a step back. And so, we're alone, Leon said as Maya vanished into the darkness of the halls they'd left behind. Expecting something to happen, Cassandra asked as Leon led the way to the top of the terraces. I rather thought you were expecting something to happen, Leon replied, shooting her a somewhat suggestive look. You don't trust me enough to explore on my own. Are you thinking that there's something in this arc that might be hostile to us as well? Cassandra sighed as Leon took a seat in the commander's chair. Instead of sitting anywhere else, she instead walked over and propped herself up on one of the control consoles, propping her head up with an arm resting on the console. Leon, I can tell that something's going on. Your people are too calm, and you're not that good at lying. Leon at least had the decency to look a little embarrassed. Just tell me one thing, the princess continued, a hint of killing intent permeating her aura, is my grandmother safe? While she's obviously not here, so I can't say with absolute certainty, I would stake my life on her being fine. You probably are staking your life on that. Leon frowned a moment. I suppose I am, aren't I? The Grand Druid, her physical well-being aside, is probably pissed right the hells off, no? She's probably trying to force her way out of whatever situation she's been teleported into, and raining the fury of the stars down upon anyone and anything in her way. I'll do my best to stay clear, then. For both our sakes, please do. For now, why don't you tell me what you thought you might find here? Leon gave her a long, evaluating look. Tell me you won't tell the Grand Druid. Or anyone else, for that matter. Cassandra's serious look morphed into something more curious and intrigued, and she didn't hesitate a moment to emphatically agree. Yes, 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 yes. Just between us. Leon choked back a chuckle at her earnestness. You sure? Such a dreadful secret getting out might destroy the whole plane. You have to tell me now. Leon smiled and leaned in conspiratorially, Cassandra leaning in at the same time. They drew nearer than Leon thought they needed to, but he didn't mind, and if she did, she was doing a horrible job of showing it, flashing him a dazzling smile and locking eyes with him. Barely able to enunciate with how much he was smiling, Leon said, I had no idea what this arc had. I just wanted to explore on my own and see for myself. Cassandra didn't look at all surprised, not leaning back at all and whispering, bastard. So I've been accused of being, Leon stated, his tone a little bitterer than he'd intended it to be as he leaned back into the chair. Cassandra, if she noticed, said nothing about it, but any flirtation in her attitude disappeared. After another minute of sitting in silence, the lights in the supercarrier came back on, the walls lighting up with familiar murals, and the ceiling glowing with a projection of the night sky, 3 moons prominently hovering over the terraces. Ha, looks like someone found what they were looking for. Leon exclaimed. That, Gaius, retainer of yours, I'd think, Cassandra guessed. He has that golem of yours. Naiad and Val went off in a different direction after leaving. My thoughts align with yours, Leon murmured as he turned his attention to the consoles, all of which had reactivated along with the lights. After his exploration of Storm Herald, Leon had Nestor give him a crash course on these control consoles. Given Nestor's lack of military or command experience, a crash course was all he was qualified to give, so Leon didn't think himself even remotely capable of actually using any connected enchantments to even boil water. He at least knew how to call up an overview of the Ark's situation, as reported by the wisps that power and help to control the place. Unfortunately, the wisp that was supposed to aid the commander in reading the report didn't appear, but the report itself did appear, a light screen appearing before Leon after he'd activated a few runic circles in the proper sequence. Diagnostics and floor plans for every one of the supercarrier's levels were now at Leon's fingertips, and he wasted not a second in skimming through them. His heart sank the more he read, seeing the extent of the damage wrought upon the Ark. His earlier estimation that it would never fly again was correct if his reading of the report was accurate. The Ark's damage, while not dealing too much overall damage to the superstructure, had still crippled it entirely. The subsequent crash and 80,000-ish years spent buried and entangled in a massive tree's roots had caused much greater damage than even that crippling blow, unfortunately. While there was still time to check the place out, Leon realized that there would be very little he might be able to salvage from the supercarrier at least, not without being even more obvious than he was apparently already being about it. He sighed as he slumped back in his chair. It was looking like his coming here would be a waste of time at least, for himself. The Grand Druid's engineers would likely learn plenty from it, but the wreck was as portable as any other Thunderbird clan ruin Leon had visited. There just wasn't anything here for him. Leon, Cassandra said, grabbing his attention. My grandmother. Is she safe? She spoke calmly, but the insistence in her tone demanded he move quicker. On one of the consoles before him was a blinking light, indicating a security alert if he was reading it rightly. Sure enough, when he pressed the adjacent runic circle, it opened another screen that showed the Grand Druid and the rest of the engineers in the Ark's main entrance bay, trying to get through the locked door. The Grand Druid looked just about at the point where she was going to try and cut her way through the offending obstacle, while the engineers did their best to open the door without destroying the whole thing in the process. Leon was able to open it remotely, effectively opening the entire Ark in the process, but he'd largely exhausted his ability to control the Ark. With Cassandra now a little more mollified at seeing the Grand Druid, Leon was left in enough peace to contemplate what would come next, and perhaps of more immediate importance, how to explain what happened to the Grand Druid in a way that Cassandra wouldn't take issue with. 835 Nestor's Hall. What's wrong, Leon? Cassandra asked teasingly, smiling rather smugly at Leon as they waited on the bridge for the Grand Druid to arrive. With Leon in control of the Ark, they'd gotten the rest of the Ark open, allowing everyone that had been teleported away to finally make their way back. They hadn't yet arrived, however, and the rest of Leon's retinue were still off seeing to their respective tasks. Leon wasn't feeling that great about the expedition, having not found much of anything within the Ark. Given the extent of its damage, he didn't think he was missing out on much, but it still hurt just a bit that this wasn't that great of an opportunity for salvage, at least, not the sort that he was able to conduct. That feeling must have been showing on his face, leading to the princess's question. Leaning in a little more and giving him an even more playful look, Cassandra added, feeling down that there wasn't anything here for you to steal out from under us. Leon gave her a sardonic smile. How much is it considered stealing? No one formally signed this Ark over to your empire, did they? It's implied with your agreement with my grandmother, the princess said. You're giving up all claims to anything and everything on Eterna in return for us not enacting vengeance upon you. Isn't that right? Leon shrugged, unbothered by the princess's flippant and rather provocative tone. So it is, sounding a little bitter there, Lightning Boy, aren't you? Leon's smile flickered. Lightning Boy, where did that come from? From my head. Just wanted to know what's got you feeling so down. And why do you think I'm feeling down? Because you stopped talking as soon as that schematic came up, and you looked like someone kicked your puppy. Doesn't take a genius to put the two together. Leon shrugged again. My disappointment towers above all other emotions right now. It is the titan within me, crushing all hope and wonder, demanding that I yield to reality. You're being dramatic. Was just hoping for at least some reminder of what my clan once was and what we could be again. Conquerors, planar travelers, kings in the Nexus, gods among mortals, that kind of stuff. You're surprisingly arrogant, you know that. I'd say the same about you, but royalty is allowed to be prideful, aren't they? They are, such is our privilege. As they spoke, footsteps could be heard approaching the bridge. With all the doors open and the security enchantments down, magic senses could be used within the Ark, allowing Leon to see essentially everything that was going on if he so wished. He'd been more lost in thought, however, and so it came as a bit of surprise when Gaius came in carrying the broken golem body of Nestor. Leon sprang to his feet, shock writ large upon his face. "What happened?" he demanded. Gaius, looking suitably uncomfortable, explained, "The golem, it was attempting to fix something in the power room, but the room was unstable and a lot of heavy equipment fell on it. It was an accident." Leon's fury swiftly overtook his disappointment, but it was soundly tempered when Gaius, disguising it by adjusting his hold on the main part of Nestor's golem frame, made a quick "Legion, all clear" signal. Leon frowned, but he refrained from letting his anger go wild. And, upon a little more in-depth inspection, he realized that while Nestor's body was out of power, most of the damage seemed confined to the body's extremities. The torso, where Nestor's ruby was stored, seemed largely undamaged, save for a few dents and burns, though its head was nowhere to be seen. Quickly descending the terraces, Leon and Cassandra met Gaius at the foot of the stairs, and Gaius handed Nestor's body over. Leon quickly confirmed his initial inspection, sighed a little more dramatically than might have been necessary, and pulled Nestor's body into his soul realm. "I'll deal with this later," he growled, but coming from his soul realm, he heard the voice of his kinsman resound in his ears. "Ugh, can't believe I'm back here. Degrading. Shut your fat face, dead man," Zaffin crackled. "Ah, the foul-mouthed demon. I did not miss you, though I'll admit the chance to speak with my honored ancestor again has me feeling excited." Speaking up, Leon asked, "Nestor, we'll speak more later, but is everything all right?" "Yes, boy, I just needed an excuse to get back in here. We need to talk, and you were refusing for good reason to do so until we returned to the lab. And your body, easily replaced, and with something better. What I found, and what your man stashed in my chassis, is worth a little deception." Leon fought to keep the smile off his face. With Nestor's ringing endorsement about what they found, Leon glanced at Gaius and saw his retainer standing respectfully off to the side, his face impassive though with a certain glint of pride in his eye. "Good job," he said, making sure to keep a little bitterness in his voice, though as he ran his fingers through his hair, he made a quick, "all clear" gesture, too. Turning back to Cassandra, he said, "I hope your people are able to find some good stuff here. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather leave as soon as possible, even if it's just back to Evergold. I think this place has taken enough of my time." Cassandra frowned a bit but nodded. "I suppose we won't need you anymore," she said. "We can let the others take over from here. Steph, I know, will be dying to see this." Her frown turned up a bit into a more provocative smile, and Leon had to fight not to rise to the challenge. Unable to entirely stop himself from giving in, he asked, "I thought he wasn't a concern of mine." "Going to be giving him a chance, then? Is your grandmother going to be disappointed?" "Yes," a loud voice shouted from the doorway, "am I." Cassandra about jumped out of her skin as she spun around to see the Grand Druid standing in the doorway, the small team of engineers behind her trying hard not to look like they were listening in too closely. Since the Grand Druid was standing in the doorway, however, they couldn't just pass her by without showing disrespect, so they were forced to stand behind her and look awkward as all the hells. "We can talk about that later," Cassandra emphatically insisted. The Grand Druid gave her a long, searching look, and eventually said, "Fine. For now, Leon, I'd like to discuss what happened. How were we separated?" "Hard for me to say, really," Leon replied as the Grand Druid finally entered the bridge proper, allowing the engineers, all of whom were practically chomping at the bit, to finally spill into the room from behind her. "It looked like teleportation, and my retainer told me that some kind of security system was tripped when in the engine room." True enough, one of the engineers corroborated, whom Leon recognized as one of the two who'd been sent off with Gaius and Nestor. "The golem of yours was messing around in a control console." The engineer was silenced by a sharp glare from the Grand Druid, and she sheepishly looked away and scuttled back to work. "It seems to have been an accident, then," the Grand Druid slowly stated, enunciating every word. "For now, Leon, if you wish to return to Evergold, I can make that happen. Cassandra, would you be a dear and accompany him back home?" "Sure thing, grandmother," Cassandra replied with altogether far too much sweetness. She grinned at Leon, and he briefly wondered if leaving a little sooner would be worth whatever the princess might be planning. Leon breathed a sigh of relief as he and his retainers returned to their quarters in Evergold's imperial palace. He'd dismissed Gaius as soon as they returned with what he hoped was the unspoken understanding that there would be a more in-depth briefing upon their return to Oculara. As he gingerly lowered himself into a sofa, Valeria to his right and Maya to his left, he cast himself into his soul realm. Cassandra had demanded his attention almost the entire way back from the supercarrier, preventing him from holding a conversation with Nestor about what had been found or what had happened. Now that he was back and he had a few minutes, however, he dove straight in to get the events of the day sorted out. Upon opening his eyes in his mind palace, he was surprised to see the Thunderbird herself upon her perch, idly preening her feathers. "Ancestor," he respectfully stated. "Leon," she said as she pulled her beak out of her feathers. Her tone indicated that, if she were human, she would have been smiling. "How did you find the ark you just explored?" Leon grinned. "A magnificent ruin." He briefly glanced at Nestor's broken golem body, noting that it had been propped up on the table that the dead man's ruby had once been placed upon, whereas Leon had left him in a somewhat more dignified position close to a set of small golem construction cranes. The front of Nestor's body had been lightly scorched and looked partially melted. Before he could explain himself further to the Thunderbird, he glared questioningly at Zafin, quietly burning in his pavilion. The dim shadow of the demon within his perpetual flames merely shrugged. "Leon," Nestor shouted from his frame, taking away any momentary concern Leon had that Zafin had destroyed the dead man's magic body. "It's about time. We have to talk." Leon's grin widened a bit. In a moment, the Thunderbird chirped in amusement in a manner almost uncannily like human laughter. "Tell me my clan's glorious construct," she demanded, her eyes so alight with delight that they practically flashed with golden lightning. Leon summoned a chair and jumped right in. "Epic in scale, elegant in design, and so far beyond me in complexity that I couldn't even comprehend it." "You say that as if such a thing is an accomplishment," Zafin called out. Leon and the Thunderbird ignored him, though one of Leon's eyes twitched in transient anger. "I was frustrated when Nestor told me of the complexity of arcs, especially the larger ones that were capable of traversing the void. Now that I've seen the inner workings of several, it's clear to me that, as much as it pains me to admit, he was right. Take it as a lesson not to doubt those who know better than you." Nestor shouted. Leon shrugged. "It's good to get perspective," the Thunderbird said. "Now you know how far you have to go." Leon nodded. "Speaking of which, Nestor, we need to break words about what happened in that ark." "That we do, boy, that we do." Leon gave his ancestor one last respectful nod, which she reciprocated though her head nod wasn't as deep, and made his way over to Nestor. "First off, old man, what in the hell's happened to your body?" Leon demanded. "Significant financial resources were poured into its creation. How did it get in such a state?" "It was by design," Nestor unashamedly replied. "Let's start at the beginning. I would rather not jump around." Leon waved his hand, telling the man to proceed. "By your order, Gaius and I left to examine the engines. As we discussed before coming here, I was to try and find some way to cause a distraction, allowing you to explore as you pleased, so long as any distractions made weren't life-threatening. You tested the limits of that restriction," Leon dryly stated. "I know what I'm doing, which is quite a bit more than I can say about you most of the time." Leon frowned. "Fair," he said. "That's fair. While I'm not too familiar with the security systems of military arcs," Nestor continued, "I was well aware of the supercarrier's teleportation enchantments. They're standard for arcs of that size, though rarely used for any but the most highly ranked officers to get around, and in a particularly violent situation, to control those on board. But it costs a lot of power. And you noticed it in the engine room of all places?" Leon asked, seeking clarification. "I saw the signs that this system was still operational all over the ark," Nestor corrected. "It was in the engine room that I saw an opportunity to trigger it. It was easy enough to gain access to the system, set rough targets, and let the ark's remaining wisps go to work." The ark had wisps. Leon all but shouted in surprise. Of all the pieces of potential salvage that he might have taken from that ark, wisps ranked near the top. Had wisps. In pretending to fix some of the consoles that were supposed to operate the engines, I was able to direct these wisps to send the rest of the expedition somewhere safe. "You missed one," Leon observed. "Cassandra was standing too close to you to exclude, and my window of opportunity was closing. I figured you wouldn't mind her tagging along." "Quite the assumption. You're lucky you guessed rightly. Saying it was a guess would imply that I didn't know for sure." If you weren't quite so obviously taken with each other, it would have been more uncertain. As it was, I left nothing to chance. Leon clicked his tongue in annoyance but said no more on the topic. Unfortunately, Nestor continued, the use of all that power further damaged the Ark. I was able to mask it as the engines firing up, but the power supply of the Ark was nearly drained, with all of its stored magic power ravaging the Ark. There's likely significantly less to be salvaged within that hulk now than there was. Leon frowned a moment but nodded in appreciation. He supposed it was better for something so powerful to be destroyed if he couldn't claim it, though he also supposed that the scale of destruction it could potentially cause was something the empires were already capable of doing, so it hardly mattered. Regardless, his more prideful side found some comfort in further denying the sacred Golden Empire access to the supercarrier, though he knew it to be hypocritical and potentially self-destructive. And then you two linked back up with us, Leon said, picking up as Nestor paused a moment. Yes, given I was forced to miss Cassandra, there was little time to waste to return if we wanted to avoid suspicion. Failed in that respect, Leon murmured. Blame yourself for that, not me. Leon shrugged again. So, wisps. Your broken body. These things happened after you and Gaius left the second time. Tell me about that. I took Gaius with me to find the wisps, Nestor explained. He was most useful in planning out our course of action after I explained our dilemma. Sounds like I have to reward him, then, Leon thought. When we reached our destination, I found 3 wisps were still intact, including one of the most valuable wisps we had, one that maintained our navigational systems. One of Leon's eyebrows rose in intrigue, though he wasn't exactly jumping out of his skin in excitement. That does sound tasty, he said, but how useful could it be for us? Children, Nestor grumbled, and Leon had to fight the urge to light his already battered chassis on fire. Listen, boy, the number of planes under the control of our clan was immense. Counting both those directly owned and those administered by vassals, we had many thousands of planes belonging to us. Millions paid as tribute. The scale of the universe is immense, even for a post-apotheosis mage. Having a dedicated wisp to handle navigation within the void is not only incredibly valuable, it's also incredibly rare. Such powerful wisps aren't easily created and they're jealously guarded. They require ungodly amounts of power to function properly, such that only Annex or Elemental Kings are usually strong enough to make them. Leon's other eyebrow rose as he started to get a better idea of what Nestor had. Where is that wisp? Leon asked. And the other 2, after locating them, Gaius and I decided that we had to secure them. I refused to allow Gaius to take them into his soul realm, so the decision was made to hide them within me. For added security, I had Gaius damage my body, giving you the perfect excuse to take me into your soul realm, where the wisps would be safe. Open my chest, Leon, the wisps are here with me. Leon licked his lips as he approached the broken form Nestor had built for himself. There were a few small tools needed to open the golem's chest, but Nestor had included a small compartment in his back where those tools could be stored. Leon, having helped to build Nestor's previous body, had his current one open in just a few minutes. Once it had been opened, Leon was treated to the sight of countless tiny rings made of stone, steel, and glass, all covered in runes and all spinning around in Nestor's body, aligning their enchantments as needed to keep Nestor's body functioning. Many of them had gone dark with the breaking of Nestor's extremities, Nestor's body automatically cutting power to them to increase efficiency. Where Nestor's heart would be was where his ruby was stored, glowing red in a small container of enchanted glass. Nestled in the container with him were 3 small tubes, each no larger than his index finger, looking like they were made of some kind of golden metal. In the center of these tubes was a glass window, through which golden light was spilling forth. Containers for wisps, Nestor informed him. Made of luminite, making them almost indestructible. Such containers aren't needed for wisps, but when it came to our most powerful war machines, we spared not a single expense. Leon carefully extracted the wisps from Nestor's chest cavity, almost reverently laying them down on a folded silk sheet he'd retrieved from deeper in his soul realm. He could sense immense power within each of those luminite tubes, such intense concentrations of lightning magic that he hadn't seen anywhere until he'd found the iron needle. Well, he muttered, aren't these something? Leon stared in awe at the scene around him. Points of light all hovering in stasis around one central point, brighter than all the rest. Millions upon millions of them, so many that he couldn't even begin to count, stretching all over his mind palace and beyond. The universe as it was the last time the navigational wisp had been updated, that was what Leon was looking at, or rather, a projection of it, lacking much in the way of details. The wisp didn't store any maps of these countless planes, but merely their positions to allow its assigned arc to navigate the void with ease. Given the sheer scale of what he was looking at, Leon understood the need for such a dedicated wisp. Keeping track of all of this seemed like a nightmarish task, and one that he could barely comprehend tackling. After learning of just what Nestor had managed to get out of the supercarrier, he directed Leon in creating this simple projection enchantment for the wisp to utilize. It was simple, merely representing each plane known to the wisp as little more than a bead of light floating in the air. While the air around Leon's mind palace and for thousands of feet beyond was filled with so many beads of light, the nexus was still easily identifiable. It was by far the brightest of all the points and lay in the exact center of the projected universal map. Perhaps more interesting to Leon was the tiny cluster of lights so close to the nexus that they were almost lost in its halo. They numbered 12 in total and were by a relatively wide margin the closest planes to the nexus. So close, yet so far, Leon murmured as he hovered next to the nexus and gave it a good inspection. The divine graveyard was only a couple of inches away from the nexus on this map projection. Floating beside him, carried on a cushion of his power, was Nestor's broken golem body. That amounts to a distance of some 15 trillion miles, he said. Trillion, Leon breathed. He could barely fathom getting something the size of the supercarrier to move at all, let alone move so far, and even then, it was only from the divine graveyard to the nexus. On a universal scale, his clan had moved a titanic fleet much, much further than that, and did so on a regular basis. Yes, boy, trillion, Nestor bragged, understanding just a little bit better how much further you have to go. Just a little bit, Leon said, smiling despite himself. Such power would be his, that much wasn't at all in doubt in his mind. It only remained to be seen how much longer it would take to get there. At the very least, it seemed that he'd be able to fly through the void under his own power once he achieved apotheosis, but traveling so far and so fast, even in such a relatively clustered universal neighborhood, blew his mind more than a little. It seems incredible, literally, without credibility. Such difference between what can be accomplished by 10th tier mages and those who've achieved apotheosis, it's quite the dramatic change, Nestor said, his tone softening with nostalgia. On a human scale, a 10th tier mage is still within the realm of mortality, even if they're just about to pass beyond the clouds of the heavens. Their power, as potent as it can be, as catastrophic as it can be, is still understandable by a human. By the time one reaches apotheosis and moves beyond mere magic, the power they can command is unlike anything they would have experienced before. The power to bend the universe as they see fit, making great distances short, and imposing their will upon reality. That sounds hard to believe. Make no mistake, Leon. Post-apotheosis mages are hardly all-powerful, and reality especially dislikes being treated poorly, but once you condense an origin spark within you, you will be able to do things you never thought possible, and the true extent of your powers will become that much clearer to you. Origin spark, Leon repeated, hearing the capital letters in Nestor's explanation. That term sounds familiar. I and our ancestor have undoubtedly used it in the past. And haven't explained it all that much. It hasn't been relevant to you. It still isn't quite relevant to what you need to do, but I suppose I can explain it if you so desperately want me to. We're not going to get very far if you two keep many secrets, you know. What if something were to happen to you both and I were left on my own, without your guidance? Our clan would end, no doubt about that. I wouldn't trust you to find your way out of a corridor, honestly. You'd probably smash it to pieces in frustration, despite having doors on either side of you right there. Leon took a deep, steadying breath, forcing himself not to rise to Nestor's provocation. He failed, remaining silent but dropping Nestor's already broken body back down to the ground of his soul realm. It was damaged, but it was still made of the finest materials that Elise could provide Nestor in only a few months. The dead man was fine, as Leon confirmed after taking one last look at the map and floating down himself. Struck a nerve, did I? Nestor asked, sounding smug and unapologetic despite what Leon had just done. You certainly managed to annoy me, if that's what you mean. How about instead of displaying how sharp your tongue is, you explain in no uncertain terms what an origin spark is? It is, in short, magic power that has been condensed so far it returns to its primal state. The core of the nexus is a gargantuan origin spark, and all magic in the universe that wasn't produced within a body comes from it, as runoff from its cosmic power. When enough magic power is condensed within a soul realm, a new origin spark is ignited within a mage, ascending them to divinity, giving them access to the original powers of creation that forged this universe, as the name might imply. Leon stared at Nestor's broken form, his face blank, unsure what exactly he ought to make of what Nestor had just told him. I have so many more questions, we can cover them later when they're more relevant. But for now, just know that the process of apotheosis isn't contemplating the mysteries of the universe or anything like that. You don't need to achieve some kind of enlightenment or have a grand realization of the nature of existence. You need only to ignite an origin spark. Doing so will give you access to origin power, which will allow you some limited power over the universe that's a little more potent than magic. It's this power that properly animates a wisp. You'll see when you're older, assuming you even get there. As Nestor's words settled into Leon's mind, he had to fight to keep his mouth shut, lest he drool all over his clothes. The scope of what Nestor had just told him was large, and while he assumed that a fresh post-apotheosis mage's power over this origin power might be significantly more limited than an older post-apotheosis mage at their peak, he had to assume that a fresh post-apotheosis mage could still perform wonders he could only dream of now. Leon, Nestor sternly stated, interrupting his thoughts, we can discuss this later. For now, how about you put me down and start planning on how to build me a new body? I'll put you down, Leon said as he floated them gently down back to the ground, but instead of planning out your rebuilding, I'd like a geography lesson. Minnows, Tyrans, Kypros. Where are they on this map? What were our clan's borders? All I'm seeing here are lights. How am I to get any useful information from this map if I can't identify anything? Despite grumbling for a couple seconds, Nestor did start walking Leon through the universal geography as he remembered it. Since there were millions of planes, however, and the political situation of the Thunderbird's clan, its many vassals, its tributaries, and its allies, denoting borders was much, much harder to do. But Leon got the general gist of how far-flung his clan once was. As the clan of an elemental king, he might have expected his clan to rule over at least a seventh of the universe, but in truth, most planes were simply not inhabited, at least, not by life that could be considered human or intelligent. There were plenty of barren planar clusters and plenty more that were under some kind of protection, almost as wildlife sanctuaries, where life was allowed to flourish under its own terms. In short, the Thunderbird clan had direct or indirect rule over about a twelfth of the map currently projected, a staggering number of planes, to be sure, but less than what Leon had expected. Making matters far more complicated, however, was when Zaffin rather indignantly mentioned that the realm of the demons wasn't on the map, and Nestor begrudgingly stated that the map was incomplete, only showing what was in essence the realm of man. There were even more planes off the edges of the projected map, and the elemental planes even further beyond. Beyond even those, not even Nestor knew, though Zaffin claimed nothing lay beyond the elemental planes, just the wide, empty void, bereft of even the most basic forms of life. Leon came away from that discussion feeling fairly well enriched, though he was certainly going to be bringing up the matter of origin sparks later with Nestor, Zaffin, and the Thunderbird. For now, he was content with what Nestor had told him. He was just a little bit more preoccupied with now having some general idea of the direction he had to go to secure his clan's legitimacy. Seizing Minor and Tyrans, his clan's symbolic capital outside of their palaces in the Nexus, and their most powerful fortress plane would be coups that would firmly establish him and his as the heirs of the Thunderbird and the inheritor of her will, and the wills of all the Storm Kings who'd come before. Seizing Kypros, however, would firmly establish himself as the next Storm King, the richest plane in their vast multiplanar empire, and the one most fought over in the wake of his clan's downfall if Justin could be believed. Such a rich addition to his pool of resources, in his mind, would prove to all the universe that the Thunderbird clan was back, and ready to reclaim its ancient powers. For now, though, he had to deal with a few empires and the remnants of his clan's vassals still here. They seemed almost like petty concerns after the talk he and Nestor had just had, but he forced his perspective back from the universal scale. He'd get there eventually, but he could only fly through one storm at a time. After more than a week spent in the sacred Golden Empire, Leon was ready to return home. The Grand Druid had had to call him back out to the supercarrier a few times since they'd first entered the wreck, and Leon had had to endure some condescension from Stefanos in those times, but otherwise, he was largely left on his own. Cassandra stopped by thrice more for sparring and to chat for a few hours after, but though they'd said much to each other, little of value had been passed along. Now, it seemed that Leon wasn't needed in Evergold, so he decided to leave the following morning, despite both the Grand Druid and Cassandra inviting him and his people to stay a little while longer. While he was tempted mostly by the latter's invitation, spoken softly and with a look that promised much, if only he stayed he wanted to get back home. He'd spoken with Elise often during these days, so he'd known almost when she did that a message from Anshu had just come in of great importance. But more than that, he just wanted to be home for a while. He enjoyed the aesthetics of the sacred Golden Empire, but it couldn't hold a candle to the villa he considered to be his home. He had to make sure that everyone else felt that way, though. Valeria, Maya, Gaius, and Nestor were more than happy to get home. Helen and Anna, however, Leon was about to check in with. Heading over there not long after dinner with his whole retinue, he was shown in by a surprised Helen. His conversation with Helen and Anna was short but productive enough. They both seemed more relaxed, and Anna in particular looked much happier, having spent much of her time off reconnecting with old family friends who still remembered their parents fondly. But like everyone else, they were eager to return home. Helen had a great deal of work to get back to, and Leon suspected if he told them he was going to stay a little longer, even if he name-dropped Cassandra or the Grand Druid, Helen would have been frothing at the mouth in anger. Leon could understand, having a few pies in the oven that he was waiting for updates on, so to speak. So, the following morning, Leon and his retainers were escorted back to Oculara by the Grand Druid, who left immediately after dropping him and his off, returning to her empire without even setting foot off her personal ark. Given what Elise was waiting with, Leon was glad the Grand Druid didn't stick around. A frown deeply etched itself into Leon's face as he read and reread the letter in his hand. It was short and succinct, as was Anshu's usual style for these sorts of things, even when writing in code, but it was still quite concerning. The man had finally managed to get into regular contact with some sky devils. More concerningly, there was a plan being hatched to smuggle a few of them to the mainland, though Anshu wasn't yet sure what they wanted on the main continent. The Indradian was just waiting on Leon's go-ahead to proceed with the plan, and Leon had to admit that he was conflicted. "We don't know what they're trying to come here for," Elise said, her voice tremendously concerned. "We don't want to be responsible for the sacking of another city, which might be in the works. Even if something of that level is prevented, we'd be burned if we're at all connected to bringing sky devils across the veins of vigilance." "We don't have to do anything," Valeria insisted. "Just talking to them should be enough. Humans need more," Maya argued. "There will be no dialogue if one side doesn't think they're getting what they want." "Is getting Leon in contact with them not what they want?" Valeria asked. "No one can say," Elise replied. "That Jaguar's reaction to Leon's power aside, we still don't know anything about their internal politics. We haven't heard so much as a meow from the Jaguar since he retreated from Argos. Maybe he was executed upon returning to their lands. Can we trust anyone other than him? Is the man himself even trustworthy?" Leon sighed as he scanned the letter again before turning his eyes upward to regard his family. Elise, Maya, Valeria, and Anzu were all with him in one of his private sitting rooms, discussing the possibility of finally getting some contact with the Sky Devils, thanks to Anshu's efforts. Of all of them, however, Anzu was the only quiet one, as the griffin seemed barely able to stay awake despite the disagreement, his blood-red eyes drooping even as he curled up in front of the hearth, his large wings mostly blocking out the light from the fire lit there. "The Jaguar seemed an honorable sort," Leon said. "Honorable enough, anyway. If he were to reach out, I'd respond. Were it anyone else, I'd hesitate. Probably even refuse. But we still need some kind of contact within the Sky Devils. I'm inclined to tell Anshu to go with them. He's not working alone, anyway." "That hardly makes it better," Elise protested. "Working with smugglers and pirates is necessary," Leon finished. "Detestable, sure, but in this one case, necessary. We're not going to be getting in contact with the Sky Devils through legitimate means. So that only leaves the illegitimate ones. And who knows when, or even if Anshu might get in contact with the Sky Devils again. This is an opportunity that can't be wasted." Elise sighed and leaned back in her chair. "If you think this is the way to go, husband, then I'll support you. I trust your judgment." Leon smiled, though he had to resist the urge to make some self-deprecating joke at her statement. And then, he began composing his response. Anshu stared out across the dark bay. He was far to the south of the empires, along the coast of the Pegasi states. For the most part, the Pegasi states were flat along the coast, so there weren't any coves tucked away in mountains or hills to hide in. There were, however, a few forests and swamps that could, and often were, used by smugglers to move cargo into and out of the region. That the areas were often patrolled by Imperial and Pegasi ships didn't matter since few ships actually stayed too long. Only long enough to load or unload cargo. In this case, Anshu and his colleagues weren't waiting for any shipments of contraband, but rather a small party of people who were entirely unwelcome on Eterna's shores. But Anshu, and the 100 or so people he was working with, including the 6th-tier pirate who was at least nominally in charge of the entire operation, were willing to work with the Sky Devils, in exchange for a hefty payment. They just had to meet with the Sky Devil party, escort them further inland, and provide them with some needed resources, such as a guide and local clothing. They hadn't had to wait on the shore for long when a huge beast emerged from the water, startling the entire force of assembled and mostly hidden pirates. The creature appeared to be some kind of massive eel, with pale white scales and cloudy white eyes, each eye larger than Anshu was tall. It was clearly uncomfortable being above the surface, and not just in a psychological way, but it lingered only long enough for half a dozen figures clinging to its back to jump off and land among the trees of the shore. The enormous eel then turned around and dove back beneath the sea, disappearing so quickly and with such speed and grace that it hardly seemed like it had been there at all. Anshu, however, kept his eyes firmly locked upon the Sky Devil party that had just made landfall, and on the man who seemed their leader. He radiated power and authority and cut quite a distinctive figure with his pale yellow skin covered in black moles and spots. Somehow, despite this, he was still possessed of handsome looks, but Anshu registered almost none of that, as the man's aura was so great that it towered above even his. Any further observations had to be cut short, however, as speeding around a small tree-covered island several miles off the coast was a large sunlit warship, and it was quite clearly turning unerringly in their direction. Anshu sighed in relief as he and the group he'd been running with reached the relative safety of their underground base, buried deep in a forest within one of the coastal Pegasi states. Though they'd nearly had a run-in with an Imperial patrol, they'd managed to escape before any Imperials were able to get in range. The Indradian was still worried that they were being tracked. However, Leon, his patron, had arranged for the Imperials to have ready access to easy flight, and while his magic senses weren't picking up on any followers, he still couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The feeling likely had something to do with who they were escorting, a group of Sky Devils, one of them particularly powerful. From what he'd heard of Leon's brief encounter in Argos, he guessed that this man they'd found was at least related to the Jaguar, if not the man himself. This pleased Anshu. He'd known that the Jaguar had been sighted on the sword, and had been working hard at getting into contact with those smugglers who were working with the Sky Devils. It seemed that if his invitation hadn't been accepted, then this was at least a lucky coincidence. Now, all he had to do was somehow get close enough to the Jaguar and extend Leon's invitation to talk. How that was going to go, he wasn't sure, but just in case, he was ready to run away as fast as he possibly could. Leon couldn't keep the smile off his face as he read through the various reports of the research teams working in his branch. Not all of the many projects he had his people working on were bearing fruit, but the ones he'd at least personally started and had actively provided some assistance on were showing great promise. The malls, in particular, were being worked on and a new design was being developed that promised to increase its movement speed without noticeably impacting its power requirements. In addition, some refinements to Tico's calm lotuses certainly added to his smile, and a possible breakthrough in an enchantment that could project a powerful light shield from something as small as a ring was more than good news. However, when he got a certain report, he froze in shock. This report wasn't for one of his personal projects, but rather for something that he was only begrudgingly carrying on from Rufus, his predecessor's, time. It was blood magic, originally meant to assist the director in cracking the security on his family's arcs. In fact, Rufus had devoted quite a large amount of resources to the study and application of blood magic, some of which Leon had released to Narcissus to upgrade Heaven's Eye's security. Most of those projects, however, Leon had stopped, except one. The director himself had asked Leon to continue that line of research, even when Leon had felt that the resources allocated for it would have been better spent on golem research. In these past few years, the team still working on blood magic had been studying, to no avail, how the security enchantments on his clan's arcs interacted with his blood. He'd even given them a few drops of his blood to help them study it. It wasn't like he hadn't given Heaven's Eye his blood before, though he made sure these new drops were heavily secured anyway. And now, the report he was given of their work had arrived. The blood mages weren't yet able to crack his clan's defenses, but they'd at least isolated and thoroughly explored the section of the security enchantments that were directly responsible for reading Leon's power. Looking this bit of blood magic over had Leon feeling no small amount of familiarity with it, despite his otherwise negligible understanding of blood magic. There was plenty of lightning magic in the enchantment, to be sure, and he could read through those runes and glyphs perfectly fine, but it was the enchantment as a whole that was giving him the feeling of great familiarity. After a few moments of thought, the realization of where he'd seen something at least similar to this magic hit him like a bolt from the blue. He stood up from behind his desk in his tower next to the hexagon, told his secretaries that he was not to be disturbed, and dove into his soul realm, the report clutched firmly in his hand. Upon his arrival back in his mind palace, was greeted with none but the silence of a meditating Zaffin, the Thunderbird being out in the mists of chaos somewhere and Nestor being back at his home, working on rebuilding his upgraded golem body after Leon got him mobile and relatively functional again. But Leon appreciated the silence, not wanting to explain exactly what he'd seen in the report just yet. Instead, he took to the skies over his soul realm and flew to the huge cylindrical pit within which lay the enchantment that he used to transform into his Thunderbird form. He dove into the pit, observing the floating runes of light that spiraled through the air throughout the pit, and the runes that lined the walls. The runes numbered easily in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, but it didn't take him long to find the section that he was looking for. The section of the enchantment that targeted his bloodline, stimulating it enough that his body changed shape and began a near-identical copy of the Thunderbird's form, though of much smaller stature and majesty. It was hardly even close to being identical to the reports in his hand, but as he inspected them both, he saw similarities all over. Similar applications of the same principles, despite the differing objectives of each of the enchantments. After a long period spent studying, Leon's smile grew even wider. He retrieved a veritable mountain of paper and ink and began to write. A knock came on his door, and when Leon called for it to open, one of his secretaries stuck his head into his office. "She's here, Chief. Send her in," Leon replied, his back otherwise to the door as he stared out of his window at the square around the hexagon. A moment later, in walked Valentina, looking a little confused and a lot suspicious. A frown had etched itself deep into her angular features, and she only took a few steps into Leon's office before coming to a halt, her arms crossed and her jaw set with displeasure. "Leon," she whispered. "Valentina," Leon answered. He turned to face her, though he didn't move out from behind his desk. "I take it you already know why I called you here. I had to pass the best blood mages in all of Heaven's Eye outside of your office," she replied. "I can make a guess." Leon slowly nodded and took a few steps closer until he stood directly behind his desk, his smile fading slightly into something more quietly excited rather than loudly pleased. "I understand the thoughts that must place in your head," he said deliberately, choosing his words as carefully as he could. "I'm not here to demand anything of you. It's looking like you want me to work on blood magic again." Leon softly chuckled. "What I want is your expertise. You worked on blood magic for 60 years. Against my will. My vampirism is gone, I no longer want anything to do with that. And you've done spectacularly well working on anti-magic." That finally broke Valentina's frown just a little as a look of pride entered her eyes for just a moment before she snuffed it out in favor of something stern and resolute. "I couldn't ask for a better researcher," Leon continued. "You're truly one of my best. And I've looked over much of the work of the best blood mages in Heaven's Eye, directly comparing it to the work you did under Rufus. They're talented, knowledgeable, and even sometimes brilliant. But you always got results no matter the task given to you." "Almost always," she muttered. Leon's smile thinned a bit as he nodded in sympathy. She'd never managed to fully break the security on his clan's arcs, though he hardly held that against her. "What I'm offering you is a choice," he said. "You've done good work where you are now, pursuing your passions. And I'm more than happy to leave you where you are. But what I'm offering is magic the likes of which you've never seen before. Blood magic, yes, but also something more. I'm offering to make you the leader of a new project. If you agree, then great. If not, then you'll stay where you are. The choice is yours." Valentina gave him a long, hard look, but curiosity seemed to win out over her reluctance, at least for the moment. "What kind of team?" she asked. Leon bluntly pulled a few runic sketches out from his soul realm and laid them on his desk, motioning her to come closer at the same time. The sketches were of some of the larger glyphs in his transformation enchantment, not enough to completely recreate the thing. It was much too large and three-dimensional to commit to paper, but certainly enough to understand just how much more advanced and complex anything that Heaven's Eye might be working on at that moment. It will be small, he said as Valentina walked over and began examining his sketches, but this team will have unlimited resources, or as close to it as I can give. There's more to this enchantment, Valentina, despite only having a few seconds to examine what he was showing her, glanced at him in shock. Her frown already vanished in favor of a look of utter astonishment, and they will be given greater access to it later. But for now, I want to know exactly how this enchantment interacts with someone's body, how it stimulates inherited bloodlines, whether or not it can be reproduced or adapted to other bloodlines. Valentina's eyes were now locked on the sketches. Leon had retrieved only 3 of them from his soul realm, each one intricate and exceedingly complex, having necessitated hours to copy entirely, even with his skill in enchanting. As she rifled around these 3 sketches, Leon retrieved 3 more and dropped them on the table, which she practically tore into like a ravenous beast into a freshly killed carcass. "Should I take your interest as an encouraging sign?" he asked amusedly. Valentina froze and looked back at him. "What is all this?" she asked. "If you accept the position, you'll be able to figure it out for yourself," Leon responded. Her frown returned, though it was shallower than before. She glanced several times between Leon and the sketches, but eventually, she turned back to him and said, "Fine. I'm in." "You just gave away such secrets," Nestor shouted in abject horror. "What kind of fool are you?" "One who understands his limits," Leon coolly answered. "It would take me years to fully understand that enchantment. I simply don't have the necessary background to peel it apart on my own. So I had to get help. From a bunch of savages." Nestor raged. Were he not in a fragile and rather cumbersome golem, Leon thought he might have even trashed the workshop just a little bit to make his feelings better felt. "Our plates are full," Leon shot back, nodding both to the golden tube containing the iron needle, which was now surrounded by several more intricate enchantment consoles, and to the back of his workshop, where his work designing his new sword continued. "Any bit of analysis is valuable, even if done by comparative amateurs. Unless you're saying you had someone better in mind for such work." "Of course I don't. Everyone who I would have tasked with such a project is dead. And neither of us were paying the enchantment much mind, were we?" Leon pointedly asked, to which Nestor had at least the self-awareness to relax a bit. What little body language Leon could read from the featureless golem looking somewhat like guilt. "You have your golems, I have my weapons. We both have the iron needle. What's the point if I'm the chief of research and development if I can't use my resources to look into things we don't have the time, skills, or inclination to research ourselves? Aren't you one of the people always telling me to delegate? I believe others have been constantly telling you that." "Not me," Nestor grumbled. "Whatever, it's done. But cheer up, dead man, it's not like I gave them the whole damned enchantment. Even with the team I assembled, it will take them months to analyze just the small fragment I've given them. It would take centuries to analyze the whole thing. If it would take that long, why give it away at all? Why not just keep it to yourself until you could brush up your own skills to study it yourself? Is that what you would have done? Not given it to trusted researchers? Not even those researchers you just mentioned?" Nestor sighed, a strange sound coming from a golem. "For something like this, I would have trusted none but family. In fact, if we'd had something like that transformation enchantment in my day, I would have studied it myself, even over the moonstone. Something touched and infused with the power of a primal god, and you would have devoted yourself to this transformation enchantment instead." Leon's voice was thick with disbelief, Nestor having not paid much attention to the transformation enchantment before. Creation power is something that came naturally to the primal beings, but which all post-apotheosis mages can wield. The transformation enchantment is something unique to us, boy, and exploration of our clan's power would be far more beneficial than researching something that I, my father, and nearly all of my siblings once wielded, save only for Demetrios, my youngest brother and the sire of your house. Nestor practically spat his closing statement, taking Leon somewhat by surprise. "You sound as if you hated Demetrios." "I loved him the most out of my brothers," Nestor countered. "That's not to say I loved him at all, though. My sister was the only one of them whom I had any attachment to beyond familial bonds. I loved my family, Leon, but no more than I had to. And I suppose my ancestor surviving when all the others didn't has nothing at all to do with that attitude." Careful, Boy, you're treading on thin ground. Leon's smile died just a little. Nestor wasn't joking, so he dropped that specific topic. Nestor, he began, we can't do everything ourselves. And we're on a time crunch. I see no clocks counting down. So long as I continue to gain power despite remaining relatively under the thumb of the empires, we'll be on a time crunch. I need to reach apotheosis and take all of you away from Eterna, to where we can grow in peace. I need to take control of the Sky Devils and reassert our clan's authority over the Nexus. I'd rather not wait 10 million years to do so. And that means we need help. And you went with savages, who else is there? Speak their name and I'll seek them out. Who is available that we can call upon to study this transformation enchantment? Nestor went quiet for a long moment before theatrically throwing his hands up in frustration. Do as you will, boy. Our clan is in your hands, to do with as you please. As are its secrets. You say that as if you've brought me in on all of our clan's old secrets. It was Leon's tone that was a little bitter, now. Nestor, however, just stared at him, not responding. Nestor, Leon continued, his tone a little more conciliatory, this was necessary. Especially with the possibility of interacting with the Sky Devils coming up, if Anshu is to be believed. Going to bargain with those who should be falling to their knees in worship of our ancestors' power. Did they fall to their knees when they were first made vassals? Or were they conquered? Nestor's silence was all the answer Leon needed. Continuing, he said, most of the vassal clans were bearers of inherited bloodlines of their own, were they not? Nestor nodded in confirmation. Then it only makes sense that we put some resources into better understanding the power that we bear. And the more knowledge we have, the better our bargaining position. If we learn secrets from this, then we can bargain those secrets to loyal vassals. We can use those secrets to gain loyal vassals. Nestor clicked his non-existent tongue in displeasure. I'd rather not give up our secrets, like this, too, you know, Leon continued, but I judged it to be the best course of action. I think you'll come around to seeing the same. Without another word, Leon turned away from Nestor and walked over to the consoles around the Iron Needle. He didn't do much, simply monitored some of the scans that the enchantments were making of the needle, his head lost in thoughts about the possibilities that unlocking the secrets of Krithis' transformation enchantment might bring. It wasn't like Valentina or any of the other enchanters and blood mages Leon had put on the team would be able to do much without bloodlines of their own, so he felt comfortable enough with what he'd given them. What little disquiet he did feel was easily minimized by the thought of possibly improving upon the primal god's design, or at least unlocking some greater efficiency with greater knowledge of its workings. He'd certainly have to bring the Thunderbird herself in on the research, too, or at least its results. The enchantment was a result of her labors to adapt the original enchantment, and if she hadn't been absent from his soul realm for a while, he would have already consulted her on this move. His thoughts were interrupted when Valeria came walking into his workshop, a grave look on her face. Leon, she whispered, her tone as serious as her expression, we have guests. Waiting for Leon in one of his private sitting rooms was Anshu and a man with strange features. Leon smiled upon entering, though his alarm was immediately raised, having had no idea that Anshu was even on his way here, despite the Indradian having one of Tycho's calm lotuses. Given what he'd ordered the man to do only a matter of weeks ago, his alarm was elevated even more. Leon, Anshu said as he rose. He seemed about to say something, but then glanced at Valeria standing in the still open door just behind Leon and hesitated. Leon glanced back at Valeria and motioned for her to enter, ignoring Anshu's discomfort. The man hadn't seemed to have lost his attitude, but at least he didn't make nearly as big of a deal of them as he once did. Valeria took a couple steps further in and closed the door, her eyes locked on the unknown man, her aura feeling restrained, almost like a coiled serpent, ready to strike. Anshu, Leon responded as he clasped the other man's wrist, treating Anshu a little friendlier than he was otherwise wont to do, mindful of the few seconds it took for his privacy enchantments to fully activate after the room was sealed. It's good to see you again. Who have you brought to my home? Leon regarded the new man. His features were unfamiliar to Leon, though only in their details. The man was the very picture of average in appearance. His skin was a light dusky brown, his eyes were dark brown, and his hair, cropped short, was dark brown as well. Of all his features, only his stature was remarkable, with the man standing a few inches taller than Leon. His expression, however, was utterly blank. The man was not only completely stone-faced, but his eyes seemed glazed over, as the man wasn't actually focusing on anything despite looking. Right back at him. Leon, Anshu repeated, there have been some developments so great that you couldn't send a message ahead. Leon asked, his tone good-natured despite the reprimand. We had to move quickly, Anshu explained. I couldn't return home to collect my lotus. Leon shrugged. It wasn't like Anshu had always used the lotuses, the man not quite trusting them to relay information as securely as they needed it to be. Updates sent by letter were more the rule for him than the exception. Still, the fact that he'd brought someone unknown to Leon's home was not appreciated, even though the stone-faced man appeared only to be 5th tier. I hope I'm not a burden, the man said, and Leon's alarm skyrocketed as the man's lips hadn't moved. Still, Leon thought he recognized the voice, though he wasn't quite sure from where. I made request of Anshu to bring me here not long ago. I was told you were looking to speak with me again, so I believed myself invited. As the man finished speaking, he brought a hand up to his jaw and, to Leon's astonishment, took his face off. The blank, average face flickered as it was brought away from his skull, revealing it to have been nothing more than an illusion the entire time, attached to the front of a metal mask. From behind the mask, the jaguar revealed himself, his skin turning yellow with black spots as the mask's enchantments were removed from his body. Also revealed was a glowing amulet around his neck that appeared to be projecting some kind of shield over the man. It was weak, Leon guessing even a 5th-tier mage might be strong enough to break through it without much effort, but he supposed that wasn't the point. Instead, he guessed that the amulet was hiding the jaguar's 9th-tier strength, making him seem 4 tiers weaker than he actually was. Valeria donned her armor and drew her glaive in a moment, and Leon fought to stop himself from doing the same thing on instinct. While the jaguar had just revealed that Leon couldn't quite trust his eyes, he didn't assume an aggressive posture, draw a weapon, or call upon his magic. He simply stood there, his mask disappearing into his soul realm in a flash of light, and stared back at Leon as Leon stared at him. A long silence fell upon them, broken only when Valeria took another step forward, her glaive brandished. Leon held out a hand to stop her, and he said, I would have preferred you call ahead, Anshu. This is what calm lotuses are for. This is why I've been insisting on you using yours instead of sending letters. I left it at home, Anshu confessed with a shrug. I didn't want to risk it by keeping it in my soul realm, especially given the life I live. And after picking up this one, I couldn't exactly head back home to get it. I stressed haste, the jaguar intoned. We were detected by Imperial ships on our crossing, though fortunately, they were too late to stop our landing, thanks to the assistance of your man. The Sky Devil gave Anshu a brief nod of acknowledgement. Leon stared at the man for a long moment, evaluating him as a guest. The jaguar simply stood there, not a single threatening movement to be seen. To his credit, he neither puffed himself up nor shied away from Leon's evaluating gaze. You can't have come alone, Leon stated. Glancing at Anshu, he added, Anshu was telling me about a potential landing of a group of your people. Anshu nodded in confirmation, but it was the jaguar who verbally responded first. Yes, several of my tribesmen accompanied me to the continent, and have been given shelter some miles to the south. I have some friends keeping an eye on them, Anshu flatly stated. Leon smiled and nodded with more cheer than he felt. He was taken completely off guard, and while he was hoping to get in contact with the Sky Devils, he never thought that the jaguar of all people would be brought into his home without his knowledge. His displeasure at the surprise and his delight at the opportunity were fighting it out in his head, and neither had the advantage yet. So, Leon changed subjects a bit. That was an interesting mask, he observed as he walked over to the sitting room's small bar, pouring for himself a small tumbler of juice. Can I get either of you anything? He asked, fulfilling his obligation as a host. Anshu politely refused, and the jaguar, for just a moment, seemed almost aghast before covering his expression with careful stoicism. Valeria, now unarmed and unarmored, didn't respond, her focus reserved solely for the jaguar. One wrong move from him and her weapon, so recently put away, would be back out. She leaned against the door frame, not quite blocking it, but making it clear that no one was leaving without going through her first. The mask is an old design, the jaguar said after a long moment of silence as Leon took a seat, sitting down himself after Leon gestured for him to do so. We no longer have the capacity to make them, and there are only a few left. My clan and tribe both agreed that it was in the interests of my mission to carry it. And what mission would that be? Leon asked. The jaguar fixed him in his gaze and said with grave seriousness, to find you. Leon shallowly smiled, but his elation suddenly gained a huge advantage against his displeasure. Interesting. Why are your people so interested in me? The jaguar cocked his head slightly, his eyes narrowing. You piqued our interest, Raptor, and I believe that was your intention. Me? No, I find attention, especially from those I'm unfamiliar with, to be quite undesirable. So Leon spoke, but he didn't even try to make his tone all that convincing. Let's not play coy, this room is warded against those with low ears and lower honor, the jaguar growled. Let us be blunt, Raptor. My presence here deprives my people of my power and places you at risk. Leon held back a chuckle of amusement, but he supposed he agreed. Fine, then, why don't you start? What do you want? What do you hope to gain from this adventure of yours? A king, the jaguar candidly stated. Not all of the 10 tribes remember their past, but my jaguar tribe still recalls the power of the Thunderbird, and the glories we earned under your clan's wing. There is no better ruler for our people, the only king that could rule us is one of your blood. Kingship over our people is your birthright. Leon blinked in surprise once the spiel was over. What a distance to travel, for something so small as a crown, he sarcastically stated. It is something you seek as well if the lengths your man went to so that we may speak here now are any indication, the jaguar riposted. It is not unknown to me how long he's been attempting to send messages to my fellow tribesmen on the sword. If we're being blunt, then fine, I'll admit that I wished to get into contact with your people. I was hoping to learn if there were any that still remembered my clan down there. Being offered a throne was not, I'll admit, something I was expecting. The jaguar averted his gaze, an awkward look crossing his face. My tribe remembers the Thunderbird, but we are in thin company. No matter to us, jaguars are solitary creatures, but in this, we cannot directly offer you a throne. We can only offer you our support. Leon nodded again, though his smile thinned. More in line with what I was expecting, he muttered. Were I not inclined to take up your offer of kingship, Jaguar, what would you do? I would return home, the Jaguar readily replied. Though I would see the rule of your bloodline re-established, fulfilling the ancient will of my ancestors, I would not force you to do anything. An unwilling king is a terrible king. Leon hummed in thought, and if I were to accept, my tribe would acclaim you as the rightful ruler of the 10 tribes. Your claim would be heard by the Elder Council, and I believe we could eventually get enough support for you to claim the throne of our people, so long left vacant. Again, Leon had to fight the urge to laugh, though it was a far different laugh than the first. Just like that, it would be that easy. I would walk into your capital building and your people would fall to their knees in worship and adoration, all but forcing me into a crown. Please forgive me my doubt, but I rather expect the opposite. It's been a long 80,000 years, and a lot of blood has been spilled between your people and those of the mainland. Great is our anger with the savages of this continent, the jaguar admitted. He began to look slightly more uncomfortable as he continued. I would also confess that there would be much friction back in Stormhollow. Again, my tribe would acclaim you readily, as would, I believe, several others. But many tribes and clans would not have us return to the old ways. They seek to destroy our traditions and histories, and would place their faith in others, and their new ways. Leon read more than a little anger in the jaguar's otherwise controlled tone and body language. There was more there that the man wasn't telling him, or at least hadn't gotten around to yet. If this was an introductory meeting, then there would doubtlessly be nuance later. For now, he guessed all the jaguar wanted to know was whether or not Leon was willing to be their king. Though, he had to admit that he found it just a little strange that the jaguar hadn't demanded some proof of his identity before spilling all these secrets. As a matter of fact, Leon thought to himself as he leaned forward. To the jaguar, he said in an authoritative tone, "Give me your hand." He held out his hand for the jaguar to take, and the spotted man didn't hesitate for more than a second. He leaned forward and presented his hand to Leon. Leon then took his hand and channeled some of his power. Silver-blue lightning danced merrily along his arm and over the jaguar's hand. The jaguar, a slight smile breaking out over his face, called upon his own bloodline's magic, and red lightning rose to meet the silver-blue. However, Leon could feel that he had the advantage in their unserious clash. Whether that was because of his new 9th-tier power or because the jaguar was holding back, he wasn't sure. He hardly believed himself yet an equal to a man who'd been a 9th-tier mage for longer than he'd been alive. He glanced at Valeria, and his gaze seemed to draw her attention. Their eyes met, and she gave him a subtly skeptical look, one he was inclined to agree with. Turning back to the jaguar, he let go of the man's hand, letting their brief friendly clash end inconclusively. "You're giving me quite a lot to think about, Jaguar," he said. "I have great power and position within Heaven's eye. I've already reclaimed that much from my bloodline. What more could I need from your people? Especially when, by your own implication, I would be less than welcome by a large number of your people, perhaps even a majority of them. More than that, I know just about nothing of the structure of your society, yet you expect me to drop everything I have here, everything that I've built, to come and be your king. You're not selling this idea of kingship to me very well at all." "I understand that," the jaguar admitted. "I do not expect an answer now. I merely wished to make my purpose known to you. I hope in the coming days and weeks we might be able to speak more, discuss my people more, and only later will I ask for your answer. An uninformed king is almost as bad as an unwilling king, after all." Leon nodded and smiled. "For serious reasons, I can't have you stay here in my home. We'll never meet here again, either, at least not while you yet war with the empires. But I can have my people arrange for suitable accommodations for you and your people." "That is agreeable," the jaguar responded. "Good. Then I will confer with my family and allies, and only after a few days will I call upon you to speak again. And we'll likely not be speaking alone. I have no intention of relaying your every word and concern to my people when they could simply hear it from your tongue themselves." "That is also agreeable. Then so be it," Leon said as he rose, the jaguar following suit only a moment later. Once more Leon clasped his hand, though he didn't call upon his power in challenge this time. The jaguar donned his mask again and Leon proceeded to have his assistants and household servants follow through on the promise of accommodations. It wouldn't do to leave a 9th-tier mage hostile to just about everyone around them to his own devices, after all. "This is suspicious as fuck," Alex stated as Leon finished his quick spiel. "No one just offers anyone else that kind of power. Never. This has to be a trap." "I find myself agreeing with Alex," Gaius stated. "Kingship is a fine prize and one that isn't easily turned away. Fine bait for a trap, I say. I hope I'm not finding myself too presumptuous," Marcus said as he glanced around the room at Leon's retainers, "but I believe we're all on the same side of this fence. This is an awfully convenient thing to just be given. Exactly what you've been looking for, just falling into your lap." "I can't imagine it'll be that easy," Leon replied. "The jaguar has already said that his clan or tribe, or whatever it is they have down there will support me, but that's just one of 10. The others will not so easily bow. And the one that will bow is the one you just so happened to have a duel with?" Gaius asked. "A familiar figure," Anna whispered loudly enough for the entire room to hear, "no one finer to set the bait." "Someone who tried to kill me," Leon reminded them. "I'm not looking to believe him right away, but why go to all this trouble to get into contact if we're just going to dismiss everything the man has to say? Why go to all this trouble just to believe the first words he speaks?" Marcus counters. "I'm not," Leon shot back. "Then there's no problem, is there?" Marcus responded. "If we're aware that they're untrustworthy or at least have yet to win our trust, then discussions can begin. Trust building. Move on from there." "Bah," Alcander scoffed. "If they betray us, we'll just cut them down and make our escape." "Not letting that 7th-tier power go to your head, Al?" Marcus asked. Alcander laughed. "We're all equals of paladins, Marcus. Why can't we indulge a bit in that power? So that we don't blind ourselves to otherwise obvious dangers," Gaius said. "Many hunters have fallen when underestimating their prey," Anna added. "Not that we're hunting, technically, but hunting and diplomacy do share a few principles." "I'm not looking to immediately drop everything and run for the Sky Devil's hell," Leon interjected, hoping to calm some of their emotions. "I'd rather have a few more talks with the jaguar before making even the smallest of commitments. But I wanted to know what all of you think about the situation. I'm close to this, personally. I don't think I can keep myself objective about what he's offering. I'll be relying on all of you, as people who know me and my situation, to keep my head on straight. We're not going to let you lead us all to our certain deaths, Leon," Alex playfully replied. "We'd be poor retainers if we did," Marcus added. Leon glanced around the room, noting similar sentiments from Anna, Helen, Alcander, Gaius, Red, Tikos, and Anshu. Of his retainers, it was only Talal that was absent, though these days he was less Leon's retainer and more the man he dumped the administrative duties he didn't want to deal with on. Anzu, Elise, Valeria, and Maya, on the other hand, all looked like they had more to say, though they largely agreed with the others that this offer wasn't to be trusted. They were just holding their peace until they could get into private, that much Leon could see. But, at least, it was enough to see that his family and retainers were all on the same side, for once. Were it not so important, he might even relish the fact that even Anna and Anshu were in agreement. Of course, he was hardly going to kick the jaguar to the curb. All of this just meant he had to tread very carefully as he proceeded. After all, as Gaius said, kingship was not easily turned down. Leon stared at the document in his hand, his eyes not taking in a word that was written upon it. Despite the fact that it was a report from his researchers that promised to help him fix the problems he'd had with his darkness gem, namely its inability to make him incorporeal when he used it, as true darkness mages could do, he couldn't concentrate even a little bit on it. The reason was fairly simple. He was harboring a sky devil in Oculera, and not just any sky devil, but the 9th tier commander who'd led the sacking of Argos and sank so much of the imperial fleets that they were still recovering. And that man had proclaimed him to be his king. The king of the Sky Devils, or the 10 tribes, as he'd called them. Leon wanted that much, but having it dropped so neatly into his lap had him feeling terribly cautious. The fact that the jaguar had admitted to Leon's face that his support started and ended with his own tribe didn't help matters. If Leon wanted to become the king of his clan's former vassals, starting his reign by starting a civil war amongst their people was hardly the way he wanted to begin. He'd consulted with his retainers and his family, and while everyone was about on the same page of thinking that this was some kind of trap, Leon was a little more skeptical. It had been about a day since the meeting with the jaguar, and in that time, Leon had wondered at the wisdom of sending someone as powerful and important as the jaguar to simply act as bait. That had the terrible possibility of backfiring, and 9th tier mages didn't exactly grow on trees. If the jaguar were caught somehow, or otherwise lost, hardly implausible, especially given how close he and Anshu came to being caught when first bringing him onto the continent, then the Sky Devils would have lost an essentially irreplaceable asset. Beyond that, Leon simply didn't think the jaguar was lying. His encounter with the man in Argos had him reasonably convinced that the jaguar was fairly honorable, especially since he'd backed off as soon as Leon had revealed his bloodline, despite Leon not having the power to actually stop him if he'd pressed onward with his sack. In some ways, he was placing himself at Leon's mercy as Leon had placed himself at the jaguar's back in Argos. Leon sighed as he contemplated this problem. The jaguar had been moved to a safer location where he now awaited with the rest of his people. Anastasios and the Grand Druid were still staying in Leon's villa, so keeping a sky devil there would be beyond foolish. But if there was one person Leon wanted to know about this, it was the director, both to fulfill his obligation to their partnership and to simply get the man's advice and support. If Leon accepted the jaguar's offer, then he would be relying on the director to watch over his assets back here in Oculera, after all. Unfortunately, the man was away, which had taken Leon by surprise. He wondered what kind of business might take the director out of his office, since he'd seldom seen the man outside of it, save for when he dealt with Rufus and when the director had shown him his clan's arcs. He'd better be seeing to something of equal imp, Leon began to think when Talal stuck his head into Leon's office. "He's back," the Samarid man said, and Leon all but threw the reports he was reading into his soul realm and sprang to his feet. Without a word, Leon made his way over to the hexagon and the director's office within. Upon being shown in, he found the director standing in front of his desk, his back turned to the door. "I heard you were looking for me, Leon," he said in gravelly tones. "There's been a development," Leon responded. "Let me guess, the Grand Druid's Ark is more important than we first thought. Or does the Lord Protector have need of you now, so that he can show up the Grand Druid a bit?" Bluntly, Leon informed the director, "The Sky Devils sent someone to meet with me. I met with him in my own home." The director spun around, rare surprise carved into his aged features. "The jaguar," Leon continued, "the one I fought in Argos. He's claiming that his people want me to be their king. Not all of the Sky Devils, but the tribe he's aligned with." The director's face quickly righted itself to its usual business-like demeanor. "That's serious," he growled. "Where's the Sky Devil now? I put him up in a small villa just outside of Oculera. Quiet, out of the way, no reason for them to be seen there. That won't be enough. We need security. We need so many things. We need to talk before we do anything. No one's looking for Sky Devils in Oculera, and I think we can afford to wait until the end of this conversation before we start figuring out what to do with those already here. The director lightly scowled but tipped his head slightly. Agreed. A strategy going forward is needed before we can decide how to handle this, Jaguar. Tell me what you know. Leon quickly informed of what little the Jaguar had told him the night before. Fascinating, the director murmured as Leon finished his short explanation. We know so little of the Sky Devils, getting someone so high up in their rank structure that we can speak with is a rare pleasure. Leon, all caution must be taken to prevent this Jaguar from falling into Imperial hands. Such a valuable target isn't one they'd be willing to just let go. I'm aware of that. I'm more concerned about whether or not I ought to accept his offer, or whether or not I should head to their island. Has this not been your goal for years, now? You've been speaking a great deal for more than a decade about the Sky Devils, and now an opportunity comes to see their lands and speak with their leaders, and you're balking. Everyone's convinced that it's a trap. It's a possibility that can't be ignored. The director sighed. It would be remarkable of them if they were able to stop a 9th-tier mage from going where he wanted. If anyone could do it, I wouldn't be surprised if the Sky Devils could, but, have you spoken with Jaguar since your initial conversation last night? No. Why don't you bring him here? We can speak to him together. In the fucking hexagon itself. Are you insane? There's no way he wouldn't be missed if we just walk in through the front door. Even if we tried something more stealthy, it still carries greater risk than if we just met him somewhere else. The director scowled again. The hexagon has some of the finest security, enchantments and procedures in all Imperial territory, but I concede you the point. There are other options to pursue. Leon, invisible, moved quickly through the air, the Jaguar just behind him. The two moved unencumbered by retainers or assistants, completely undetectable to anyone not using one of Leon's darkness gems. Their destination was none other than one of Penelope's more modest countryside villas about 30 miles outside of Oculara's city limits. As they approached, Leon inspected it. It was private, well secured, and unassuming. It seemed that if the villa was under any kind of Imperial surveillance, as the hexagon and Penelope's more utilized homes might be, then the surveillance was subtle indeed, for Leon couldn't sense anything. As far as he could tell, this place was as good as he could hope for a clandestine meeting. He and the Jaguar skipped right over most of the villa, landing in the back courtyard. The enchantments on the villa caused them both to become visible again almost immediately upon landing, but Leon darted forward, ushering the Jaguar inside in a matter of seconds. Quite cautious, aren't you? The Jaguar asked as Leon closed the back door behind them. Leon gave him a slightly exasperated look. We're in the heart of Imperial territory. A little caution is warranted, I think. As you say, said a voice from just beyond the back atrium, and Leon looked up to see the familiar figure of Penelope standing in a door frame, her arms crossed as she stared at the two of them. Come on in, let's get this over with. She led them deeper into the villa and Leon noticed that there wasn't a servant to be seen. The estate, relatively small as it was, would have still required a staff of at least a handful to maintain, yet he was gratified to see that Penelope had gotten them all out for a while. Upon arriving at the dining room, Leon found the director already waiting for them. The old man smiled and stood upon their entrance, and Leon relaxed slightly. As much as he didn't think the Jaguar wanted to stab him in the back, it still alleviated his stressed mind to have another 9th-tier mage with him, watching his back. The Jaguar's response wasn't nearly so relaxed, as the man had wound himself tense from the moment Leon had gone to grab him and bring him to this meeting. He glared at the director, though Leon noted his aura barely flickered. As much as his body language conveyed anger, his aura showed that he was keeping a tight lid on his emotions. It's good that we're all here, now, the director said slowly. Shall we take our seats now, and begin our talks? The Jaguar sighed. Working with thieves and savages, why don't we start there? Leon said as he sat at the head of the dining table, flanked on both sides by Penelope and the director. How are we thieves and savages? The Jaguar smirked, taking a seat at the opposite end of the table, not looking at all like he considered himself outbalanced despite being outnumbered. Traitors. That's what Heaven's Eye was in the wake of the devastation 80,000 years ago. Remains of your clan, but puppeted by the barbarians of this plane, turning the resources that should have sustained our war against the locals instead against us. The empires could not exist without those organizations that became Heaven's Eye. Neither would my people have been forced to Katagita. Katagita, Penelope asked. What we call our home. You call it our hell. I'll admit to finding it Somewhat flattering, though we prefer our name for our new homeland. Lord Jaguar, the director began, you made quite the offer to my colleague. I wish to discuss the terms further. Your colleague, the Jaguar whispered, his tone offended. Yes, Leon interjected. Colleague, partner, would also be accurate. I can't say that I've returned Heaven's Eye to the purview of my clan, but I will say that I've retaken some of it. The director still maintains direct control, but he's tied his fate to mine and allowed me to claim at least some of Heaven's Eye for myself. The Jaguar smiled and said nothing. We can discuss the nuances of our alliance later, the director diplomatically stated. For now, I was more interested in the nuances of your people, Jaguar. And I'm inclined to keep you wondering, the Jaguar replied, his tone almost mocking. I would know, too, Leon responded. If you would call me king, then it's unseemly to judge my allies so harshly. There is no judgment here, the Jaguar growled. Horse shit, Leon thought. Aloud, he said, good. We're all friends here. That's what we're going to need if all of our ambitions are to be met. And what are our ambitions? The Jaguar inquired. To be discussed later, Leon deflected. For now, politics. Can you give us the general political breakdown of your people? The Jaguar continued smiling and saying nothing for several long seconds, his eyes flickering from Leon to the director and back. Penelope, it seemed, didn't warrant his attention that much. Right before Leon was going to reiterate his question, however, the Jaguar said, we are an alliance of 10 tribes. We formed from the remains of the followers of the most venerable Thunderbird and her successors, to whom we were sworn. Under them, we achieved many great things. We were also here when her bloodline met its end. In the chaos that followed that catastrophe, to which I cannot speak too knowledgeably having never studied the fall too closely, many clans were forced south, unable to evacuate with many other vassals and the remains of the most venerable Thunderbird administration. We numbered several million, divided amongst many clans. Upon reaching Katagita, we reorganized ourselves and managed to repel those locals who attempted to follow us to our island. After managing to secure our survival, those groups we formed to defend ourselves became the basis for the 10 tribes. Clans, led by chiefs, united into tribes, governing themselves by a council of each clan's elders. The 10 tribes as a whole remained unified by forming an elder council, where every clan elder was allowed to be heard, though only those who directly presided over a tribal council had a vote. Who are these presidents? The director asked. Leaders elected by each tribal council, the Jaguar explained. Their only purpose is to officiate tribal business, and to vote in the elder council. How many clans exist now? Penelope asked, finally joining the conversation. The Jaguar appeared utterly unperturbed by her sudden interjection, answering, hundreds. The largest of our tribes is the Booming Brown Bears, possessing by itself more than 150 constituent clans. Our smallest, however, is the Ancestral Hearts, composed of only 30 clans. That's some disparity, the director murmured. Say Leon were to accept your offer, how many of these clans and tribes would rally to him? You've committed your tribe, but would others be so willing? The Jaguar's features remained unclouded by doubt, projecting nothing but stoic seriousness and conviction as he said, I can make no promises for any but my own tribe. There are other tribes that hold the old ways to be true, who remember our pledges and years to reclaim old honors. But others wish for change, who would turn us away from our ancient traditions and forget who we were. Some might say that change is necessary to adapt to changing circumstances, Penelope dryly observed. And others, the Jaguar countered, might say that change for the sake of it can be destructive. If we lose who we are, then what's the point of changing at all? Better to die faithful to your ancestors than to give up all that you are for the sake of survival. The spotted man spoke with conviction, and Leon was inclined to believe that he truly believed these words, at least. If we must change, then we must, he continued, sounding just a little more resigned. However, we must always keep who we are and who we were in mind, lest we lose ourselves forging ourselves anew. Those in power now would see us discard all that we are and that we once were for the sake of petty victory over savages. I would see my people down a new path. A path that leads to me? Leon asked. He smirked and cocked an eyebrow. Or a path that leads through me? The kings of old that we swore ourselves to, the Jaguar said, led us to thousands of years of glory and power. Our existence as it is now can't even be compared to what it once was. What's more, our honor, in not following our lords to the great beyond, is terribly tarnished as much as others might wish to deny that fact. It has been thousands of years more that we've been absent our monarchs, and it has led us to stagnation and greater dishonor. My path leads to you, for it is only you who can deliver us from our miserable existence. It is only a prince of the blood that can truly unite us, who can forgive our dishonor and allow us to move beyond the limits of this savage plane. I wish for us to return home, to our ancient home, within the Nexus, and amongst distant stars. You are the best hope we have for a future, and the clearest choice to lead us. Ask any questions you wish, and I'll answer as I can, but as far as I'm concerned, that's all that I need to say. Leon smiled a little more, finding the man fairly persuasive. He could detect no falsehood in him, not that he considered himself particularly skilled at ferreting out falsehoods, but he believed that the jaguar was speaking his truth. The problem was that it sounded like there were others in the 10 tribes who had their own truths, as well, and from the way that the jaguar was speaking, he didn't think the man would give him an accurate accounting of their truths even if he were to ask. If he wanted that, he'd have to go to the Sky Devil's H to Katagita and speak with the tribes themselves. Who are these tribes that you speak of with such vague, yet vehement disdain? The director asked. The Tiger tribe, the jaguar readily answered. The Bears. They wish to break tribal allegiances, shatter our system, and create what they believe would be one people. They would erase all that we are, force us all to fit into their one vision of unity, and leave us culturally and spiritually deprived. They would have us forget not only our honor, but our ancestors, and our true kings. They would have my people hand them their fates, to be decided by them and them alone. I would not see this happen. And how would you go about that? Leon asked. I'm sure your tribe is strong, but can it handle the other 9 if it came to open war? I would never fight my own people, the jaguar protested, but after a moment he added, willingly. Not that it would ever come down to that. I'm sure the black-hearted lions would join my jaguars. The screaming eagles could be easily persuaded, I believe. Only 3 more tribes after that, and Katagita is yours. You make it sound so easy, Leon quipped. It isn't, the jaguar responded. The Thunderer would not see it so. Who's that? Penelope asked. Thunderers are, in effect if not in name, monarchs. Kings. The jaguar practically spat the term, where he'd spoken it only with reverence when trying to get Leon to take the title. They are elected by the Elder Council when it is deemed appropriate, and as such are not permanent posts. In the past 1,000 years, the current Thunderer is only the second to be called upon to serve. And he did so under the banner of reform, pushing the changes that are killing my people. Who is he, specifically? Penelope pressed. A 10th-tier mage of great tactical brilliance and strategically competent, the jaguar replied, though speaking only grudgingly. Were he not attempting to destroy my people, I would respect him greatly. But he is not the king to whom we owe our allegiance, and his attempts to make himself one will never succeed. However bad this Thunderer is, Leon said, how can you be sure that I would be any different? You don't know me, you don't know how great of a king the first may make. Why bet so much on me, then? The jaguar sighed. When our way of life is threatened, then we do what we must. We make the surest bets we possibly can. I would bet upon you and the power you wield. You needn't rule directly, the Elder Council can continue as they have been. But you can unite us, settle our disagreements as needed. You are the rallying cry we need to halt our infighting, and truly become one people. That requires a great leader, but not necessarily a great administrator. Leon smiled self-deprecatingly. If he knew my history, he wouldn't be so quick to jump into my corner, he thought. But aloud, he said, your faith is overwhelming. I thank you for the information. We'll likely have more meetings like this in the coming days, but for the moment, might I confer with my partners? You can rest assured that the moment I make my decision, you'll be among the first to know. The jaguar gave Penelope and the director suspicious looks, but nodded and stood up, and Leon showed him into an adjacent room. They'd returned to the jaguar's temporary villa together after Leon checked in with the other 2. Upon returning, he found the director and Penelope already deep in conversation about what the jaguar had revealed. We need a better idea of their military capability, the director immediately said as Leon sat back down. How proficient are they in building arcs? Their weapons are potent, and we'll certainly need them, but what more can they provide us in our rise to the Nexus? However many they need, they'll need to save for their own people, not for us, Penelope pointed out. Evacuating a small continent to the Nexus isn't going to be easy, to put it insultingly mildly. But having a larger base to work with will be needed, the director pointed out. What's the point of heading to the Nexus if we lose all that we've built along the way? If we have to start over as soon as we arrive, then we might as well stay here and die in luxury and power. I think that whatever happens, Leon said, they'll be integral to our plans to get off this plane. Are you saying you're going to take him up on his offer? Penelope asked a little skeptically. Can't resist the lure of that throne now that someone's offering it. Leon shrugged. I'm leaning towards accepting now. But nothing's set in stone, and there's plenty of time for that to change. Let's see what comes next, and how the empires might react to it. Let's see how easily I might be able to fly to Anne from their island. Let's see about a lot of things, and then maybe I'll come to a decision, and we can finally properly start to plan our escape from this plane, once and for all. Are you ready for this, husband? Elise asked as she straightened Leon's collar with a gentle touch. I don't think I'm ever ready for anything when it comes to them, Leon replied, smiling at his wife. She leaned into him, pressing her forehead against his upper chest, while he wrapped his arms around her waist and held her close. I'm not ready to leave, Elise whispered. If all goes well, then you won't have to. If they're amenable, then no one will be in any danger at all. Maya ducked in, a somewhat jealous look on her face as she pried one of Leon's arms away from Elise and wrapped it around her. Foolish, the river nymph murmured as she burrowed her way into Leon and Elise's shared embrace, both of whom happily made room for her. They want more. However much they have, they want more. True, but they have the power here, whether or not they seek more, Leon replied. It's still strange that the director agreed to this, Elise observed as Maya got settled in with both Leon and Elise's arms around her. He emphasized discretion, Leon reminded. I'm not going to walk in there and tell them everything. Just feel them out a bit. See what happens then. We'll need to know where Anastasios and the Grand Druid stand, and there are ways to go about doing so without directly telling them that we're allying with their empire's nemesis. Still dangerous, Elise whispered. Rather not tell them anything, Maya bitterly spat. I don't like them. They're always around. This isn't their home, they shouldn't be here. Have they been bothering you? Leon gently asked. Their presence is bothersome enough, Maya replied. Leon chuckled. You know, if I actually follow through with what seemingly everyone's been telling me to do courting Cassandra then the Grand Druid, at least, will likely be here more often, Maya groaned. Cassandra can stay, not the Grand Druid. I don't think that's how it works, Elise said, a wide smile on her face. She'll be family. She already treats herself as such with how many demands she makes, Maya growled. That's just the nature of our relationship right now, Leon quietly said. So long as we're weak enough for her to exploit, then she's going to exploit us. Or me, at any rate. Once we're strong enough to do our own thing, then any leverage she has on us will be gone. If anything, I'd almost take it as a compliment, that she and the Lord Protector know that we're going to grow beyond them if I weren't convinced their behavior would be exactly the same regardless. Greedy, Maya again stated. Are you sure you should be judging anyone for that? Elise asked the river nymph, a playful smile on her lips. I seem to recall you being quite demanding when we first met. Maya only shrugged, then snuggled closer to them both. I have what I wanted. Most of what I wanted. She gave Leon a pointed stare and moved his arm so that his hand pressed against her abdomen. Someday, he promised. Someday, she huffed, but Leon knew her well enough to know that she wasn't truly upset. I should get going, he said. No need to keep two of the most powerful beings on the plane waiting for too long. Besides, the sooner I get this done, the better. Just be careful, husband, Elise whispered as she brushed her lips against his. In fact, to make sure you move quickly, she slithered out of Leon's embrace, pulling Maya with her. The three were speaking in their bedroom, so she didn't have to go far to toss the river nymph down on their large shared bed. Stay there, she sternly ordered Maya, whose bronze features had already flushed with desire and anticipation. Elise then moved around to one of their bedside tables and began taking out leather straps and silk cords. Leon grinned as Elise began to pull Maya's clothes off and tie her to the bed. But then, she paused and glanced back at him. Go on, then, she playfully ordered him. Take care of your business. Then come back here and take care of us. Go quickly, Maya gasped, her voice already ragged with arousal. Leon's face almost hurt from how widely he was smiling as he called upon all the restraint he could and left the bedroom. He had to take a couple minutes just outside the door to compose himself, breathing deeply, wiping the smile off his face, and making sure that he wasn't showing any signs of the lust that his ladies had stoked within him. Once he'd managed to bring himself under control, he set out for his meeting. He didn't have to go far, simply walking to one of his villa's private sitting rooms. He knew from the handful of guards posted up in the hallway that Anastasios and the Grand Druid had both beaten him there, but they'd had enough meetings with him in his home that the guards hardly even looked up as he approached. Anastasios. Guard captain merely stuck his head into the sitting room and announced Leon's arrival. Leon. Anastasios boomed as Leon walked in and the guard shut the door behind him, sealing the three of them in. Leon felt the telltale rush of magic through his villa's walls that indicated his privacy enchantments activated properly. Good to see you again, my boy. Leon, the Grand Druid said more quietly, though with nothing less than familial warmth as Leon took a seat opposite the two of them. He couldn't help but notice that the two of them had been sitting right next to each other on the same sofa, as was their wont. As he sat down, Anastasios asked, "How has life been treating you, Leon? It can't have been easy fulfilling this old girl's requests, but I hope you've been otherwise thriving." The Grand Druid pinched Anastasios in the side for that remark, though she smirked anyway. "Things have been great," Leon honestly said. "I've been thinking about things lately that weigh upon my mind, but other than that, these past few years have been some of the best, most productive years of my life." Wonderful to hear, the Lord Protector responded. "If there's anything at all I can do to add to that prosperity, please don't hesitate to ask. I've been thinking, myself, lately, and I believe I owe you an apology." "I believe we both owe you apologies, but I can speak only for myself." Again, the Grand Druid pinched him, and Leon did his best to ignore the blatantly flirtatious looks they gave each other. "We've been a bit too demanding of you, Leon, is what I'm trying to say," Anastasios said. We must balance what's best for our empires, and what's best for our partners. We don't always get the balance right, as old, powerful, and experienced as we are. We've gotten the balance wrong, dear," the Grand Druid finished. "You're more than just a tool to us. We both wanted you to know that." Leon smiled and nodded, though he didn't take the words to heart. Words were easy to speak, but following through was the important part. "Your words bring joy to my ears," he said. "It's an honor and a privilege to have you two stay here so often." "Oh, you needn't be so polite," Anastasios said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Not for a pair of old folks like us." "Actually," Leon interjected before the Lord Protector could continue or the Grand Druid could add her thoughts, "I believe it's necessary, especially for what I wanted to bring up with you." Anastasios stiffened, and after giving Leon a searching look, straightened up. The Grand Druid, however, remained fairly relaxed, though Leon felt her attention quite acutely. "I've been thinking about my place on Eterna," Leon continued. "How much power and influence my name and my power could have upon it. I'm happy with where I am and have no desire to upset this apple cart, so to speak, but especially with all that I've been hearing coming out of the south, I can't help but wonder if there's more I can do to promote peace." "Such is a natural wonder for all men of virtue," Anastasios said slowly. "But it's in the details that we find the agents of Maleficence." Leon nodded, recognizing the name of one of the few gods in the Ilian pantheon that was generally considered irredeemably evil. He'd even seen in some of the more feverish pieces of propaganda or historical fiction his clan being tied directly to the deity, or at least the evil god being hinted to have a hand in the actions of the sky devils. "That's what I wanted to consult with the two of you about," Leon stated. "Given how reluctant everyone seems to be to let me go south, is it safe for me to assume that my name, or at least my power, would have some level of influence upon the sky devils?" Any trace of joviality in the sitting room had vanished, though Anastasios and the Grand Druid were still smiling. "That's a concerning question," Anastasios said. "Are you asking to visit the sky devils, Leon?" the Grand Druid seriously inquired. "I'm not asking anything," Leon replied. "But I can't help but be curious about the descendants of those who followed my clan to this plane. I can't help but wonder if I can somehow make peace between your peoples. Failing that, I can't help but ask myself if Eterna would be a more peaceful and prosperous place if I were to take the sky devils with me, should I ever achieve apotheosis and proceed with my plan to head for the Nexus. Let me put it another way, I don't want anyone to die. This war between the empires and the sky devils, if there's some way that I could possibly broker peace, well, wouldn't that be in everyone's best interests?" "Leon," Anastasios said with a soft chuckle, "the world is never so straightforward, the Grand Druid quietly said. The hatred between our peoples runs deep. It's in your power to change that, Leon quickly countered. Your empires spend a great deal of time setting the Sky Devils up to be the bad guys in your national narratives. Ease up on that, and the people will turn their attention somewhere else. Let enough time pass, and peace can be declared. There will still be some bad blood, of course, but that will also eventually be forgotten with time as these wars pass beyond living memory, so long as you don't start killing each other again. Everything sounds easy when so condensed, the Lord Protector bemoaned. It's just an idea, Leon conceded. Speaking with the two of you is a prelude to figuring out details, and even then, only if you two find the idea agreeable. As I've said, my power and the legacy of my clan have been on my mind. I wouldn't call it a stretch to say that I bear at least some responsibility to bring some manner of peace to Eterna. Even if I bear no personal responsibility for the actions of my ancestors, I have the power to effect some kind of change. Is it not the moral thing to try and make a change for the better? That I have a responsibility because of the power within me. Morality can be frustratingly flexible, Anastasios said. Talk something over for long enough, and just about anything can be justified. Are you saying that I'm wrong? Leon asked. No, I actually find it admirable, the desire to help where one can. We just don't think this is a problem you can help with, the Grand Druid added. Your power presents many problems for us, and we know that the Keeper, and likely the Sunlit Bastard as well, would be much more comfortable knowing that you were nowhere near the Sky Devils. Here in the West, Anastasios explained, we are largely untouched by the events of 80,000 years ago. But it's different in the East. Their land was torn asunder during the wars following your clan's downfall and remains broken and barren to this day. Keeper is the one who fears your rise most of all, and gods only know how Sunlit might react to you visiting the Sky Devils. It's been his sailors and marines that have been dying in droves, for the most part, as he's so fond of reminding us, the Grand Druid added. I'm not talking to them, Leon said. I'm talking to the two of you. I won't say that I'm not interested in your opinions of the other two, but what I want most of all is your opinions, absent consideration of others. Is the Sky Devils my responsibility? If I were to intervene in this, for the sake of peace, would you support me, or would I become an enemy? You speak as if it's already your intention to seek the Sky Devils out, Anastasios observed. No decisions have been made yet, Leon replied. But as I've reiterated several times now, doing so has been on my mind. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I managed the impossible and left Eterna, yet didn't use my gifts to deprive this plane of a piece that I could have given it. Anastasios and the Grand Druid each fell silent, both staring at Leon for a long time. Then, they slowly looked at each other. Leon, the Grand Druid said. Yes, was his reply. Could you give us the room for a few minutes? Leon smiled, though the expression was without warmth. I'll wait outside. He stood and returned to the door, pausing as he reached for the doorknob. He looked back at the two 10th-tier mages, finding that neither of them were looking at him. Instead, they were staring at each other, possibly communicating silently. Through darkness magic though, he wondered if they could do that, why they would send him out of the room. With a sigh, he opened the door, walked out into the hallway, and closed the door behind him. The guards gave him a few strange looks, but when he returned them, they looked away. Fortunately, he wasn't left waiting there for too long before the door opened again, and the Grand Druid invited him back in. I apologize for that, the Grand Druid said as Leon took a seat again. No, it's fine, Leon replied, practically chewing the sarcasm, it was so thick. I love being asked to leave rooms in my own home by those who, just a few minutes before, were trying to apologize for being too demanding. We but needed a couple minutes to confer with each other, Anastasios said. Again, you have our apologies for that. Might we focus on the topic at hand? Leon stared at him for a long moment, a provocative half-smile on his face as he internally debated just how much of a thing he wanted to make of this insult. In the end, he decided that it was better to just let this be better for his goals, at least. Before we continue, he said, I'd like to remind the two of you that what I spoke of was only hypothetical. Musings on morality. It's advice I want, nothing more, for I do not yet intend on doing anything. Yet, the Grand Druid pointed out. We have conditions, Anastasios added. Concessions on your part if you do wind up making a decision that might impact us negatively. Leon smiled thinly. Their conversation started fine enough just a few minutes prior, but it seemed that despite the apology, the Lord Protector wasn't intending on being any less demanding. Not that I can blame him, Leon thought. Anastasios had an empire of billions to watch out for, he couldn't make decisions without keeping all of them in mind. What kind of concessions? Leon asked. And what would these concessions buy me? Hypothetically speaking, there would be an outcry in Ilion and Evergold if you were to get into contact with the Sky Devils, the Grand Druid said. More than there is now? Leon asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Anastasios simply replied, yes. But, the Grand Druid said, the more worrying cries of outrage would come from the east, and perhaps the south. It could lead to a war between empires, which hasn't happened in many thousands of years. Risks like that can't be taken lightly. Indeed, Leon responded, but risks like that can be taken, for family, the Grand Druid said with a wolfish look of expectation. Leon's smile widened a bit, growing just that little bit more genuine. Cassandra, he whispered, if you were to become my grandson-in-law, I could overlook many indiscretions. I would even be compelled to defend you, assuming you weren't bringing great dishonor to me, my family, or my domain. Leon slowly nodded, then glanced at Anastasios. I hope you're not asking me to marry someone to buy your support. No, he said, but there are certain obligations I would ask you to fulfill. As the Grand Druid has said, to defend you would require quite a few sacrifices on your part to make antagonizing our eastern or southern counterparts worth it. Peace with the Sky Devils isn't worth it? Leon asked, only somewhat seriously. The Lord Protector smiled humorlessly. Peace is an obligation for us all, and one I do not intend to shirk. But the methods by which we attain peace can sometimes sow the seeds for future war. We must ensure that, in securing peace, we do not create greater conflict in the future. And how would you propose we go about doing that? Leon asked. Anastasios leaned forward, his pink nebulous eyes flashing with ambition. You managed to grow Hesperidic apple trees outside of the Menominee Valley. And as the last scion of the Thunderbird clan, you possess insights into achieving apotheosis that we must not if you are so confident that you'll achieve it. And you want both, Leon said. Anastasios' smile widened slightly, and he sat back without a word, simply giving Leon a smug, almost expectant look. This all depends on you, Leon, the Grand Druid softly stated. It would be inadvisable to get tangled up with the Sky Devils. But if you believe it's your obligation to try and do so, then these are our terms. This is how you might buy yourself our support. He nodded. I'll think this over. Anastasios sighed, relaxing his demeanor. It is distasteful to ask these things of you when you speak of peace, Leon. But we must ensure that our empires remain as peaceful as we can. As much as you believe achieving peace is your obligation, it is ours many times over. And maintaining peace with the Sentinels and the Sunlit Empire is easier and safer than attempting to make peace with the Sky Devils. It's just that simple. I understand, Leon replied. I don't like this. I may not even decide to do it. But it's something I must keep in mind. Myself, I may find myself sitting where you are, someday. I'm glad you understand, Leon. I want to emphasize that I think very highly of you, and do not wish for any bad blood. Think no more of it, Leon said with a dismissive wave of his hand. I'll be sure to keep the two of you informed if I continue to find myself mulling this problem over. The Grand Druid practically leapt to her feet and appeared next to Leon in a flash of light. Good. Now, we simply must begin planning your wedding to Cassandra right this moment. Imperial weddings are grand affairs, and one can never start planning too soon. I haven't even decided on Leon said as the Grand Druid started dragging him out of his seat and toward the door, but she interrupted him before he could finish. Nonsense. You two were made for each other. Just accept it and we can all be happier. She continued to chatter about destinations and themes as she led Leon out of the room, while all he could think of was Elise and Maya and his depressing realization that it would be just a little longer yet before he could join in their fun. I'm surprised you went with the morality option, the director said. I would have thought that you realized by now that any words they might have about peace, justice, and morality were entirely self-serving. Had to try, Leon replied with a shrug. Give them the option of letting me do my own thing. I didn't think they'd take it, and I wasn't surprised. The price they demanded, though, the Grand Druids shouldn't be too onerous, Penelope said with a wry smile. Unless you consider getting to bed a beautiful princess to be a steep price to pay. Leon chuckled. No, her price wasn't immediately heavy. I worry about what she might ask once we're family, though. Does that mean you're going to accept her proposal? The director asked with a light scowl. Leon gave him a pained smile. Probably. That puts us in a bit of a bind. Heaven's Eye is to be politically neutral, but a marriage like this between a branch chief and an imperial princess would be a bad look. If it's possible, delay any official marriage. Mollify the Grand Druid any other way you can. If you can get Princess Cassandra on side, then all the better. We'll see, Leon whispered. What are your thoughts on Anastasios? Asked. Intriguing, the director replied. I have to admit that I hope whatever you might share with him might also make its way to us, as well. He gave Penelope a meaningful look, and she smiled rather wickedly at Leon. I wouldn't mind learning what you know about apotheosis, Leon, she said. Nor would I turn down the opportunity to get more of those Hesperidic apples, Leon smiled again. For the sake of our alliance, I'll see what I can do. But my apples grow with the aid of my tree sprite retainer. I'm not loaning Ticos to anyone, so the yield on any apples you might grow won't be nearly as great as mine. I'm sure we'll figure something out, the director said. You have our research division, might as well put some of them to work on the task. No. I already have many researchers working on a host of other projects. I hesitate to add more to their to-do list. Even for something so critical. Even for this, yes. I'll have to speak with Ticos first to figure out how any transfer of apple seeds will work. I'll keep you in the loop. Good, the director practically cooed, his yellow eyes alight with greed and ambition. Good, might want to close your mouth there, old man, Leon quipped, letting a bit of his frustration out. Stay like that for too long and you might start catching flies. Penelope giggled as the director sent a toothless glare Leon's way. To be a little more serious, Leon continued, I hope I don't have to start treating all of my allies like transactional partners. What I'm going to be giving you, then, is quite the prize, and I'll not be asking for anything in return. I'll be doing this simply because we're partners, and if that's true, then when you thrive, so do I. That is how partnerships work, yes, the director replied. Good, Leon whispered. He reiterated, I will not ask for recompense. I merely wish for the giving of Hesperidic apples and knowledge of apotheosis to be a gift. One to be remembered. If you give me immortality, Leon, Penelope breathed, I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Indeed, the director intoned, not a trace of deceit to be seen in his statement. Leon smiled and nodded. Then we're all in agreement. I should accept these offers. Purchase the support of Ilion and Evergold. Give body and seed to one, power and knowledge to the other. Did you have to phrase it like that? Penelope bemoaned. Yes, Leon immediately replied, though he wore a teasing smile. Yes, I did. This is a serious matter, so seriously is how I'm taking it. Much serious, need flowery language. No you don't. I'd rather not hear the word, seed, come from you again in this context, Leon shrugged. Have it your way. Some of us will be comfortable with our bodily processes over here, you can shelter everyone else. Can we just move on? If you insist. What concerns me is that there isn't much we can do to actually guarantee either of their support. Or, I suppose, the Lord Protector's support, the Grand Druid will support Cassandra no matter what, I think. But once I give Anastasios the knowledge and apple seeds he's looking for, he can pretty much do anything. Leon shot Penelope a cheeky grin, which she studiously ignored. There won't be anything other than his own word keeping him honest, Leon added. Aren't there? The director asked. How would the Grand Druid react if she saw the Lord Protector going against his word? Tear him a new one, I'd imagine, Leon stated. I was hoping for something less dependent on her, though. The problem here is a matter of power, the director responded. Then we need only seek to match them in power. If you and I were to manage to ascend to the 10th tier, then the other empires won't be able to touch us assuming the Lord Protector doesn't achieve apotheosis before then, of course. Of course. I'm wondering why the Grand Druid didn't ask for the same thing, Penelope spoke. Achieving apotheosis is no small thing, I would have thought she'd be just as interested in reaching it as the Lord Protector. So why only ask for a marriage? She's probably hoping to reap the same benefits, just indirectly, Leon speculated. She might hope that I might share the secrets and apples with her after Cassandra and I get together. She might be hoping that I would share those secrets and resources with Cassandra, who would then pass them on to her. And would you? Penelope wondered. Share those secrets and resources, I mean. Leon smiled at her, feeling almost insulted she'd even have to ask. Blonde hair and red eyes flashed through his mind. and he momentarily contemplated leaving Cassandra behind on Eterna, now that he'd finally agreed to the Grand Druid's offer of hooking them up, and immediately hated the thought. If he were to take Cassandra as a wife, or even a lover or concubine, then he was in it for the long haul, he wasn't going to leave her behind. He quickly explained as much to Penelope, adding, "If the princess wants to share whatever she might gain from me with the Grand Druid, I won't stop her. She might be worried about her own family, a reasonable concern, in my mind. I'll not stop her from taking care of them." "How generous," Penelope whispered. "I'm sure the Grand Druid is practically rolling in delight. She got all the same as the Lord Protector did, along with a marriage pact." Leon scowled lightly. "She just accelerated what was already going to happen, I think. I like Cassandra, and she likes me. So, yeah, we're doing this." The director hummed in thought, drawing both Leon and Penelope's attention. "Let's get this started, then, Leon. If we're to guarantee our power and autonomy from the empires, then we're going to have to start immediately." Leon nodded in agreement, and the meeting was soon wrapped up after they discussed a few more logistical hurdles they had to surmount. Once that was over, Leon returned home to begin seeing to his part of these shadowy bargains. Leon stood at the top of his villa's short staircase leading up to his front door, just about his entire household out in the courtyard with him. Elise, Maya, and Valeria were there at his shoulder, Anzu and the rest of his retinue standing just behind him, Anshu being the only exception, as he was no longer in Oculera. Even Red was there, Leon having dragged her out of her afternoon nap, though he did concede to her an allowance that she didn't have to be in human form, so she was lying down on top of the stables in her massive red wyvern form, the building having long been reinforced enough to allow that when Anna's 2 wyverns had taken to doing the same. Along with all of Leon's retainers and primary household servants, the laborers who worked out in the field weren't forced to show up, so few of them did. A large contingent of Heaven's Eye and Ilian dignitaries were assembled. They were led by Penelope and Anastasios, with the Grand Druid and her entourage standing at the front of the group, their eyes locked on the sky. Even Christina, Asia, and all of the Bull Princess's Knightises were present, cutting striking figures even amongst their august company. Of all the people in Leon's home, only Nestor was missing, though Leon didn't even want the golem man present for this welcoming party. They weren't waiting long. The group had only been roughly assembled for about 10 minutes before a relatively small, but incredibly fast ark came into view, flying through some distant clouds about 100 miles distant. It was a familiar ark to Leon. He'd become familiar enough with it during the wyvern hunt he and Princess Cassandra had participated in together. It was the princess's personal ark. The call went out for everyone to get formed up into a proper welcome party, and about 20 minutes later, the ark had landed in Leon's forecourt and begun to disgorge its contents. First came Princess Cassandra's guards, led by the familiar figure of Yevgenia, the woman who'd led Cassandra's guard detail into the proto-forest. A dozen guards spilled out behind her, all dressed in resplendent golden ceremonial armor that seemed more designed to embody ideal feminine beauty rather than function as battlefield protection. They formed up before the ark's ramp, awaiting the rest of the ark's passengers. They weren't waiting even a second before a handful of attendants emerged, each one dressed to the nines in the evergolden fashion, long golden dresses and half a dragon's hoard in jewelry. They took positions just to the sides of the ark's door, and then she stepped out. The princess. And when she emerged, Leon heard several gasps ripple through the crowd, and he could understand why. Were the princess not an 8th-tier mage, she might have been crushed under the weight of all the gold she wore. A diadem on her head, looking made of pure gold and set with 3 massive emeralds just above her eyes, golden bands running up her arms, every band adorned with different colored glowing jewels, turning her arms into shining rainbows, a huge golden choker that covered her from clavicle almost to the jaw, again solid gold and set with many jewels. All of this was on top of her spectacular dress, made of glittering cloth of gold and set with hundreds of tiny sapphires. The dress trailed behind her for more than a dozen feet, and the attendants that had emerged before her immediately picked it up and carried the trailing fabric for her as she stepped off the ark. She made a regal, imperial impression, and with her hair done into an elegant updo rather than her usual ponytail or braid, she almost seemed a different person. Only the cloth of gold cloak about her shoulders that she'd taken from the Black Wyvern's hoard 5 years ago and sunlight that she prominently wore at her waist suggested her true martial nature, and even then, Leon doubted anyone but he and those on that wyvern hunt would take the cloak in that way. Still, she acted the perfect imperial princess as she slowly made her way in Leon's direction, stopping practically with every step to greet someone in her way, exchanging a few words with seemingly everyone. As she slowly approached, Leon found himself staring at her clothes, realizing that there were lightning bolts embroidered into the design so subtly that they only became apparent to the eye when the light struck the dress just right, appearing for just a moment before vanishing again as the princess moved. It took many minutes, but Cassandra managed to get through the crowd in Leon's front courtyard, finally standing in front of him and the rest of his family. She smiled regally, pleasantly, charmingly. But Leon saw in her demeanor a certain hunger, like a lioness who'd finally cornered her prey and couldn't wait to sink her teeth into its neck. He smiled back, making sure his eyes never strayed from hers. If she was going to challenge him like this, then he would meet it head-on. They wound up staring at each other for what must have seemed an interminably long time to everyone else, the majority of whom had gone just as quiet as Leon and Cassandra stared at each other. But finally, after longer than Leon cared to keep track of, Cassandra broke first. "Leon," she whispered, her melodic voice easily carrying throughout the forecourt despite the gentleness with which she spoke. "Cassie," Leon whispered back, feeling rather like a brutish barbarian after her, though the way her eyes lit up at his use of the name, he found that he didn't care too much. Together, and with Elise, Maya, and Valeria, they headed inside to finalize arrangements. This was the first time they'd seen each other since Leon left Evergold, and more than a month had passed since Leon had accepted the Grand Druid's offer of marriage between himself and Cassandra, tacitly telling her about his future plans at the same time. Plans that would now include Cassandra, if the princess wanted them to. Cassandra collapsed on the sofa, her flashy arrival outfit vanishing into her soul realm with a flash of light, replaced with a tight gold shirt, even tighter black silk pants, and stylish black boots. She looked both exhausted and out of patience, though were she and Leon not among family, Leon doubted she would even show a fraction of that fatigue. Was the journey here that trying? Leon asked as he took his seat on a sofa opposite the princess, Elise, Valeria, and Maya sitting next to him. The Grand Druid slid into place right next to her granddaughter and wrapped an arm around Cassandra for support. There, the aged woman whispered, "It can't have been that bad." "No, grandmother, I love being treated like a doll being prettied up before being sold off." Cassandra shot back, though with less force than Leon had feared she might express upon her arrival. "Oh no," Valeria sarcastically responded, "you poor thing. Being dressed up in so much gold must have been so demanding. You must have been so brave to face such a gruesome challenge and come out unscathed." Leon's silver-haired lover then dropped the sarcasm in favor of a mocking smile. "I'm sure there are starving orphans somewhere who would have killed to take your place." "They would be hard to find," Cassandra venomously replied. "I don't know how things worked in whatever backwater you're from, but in my empire, no one starves. Not even the local stray dogs." The two women stared at each other for a long moment, and Leon held his breath, wondering how the Grand Druid would take this display. Valeria and Cassandra's words were barbed, to be sure, but they came absent of killing intent. Still, Leon couldn't be sure that the 10th tier mage wouldn't take offense. Fortunately, the older woman just laughed, and Cassandra and Valeria followed suit. "About time you got here, you entitled bitch," Valeria said. "I needed to prepare to be in your presence, Val," Cassandra replied. "I would have thought by now that you would have figured out that dry sweat isn't a flattering smell, perhaps you never learned how to bathe." "Let's not get too into this," Leon interjected. "You two can trade shots all you want later, once we can get some training weapons into your hands. For now, how about we stick to the matter at hand?" "Yes," Cassandra responded as she turned to the Grand Druid. "I would like an explanation, grandmother, as to why you saw fit to sell me off. Are you disappointed with your match?" The Grand Druid inquired as she gave Leon an appraising smile. "He's not the most handsome man I could have chosen, of course, but in terms of wealth and ability, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone better. It's not that," Cassandra complained, "this has hit me like a bolt from the blue. I was given little time to prepare before Mother ordered me to come here. Now, what is this? Are we really getting married? Why would you agree to such a thing?" As she spoke, she turned her eyes in Leon's direction, her red eyes demanding an explanation. "I'm looking into the possibility of brokering peace between the empires and the Sky Devils," Leon hesitantly answered. As a guarantor of intent, the Grand Druid demanded that we be married. Well, I like you, as we've established. It took some time, but I agreed to the proposal, on the condition that you also agree." Cassandra mumbled, her eyes having widened at the mention of the sky devils. She took a moment to respond, and she seemed about ready to start roaring in anger. Wait, sky devils. What in the ashen fields are you on about? Leon grinned. Many things. Peace. Saving lives. Preparing for apotheosis. The nexus. Greater understanding of magic power, and the realms of power and influence that lay beyond just this plane. A realm of power so great that it can build supercarriers and fleets of arcs that traverse the void with ease. Cassie, I like you a lot. I have a lot of work ahead of me, and while it's going to be dangerous, it will be rewarding beyond the ability of any in Eterna to measure. It will involve courting the Sky Devils, ensuring that the strife that my clan brought to Eterna is finally ended for good, and departing from this plane for the Nexus. My clan once stretched across thousands of planes throughout the universe, and by the time I'm done, I would have it returned to that former glory. Will you join me in this? Cassandra laughed, though her expression had turned somewhat nervous. You already have your fair share of beauty, Leon, she whispered as she nodded to Elise, Valeria, and Maya. Do you have enough time left for me? Leon smiled. I'll make time, and to be clear, I will take no more wives after you, nor will I have concubines, lovers, mistresses, or what have you. You 4 or 3, if you turn me down, Cassie are it for me. I will divide my time no further, and only for you 4 will it be divided. A true romantic you are, Leon, Cassandra replied sarcastically. Has there been anyone more eloquent in asking a woman to be his 4th? Human history is long and full of great people, Leon stated. I'm sure there have been people before me who make me look like a toddler trying to mumble out a few basic words. But that makes me no less serious. If you need some time, no, Cassandra said as she leaned forward, any fatigue in her expression vanishing as she stared at Leon. I don't need any time. I'll give you my answer right now, Leon. Leon smiled back at her, forcing his expression to stay pleasantly neutral as he awaited her answer, his heart thumping louder and louder with every passing second that Cassandra dragged her answer out. Finally, she laughed and said, Yes, Leon. I can think of no one better to be my husband. Relief flooded through Leon, and he felt like he was about to melt into a puddle of staticky goo as his muscles tensed up more than he'd realized. Relaxed. But before that could happen, to the delight of Elise and the Grand Druid, Cassandra stood up, crossed over to Leon's family's sofa, and slid into his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips against his, her clear inexperience contrasting sharply with her boldness of action. Still, Leon responded in kind. It had been more than a month since he'd accepted the Grand Druid's offer of marriage, but it was only now that he was truly realizing this was going to happen. He was actually going to marry Cassandra. That was fast, Valeria observed as Leon and his family returned to the more private wing of his villa. Only Elise, Maya, Valeria, himself, and now Cassandra were here. Everyone else was busy preparing a celebration for the upcoming nuptials, though when precisely that was going to be was still up in the air. I can't help it, I'm a romantic, Cassandra replied nonchalantly. Still, Elise said, cutting Valeria off from what Leon was sure would have been quite the barbed retort, I'll admit to having some misgivings about how quickly you accepted the offer. I would be a little more comfortable with these proceedings if you could help us to understand that this isn't just a spur-of-the-moment decision on your part and that you are actually on board with joining our little flight. Cassandra smiled and laughed. I'm a princess, she explained, I've been brought up to be bold and to commit to my actions. I'm not to second-guess myself before the consequences have even borne out. Elise looked like she was about to interject again when Cassandra silenced her with a raising of her hand. What's more, the princess continued, this is something that I'll admit I've long considered. My suitors back in Evergold have proven themselves lacking, to say the least. Leon, you met Stefanos yourself, you know the kind of people I was dealing with. Leon nodded, briefly scowling at the reminder of that particularly arrogant man. Ever since I accepted to myself that I liked Leon, the princess said, I've thought about this. When Leon told me that he reciprocated my feelings back during the exploration of that supercarrier, this has been on my mind, when we would finally give this a shot. While getting married was, itself, a little out of the blue, my grandmother had given me a few days to come to grips with it before I headed here, or did you think I came all dressed up like that for nothing? I had to impress my future husband and sisters-in-law. She beamed at Elise, flashed a polite smile to Maya, and then finally grinned provocatively at Valeria. I've thought this over, Elise, she said. I would have preferred a little more time to get to know everyone else, but it seems that this is happening. I'll be joining your flight. Not for a few months at least, but it's been decided. So let's do our best to get to know each other from here on. Elise frowned lightly, but Leon knew what she was going to say already. She'd pressed him to commit to this course of action several times, and now that he finally was, he doubted she was going to back out now. Having an imperial princess on side was going to be the kind of boon to their family that turning her away was not an option at all. True to what he knew of his wife, after taking a few moments to make a show of deliberating on the subject, Elise smiled and said, "Then let's figure out a way to make this work so that we're all happy. This is going to be quite the adjustment we need to make to our family." "That's not the least of what we need to prepare for," Leon said, speaking again for the first time since they'd retreated further into the villa. "With this marriage, Heaven's Eye is going to be seen as aligning itself more closely with Evergold. Evergold is going to be seen as aligning itself more closely with me. There will be consequences. We can handle them," Cassandra said almost dismissively, but Leon saw a momentary tightening in the corners of her mouth and eyes, telling him that she wasn't quite as confident in that as she was making herself appear. "Be that as it may," Leon responded, "it's still for the best that we consider how this is going to affect not only our families but also Heaven's Eye and the sacred Golden Empire. We're going to eventually leave this plane, are we not?" Cassandra asked, surprising Leon only a little. He supposed it was only natural that the Grand Druid made sure Cassandra knew what his stated plans for the future were. "If that's the case, then these problems are only temporary. We can focus on growing stronger and preparing for our departure when the time comes. Let those in other empires cry foul as we leave them behind, it's not like they'll be able to do anything about us. But they can do something about it now," Leon said. "Having the support of Evergold and Ilian will be crucial. And that's why I'll probably be pretty deep in work for the next few months, making sure that we have Ilian in our corner." "And what of Evergold?" Cassandra asked with a sly smile. "Or were you just going to give all that information to the Lord Protector and leave none for my empire?" Leon snorted. "I figured that would be asked for. I was assuming that I was going to handing off at least some of what the Lord Protector wants to the Grand Druid as well. I'm sure she'd press for it anyway." "She will," Cassandra replied. "Grandmother always gets what she wants, so it's better to head her off where you can." "Regardless," Leon continued with a growing headache, "nothing's ready yet. Hesperidic apples aren't ready, my information on apotheosis isn't ready. You not only need to be integrated into my family and my retinue's power structure, but you also need to be filled in on my own personal projects and subordinates." Cassandra's ruby eyes began to shimmer more intensely than they already were at those words, but what Leon had to say next had her scowl returning. "Most of these projects, or all of them, really are need to know, Cassie. And your grandmother doesn't. I'd rather she kept her nose out of our business. She'll get what she thinks she's owed, but that doesn't mean I want her hovering over our shoulders, micromanaging our affairs, and denying us any secrets." Cassandra stared back at him, her expression turning even more serious than when she was trying to reassure Elise. After a long moment of silence, she whispered, "I can understand that. And I agree. There are things that my grandmother doesn't need to know. Things that I've kept secret for good reasons," Leon emphasized. "Lots of not so good reasons, too, but mostly good reasons. If I'm going to bring you up to speed on my family and what we're doing, then I want you to know that I'm placing a great deal of trust in you not to spread that information. And that it will be nigh impossible for me to trust you ever again if this trust is betrayed." For a moment, Cassandra looked almost annoyed, but she took a deep breath and mastered herself. When she made eye contact with Leon again, she continued to speak with great seriousness. "I understand, Leon, and if you're going to trust me with your secrets, then I will keep them. Besides, it's not like I haven't before. I haven't told anyone about your black fire, I'll have you know." Leon smiled and bowed his head slightly in gratitude. "Thank you, Cassie." Cassandra smirked. "Is this it? Can we get to the fun parts now? In that much of a hurry to get Leon inside you?" Valeria sarcastically asked. Cassandra laughed. "I won't deny that I'm looking forward to our first experience quite a lot, especially if Leon's good enough to keep all three of you satisfied, but that's not going to happen for a while. We have other business to handle, such as wedding planning, and revealing those secrets to me, don't you think?" Leon sighed as he stared at Cassandra, his lips turned upward in a gentle smile. "Trust, right," he whispered. "Trust," she repeated. Leon sprang to his feet. "Very well," he said. "I suppose the first place we should start with, Then, is my workshop. Leon stared at the report in his hand and the intricate diagrams on the table in front of him. He was in one of his most secure research facilities, one that he'd had made even more secure after consigning Valentina and a dozen of his finest blood mages to its depths, tasking them with research that might aid him in unlocking the secrets of his transformation enchantment. The Thunderbird had done much to create that enchantment, of course, and Leon had asked her about it as much as he could. Unfortunately, she had admitted that she hadn't done as much as Leon had hoped, merely adapting the primal god Krithas's work using what knowledge she'd managed to glean from the great black dragon before he'd stopped talking to her, and from her knowledge of her bloodline. As a result, she wasn't as useful as Leon had been hoping she'd be in adapting the transformation enchantment for other bloodlines. So, if Leon wanted to make sure that this was a useful carrot for bribing the 10 tribes to his side, then he needed to unlock it himself. Or have others do it so long as the secrets were his to parcel out, then it didn't matter too awfully much. The report in his hand was their preliminary findings, a brief summation of their attempts to break down and completely analyze the intricate and exceedingly complex enchantment crafted by literal divinity. Most enchanters had never considered working with three-dimensional enchantments, so Leon understood why they were a little flabbergasted at the work he'd laid before them, but in the same breath, he was surprised at just how quickly they'd managed to get him some kind of report on their progress. Using the report in his hand and the transcription of the relevant passages of his transformation enchantment that targeted his bloodline, he was able to trace the lines of logic through the entire enchantment, with helpful notations on just what each section was supposed to do in broad theory. At least, his people were still working on the details. The bits that the Thunderbird had specifically tailored to her bloodline were still stumping them a bit, but progress was progress. And that progress had him convinced that even if he didn't yet have the more universally applicable transformation enchantment that he was looking for, he would in a reasonable time. Once he was done tracing the entirety of the enchantment he'd given them to study, Leon smiled and left the research facility. He had a meeting with a certain devil to arrange. Have you been thinking over my proposal? The Jaguar asked Leon as they were left alone. They were standing in the small villa that Leon had set aside for the Jaguar and his people, in the most private of the villa's conference rooms. They'd met at least once a week, with the Jaguar giving Leon more and more in-depth information on the 10 tribes' political and social structure. Leon found it easy to enjoy these meetings, as these were people he was intending to take under his banner rather than those he held no interest in ruling over. That one distinction alone made the Sky Devils infinitely more interesting to learn about in Leon's opinion as opposed to the internal workings of the Bull Kingdom. Leon wasn't surprised by the Jaguar's question. It had been the man's first. Every time they'd met, and Leon's answer hadn't changed. Your proposal occupies a great deal of my time, Leon replied. I've not thought about anything more than what you've proposed, I'd say. And 2 months hasn't been enough to come to a decision? The Jaguar asked, impatience evident in his tone despite his obvious attempts to hide it. Were you expecting me to immediately answer affirmatively as soon as you offered me a throne? By your own admission, it will not be just given to me, but even if it were to be mine with no more than an admission that I wanted it, I would still take as much time as I needed to deliberate over it. A crown is no small burden to bear. The Jaguar nodded, his expression looking like relief and consternation were at war within him. An admirable attitude to have. Still, I would rather have an answer soon. I do not enjoy being this far from my people and this deep in enemy territory. Then I'll at least tell you that I'm inclined towards accepting your offer, despite some misgivings amongst my advisors. As heavy as a crown is, I would like to think I'm strong enough to bear it, especially if I have good, reliable souls around me who can take a little bit of weight. Leon gave the Jaguar a long, serious look, and the Jaguar's eyes widened a moment before he bowed ever so slightly. If I do not mistake your intent, then I would be honored to advise you. Good. I would see that all the 10 tribes have proper avenues to consult with me and have me consult with them in turn. Assuming I do become their king, at any rate, I do not expect them to bend their knees so easily, if what you've told me is accurate. The Jaguar looked somewhat insulted, and Leon quickly added, I do not question your honor, but all men have their biases. That seemed to mollify the other man a little bit, but not entirely, so Leon quickly shifted topics to something a little more beneficial to the man. When we first met and had our little duel, you called me Raptor. You know that I can transform, yet in the 2 months you've been here, you've not asked me about it. I find that curious. The Jaguar gave him something of an incredulous look. We all have our secret magical techniques, he said. Some are more worth keeping secret than others, but it takes a special kind of relationship to ask after them. We are not close, so I did not ask about your ability to transform. It is not my place to pry where I'm not wanted. I like that philosophy, but in this case, I think you would have found prying to be a little more beneficial than you might have thought. Leon waved his hand and conjured another copy of the section of his transformation enchantment that targeted his bloodline, having it fall into place on the conference room table. My ability to transform is unique to me, I'm afraid, or simply to my bloodline, but those are one and the same until I start having kids. But I have some of my people working on making it a little more acceptable to those with other bloodlines. The jaguar's eyes turned in Leon's direction and seemed to sparkle more and more as he continued. Would you like to transform into a jaguar? I can personally assure you that nothing will help you feel as close to your ancestor as when you're sharing their form. It also comes with a healthy power boost. To boot, that sounds too good to be true, the jaguar whispered. My thoughts exactly regarding your throne, Leon responded. Are you sure that having Heaven's Eye study this enchantment is the best course of action? The jaguar asked, switching seamlessly back into his business mode despite the obvious greed and desire that Leon read in his eyes. I'm glad you brought that up, Leon said, because it was something that we had to talk about. It's one of the biggest reasons why I'm not making for your 10 tribes right now. You see, I have a good thing with Heaven's Eye. I'm in an alliance with the guild's director, giving me unfettered access to the guild's resources, including some of what they looted from the corpse of my clan. The relationship has been quite beneficial to me, even if it's been rocky at times. And it affords me the ability to select those I find trustworthy and task them with work I don't have the time or the knowledge to pursue. Since I have such control over Heaven's Eye, I don't see it at all as risky. Heaven's Eye is now squarely in my corner, where it should be. If you say so, the jaguar murmured. I do, and making sure that I retain that control even from down on your island is something that I need to do. I will not give up my position in Heaven's Eye just for the chance at becoming your people's king. I would have both, and that takes some serious prep work. What's more, I want to ensure that I can return to the continent as needed. I'm not just going to drop off the face of the imperial world as I politic with your people. The jaguar scowled lightly but said nothing. In that vein, I'm securing some support from the empires themselves. I'm even going to be marrying one of their princesses. This will allow me to broker peace between the empires and your people. Anger flashed across the jaguar's face. Peace, he said disbelievingly. Impossible. 80,000 years of blood have been shed, enough to fill our ocean several times over. There can be no peace between our peoples, there's just too much bloody history to try and forget. I think it's possible, Leon disagreed. Then the jaguar growled, though he caught himself before he could finish the thought. Listen here, jaguar, Leon said through clenched teeth, his anger now rising to match his feline counterpart. I'll not decry your conflicts with the 4 empires as petty. There is legitimate anger on both sides. Great atrocities have been visited upon you both by the other, and I won't ask anyone to forget them. But, were I to become your king, your future would not reside upon this plane, but in the nexus, and out in the void. This petty plane and its petty conflicts will be left behind, in favor of the grand and glorious nexus, and all the equally petty conflicts that likely exist up there. The jaguar cracked a smile, thin though it was. Our future lies in front of us, not behind, Leon continued. We will move on, we will not become bogged down fighting a bunch of, as you've called them, savages and barbarians. At least, such is the direction I would lead us in. Do you still want me to be your king? Yes, the jaguar answered without hesitation. No one else other than you could possibly unite my people, for you are the last of your bloodline. To have my people united is my greatest dream, and one that I never thought I would live to witness. Then bear with me a little longer, Leon said. A few more months, a wedding, a lot of paperwork with Heaven's Eye, and ensuring that the Ilian and Sacred Golden Empires don't stab me in the back, and I can be on my way to your island. Just those things, the jaguar sarcastically asked. Just those, Leon confirmed, consciously taking the jaguar's question at face value. Just a few more months. Can you spare that time, or must you return to your people first? I will stay, the jaguar declared. I must return with my people's king, or do everything I can to facilitate his return to my people. Then you'll have to get used to waiting, Leon said. Just not for much longer. On that, you have my word. Besides, there are some projects here in Oculara that I'm running, one of which might be of great value to all. 10 tribes. Tell me, how much do you know of our inherited bloodlines? Leon's concentration was absolute. He manipulated his magic slowly and carefully, only enough to cause his object of study to slowly twirl in the air. It responded well to his power, to his will, but given its strength, he was terribly conscious of just how easy it could be to destroy everything around him. The iron needle spun around slowly in time with his manipulations, occasionally sparking with golden lightning whenever Leon needed another burst of power. It was almost horrifically easy to call upon the power of the needle, as if the universe fragment were an extension of Leon's own body, but Leon knew that it wasn't and didn't trust his control over it. Very good, Nestor whispered as he took copious notes documenting Leon's experiments. Are you ready, Leon? Leon smiled thinly, feeling ready, yet also nervous at the same time. Having an artifact of such titanic power that a clan could be built in the Nexus out and in hand had his heart hammering his ribs without mercy. Before him and Nestor lay a ceramic box filled with sand. The iron needle possessed, as far as Leon could tell and as far as the Thunderbird could tell him, perfect control over essentially all lightning. Leon couldn't even begin to imagine what feats the thing was capable of, though he knew of a few already, such as the Thunderbird first learning the power that she would make her own from it. Another power of the needle, or, perhaps more accurately, an incidental byproduct of its power he'd witnessed at its resting place in Tusk's lair, the storing of its power in fulgurite. In the months since acquiring the needle, Leon had conducted more than a few experiments with the iron needle, but so far, he'd not yet managed to successfully make fulgurite that stored the iron needle's power. Now, he was trying again. He carefully aimed the needle and whispered a command in his mind. A single bolt of lightning erupted from the tip of the needle and hit the sand. The sand all but exploded outward, only remaining within the ceramic container thanks to the vast array of enchantments that Leon and Nestor had layered upon its exterior. As the sand settled, there were a few traces of vitrified glass, still smoking black and growing rough as it cooled, and unmelted sand stuck to its exterior, but no signs of the same kind of fulgurite that Leon had seen in Tusk's lair. That glass had held vast seas of power, the glass he'd just made most emphatically did not. Another failure, Nestor whispered, sounding just as disappointed as Leon felt. We just need to try again, Leon responded with determination as he pushed down his growing sense of pessimism. We'll keep trying until it works. It already worked once, so it has to be reproducible. Or, Nestor countered, it worked merely because of the unique circumstances of the cave that you found it in. Having some second thoughts about continuing this line of experimentation, Leon asked. Ancestors no, Nestor responded. All I'm saying is that using such plain sand might not give us the same results, and expecting the same results would be foolish. We need to isolate what properties made that lightning glass in the first place if we're to replicate it. I don't even know what that lightning glass was made of, Leon growled as he glared down at the sand in the large ceramic bowl. Even if we can't use regular sand, though, there has to be some kind of substance that we can glass that will contain this power. There is another possibility, Nestor whispered. No, Leon shot back. He knew what Nestor was going to say, and he wasn't quite ready to face that yet. He wanted to explore all other options first before admitting to what could very well be the truth, that the fulgurite in that cave had only been charged with the iron needle's power due to its proximity for thousands of years. We're just missing something, and we'll find it. How much power leaked from the container? Nestor whispered as he examined the bowl. Judging by the micro cracks left in the ceramic, Nestor was able to make a ballpark estimate, and he and Leon moved on to another ceramic bowl with a slightly different enchantment. In total, Leon and Nestor blasted through several dozen enchanted bowls, creating some fulgurite each time, but never creating any that either contained the needle's power from the moment of creation or any that could absorb its power after it cooled. Each time Leon and Nestor attempted to facilitate its power storage using enchantment, their attempts would fail. As he and Nestor cleaned up after this most recent round of experiments, Leon asked, just how much control should I gain if I master the needle's power? Nestor paused as he made a few last notes in his notebook. Are you thinking of trying this more manually? I am. Other storage mediums have failed, why would this be any different? Leon grimaced slightly, remembering how he and Nestor had attempted to store the iron needle's power in more conventional gems and suffered the gems exploding every time. No matter how weakly Leon made his attempts, the gems would always explode. Not even when they used more conventional methods of storing magic power would it work. It was almost as if the iron needle's power simply refused to be stored, no matter if Leon was the needle's master or not. But I know that lightning glass can work. So if I'm able to force lightning into the glass and not let it out, that sounds like a good way to make something that explodes, Nestor observed. I fail to see how that would be a bad thing, Leon said with a cheeky smile. More seriously, he added, we can take more precautions, but I think it's worth investigating. Nestor stared at Leon for a long time before sighing, his lungless body slumping over a bit. That would take some preparation to experiment with safely. And we'll need more lightning glass. We can make just about all that we need, Leon said as he raised a hand, silver blue lightning dancing about his fingers. If it's so easy, then get to it, Nestor challenged. Leon smirked and got to work, using his lightning to melt the sand into glass as best as he could, which was to say, not very. In the end, though, he was still left with a goodly amount of fulgurite, none of which was in any way magical. With hardly more than a word, Leon began channeling the power of the iron needle again, the universe fragment responding to his will as it floated just above his hand. Lightning sparked about it, and with little more than an errant thought on Leon's part, a spectacular bolt of violet lightning sprang from the tip of the needle and hit one of his larger pieces of fulgurite, which promptly exploded, showering the area around Leon's testing table in glassy shrapnel. Well done, Nestor dryly stated as bits of black glassy crystal bounced off his enchanted steel chest. Just my first time, Leon protested. He tried again 3 more times, for he only had 3 more pieces of fulgurite of substantial size. Each time, he tried to direct the lightning with more and more control, but each time, the lightning emanated from the needle was too much for the fulgurite to bear, causing the crystalline substance to shatter. Those didn't explode, Nestor observed. You're making progress. Your powers of observation never cease to amaze and astound, dead man. Neither does your capacity for failure. Do try again. I haven't had my fill of exploding lightning glass yet. Leon gave the man a withering glare, but before he could respond, he heard a quick bang on his workshop's door, followed by a muffled curse in familiar tones. With a frown, he glared at Nestor again, secured the iron needle in its golden tube, and moved to the door just as whoever was outside knocked on it a few times. Since he'd been experimenting with the iron needle, he'd completely locked the workshop down. With Nestor's upgrades to the workshop's security enchantments, Leon doubted even a 10th-tier mage could get in or out if its defenses were raised. The one outside wasn't a 10th-tier mage, though, as revealed when Leon opened the door. Ah! Cassandra cried out in momentary surprise, her hand raised to rap her knuckles against the door, almost rapping them on Leon's forehead. Cassie, Leon warmly said in greeting, ignoring all else. He was about to slip out of his workshop when Cassandra made to enter, and seeing no reason not to let her in, he stepped aside. Once she was inside, though, he shut the door tightly, raising its defenses again. Cassandra took a moment to glance curiously at Nestor, Leon having introduced them weeks ago, and smiled briefly at Nestor's large cat napping in the corner, which he'd named Kiba. Cassandra had been briefly quite taken with Nestor, seeing him as a possible font of knowledge of the past, but after Nestor revealed that he'd participated quite little in the Thunderbird clan's political and administrative apparatus, she'd quickly lost interest, though she'd maintained a healthy wariness of the man. She was still vaguely interested in the mechanics of how he was still alive, his magic body having been implanted into a specially created golem, but since she seemed to have no interest in golems themselves, she rarely asked Leon about him. Finally, she turned back to Leon. Hey, she said, am I interrupting? Yes, Nestor called out, but aside from a slight narrowing of her eyes, she ignored the dead man completely. Nothing so important that it can't be done later. What's on your mind that you had to come down here? Leon responded. I wanted to talk about a few things, she explained as she took a few steps back and began surveying Leon's somewhat eclectic workshop, with its blacksmithing, enchanting, and golem crafting tools. How are things down in here? Still working on, what was it? Cloud forging, sky forging, Leon corrected her. And yes, I'm still working on it. I'm having some problems with the iron needle, so it's looking more and more necessary that I'll need something to aid me in channeling its power. I have Sid helping me with some research on the topic, but since she's not a lightning mage, she was quite adamant that I not expect too much from her. Cassandra hummed in thought, and Leon wondered if she was actually listening. He found himself growing a little more concerned about what was on her mind, especially since she'd never come to seek him out in his workshop before, though she had while he was in other parts of the villa. In those weeks, he'd brought her up to speed on just about all of his family's goings-on. It was a calculated risk, but he'd made it clear that he was trusting her with sensitive information, and she'd given him no reason to think that she'd passed any of it on to anyone else. Still, he refrained from telling her about the jaguar in Oculera, or about the director's arcs. For the most part, however, he told her about his work, including the Iron Needle. That had been a particularly nerve-wracking conversation, but all that had happened as a result was her insistence on seeing the artifact for herself. After confirming that Leon hadn't lied about it and that it was practically useless to her, she lost interest pretty quickly, choosing instead to spend most of her time with Ticos and Helen in attempting to try and grow Hesperidic apple trees without the tree sprite's constant attention. So far, they'd made some progress, but not enough for Leon to properly bribe the Lord Protector into not screwing with his property while he was at the Sky Devil's Hell, yet. And in regards to the Sky Devil's Hell, while he'd not told Cassandra about the jaguar yet, he hadn't been shy in telling her about his plans to win the 10 tribes over, nor about his attempts to get in contact. To say that she was surprised was an understatement, but given the distance between the Sacred Golden Empire and the Sky Devil's Hell, and the fact that the Sky Devils were largely seen as a problem for the Sunlit Empire, she wasn't too upset. "And what were you working on here?" she asked, her tone distant like she wasn't really all the invested in hearing the answer, her mind miles away. Leon quickly informed her of what he'd been doing over the past few hours, and the fruits of that labor or lack thereof, as it were. "But I'm confident we'll get what we need once I get a handle on using the Iron Needle," Leon finished, and Cassandra still looked like her attention wasn't quite on the here and now. "And once that happens, I'll be able to strip you down and tickle you to death." That's good," Cassandra whispered. Leon fought to stop himself from laughing. "And once I'm done with that, it won't be too hard to wave my naked ass at the Keeper and have my revenge." "Oh," Cassandra said. Leon was about to continue when, after a second, her eyes widened and she turned fully toward him. "Wait, what?" "Nothing," Leon replied. "You had to have a reason for coming here. What's going on?" She frowned and glanced at Nestor again. "Mind if we talk in private?" Leon nodded, and together, the two of them left the workshop, the sound of Nestor's grumbling filling the air as they departed. Only a few minutes later, they were in Cassandra's suite in the villa, Leon having given her the largest set of rooms that he still had open in his home so that not only the princess but also some of her personal guards and servants could stay close to her. He was also hosting more Evergolden guards and servants in his home, but they were resting their heads elsewhere. Cassandra led him to her bedroom, but before Leon could start getting any ideas of what she wanted, she collapsed on her bed and just laid there for a long moment, staring up at the ceiling. My grandmother, actually, basically everyone has been asking me about you," she explained. I get the feeling that, even though they're not saying it, they want me to spy on you." "Oh," Leon exclaimed in faux surprise. "My word, what a horrible and completely unforeseen thing to have happen. Betrayal. I have been betrayed. This is serious," Cassandra protested, her ruby eyes narrowing as she sat up and crossed her arms across her chest. Leon chuckled and sat down next to her. He almost wrapped an arm around her waist until he noticed her shy away from his touch a bit, so he contented himself with just being a little closer to her. "I know that it's serious, but it's not surprising. Have you told anyone anything that you've learned about me, yet? You ask as if you expect me to reveal your secrets at some point." "Poor choice of phrasing on my part, then." Leon smiled at her, but the only reason that was a poor choice of words was that he said what he really felt. He fully expected Cassandra to keep her family appraised of what he was doing, at the very least. "But you didn't answer my question." "You need more," Cassandra asked, sounding offended. "You placed your trust in me, Leon. We are to be married in just a few months. I would not betray that trust, even more so because we're to become family. A betrayal of you is a betrayal of myself." Leon shrugged, not intending to argue the point. "Have there been any issues? Has the Grand Druid or Her Imperial Majesty been too keen on pressing for details of my work?" "Not as much, but it's clear to me that they're expecting certain information to flow to them. Then, certain information can flow to them," Leon said with another shrug, and Cassandra stared at him like he'd started speaking in tongues. "Look, Cassie, what I prize most is autonomy, not so much secrecy. I'm in a unique position where I'm largely left alone, yet also present a clear threat to the stability of this plane. I'm left alone because I've made myself useful. If I'm not useful, then why would your family, or the Ilian Imperials for that matter, keep me around? So, yes, I'm fine with some information making its way out of my halls. Just, not the really important stuff. Cassandra scowled lightly. I don't like this, she declared. I don't want to feel like I'm being forced to choose between you or my family. We're about to unite our families, so it's not like you're really choosing, are you? And unless you know something I don't, then we're not at war, and we're not going to be at war. So, I suppose let's start with this. What sort of information does the Grand Druid and the Empress think having you here will buy them? Apotheosis, Cassandra readily replied. Hesperidic apples, other secrets that you no doubt have regarding old Thunderbird clan magics. All of which can be shared after review, of course. How about this? We can prepare some small concessions. Things I don't need, like some enchantments, a few of my older lightning lance designs, that sort of thing. Those aren't even better than their flame lances, but it'll take time for them to determine that. Should buy us some time. Not like this is unexpected, honestly. I still don't like it. It feels like, I don't like feeling used. Do you feel like I'm using you? A little bit. Then what is it you want to do? Cassandra took a long moment to think it over. I want to continue seeing the world. I want to see all that lies beyond the borders of this plane. I want the universe to lay at my feet and have the freedom to go wherever I want and do whatever I want. There's so much beyond Eterna, and I want to see it all. I don't want to be just another finger wrapped around you, squeezing you for all that my empire can. Nor do I want to be a dagger you stick in my grandmother's back. I won't force you to do anything, and if you don't want me speaking on this matter again, you're involved. Not speaking on the matter would be foolish. Then I say handle this however you want. You have my trust. There aren't many that can say that you know, and just about all of them live under this roof. Cassandra stared at him a long time, seemingly searching for any sign of deceit. But in this, at least, Leon was being sincere. There were always new things to discover, higher magics that could be his. He didn't mind leaving some of what he'd discovered behind when he departed from this plane. If it kept 10th tier mages from kicking in his door, then all the better. Leon reached out and brushed her fingertips with his. This time, she didn't flinch away, but instead reached out and tangled her fingers with his, not quite holding his hand but coming close. Things are going to get interesting soon, he said. Sooner than I'd like, she replied. I'd have preferred more time spent with my new husband before he goes off courting sky devils. It must be done. Strike while the iron's hot, and all. Cassandra grunted and grabbed his arm. Yes, and right now, the iron's demanding a spar. Let's go. Leon sighed but allowed her to drag him out of the bedroom. He had been working a while, and while he and Nestor hadn't made much concrete progress on the fulgurite, they'd at least gotten some valuable data, so he had no pressing need to return to the workshop. There would be time enough to continue his work later, but he was heading off to the Sky Devil's Hell not long after his marriage with Cassandra, hopefully just so long as he could be sure both Ilian and Evergold wouldn't get on his family's back while he was gone, and he only had so much time to spend with his friends and family who weren't going to be coming with him on that initial journey before he left. And he intended to spend that time as well as he could. Leon stared at the expectant gaze of Anastasios sitting across from him, the object of their discussion sitting on the table in between them. It was a fairly innocuous thing, a small box small enough to fit in Leon's hand. But within it lay the potential key for Anastasios to grow strong enough to reach apotheosis since, by his own admission, he likely wouldn't gain enough power to do so without it. Within the box was a single Hesperidic apple seed. Such seeds were hard to get since most apples produced by the trees were seedless. It was a rare apple that had seeds. In the past 5 years, Leon had only added a single tree to his grove, and one that hadn't yet grown enough to produce apples. This seed would have become his second in just a few months after Tychos finished preparing it, but Anastasios had made his desire for it known, and while Leon felt comfortable enough refusing it, he still accepted for what it would buy him. So, are we in agreement? Leon asked. If everything works out as you've said, Anastasios responded, but before he could continue, Leon cut him off. It will work, or are you casting doubt on my people's skills? Or is it my word you doubt? Let's not be so quick to jump down each other's throats, Leon. No, let's just be quick with the rest of this business. Leon caught himself before saying something he would have regretted, his frustration at the constant cost of Anastasios' partnership growing at a commiserate rate. "So, are we in agreement?" he repeated, his words carrying far more emphasis than they had a moment ago. Anastasios stared at him for a long time, a pleasant smile frozen on his face. "Yes," he finally declared. He made to take the box, but Leon leaned forward and laid a hand upon it before Anastasios could take it. The Lord Protector stopped and gave him a wide smile. "What have I done to deserve such mistrust, Leon? Tell me where I've wronged and I shall endeavor to make everything right with you. I would simply prefer something a little more concrete than a simple, yes," Leon said. "Tell me our agreement. What is this seed for?" "The seed is but a gift between friends," Anastasios replied. "A welcome surprise, one that will lead to even greater prosperity for my family and my empire. And it is but the harbinger of an even greater gift you plan on bringing, that of peace with the Sky Devils. I look forward to how your talks with our neighbors across the sea go. I hope they prove fruitful, and will wait patiently for your return. I will pray for your success, and continue to offer your property and whatever family you leave here my protection in your absence." Anastasios stared at Leon for a long moment, Leon debating with himself just how big of a deal he wanted to make out of this. Anastasios could say all he wanted, but Leon was buying leeway with the Sky Devils with this seed. It was an exchange, despite the Lord Protector's steering of the narrative. In the end, Leon leaned back, releasing his hold on the box. Anastasios then leaned forward himself and took the box into his soul realm. And like that, their deal was done, and Leon supposed at least one 10th tier mage had been successfully bought off, though how long that might last, he couldn't say. At the very least, he'd need to follow through on the second half of their agreement if he wanted it to last for long enough to actually gain some power in the Sky Devil's hell. "Just how much do you need?" the Thunderbird asked, her avian eyes narrowed as she carefully scrutinized Leon. "It's not like you're attempting it yourself, so great detail in the process isn't something you yet need." "No," Leon admitted, "but I need enough to finish bribing the Lord Protector. I've given him an apple seed with the instructions for his nature mages to help it grow. But he still wants information on apotheosis. So, at the very least, some basics would be appreciated. General theory, nothing more." The Thunderbird made a low chirping sound as she idly started running her beak through some wing feathers. "Apotheosis," she murmured. "A great prize. Why are you so keen on giving such a thing away?" "Why not? Merely having the information is no guarantee that he can actually achieve it, is it? Unless there's something I'm missing." The Thunderbird paused her preening and turned her attention fully onto him. "To achieve apotheosis is easy, and yet not. It's a simple process to explain, but to put it into practice is something else entirely." "How much do you know already?" "You and Nestor have both told me about origin sparks," Leon said. "To my understanding, creating one within my soul realm is the key to achieving apotheosis." "Indeed it is, but do you know how to condense one?" Leon frowned. "Gathering up as much magic power as I can until one ignites, or so Nestor has told me." "Such is how it goes. Quite simple, isn't it? You just said there was more to it than that. I doubt just condensing all the magic power in my soul realm will ignite into one of these things. No, to condense an origin spark, one needs to revert magic to its primal state. It will only do that once enough has been condensed, and even then, it'll need a bit of a kick." Leon lightly frowned. "What kind of kick?" The Thunderbird took a moment to think. "What we've said so far, that's the extent that you need to tell anyone else. Condense as much magic as possible. A soul realm exceeding 10,000 miles in radius ought to contain enough magic power for the process to be successful." Leon sighed. "And if I wanted someone else to ascend to divinity with me? I will not judge you. But keep in mind that those who strengthen enemies do not usually live long." Leon was about to argue that the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid weren't his enemies, but he caught himself before opening his mouth. He supposed neither of them had ever acted overtly hostile towards him, but there had been subtle threats and suggestions, attempts to steer him towards their interests, perhaps at the expense of his own. These were not the actions of a friend, and he could easily see either of them becoming hostile if he were to act a little too independently. He'd bought their cooperation in keeping the Keeper and, to a much lesser extent, the Sunlit Emperor off his back, but they only did that because they benefited from his knowledge lineage. It was not out of the goodness of either of their hearts that they protected him, nor that the Grand Druid was so pushy in trying to get him together with Cassandra. "I'll do what I must," he quietly stated. The Thunderbird coldly regarded him a moment before her gaze softened. Do as you will, but if you're going to so willfully disregard counsel that seeks only your survival and prosperity, do be sure to impregnate one of your girls before you die. She spoke lightly, but Leon heard the low growl beneath it. He, despite having been sleeping with Elise, Maya, and Valeria for years, still had no children. Granted, all three went through stacks of contraception spells, but that was more because he wasn't yet comfortable with raising children yet rather than out of any desire that any of them were Elise and Maya. At the very least, Valeria was still a little on the fence about having kids yet had to refrain from making a few little ones. With a tight smile, Leon repeated, I'll do what I must. The Thunderbird clicked her beak. To condense an origin spark, she continued, moving on as if their short interlude hadn't happened, one needs an immense amount of magic power. All of that power must be condensed into as small a space as possible within one's soul realm. And then, just as one forges their mind palace, one must add the mists of chaos to their magic power, and will their spark of magic to ignite. Once alight, magic will return to its basest, most primal state, and become an eternal origin spark. Leaving aside a few details of how that happens, Leon said, what are the characteristics of an origin spark? How does it function? Does it produce magic power? Nestor told me about origin power, and that it has the capacity to change the universe around me, and that magic power is but its runoff. How do the two interact? Can I, by your ancestors, Leon, take a breath? Leon paused, and the Thunderbird gave him an exasperated sigh. Now, she said like a stressed mother, one question at a time. What do you want to know? Is anything going to change about how I create magic power? No, your bone marrow will still produce magic power. You will also gain magic power within your soul realm as your origin spark creates origin power, which will decay into magic power if not used. Origin power comes with a time limit. Yes, but in practice, there's little difference to how you store magic power, especially since origin power will become magic power. In effect, instead of having the size of your soul realm determine your maximum possible storage for this power, it will instead be determined by the threshold between its rate of decay and rate of generation. Leon frowned but understood. How potent is origin power? Extremely. It's a power that can create matter and life, though on a relatively small scale. The amount of magic power that you generate, however, will increase immensely as your unused origin power decays into magic power. It's usually post-apotheosis mages that power arcs that can traverse the void since they generate so much magic power. Leon's frown lessened slightly at that reassurance, but a previous thought he'd asked about had his frown growing again. Does the origin spark decay as well, like origin power? No, the origin spark is eternal, assuming your soul realm remains intact. It will burn indefinitely, providing you with a never-ending stream of origin and magic power. You know, origin power reminds me a lot of ancient runes. Both seem to require exerting will upon the universe in order to work. You're not the first to make that connection, but so far, I've not seen any actual connections between the two. A divine beast, primal god, or primal devil might know more, but none have ever spoken on the subject that I know of, and the only one I could talk to now certainly won't speak on the subject now. Fuck him, Leon growled, glaring out at the mists of chaos. Without missing a beat, he asked, on a different topic, I was hoping you could help me understand as much as possible about my transformation enchantment. My people recently had a breakthrough in blood magic otherwise unrelated to the transformation enchantment, enough that I put some people on researching a small part of it. They've made enough progress that they believe it's possible to adapt it for other bloodlines. Oh. Have they? The Thunderbird asked, sounding rather surprised. I'll admit that I'm not enchanter, and much of the work I did adapting Krithas's enchantment was based on what the Great Black Dragon and I spoke about back when he still broke words with me. I won't be able to do much to help you understand the enchantment as I don't entirely understand it myself. I've merely copied much of what I was told works. Leon frowned again, almost feeling like his face was going to get stuck in the expression. The Thunderbird leaned downward, locking Leon in her gleaming golden gaze. Share with me what your researchers shared with you. Have you an hour or two? I have nothing but time. Leon nodded, finally letting his lips turn upward into a shallow smile, and summoned the reports and reference materials that he'd been given from Valentina's new research team and launched into his explanation. He knew it would take a while, but to further his knowledge of enchantment, he didn't care. This will be our last meeting for a while, the jaguar said as he and Leon sat down in the villa Leon had set aside. It had only been a week or so since Leon had revealed to him the possibilities that lay in their blood, and he'd needed some time to think. As a result, Leon hadn't managed to speak with him at much length and had been hoping for more in this meeting. Something happened? Leon asked with concern. No, the jaguar replied before thinking for a moment and added, at least, not that I know of. But what you revealed to me, your ability to transform, was already a curiosity, but I'd thought it some kind of illusion or some other magical creation. That it's a result of your bloodline, I don't know how to take this. I've never heard of something like this in my lifetime. I require the guidance of the rest of my tribe's elders to know how to proceed. My invitation to you has been given and accepted. I do not need to stay. I should not stay. I have informed you that I will not stay, and will leave in a day's time, bound for home. With disappointment rising in his heart, Leon slowly nodded. You are not a prisoner here, though it would be best to allow me to attempt to prepare an escort if you don't wish any of the empires to make you one. That will be unnecessary, the jaguar replied. My warriors and I are small in number and possess our own ways of travel. We will move quickly, quietly, and without detection. A 9th-tier mage and his clanmates are not easily detected. I suppose that's fair, but before we part ways, might I ask for your thoughts on what we've discussed? What you've offered me, and how that might have changed based on what I've offered you. The jaguar stared at the wall for a long moment, his eyes unfocused like he was seeing something else entirely. My offer came without condition. The 10 tribes need leadership. Proper leadership of king's blood. Our ancestors were wiser than we are now, and to shun their line of leaders will only serve to turn them from us. My offer to you is only to right this wrong, honor our ancestors, and see my people prosper. That's it, Leon asked incredulously. You offer me a throne and a crown, and then we all live happily ever after. What does this happily ever after even look like? Is it just me sitting on a throne while the 10 tribes otherwise continue as they have been? Might as well put a damned statue in a chair and call the job done. Such would only serve to enrage our ancestors further. You speak as if you know their mind. The past 80,000 years have given me enough proof to know that we are not walking with the blessings of our ancestors. But you need not do anything in return for my offer. If I don't do anything, then what's even the point of making me king? Would it not be my job to ensure the prosperity of the people I'm at least ostensibly king of? Why would new knowledge and capabilities of our bloodlines be unnecessary? Welcomed, but not needed, the jaguar flatly stated. Leon shrugged. If you're leaving, then we ought to arrange another meeting. I must remain until after my wedding. Then I will head south. While Leon didn't have a complete schedule yet, the date of his and Cassandra's wedding not yet having been settled on, he did outline a general strategy for getting to the Sky Devil's hell with the jaguar and even gave the man one of Tico's calm lotuses, which he was almost as interested in as he was in the transformation enchantment. They would be able to use that to coordinate further once Leon had hammered out his schedule into a more definable shape. Leon found it rather curious, though, that not once in their discussion on the topic did the jaguar ask for the enchantment. Leon would have refused anyway, not wanting to just give it out to people he didn't know yet, but he figured the jaguar might have wanted to secure it sooner rather than later. What are your thoughts on the enchantment? Leon asked after a long pause once their brief discussion on heading south was over. Are you interested at all in changing shape? The jaguar didn't immediately answer, but he glanced down at his hands, flexing them slowly, breathing steadily and deliberately, and closing his eyes. Such a prospect is enticing, that much I can't deny. To grow stronger, to unlock even greater strength in my blood, but I am human. And for hundreds of years, I have lived with a static shape. The possibility of changing that shape is off-putting, even if I know it would only be temporary. Leon cocked his head in surprise. I was elated when I gained this power, he admitted. It felt like freedom to me. I could go anywhere, do anything. Sure, I wound up doing something fairly conventional, but the possibility remains that I could transform into something that looks like the Thunderbird and just fly away. What's more, the wind in my feathers and beneath my wings will never stop being one of the best feelings I have ever had. My blood sings when in that form. I still consider myself human, but I can't deny that part of myself, either. And it bears mentioning that those in the Nexus will not see us as completely human, either. Should you ever manage to reach the Nexus of our universe, that would have to be something to keep in mind. The jaguar listened, not openly questioning how Leon knew this, but not exactly agreeing with him, either. I will consider your words. But your transformation unsettles me, now that I know more. I will consult with my tribe upon my return home, and we will have more to say then. Until then, our invitation remains open. Regardless of this transformation, we would see the restoration of your clan as true and proper Storm Kings. Your faith is well received, Leon honestly stated. Well then, Jaguar, it seems we still not see each other for a while. Take care of yourself. And you, Raptor, the Jaguar replied, smiling for the first time since their meeting started. Leon left not long after, some sense of unease settling into his stomach as he turned over the Jaguar's words. To turn down the transformation enchantment wasn't something he ever thought would have been considered, and he couldn't help but wonder just what the rest of those on the Sky Devil's Hell or Katagita, as they called it, would choose to do. Leon quietly regarded his retainers as they trained. Magic training was over, so they were mostly brushing up on their martial skills, having largely paired up to spar. Tikos and Helen were the only two exceptions, the two having other business to attend to. Of particular interest to him was Anzu, as the young griffin was still learning the ropes of fighting whilst in human form. He'd paired Anzu up with Gaius, trusting in the older man to give Anzu a good foundation for Leon to later refine, and so far, he hadn't been disappointed. Anzu, while strong and quite the tough opponent in griffin form, was something of a pushover in his human form if he wasn't using magic. Of only slightly less concern for Leon was the fact that Valeria had paired off with Cassandra. The two weren't sparring with anything close to their usual level of intensity, but as far as Leon could tell, they were still saying much to each other just through the movements of their blades. What they were saying to each other, though, he could only guess at. Regardless, they seemed largely at ease with each other, which Leon found encouraging. The rest of Cassandra's guards hadn't quite integrated with Leon's retinue, and he was fine with that. Cassandra wasn't exactly in his retinue, either, and he wasn't going to ask her sworn protectors to answer to him when he had his own subordinates to handle his business. Anna was one he spared some attention for, as well. As far as he could tell, she was doing better after their trip back to the Sacred Golden Empire. Not back to how she'd been before the operation that saw Narses the Black killed by her own hand, but better than she'd been in that operation's direct aftermath. His comrades from the Bull Kingdom were right as rain to his eyes. Gaius was enjoying his time with Anzu, Alex was as energetic as she always was, Marcus was quiet and contemplative, though that was no different from his usual state, and Alcander was sparring with his wife, Sophie. Sophie wasn't in Leon's retinue either, but she occasionally participated, Leon allowing her to do so as a favor to her, Alcander, and to Narses the White. She wasn't getting any Hesperidic apples, but neither did she have to answer to him in any capacity. Red was the only one who was training alone. She had no interest at all in learning martial skills and so devoted her time entirely to sharpening her fire magic, and even heaping a little bit of wind magic on top as well. And Leon wondered who among them he would bring to the Sky Devil's Hell. He didn't want to bring everyone with him, especially since some of his retainers had their own jobs to do. In other words, Tikos and Helen at the very least were likely being left behind to continue their work. He was even considering leaving Nestor behind if the dead man didn't insist on accompanying him. Anna, he wondered if he ought to leave her with her sister. While she was doing better, he didn't want to take her away from her sister or her girlfriend just yet. Besides, while her Attican snapper and, to a lesser extent, her two wyverns were old and big enough to fight, her manticore was still a cub and needed plenty of attention. Yeah, need to leave her behind, Leon thought to himself. As for the four that had followed him from the Bull Kingdom, he struggled to think of any reason to leave them behind. In fact, the only reason that was stopping him was the possibility of having to leave them back in the Sky Devil's Hell for any reason, for with his avian form and corresponding invisibility ring, he felt like he could pretty easily travel to and from Katagita with relative ease compared to them. But, after a lot of thought, he realized that he couldn't leave any of them behind. He needed backup down there that wasn't tied to any of the 10 tribes, and Alex, Marcus, Alcander, and Gaius were restless anyway without having official positions in Heaven's Eye. The only real concern was how Alcander was going to do when separated from Sophie for an indeterminate time. As for Red, she was one that Leon had decided to bring along almost from the very beginning. An 8th tier wyvern was a powerful ally to have. She needs to earn her keep anyway, Leon thought with a light, sarcastic smile as he watched the wyvern in human form sway around like she was dancing, several rivers of fire flowing about her at the same time. The sheer destructive potential contained in those rivers was belied by the grace and elegance with which Red wielded them. Anzu, Leon grinned, knowing he wasn't going to be leaving Anzu behind on this one. Leon sighed. Anshu, as his resident retainer of less than legal means, was going to be coming with him whether he wanted the man to or not, and Leon had to admit that he rather wanted the Indradian with him this time. But with all that, now he had to decide on his ladies. As it was, he was thinking Valeria and Maya would come with him, while Elise and Cassandra would stay behind, at least for the time being. He had a bad feeling that his time on Katagita wouldn't be without violence, and he didn't want to leave Elise vulnerable around a bunch of unknowns. Cassandra, on the other hand, was an imperial princess. Given the state of war that was raging between technically all 4 empires and the 10 tribes, bringing Cassandra to Katagita was too obvious of a mistake to make. He just felt terrible about it. He'd be marrying Cassandra soon, and then only a matter of weeks later, he'd be leaving for the 10 tribes, and he didn't know when he might be back. While he was already set on the decision to leave her on the continent, the thought of telling her his decision sent a shiver running down his spine. So, all told, he'd be taking a fairly substantial group with him, by his standards: Alex, Gaius, Alcander, Marcus, Red, Anshu, Anzu, Valeria, and Maya. To a large extent, it was a bigger group than he wanted, even though he knew that for a retinue to accompany their lord in a dangerous situation was the point of their employment. His instinct to take care of the Sky Devils on his own was clashing with his knowledge that he should be using his retinue more than he was, and that not bringing anyone with him on his journey to Katagita would be a terrible insult to all of their abilities and their dedication to him. He sighed, supposing that this was going to be his team for the upcoming mission. With that settled, he supposed the only thing left to do was to make sure his more critical projects were finished on time. The air filled with a sweet smell and the leaves of Tico's hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. "Ready are these," Tico's whispered through its voice amber as it indicated the row of 12 oak trees in front of it. It turned its enormous black eyes in Leon's direction and added, "None magics have made different trees, only controls for testing." Leon nodded in understanding. They were only running one quick test to establish a baseline. Experimentation would come later after Tico's could examine what was left of the trees. They were in another private grove that Leon had purchased and set aside for the creation of Thunder Wood. It was a fairly magic-intensive process, and one that required Tico's to raise trees for at least several months. Even then, they'd be left with significantly less Thunder Wood than Leon could hope for. To try and increase their yield, Leon and Tico's had decided to try and take the iron needle out and see if the universe fragment could help in that respect. The only problem was that it would require testing on some of the oak trees that Tico's had spent months raising, but that wasn't that great of a loss given the sheer number of trees that Leon had the tree sprite growing in this grove. Losing a few dozen trees to test a potential new process for Thunderwood creation was more than worth it in Leon's mind. So, Leon prepared himself and began retrieving several standing stones from his soul realm. Numbering only 6, none were taller than he was, though all of them were slightly wider than his shoulders. Their smooth, polished surfaces had been covered in runic carvings with most of the glyphs including at least a few lightning runes. Leon placed all but one of these standing stones around the first of the trees they were going to experiment upon. Then, he assumed his position next to one of the standing stones. He reached out with his magic power and began feeding it into the stones, steadily activating their many enchantments. Directed and empowered by the enchantments, his power rose into the air and settled around the uppermost branches of the tall single-trunk oak. At the same time, Tico's had been tending to the oak, its power inundating the trunk as it placed a lotus upon it, the lotus, roots wrapping tightly around the tree and anchoring it to the larger plant. Once Tico's stepped back, Leon's power coalesced around the tree, forming tiny, yet thick and dark storm clouds that wound around the tree's leaves. Since his power was contained by the standing stones, wind started whipping about the tree in a tight and rapidly accelerating cyclone. Rain began spilling from these storm clouds, flooding the tree's roots but not escaping past the boundary set by the standing stones. Leon waited only a moment longer before a bright purple lightning bolt arced out from one swirling cloud and into another, singing a few leaves but not touching any of the tree's branches. "It's ready," he thought as he moved into his final position, where the final standing stone would have been placed under normal circumstances. Were he acting under those normal circumstances though, this process might have taken half an hour or more to create just to render less than 1/10 of the oak tree's wood into thunder wood, the rest burning away into ash. But now, He had the iron needle, and with it, he theoretically had absolute control over all lightning, though putting theory into practice was proving harder than he'd hoped. He conjured the iron needle from its gold tube within his soul realm and held it between the fingers of his right hand. Then, he extended his hand and began to use his magic to will all of the lightning within the clouds to converge upon the oak tree. His magic raced along his arm, into his hand and fingers, through the iron needle, and then out into the world. This particular grove had been warded quite heavily against outside observation, Leon having devoted many days and hundreds of talents of silver to its construction, let alone the months he'd spent on its design. Yet, for all that protection, Leon felt for the first time that it was inadequate as the brightest and biggest bolt of purple lightning erupted from his contained storm and slammed into the oak tree. The tree was immediately cut in half, most of its leaves and outer branches disintegrating into black ash. The bolt continued downward, splitting the earth and carving a small trench half Leon's height into the ground, the trench walls being dyed black by the heat of the bolt. What little remained of the tree fell apart, almost shaken to pieces by the thunder that accompanied the lightning bolt. Even Tico's, behind the circle of standing stones and thus behind the protective wards Leon had placed upon them, was knocked off its feet and hissed in pain. The air was tinged with the comforting stench of ozone and the worrying stink of corpse rot, the former from the lightning and the latter from Tico's displeasure. "Shit," Leon said in awe as he stared at the purple lightning that momentarily danced about his fingers. He didn't spare the oak tree one look as he turned toward Tico's, abandoning his position as he ran toward the tree sprite. "You all right?" he asked. "Better will be," Tico stated as it rose to its feet, its leafy hair looking a little less animated than usual, though the corpse-y smell dissipated. Leon grimly smiled and clapped Tico's on the shoulder before they both turned to the obliterated oak tree. "Intending on power such, were you?" Tico's asked. "No," Leon murmured as he glanced back down at the iron needle. It sparked with what to Leon seemed like the equivalent of nonchalant whistling, but how he arrived at that impression he couldn't say. The tree had been quite thoroughly savaged, but with bolts of golden lightning almost lazily reaching up into the clouds of the contained storm, Leon knew that they'd succeeded in creating at least some thunder wood. "That was fast," he observed. "Needle has cut many minutes from process," Tico said more clinically. Leon nodded in appreciation at not needing half an hour anymore, assuming their yield was good. He cut off his power to the standing stones and the storm quickly dissipated. At the same time, Tico's power entered the ground, and the soil around the tree's remains shifted about like quicksand, closing the scorched rift and elevating the blackened wood. A moment later, the burned wood crumbled under pressure from Tico's, leaving several long, thin, lightning bolt-shaped branches of thunder wood, perhaps as much as Leon and Tico's had ever managed to make in a single batch. "Yield has increased," Tico said as the sweet scent of happy satisfaction filled the air once more. "By a significant amount," Leon said. "I think, let's try that again, but without the stones." "As why's that?" Tico's inquired. "I'd recommend finding some cover, but I think the iron needle can replicate that purple lightning. The stones do most of the heavy lifting with containment, but if it's only lightning then I should be enough to keep it contained even without them. And with just the iron needle, then we may not need the storm." "Willing to try," Tico's whispered as it backed way up. Leon waited for it to prepare itself as he pulled their newly made thunder wood into his soul realm. Then, he faced the next tree. Once Tico's was ready, having stepped into a massive tree at the center of the grove, Leon aimed his hand again and closed his eyes. He sent his magic power rushing down his arm again, this time willing the iron needle to fire off the same purple lightning it had just summoned. He barely got the thought fully formed in his head when the iron needle sparked and another tremendous bolt of purple lightning shot out, not only cleaving through the tree Leon had meant to hit, but also shattering the three closest trees around it from its accompanying thunderclap. Tico's was fine, to his relief, and as the cherry on top, nearly half of the intended tree had been turned into thunder wood. "Bit much, maybe?" Tico's asked as it left its tree. "Maybe," Leon agreed as he stared at the needle in his hand. While it was extremely convenient that he could create the purple thunder wood making lightning with it without any setup, showcasing the fact that the iron needle was responding to his will, fine control was still beyond him. He and Tico's quickly secured the recently created thunder wood and turned their attention back to the remaining trees. However, Leon ruminated on his lack of control the entire time, and not even the veritable hill of thunder wood they made that day was able to lift that particular weight on his spirits. It was clear that he needed to put more emphasis on his new sword than he had been, especially given the iron needle's clear willingness to follow his will. Leon hovered in the sky, the coast of the Ilian Empire far below him. He was alone, his body buffeted by strong wind and swept by freezing rain. The great central sea was rough and prone to storms, but where anyone else might see that as a bad thing, in these storms, Leon's blood sang. He was long past the point of natural storms putting him into a fugue state, but he still felt most relaxed and at peace when hovering just above a cloud, rain and wind and lightning and thunder raging all about him. But right now, despite the strength of the storm and the proportional power that flooded through him, he had to focus on his task, for he didn't fly a couple hundred miles from home just to immerse himself in a storm. No, he'd come here to see to the hunk of enchanted iron and other trace metals that were lying in a large crucible he was telekinetically holding in front of him, transformed into something greater than the sum of all its parts. He was warding off lightning attempting to strike the crucible, but with the enchantments he'd laid upon it, it was tiring work, for the crucible had been specifically designed to attract natural lightning. "Are you ready, Leon?" the Thunderbird asked. "The storm is reaching its peak, your window will be narrow." "I am," Leon replied. His education with the Thunderbird had long since included the process for forging adamant, or, he supposed, the processes for its forging, for there were many, but the one his ancestor was most familiar with was sky forging. Leon's armor, though infused with his blood, wasn't adamant, merely a pale imitation and unable to seamlessly channel his power and will. True, sky-forged adamant would be like his own body, responding only to his will and that of his blood descendants. With a deep breath, Leon prepared himself for his first attempt at forging true adamant. Lightning raged around Leon as the storm reached its peak, his power the only thing keeping it from striking his crucible filled with metal. He had his extracted blood ready, but this wasn't quite the time for that, yet. Instead, he pushed the crucible he was telekinetically holding up away from him, then conjured several long sheets of silver, upon which he'd inscribed several enchantments according to the Thunderbird's guidance. As soon as his power shot from his body and into these silver sheets, the hundreds of runes laid upon them began glowing in various colors according to their elemental runes, the three most prominent being gold for lightning runes, green for wind, and blue for water. With these spells in place, hovering in a circle all equidistant from the crucible, the storm began to form a tight cyclone around the formation, and Leon knew that he was finally ready. He stopped holding back the storm's lightning from the crucible, and almost immediately, a bright golden bolt struck it with such force that Leon knew if he hadn't enchanted the thing to be nearly indestructible from lightning strikes, it would have shattered. Instead, all the power and heat of the bolt transferred into the crucible and the various metals within almost immediately liquefied. The enchantments on the crucible attracted lightning, the iron within it helping in that respect, also, and more bolts fell upon it, filling the crucible with their heat and power. Leon, being a 9th-tier lightning mage, was effectively immune to natural lightning and thunder, so he had no trouble approaching and looking into the crucible. After a few dozen strikes, the metal within had been rendered into molten slag, and Leon began pouring his mana into the crucible, his magic-infused blood glowing like a bright red lamp in the darkness of the storm. As soon as his blood hit the molten steel in the crucible, a torrent of silver-blue lightning erupted from it, and Leon swore in frustration. He poured more of his power into the crucible just as he poured more of his blood into the steel. More of his power remained trapped within the metal, but he could feel the metal straining to contain it. The enchantments upon the crucible weren't holding as well as he would have liked, either, as he could sense his magic power leaking out of them in a few places. And then he sensed another leak, and then another. And then, even as lightning raged around him and thunder rolled across the sea beneath him, he heard the crucible crack. He barely had time to raise his eyebrows in surprise and panic before the crucible was struck by one more lightning bolt and split in half, the steel within it immediately spilling out into the storm, where it flash-cooled in the storm into a rain of steel pellets. Leon hovered there in the air, dumbstruck at just how quickly he'd failed. He had put quite a few resources into the creation of that crucible, and he'd been in such a hurry that he hadn't even made a spare. This was his one chance during this storm, anyway, and it hadn't worked. He could only stare in dejection at his work vanishing into the waves far below. He recovered quickly, though. As disappointing as this failure was, it was hardly unexpected. Adamant was a material prized even in the Nexus, and a 9th-tier mage failing in their attempt to make some was more likely than success. But he was still disappointed, for all that he wasn't crushed. He retrieved his silver sheets and stared out into the storm for a few more minutes, only leaving once the storm's peak had passed. Though his blood sang with the wind, rain, and lightning, he quickly transformed into his Thunderbird form, pulled out his avian invisibility ring, and, unseen, made for home. "A good first try," the Thunderbird said encouragingly. "You'll do better next time." "Thanks," Leon replied, even though with his mood, the words felt just a little condescending. This was one failure, but there would be other attempts, and he would use what he learned here to prepare for the next time. "What was the problem?" Nestor asked as Leon collapsed on a chair in his workshop. "The crucible broke," Leon stated. "My best enchantments, and it still broke." Nestor grunted in acknowledgement, sounding about as far from surprised as he could. "Did you know this was going to happen, Nestor?" Leon asked. Nestor shrugged. "I suspected. That work, while passable for an apprentice, had a few flaws in it." He turned away slightly and softly added as if speaking only to himself, "I wouldn't have used those enchantments myself, but to each their own, I suppose. So long as it works, right?" Leon sat up a bit, his patience mildly frayed at his failure. "Pray tell me, dead man, if you're so wise and knowledgeable about the creation of adamant, how would you have enchanted the crucible? I would remind you that our ancestor herself aided me in creating that enchantment scheme. I can tell that our honored ancestor didn't have a direct hand in creating that thing," Nestor dismissively stated, "for if she had, it would have been much more effective. However, I would contest that the entire underlying technique you used was flawed for one big reason and many small." "Can you guess?" Leon glared at the man for a moment before turning his mind back to the problem at hand. He'd had a few hours to think on the failure by now, and he had a few ideas on how to improve, but with Nestor's push, one of his more harebrained ideas came to the fore. "I used modern runes," Leon said. "You're suggesting I attempt the creation of adamant with ancient runes?" "Yes," Nestor confirmed with a nod of his featureless metal head. "Ancient runes are entirely unique for their purpose, they number as many as the ideas that humanity can express, and more. I don't doubt that there's an ancient rune to solve specifically my problem, doing exactly what I need it to do, but such a specific rune would be horrifically complex, and more importantly, I don't know it. Do you happen to know of an ancient rune or two that can help with the creation of adamant? I don't know any with such great specificity that you'd be able to create adamant with ease, but there are a few runes that can help." Nestor began writing on a few sheets of spell paper, and Leon couldn't help but watch. Nestor was a master of enchanting that so eclipsed him in skill that on the few occasions Leon was able to see him work only with paper and ink, he was always mesmerized. Nestor worked with the speed and elegance of a hand so practiced that if he were to brag that he could write out his runes in his sleep, Leon would believe him. A few minutes later, Nestor had finished drawing out a couple ancient runes, both more complex than any single rune Leon had ever drawn. "There," Nestor said, "these ought to help. This one," he began as he drew Leon's attention to the first of the two he'd drawn, "will make a container nearly indestructible to all forces. As it's an ancient rune, how indestructible the container will be will entirely depend on your will at the time of inscription. The more will you use, the more focused you are on your intended purpose, and the more powerful the rune will be." He then drew Leon's attention to the other rune. "And this one is designed to keep magic power contained within something. Again, the usual caveats of ancient runes apply, they're focus and willpower dependent. These two runes acting in concert are what I typically use to enchant magical batteries, ensuring greater efficiency and safety for my golem's power sources. Those sound incredibly useful," Leon whispered as he stared at the ancient runes, wondering what their simpler and more complex versions could do. As was the want of ancient runes, there would have to be runes that just made anything indestructible, and more specific things indestructible. The more specific an ancient rune was, the easier it was for the mage to focus on its intended purpose, and the more powerful the rune was. "Keep those caveats in mind, Leon," Nestor reminded him. "Just because there's an indestructible ancient rune doesn't mean that it does what it claims. Anything can be destroyed, especially if going up against other ancient runes. Inscribe this upon a crucible and it will be much harder to destroy than I think you can make it with a modern enchantment scheme, but that doesn't mean the crucible will actually be indestructible." Yes, Leon said with a tired head nod. "Thanks, Nestor. These will come in handy." "Good. Just be ready for the next time you need it." Leon nodded. He had to wait for natural storms to try his hand at creating adamant, and storms of sufficient wrath for his purposes were rare, even in the rough Central Sea. But that just meant that he had some time to prepare before he tried again. Leon's failure to create true adamant on his first try had him feeling just a little down for the next few days, but his mood was soon brightened when Valentina brought him another report on blood magic and how it related to his transformation enchantment. With the team he'd assembled for the project, he'd expected rapid progress, but the rapidity with which Valentina moved took even him by surprise. Upon receiving the report, Leon ravenously read through all 60 pages, and then read through it a few more times to absorb all that it had to say. Unlike the last report when Valentina's team had only parsed through the section of the transformation enchantment that he'd shared with them, this time, there was actually some additional theory work done. By their accounts, their work had concluded that the transformation enchantment had some inefficiencies when targeting an individual's bloodline. Though they didn't know the reason why, Leon having never given them the complete enchantment, the way that that particular section worked was to brute force an interaction with an individual's bloodline, forcing power to behave in certain ways rather than stimulating it to act in a desired fashion. Leon had to take it entirely on faith that they knew what they were talking about, blood magic being far outside of his specialty. But he couldn't help but salivate at the team's conclusion. If they made some changes, then the way that Leon's transformation enchantment worked could be improved, making his Thunderbird form potentially stronger. Unfortunately for them, without many test subjects that they could test their theories on, they weren't going to move beyond theory, at least, as far as they would know. They were in the Empires, and with a correlation between the Sky Devils and inherited bloodlines, there weren't many people in Imperial territory with the power of an ascended beast, not to mention most beasts were hunted down before growing strong enough to assume human form so they couldn't threaten human society, and those in captivity were usually never raised to that point by their beastmasters to keep them relatively pliant and docile. Leon couldn't help but see the Sky Devils in that, too, as he'd noted that they used war beasts on a significantly more frequent basis. Regardless, he was the only person around who could possibly put what his team had theorized into practice, and while he was eager to try, he was more than a little apprehensive about messing around with his transformation enchantment. Still, he ventured down into the long tunnel in his soul realm, the report in hand. He stayed down there for a couple hours alone, tracing and tracking lines of magic and working out a plan for exactly what he'd need to do if he ever decided to do it. It was here that the Thunderbird found him, lost in thought. "What are you doing, Leon?" she asked as she floated down to join him, having assumed human form. Leon didn't answer verbally but handed her the report. He didn't expect her to read the entire thing immediately but was pleasantly surprised when she began flipping through the pages, humming in appreciation. It only took her about 20 minutes to work her way through it one time, but that seemed enough as she looked up at him, a rather manic look in her eyes. "Leon," she breathed, "I think there's something to this." "What kind of something?" he asked. "That kind that'll make you stronger," she responded. "Or something that'll change you, anyway. Would you like to try? Is this something that would make some kind of permanent change to me?" Leon asked. "I'll admit that I'm not too thrilled at the idea of messing around with this enchantment. I don't want to activate it and find myself turned inside out, Leon. The fact that you use the thing at all carried similar risk. Now, do you trust me?" "Yes," Leon honestly answered, not hesitating for a second. "This has potential, and even if it doesn't work out, you'll be fine, and I'll be able to revert this enchantment to its original state. Would you like to try?" Leon stared at her for a long moment, not reading any deceit in her, but narrowing his eyes anyway. "I trust you," he said. "I trust you. Is that a yes?" she asked. Leon nodded. "Good. Then let's get started." Following the Thunderbird's directions, Leon made the necessary adjustments to the enchantment, the entire process taking nearly an hour. Once it was done, the enchantment as a whole had hardly changed, but the specific section about how it interacted with Leon's bloodline to produce its effect had. It was a precise enchantment, targeting only Leon's Thunderbird bloodline and excluding the power of the Great Black Dragon, but since the Thunderbird herself was confident that everything was fine, Leon forced himself to remain calm even as his heart began to race. Once the enchantment had been adjusted, Leon left his remaining duties in Talal's capable hands and went home a little early, a large part of him eager to try this out despite his apprehension. When he got home, he immediately made for the most private wing of his home. There were a few large meditation rooms that would suit his purpose nicely, allowing him to transform in total isolation, as far from prying eyes as he could get without leaving Oculera entirely. There, he stripped down and, after a few more encouraging words from the Thunderbird, shut his eyes, clenched his teeth, and activate his transformation enchantment. What followed was nothing unusual at all. His body shifted and bent, expanded and grew, sprouted feathers and scales along his legs as they turned into talons. His mouth pushed forward and merged with his nose, both hardening into a beak. His eyesight grew immeasurably sharper even as his sense of smell declined. Once it was all done, he hardly felt any different from when he usually transformed. However, the moment he projected his magic senses and got a better look at himself, it was made immediately clear that something had, in fact, changed. He looked completely different. He wasn't any larger than he'd have been if he'd transformed that morning, but his feathers had mostly changed color. Along with that, his tail feathers seemed a little longer, while a large feathered crest had sprouted from his forehead, brushed back and falling down his back like a long ponytail. Before, he'd been a near copy of the Thunderbird, sharing her warm brown primary feather color, sparkling with flecks of gold throughout. Now, however, his feathers had changed to a cloudy silver with undercurrents of pale blue streaked through his wings. His crest, likewise, was a deep blue, the same color as the sky just before sunrise. His feathers darkened as they neared his tail feathers now dark as storm clouds and his butt only a little lighter. His tail was flecked with silver that shone like stars. What the hells, he thought to himself, his beak preventing him from vocalizing aloud. Look at you, Leon, the Thunderbird breathed. Quite the handsome boy, if I do say so myself. What is this? Leon asked her. Why, what is this? Hey, having a hard time putting it into words. Well, it seems like the transformation enchantment had originally been designed to turn one into a copy of their ancestor. You essentially became me, but now, you've assumed a form more akin to a male of my species, rather than simply copying me. Seems far more natural, I'd say. Wait, so all this time, I've been running around in a female form. Flying around, and yes, now you're looking more like the males of the species I was when yet lived. Leon blinked a few times, but after a moment, disregarded the thought as relatively unimportant. Is there anything else that might have changed about this other than the color of my feathers? This seems like a more natural transformation. To paraphrase your team's words, it's no longer forcing your blood to work with it, but instead convincing it to do what you want. It's a more natural way to activate your transformation, one that's more in harmony with your body. I'll just assume you're right. Please don't be fucking with me. You're the one standing there, admiring yourself like a narcissist. It should be obvious to you that the transformation is now different. Why don't you try and call upon your power? Leon complied, and to his surprise, his power was more responsive. He wasn't going to tear his villa apart to test it, but he could already tell that his power was, not greater, but at least more in control. It was like he'd had ropes tied around his wings and he'd only noticed now that they'd been taken off. I think, this is hard to quantify, but I'm feeling better. 15%. I hate odd numbers. 20% seems about right. I'd say I'm about 20% stronger now. Great precision there, Leon. By the way, Leon, there's something else here, too. Oh. Leon asked. Something better than this new change? Very much so. Much more promising for your future, I think. Well, you have my attention, ancestor. What is it? This research, I believe I can use it to create a more generic transformation enchantment. Something that would be weaker than what you're now using, but one that can work for anyone else with an inherited bloodline. If Leon's beak were capable of it, he'd have smiled. He'd have smiled so widely that his jaw would have been in danger of falling off. While the jaguar's reaction had been concerning, Leon was more than confident that he could win over many in the 10 tribes with the promise of such power. Until now, it had only been a promise. Now, if the Thunderbird was correct, Leon might be able to make it a reality. However, a moment later, that elation was dampened as another thought rose in his mind. If I no longer look like the Thunderbird, will that change how the 10 tribes see me? Will I have to choose between the more powerful transformation or the one that looks more like my ancestor? The time had come. Leon shifted uneasily as he pulled at his collar, the fine material digging into his skin far more than it should have. Or perhaps that was just his imagination. He couldn't imagine how else silk grass could be so uncomfortable to a 9th-tier mage. He hoped his discomfort was understandable, though, for he was about to marry an imperial princess. The ceremony would be relatively quiet, though by imperial standards that still meant that there were hundreds of people congregating on his villa. He and Cassandra had opted not to do some kind of destination wedding, nor would it be all that politically correct to hold the ceremony within the sacred Golden Empire, given Leon's own status. Already, the director had had to field several requests for clarification on the proceedings and their implications from the Sunlit Empire. Interestingly, they had received no such requests from the Sentinels, though Leon supposed after Heaven's Eye largely pulled out of the region, they didn't care so much about what Heaven's Eye did. As it was, Leon was glad that his wedding was receiving so little attention. Relatively speaking, it was an imperial wedding, but Cassandra wasn't her mother's heir. Still, on an objective scale, Leon knew that his was now practically a household name within the sacred Golden Empire, and likely in the Ilian Empire as well. On this day, Elise and Valeria made sure that he was dressed as well as he possibly could be. A dark blue doublet, nearly black, inspired by the crest of his new avian form, and flecked with silver like the sky just after dusk, was the main centerpiece of his outfit. Tight, cloudy gray pants that hugged his legs more than he'd have preferred, and a pair of black boots trimmed in lion's fur completed his outfit. Elise had wanted him to wear a cloak of silver thread lined with eagle feathers and studded with sapphires, but Leon had put his foot down. It was just too ostentatious for his tastes. As it was, this outfit was already more than he'd wear on a normal day, but he knew that to wear any less would insult Cassandra, and by extension, her entire family. Even if he didn't have the Grand Druid breathing down his neck making sure that he would be a worthy husband to Cassandra, he wouldn't have made such an uncouth move. He'd learned a great deal since the days when he'd resisted as much as he'd been able Elise's attempts to get him to at least own some nicer clothes than the plain, functional fare he usually dressed in. As he stared at himself in the mirror, Elise rested her head on his shoulder, looking at his reflection with nothing but undisguised pride. She was glowing so brightly and dressed so well herself that Leon would have forgiven someone for thinking that she was the one about to be married, not him. "Ready for this, husband?" she asked with a radiant smile. Leon stared back at his first wife, dressed in a low-cut dress that swept out around her legs like rose petals. She prominently wore the bracelet that Leon had commissioned for her back in Ironford years ago, during the Bull Kingdom's civil war, and around her neck rested the emerald necklace that she'd taken from the Black Wyvern's lair almost 6 years ago. Her snow lion's coat was nearby, but she wouldn't put that on until later. "Are you ready for this?" Leon countered. "I'm about to marry another woman." She playfully slapped his shoulder. "I've been waiting for this for years," she exclaimed. "Don't worry about me, husband, and go make our family bigger." Leon resisted the urge to snort. Instead, he pulled Elise closer and gently kissed her. When he pulled away, her emerald eyes practically glowing with delight, from behind them Valeria said, "When's our turn?" Leon turned and locked eyes with her. She and Maya were standing side by side, each looking just as gorgeous as Elise. They were largely dressed the same, their own snow lion coats hanging nearby, except Maya was dressed in sea green and Valeria in ice blue. Maya seemed somewhat impassive, but Leon could feel her excitement through their connection. Not, perhaps, as intense as Elise seemed to be, but she was happy for him. Valeria, meanwhile, seemed the most excited of them all, strangely enough. Without hesitation, Leon took Valeria into his arms and gave her a long kiss, and then did the same for Maya. "You sure you two don't want a marriage ceremony of your own?" he whispered as he held them both close. Maya's answer was simple and to the point. "We are already mates." Valeria, sharing Maya's sentiment, expounded slightly. "We need no grand ceremonies. We are what we are already. Commitments have been made, and we don't need to make any complex announcements to the world. What we have is for us, not for them." Maya nodded in agreement, smiling for a moment until Elise asked, "Is that an indictment of grand ceremonies I hear?" "No offense intended, Eli," Valeria hurriedly added. "No knocks against ceremonies and those who prefer them. They're just not for me or Maya. That's all." Elise made a brief show of looking angry, but the facade quickly cracked as Leon pulled into the shared embrace. To him, it didn't matter that he, Maya, and Valeria hadn't had their own great marriage ceremonies. As Valeria said, they were what they were, and no ceremony would change that. If that ever changed, he'd be more than happy to comply with any marriage ceremony they might ask for, but whatever happened, he loved them all the same. He stayed there with his 3 ladies for a little while longer. It was the last time the 4 of them would just be the 4 of them, and as much as Leon was looking forward to marrying Cassandra, it still felt like the ending of something as much as it was a beginning, so he took as much time as he could spare to be with Elise, Maya, and Valeria. But none of them could stay there for too long. Soon enough, a knock came at the door, and Leon's head of the villa staff informed all four of them that it was time for the ceremony to begin. The outside of Leon's villa had been transformed quite substantially to be worthy of an imperial wedding. Since Cassandra was of the sacred Golden Empire, ever-golden decor was the standard. Golden trees filled Leon's largest courtyard, bathing the white marble in golden light. Exotic flowers and fountains had been brought in to line the villa's corridors and the courtyard itself. The marriage altar was in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by seats of rough-cut stone radiating outward in a circle. There were enough seats only for about 150 people. Despite the sheer number of attendees, those who had no assigned seats would have to watch the ceremony from the peristyle or the gallery above. Many of the most important people on the entire plane were already present, pleasantly chatting amongst themselves. It occurred to Leon that it was practically a repeat of his birthday party given just who was in attendance, though given it was a wedding, even his birthday rather paled in comparison to who had come. Anastasios, the Grand Druid, and the director were all present, but this time, they were joined by dozens of 8th and 9th tier mages, all of whom Leon guessed were diplomats and senior functionaries within their respective imperial or guild bureaucracies. Sunlit diplomats were in attendance as well, looking no less happy than anyone else. Not a single sentinel had shown up, though Leon was sure that had more to do with their lack of interest in arriving than in their lack of invitation. The sacred Golden Empress and the Ilian Emperor had also arrived, turning Leon's marriage ceremony into quite possibly the single most important diplomatic summit in hundreds of years. He knew that the respective emperors, though they were frequently in contact with each other, rarely ever met in person. This was quite possibly the first time that the Ilian Emperor and the sacred Golden Empress had ever met face to face. He was just glad that most of the politicking wasn't being handled in his home, though since both imperial processions had arrived weeks ago, he knew that both sides had been holding dozens of meetings not just with themselves, but also with the Sunlit delegation and Heaven's Eye representatives. There was a part of Leon that was quite curious as to how those meetings had gone and what had been discussed, but he put it out of his mind. Given the director's uncharacteristic smile, he supposed that things were fine right now, anyway. Everyone looked at him as he entered with his ladies on his arm. His first instinct might have been to have his ladies come in before him and mingle a bit, out of some desire not to insult Cassandra or her family by flaunting his other lovers. However, he'd learned from both Cassandra and the Grand Druid herself that it was customary in their empire for the head of a household to have their entire family prominently displayed during a marriage ceremony, to make sure that everyone knows what's happening and to symbolize that the person joining the family was being welcomed by said family. Leon was fine with that, and he and his resplendent ladies made a quick round, welcoming everyone to the ceremony. The Lord Protector was one of the first Leon spoke with, being the closest person of consequence to the door. "Congratulations, Leon," he said with as much sincerity in his voice as Leon had ever heard. He extended a hand, and Leon, a smile on his face, grasped it warmly. "I look forward to all that you go on to accomplish, and wish you luck in all your future endeavors." Leon smiled a little, wider and accepted his wishes. The director was next, and he was all business, even as they clasped wrists. "We're as stable and secure as we're going to be," the old 9th tier mage said. "It's taken a lot of work to make sure that this can be accepted. Let's not waste all of it." "You're setting the mood wonderfully," Leon quipped, and the director smiled. "Focus on what's to come," the director replied. "Leave the rest to me." His yellow eyes glimmered with ambition, Leon recognizing the look as the one that crossed his face whenever they discussed leaving Eterna. Leon clapped the man on the shoulder before moving on. After the director was the Grand Druid, who, despite being surrounded by gorgeous Evergolden attendants, outshone them all through sheer smug joy. "Leon," she said as he drew close. "You're finally here. Good to see you," he said as she pulled him into a tight hug. Leon gave their surroundings a meaningful look as they separated, the Grand Druid having taken some part in preparing his home for the wedding. "How have things been today?" "The day seems blessed," the Grand Druid replied. "The sun is shining, a fair wind blows, and the trees sing their songs with every gust. There could be no more auspicious day than this for my granddaughter's wedding. We'll be family after this, Leon, sharing in each other's triumphs and hardships." "I suppose we will," Leon said, his smile faltering only for a moment. "Let's hope the former outnumber the latter." The Grand Druid nodded, and Leon moved on. It took a while, but he greeted all of the important guests, which was to say, those who'd actually been invited rather than brought along as an attendant or retainer. He spoke with the sacred Golden Empress, who while not as friendly and eager as the Grand Druid, her own mother, the Empress was polite and outwardly happy, her mood only apparently souring slightly when mentioning that neither of Cassandra's siblings could attend, their official duties keeping them back in their empire. The Ilian Emperor, meanwhile, spoke so long and with such youthful enthusiasm that Leon struggled to get away from the man, only extricating himself once Anastasios himself came over and ran some interference. But despite breaking words with imperial personages, Leon found that the most interesting guest was the leading figure of the Sunlit delegation. The man had been speaking with Narses the White when Leon made his way over to them, and the blonde man practically pulled Leon off his feet with a forceful hug when he joined them. "What a day, Leon!" he exclaimed. "What a day. Have you been drinking, Narses?" Leon asked as the larger man pulled back. "Is the sun shining?" Narses shot back as he gestured at the clear sky with his mostly empty cup. "Speaking of which, I need to offer you my congratulations on this marriage, Leon." "So, congratulations. For now, I need to fill my cup." Narses slunk away, leaving Leon along with the Sunlit delegate. "Leon Rame, a pleasure to make your acquaintance," the man intoned, his voice soft and deliberate. "Richard, of the Sunlit Empire," he introduced himself. Leon smiled, not having needed that latter part of the introduction, the man's attire having spoken that much already. Richard was a 9th-tier mage, and his long, flowing robes were gilded and adorned with sapphire lightning bolts raining down from an image of the sun on his chest, a fairly typical Sunlit design, as far as Leon knew. "Wonderful to meet you, as well," Leon replied, clasping the man's hand for a moment. "How is your emperor doing? I regret that he wasn't able to come in person, not that I sent him an invite," Leon silently finished. "His Imperial Majesty is well," the delegate said. "His attention is taken with other matters, such as the war with the Sky Devils. Unfortunately, while we have been prosecuting the war with strength and courage, that hasn't stopped the occasional raid from reaching the coast. Or worse, collaborators throwing their lot in with our savage neighbors across the sea." "Collaborators?" Leon asked in only slightly feigned shock. "Indeed, though it shames me to admit," Richard replied. "Almost 50 men have been hanged or been immolated for aiding and abetting Sky Devil raids, despite being citizens of our fair empire, or of the Pegasi states. It's unfortunate, but collaborators with those monsters simply can't be allowed to live." Leon smiled and nodded. "While I have you, Leon Rame," Richard continued, "my great emperor has asked me to pass along an invitation. He would greatly appreciate it if you and your lady wives could visit our fair empire at your convenience." Leon almost asked why but managed to hold his tongue. For an emperor like Sunlit, he doubted any reason was even necessary. "Please be sure to tell him that his invitation is gladly received. Our family's business keeps us close to Oculara, but we'll see if we can make some time to take His Imperial Majesty up on his offer." Richard smiled pleasantly, but his eyes took on a slightly harder edge as he replied, "His Imperial Majesty will be thrilled to hear that. I shall tell him to expect you as soon as I get back." With that, Leon's quick exchange with the Sunlit delegate ended. By this time, essentially all of Leon's guests had gathered in the courtyard, though were mostly still milling about talking to one another. Perhaps most notable for the fact that they weren't mingling as much as everyone else was Leon's retinue, who'd mostly already sat down in their seats in the front rows. All of his people, save Anshu, were present, including Tikos and Red, though the latter was in her human form and drawing quite a bit of male attention, Leon noted, though she seemed to not care a whit for any of it. But the other seats were also being slowly filled, and as he made his way back to the central altar, everyone else began to find their seats. Leon, his ladies, the Grand Druid, and the Sacred Golden Empress herself were the only people remaining on their feet as they stood around the altar, Leon and his ladies off to one side, while the Empress and the Grand Druid stood to the other. They'd rehearsed this several times, and there was a large part of Leon that wasn't looking forward to this at all. All the ceremony and pageantry was wearing his patience down already, but he forced himself to ignore it and wear as pleasant a smile as he could muster. And then, the ceremony was signaled to start with the dimming of the golden leaves, and, accompanied by at least 50 ladies in waiting, Cassandra herself finally arrived, and Leon found himself staring at her, speechless. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman even on her worst day, and now she'd had the best designers her empire had to offer preparing her for hours. Her long blonde hair had been magically grown, the sides now matching the rest of her hair and brushed into cascading waves. Woven throughout her golden locks with equally golden thread were hundreds of tiny rubies that glittered as she walked. Her body was clad in a long red dress, strapless and backless, though the latter was somewhat obscured by her hair. Her dress had been decorated with golden lightning embroidery rather than the usual floral motif that was the usual Evergolden fare, and as she approached, Leon was pleased to see that faint avian outlines had also been included. She wore less gold than she had when arriving in Oculara, though what she did wear was magnificent, a golden diadem around her brow set with a monstrous red diamond and dozens more sapphires, golden bracelets on each wrist studded with rubies, and a prominent amulet around her neck that stood out for being only a single brown feather held by a thin gold chain. Cassandra stopped in front of him, clearly enjoying the effect her arrival had on him. Her ruby eyes had narrowed with a mirthful smile, and she asked him, "Ready for this?" Leon answered without hesitation, yes. It was finally time for Cassandra to join his family. Leon smiled as he awoke. He hadn't been sleeping long, perhaps only an hour or two, but the exertions he'd gone through had warranted the rest. As he returned to awareness, he heard the breathing of his bedmate quicken, and she began to stir. Smooth naked skin cuddled about him began to slide over his own rougher features, and when he looked down at the head resting on his chest, he found two thin slits of red peering back at him set in one of the most beautiful faces he'd ever seen. Cassandra groaned, her ruby eyes barely open wide enough to be seen through her eyelashes. After a moment of bleariness, however, her eyes slammed open and she pushed herself up until she was on all fours, staring down at Leon beneath her. As a familiar look that he'd seen many times in his other ladies began spreading across her face, Leon asked, "How was your night, wife?" "It was satisfactory," she playfully answered with a coy smile. "I'd like to sample your morning services, to see how they compare." "My morning services will leave you just as satisfied as you were just a few hours ago," Leon said, his tone hungry as he rose to the princess's challenge. Without another word, he grabbed her toned waist and tossed her down next to him. In an instant, he was upon her, lavishing her body with all the attention that he'd had to hold himself back from during their ceremony. They'd just married the day before, but with so many guests of such tremendous standing, they had to hold another party afterward to allow everyone their chance to network as they pleased. With the director helping him to keep the empires from making too big of a fuss if he were to disappear for a while, which was to say, head to the Sky Devil's hell, Leon was more than happy to play host for as long as needed. The reception was done in the Evergolden fashion with a couple small religious ceremonies conducted, such as the Empress planting a palace tree in Leon's fields that would never grow, leaving it as an unspoken threat to the family her daughter was joining that Cassandra was not under their power and would have a sanctuary even if their relationship fell apart. The spirits of the land were venerated and appeased, and then the party itself could begin. Several hours of dancing and feasting followed, with Leon and Cassandra themselves expected to take full part. That wasn't even close to his favorite part of the ceremony, even the wedding ceremony itself, where Leon and Cassandra had stood in front of all their guests for a few minutes and spoke words of love, devotion, and commitment, and when Leon's other ladies spoke words of welcome to Cassandra had embarrassed him less than having to be the first on a dance floor. Fortunately, both Elise and Emily had, over the course of a couple decades, made Leon a reasonably competent dancer, so while he felt he'd made a fool of himself, Cassandra had seemed joyous enough, and Elise had done nothing but beam at him the entire time. He assumed he hadn't performed too poorly. The performance, however, that he'd most looked forward to came at the end of the night when the party finally ended and their guests and even his retainers took their turns saying their goodbyes. Immediately after that, once Leon was left alone with only his ladies, Leon waited for hardly a second. Elise, Maya, and Valeria had all shared a few meaningful looks before Leon grabbed Cassandra and took her to bed. Their joining, while starting a little slower than Leon was used to thanks to Cassandra's nervousness despite her insistence to the contrary, had lasted hours. Both of them were flush with magic power and physical energy, and they used it as any couple would on their wedding night. Now that it was the morning, as Leon went in for a round he'd lost count after 20, he was quietly surprised that all of his furniture was still intact, despite how adventurous Cassandra had proven herself to be, demanding that he take her on just about every available surface in his room. Thankfully, while he mostly slept with one of his ladies whenever he did sleep, he did have his own private room as well, and that's where he'd taken Cassandra, so he didn't have to worry about answering to his ladies after trashing the room. Of course, that didn't stop them from gathering outside of the door and rather blatantly listening in, as Leon discovered as he finally pulled away from Cassandra, the gorgeous blonde left panting, her skin flushed, her body quivering, once they'd both finally sated their morning desires. Without bothering to dress, Leon got out of bed, a moan of disappointment the only protest from Cassandra as he disentangled his body from hers and covered her with the bed's horribly wrinkled and rather damp sheets. After a moment of searching, he found the comforter, too, crumpled up behind his desk where it had been thrown in a fit of passion the night before by whom, he couldn't remember, and threw that back over his new wife, too. Only then did he go to the door and open it, revealing both Elise and Valeria. Elise almost fell into the room since she'd been leaning against the door, and Valeria had only been a step behind her. Leon caught his first wife and pulled her into the room, then took Valeria's hand and did likewise for her. "No, Maya?" he asked as he glanced back into the hallway. "She's waiting for you to come to her," Elise replied, almost talking into his chest from how tightly he was holding her. Leon frowned lightly, but closed the door, leaving the four in the room alone. "Wha' are you doin'?" Cassandra slurred as she turned to face upward, the noise Leon and the other two had made pulling her out of the fugue state Leon had left her in. Once she saw Elise and Valeria, she jumped a bit, but then relaxed, even sitting up and not caring at all when the blanket dropped, revealing all of herself above the waist. Leon heard Elise's breath hitch at the sight, and a quick laugh from Cassandra in response. "Do you two need something?" Cassandra asked, now fully awake and articulate. "I am a newlywed, and I'd like to spend as much time with my husband as possible." "And what are you going to be doing with your husband, Valeria pointedly wondered, a teasing smile playing at her lips. Without hesitation, Cassandra rose to Valeria's challenge. "We're going to be fucking, Val. I would have his penis inside of my vagina for as long as we can make it last. Would you like any more obvious questions answered?" Valeria laughed and didn't say another word, but Leon noted that she glanced in his direction, a little color in her fair cheeks and heat in her sapphire eyes. "There are other things that require attention, Princess," Valeria countered. "It's unfortunate, for sure, that you won't have the time to get as stuffed as you'd like." Leon asked, interjecting before Cassandra and Valeria could continue their sniping. "What requires attention? We have a visitor, husband," Elise told him. "He made it clear that he's willing to wait, but given who he is, it's Ambrose," Valeria quickly stated, and Leon's eyebrows about shot up into his hair from his surprise, and a moment later, deep concern and a little bit of fear entered his heart. "What does he want? Does he know about my plans? Does he not want me to treat with the 10 tribes? Or is this about that request he almost made during my birthday?" With a look of sorrow, Leon said, "I have to deal with this. Whatever he wants can't be good. Who is this, Ambrose, that he could pry you away from me so easily?" Cassandra asked in a huff. "That's the name the grave warden introduced himself as to Leon," Valeria explained. Leon had told Cassandra essentially all of his life story, with very few exceptions, and the grave warden was not one of them. She paled slightly when he was brought up, and any argument within her died. "I'll get cleaned up and dressed." "Where is he?" Leon asked. "He asked for one of our smaller courtyards," Elise replied. "He's being seen to as befits his station, but keep an eye out for the Lord Protector or the Grand Druid. I think both of them were looking to spend some time with you, as well, but neither seemed like they had any real business. I'm sure they just want to chat about your marriage." Leon scowled and hurriedly began getting ready. "Not even one day," he silently bemoaned. "Just one day to enjoy my time with Cassie, damn it. One fucking day." When Leon walked into the courtyard where Ambrose was waiting for him, his irritation left him almost immediately. He knew Ambrose as a fairly lackadaisical man, not taking too many things seriously, speaking slowly, repeating himself often, and generally giving off the impression that he was so far above everything and everyone around him that life itself was little more than a game. Which, Leon supposed, wasn't too far from the truth. Even Jason Carranos challenged him, and the Storm King lost. If anyone could treat the universe like their own personal stage play, then Ambrose could. However, when Leon first laid his eyes upon the man, he found not a man patiently waiting with a pleasant smile upon his lips, but someone more akin to a caged tiger, pacing about the peristyle with an expression of complete stoic seriousness. "Leon," he whispered as Leon shut the door behind him. "Ambrose," he replied, "I wasn't expecting you. I've had a busy few months," he answered. "First of all, my friend, I ought to apologize to you. When last we spoke, I told you that you were in my debt. Upon further reflection, this was improper of me. I will not do so again unless I have done something that does incur a debt." Mighty generous of you, Leon sarcastically responded, though he was surprised and grateful for the admission, at least. The people of the universe might take a different tack, the grave warden continued. When I told you that I had something I wanted you to do, a service that you could repay the debt with, I was serious. There is a matter of universal importance that requires attention, and I am not at liberty to take care of it myself. That is why I require your assistance. Leon grimly smiled and took a seat in one of the sofas in the center of the courtyard and silently gestured to the one opposite him. The grave warden frowned slightly but took the invitation to sit. It seems that everyone wants something from me, he stated. There's no harm in me at least hearing you out, is there? Ambrose's frown deepened for a moment. I am confused as to the implication behind your words. But I will again apologize if this is an imposition. I simply have few avenues left open to me at the moment. I do have some time, though, perhaps a few decades, or even a century, before matters grow dire, so if you wish to air some grievance with me, no, Leon responded with a wave. It's just that the Ilian and Sacred Golden Empires have been doing their best to wring every bit of old Thunderbird clan juice out of me that they possibly can before I leave the plane. It buys me security, so I'm happy enough to play along, but it can feel like it's all take and no give with them, which can be frustrating. Ambrose nodded in agreement. Such arrangements are known to me, but good security is invisible. It is always better to have unneeded security than to have need of it and not have it. It was Leon's turn to tip his head in agreement, and he took it. So, what's this thing you need of? As a bit of background, you understand what the Divine Graveyard is and why it exists, yes? It's a series of planes that are used as the graves for the primal gods and devils, and as prisons for few that yet live. Like Crithis. Yes, the grave warden replied before he got a look of great intrigue in his eye. He leaned forward and added, had you ever actually taken me up on my invitation to visit my home in Ilion, then I would have had you explain to me exactly what happened to cause Crithis' death. Leon smiled and shrugged, not answering the indirect question. As it is, the grave warden said as he leaned back, that Crithis is dead at all is enough. I'll allow you to keep your secret. This time, moving on, it's good that you have this understanding. Allow me to explain a few more things. Each of the planes of the Divine Graveyard has its own warden. My counterparts ensure that their wards are never released. Our duty was entrusted to us by Khosrau himself, the greatest of all mankind's heroes, and is one that will never end, for our charges are those primal beings that could not, for one reason or another, die. Or given Crithis' death, they were not beings we were capable of killing. There was a sparkle in the grave warden's eye as he said that, and Leon felt that Crithis' demise was not one he was going to just get away with not explaining at some point, but that the grave warden had some request to make of him was the only reason he wasn't pressing Leon right now. We have done our duty for a very long time, the grave warden continued. So much time that I can hardly even say myself how long it's been. Early in the performance of our duties, my fellows were close. We were all friends, our friendship forged in the fires of the war that ended the primal age. But it's been so very long, and none of us have ever had the freedom to leave our planes. Our duties were too important to leave, after all. We have kept in touch, making sure that all of us know that we're still all right, that we're still performing our duty and ensuring that the most dangerous beings to human civilization that exist in the universe remain locked away. Has something changed? Leon asked. The grave warden was silent for a long moment, his eyes turned away from Leon to stare at the wall of the courtyard, his eyes unfocused. When his mind returned nearly 10 whole seconds later, he said, when the incident with that pirate showed just how lax I had been in the performance of my duty, I reached out to my old friends. While we have kept in touch, that communication has grown more and more infrequent over the millennia. Where once we spoke with each other every year, we began speaking only every other year, and then only once a decade, then only once a century. These days, we hold one conversation with each other every cycle of the Nexus. It has been more than 30,000 years since I last spoke with my counterparts in the other planes of the Divine Graveyard. A lot can happen in that time, even to immortals such as us. I have managed to get back in contact with 10 of my comrades. I have not been able to contact the last of our number. I am stuck on this plane, and I am running out of options for investigating my friend's apparent disappearance. That is where I come in, then. Leon asked with a sigh. That is where you come in, Ambrose confirmed. After a moment, he added, I am not asking you to drop everything and head to my friend's plane, I still have a few options left to me, but at this point, I'm not hopeful. What I am saying is that someone will need to venture over there and see what's going on. Deliver a message for me if my friend can be contacted. Why me? Leon asked. You're a grave warden with power I can't even yet comprehend. Why are you asking this favor of me? The grave warden's countenance soured. I do not relish this, he admitted. I am even more averse to it given your obvious reticence. I sympathize with your feelings regarding the heritage of your clan, but your blood is not why I'm speaking to you now. It is your relative strength and combat experience compared to others of your tier, and your experience in dealing with cultists that has brought me to your home today. I need someone I can trust, and right now, that someone is you. Leon had to fight the urge to smile. It was a small thing, but he greatly appreciated what Ambrose just said. It felt good to be wanted for reasons other than the benefits his blood could bring someone. Surely you have others, though? Leon asked. Others who are stronger and more capable. I do, but this is not a job for them, Ambrose replied. Sending a resident of our plane to another in the divine graveyard is a delicate matter. It can be seen as a provocation, the start of a feud. Such arguments have happened between us before, despite our friendship. Since those uglier days, my fellow wardens and I decided that if we had to, for any reason, send someone to another's plane, we first had to ask permission, or exhaust all other reasonable options to make contact. Since I'm nearing exhaustion with those options, I am now speaking with you. There are others post-apotheosis mages I have at my disposal, but in this one task, they cannot help me. I cannot send them. Leon sighed again. What is it, specifically, that would want me to do, should I accept? As I said, there is time, so take what you need. But I need you to give me an answer before you attempt apotheosis. Then, if you were to accept, I would send you to my friend's plane and investigate matters. If everything is all right, then I will bring you back. If you encounter difficulties, I would ask that you make all reasonable efforts to make contact with my friend. If there is something that imperils his duty, I and the rest of the wardens must know. Leon thought of the invasion cultists made into his soul realm. The power and strength of a primal being was a terrifying thing and not one that he would unleash upon the universe. While he would take his time to contemplate the problem, he supposed he was inclined to agree, at least right now. I'll make my ask sweeter, the grave warden stated. I would not ask such a favor of you without promising reward. So, I offer you this. Should you accept my task, I would arrange for you and any you decide upon to move to the Nexus. Leon's eyes widened in surprise. You might have to temper that offer. I can think of quite a few people. I can move every resident of my plane just about anywhere in the universe I wish, Ambrose said with a somewhat smug look. Think not of any limitation, for there is none. If you perform this task for me, I would aid you in moving an entire empire to the Nexus, should you wish me to, whether by magical means or by supplying you with a fleet of transportation arcs. That's quite the offer, Leon whispered. I will give it all due consideration. That is all I ask. Now, I will take my leave. The grave warden stood, and as Leon jumped to his own feet, Ambrose simply smiled and nodded to him before vanishing into thin air. Huh, Leon grunted. Well, looks like I have something new to think over. The weeks following Leon's marriage to Cassandra were packed, and his attention was pulled in many directions. Anastasios and the Grand Druid were busy finalizing their alliances with him, with Leon passing off a few notes he'd taken from the Thunderbird on achieving apotheosis to them. He technically never promised to do so for the Grand Druid, but he figured he'd fulfill the unspoken request for that information since it would make Cassandra happy, undoubtedly. His guess on that front was right, and Cassandra had been particularly vigorous in bed that night, not that she hadn't been vigorous on any other night. Much like his other ladies, Cassandra was utterly voracious between the sheets, and were he a weaker mage, he felt he would have been literally fucked to death within a week of his marriage. Despite her new appetites, Leon managed to get away from Cassandra enough to be with his other ladies. He'd finalized his trip to Katagita for 2 months after his marriage to Cassandra, and he wanted to spend as much time with his family as he could since he was going to be leaving half of them behind. Of great importance, as well, was preparing for the journey. Not simply provisions, for his people were by and large strong enough to not need much in the way of food or drink, but weapons, armor, and other gear. He'd had a few small modifications done to his maul design and then had 3 new prototypes built and tested, just in case. Getting his people trained on using the mobile lances took a fair couple weeks, as well. In addition, He'd be bringing the iron needle with him, not wanting to leave it behind even with Nestor keeping watch over the thing. The last thing of paramount importance, however, was the finalized designs for his modified transformation enchantment. It had been modified to work with any inherited bloodline that used it, he'd been told, and while he had no reason not to trust what he'd been told, it also brought up a question that had him feeling some type of way. Wouldn't such an enchantment work for both of my bloodlines? The question was one he only silently pondered. He'd spent a great deal of time frustrating the Thunderbird with his striving for the great black dragon's power while taking hers for granted, and while that attitude was one he was trying to correct, he couldn't help but grow excited at the thought of transforming into a massive dragon at will. Whenever he used the enchantment, though, he only ever turned into the silver and blue Thunderbird. He could still turn into the copy of the Thunderbird herself using the original enchantment she'd given him, of course, and for that, he was grateful, for he couldn't imagine how useful it would be to win over support within the 10 tribes if he were the actual image of the Thunderbird in the flesh. However, he also couldn't help but wonder just how far this new enchantment could take him. Unfortunately, the new enchantment had never once brought out any sign of draconic features. He wasn't sure why, and he had to admit that he was almost afraid to ask. For the time being, he decided to simply accept that it wasn't working with his draconic bloodline for some reason, and focus instead on his Thunderbird bloodline. That was what would win him followers in the 10 tribes. That was the basis for the Jaguar's offer of a crown. He was claiming the mantle of the old Storm Kings in the power of the Thunderbird. The dragon would wait for the Thunderbird, in this case. What would also wait, it seemed, would be his new sword. While there had been a few storms in the weeks following his marriage to Cassandra, none of the power and ferocity had appeared that would be conducive to another attempt at sky forging. He'd just have to practice using the iron needle without the weapon or contemplate attempting to return it to his family's current blade and just making do if he had to. Neither prospect was particularly appealing, but he didn't always find himself in the position to be so choosy with his methods. He'd gotten all of these ducks in a row fairly quickly, leaving the remaining weeks before he departed to be filled more with coordinating with his allies and spending time with his family than preparing. At least when it came to physical materials, he figured that he was about as prepared as he possibly could be. The Keeper won't attack again, the director declared. The Lord Protector has, despite your frustrations with him, Leon, fulfilled his bargain and ensured his border is protected from such breaches. If the Keeper were to move against you while you're gone, the Lord Protector would know immediately and be able to move against him almost immediately. You can rest easy with that knowledge, at least. Yes, reliance upon Anastasios. Very comforting, Leon sarcastically replied. I'm more comfortable with the Grand Druid's protection, honestly. I can't see her ever letting the Keeper do so much as spit in Cassandra's direction, let alone attempt some kind of violence against her. The director hummed in agreement. What of the Sunlit Emperor? Leon asked. His diplomats at my wedding passed along an invitation he extended to me to visit his empire. I don't much want to. Getting my hands dirty in imperial politics isn't something I want to do at this stage of the game. I don't blame you. These things can be messy. What I do know, though, is that apart from the bare minimum the Emperor has done to prosecute the war against the Sky Devils, he's been most taken with his own personal project, something that not even I have been able to uncover any details about. Whatever he's doing is important to him, and he doesn't want anyone else to know about it. And he just sends me an invitation when he's so taken with other things. It's possible he was just being polite. He didn't hide that he was trying to poach you from Oculara, did he? Leon shrugged. No, he did make it clear that he would welcome me in his empire if I decided to move there. Then I wouldn't worry too much about it. The Sunlit Emperor has other things on his mind and likely just wanted to remind you of his position on the matter of your residence. My answer to him hasn't changed. That's encouraging to hear. As for invitations, Leon murmured, hesitating for a moment before he began to get into the Grave Warden's offer. It took some hefty tangents that turned into long conversations on their own since Leon realized that he'd never actually told the director about the Divine Graveyard and what might be buried here on Eterna or the other planes in this planar cluster, but he eventually managed to get around to the Grave Warden's offer. By the time he did, though, the director looked like the two of them had just finished going 12 rounds against each other, no holds barred and no magic forbidden. That is quite the story, the director whispered. You've touched on some of this before, but I'll need some time to process this. Then, for now, tell me what you think of the Grave Warden's proposal. The director sat in silence for a short moment, his eyes vacant as what Leon had just told him bounced around his mind. Eventually, he said, "It's not one easily refused. You've said that you would bring every sky devil with you to the Nexus if you could. This could be your chance to do that." "Indeed. But how much it's worth this mission that Ambrose gave me, I can't say. I don't know what the Sky Devils might have to contribute in that respect. I may not even need the Grave Warden's help, in that case." And yet, Leon trailed off, and after a moment of silence, the director nudged him and gave him a prodding look. With a grimace, Leon said, "I wouldn't say I'm an expert on primal beings. But I have some meager experience with one. There are few things I desire less than to see one freed. They are reportedly hostile to human civilization and were locked away for damned good reasons. Knowing that one of those responsible for keeping them sealed has gone missing, weighs heavily on my mind. Some might say that this is not my business, but when it comes to the universe itself, I'd rather say that this is everyone's business and that we all have a vested interest in seeing these beings of a bygone era remain imprisoned. In that, we can agree," the director whispered, to Leon's surprise. The director apparently noticed his surprise, and added, "I hope you're not thinking that I'd seek these creatures out. I worked with vampires because I thought I had no other choice. Such immensely powerful things as primal gods is so far beyond my ability to control that seeking out such creatures will never be on my list of priorities." He was emphatic, more so than Leon usually saw him, but he didn't detect any deceit in the old man's voice, despite this. "Please, forgive me," Leon whispered. "My surprise was uncharitable." "Your surprise was justified," the director grudgingly conceded. After another moment of silence, the director said, "I have business to see to. So do you. Focus on what's in front of you. Ascend to the 10th tier. Then decide on the Grave Warden's request. You make it sound so simple. I've long had to learn how to compartmentalize, being in my position. One can't focus on everything, so focus only on what's in front of you and work through it as best as you can. Solve one problem at a time." You're right, I'll leave you to your work. I have a few weeks left until I leave for the south. I'll be spending those weeks with my family. Talal will have my duties until, well, I don't know what might happen after this. I can hardly take up my old post if I'm king of the Sky Devils, now, can I? For now, you'll remain officially in that position. You won't be king just yet, and you'll return now and then, to maintain appearances. You're not leaving permanently, so don't act like you are. Look at that, you're right again. Spare me the sarcasm, kid, get out of here. I'm not the one you should be spending your time with." Leon gave him one last grateful nod and then departed. Even if he was planning on returning frequently, he didn't know how long he would have once he arrived at Katagita. Or if he even would arrive there at all. And what did it turn out to be? A giant fucking serpent statue. Identical to the other dozen we'd found by then. All that work for just another damned snake. Cassandra cried, her obvious frustration undercut just a little bit by the wide smile she wore, and the laugh she let out once she'd finished. Leon was sitting next to his new wife in one of his villa's private living rooms. Elise was with them, too. He'd decided that, since Maya and Valeria were going to be accompanying him south, he would spend as much time as he could with those who weren't rather than those who were. Valeria and Maya weren't exactly happy about that, but they understood. "That must have been disappointing," Elise said. "I can't imagine spending that long at a dig site only to find what amounted to statues." "It was fine and quite worth the effort, looking at it from a more objective standpoint," Cassandra said. With a sigh, "It's just that nearly every place I've found that predates the arrival of the Thunderbird clan has had some kind of link to what I and my people call the Serpent Cult. It's strangely widespread." "That it is," Leon agreed. Horned serpents were viewed as demonic figures to the Valemen north of the Bull Kingdom, but were worshipped in the Serpentine Isles. I've even heard stories that great horned serpents used to ply our plains' oceans, and that the skull of one such creature can be found at Serpent's Fall. "Blech. Ew. Gross. I hate snakes," Cassandra exclaimed. "After everything that happened with Jorman, I don't have fond opinions of the creatures, myself," Leon agreed. "They're fine, so long as they're small," Elise pouted. "They keep vermin away from crops. They also scare the living shit out of workers responsible for those crops," Leon countered. Elise shrugged but didn't argue her point. "I still have some mixed feelings about your dealings with the Sky Devils, Leon," Cassandra said, "but at least they're better than snakes." Leon made an awkward face and replied, "You know, I think there might actually be a serpent tribe amidst the 10 tribes, maybe I'm wrong but I wouldn't be surprised if there is. Wipe them out, women and children too, Cassandra immediately said, though nothing in her tone indicated seriousness. I'm not wiping them out, Leon responded as he playfully pushed Cassandra away from him. She bounced right back into the crook of his arm as he added, not for no reason, anyway. Cassandra brought a hand to his face and brought his face down to meet hers. I don't want you to leave. I'm not fond of the idea of leaving, either. But this is an opportunity that I can't pass up. To reclaim some of my clan's old vassals and build a proper network of support. Besides, they've kept the empires at bay for so long, their magical expertise and skill at arms can't be ignored. Cassandra crossed her arms and looked away in a huff, but again, Leon sensed no actual seriousness in her demeanor. I don't want you to go, either, husband, Elise said, drawing his attention. I want to stay with you as much as I can. It doesn't feel good to always be left behind like this. I know that my skills don't lend themselves well to violence, but I do sometimes wish you had less of an adventurous streak. Leon warmly smiled as he pulled her closer. I would not have myself far from your arms, either. But I would rather have all my limbs chopped off than allow you to so much as chip a nail. My nails are hardly so valuable, Elise said with a dismissive wave. In an objective sense, Leon knew that to be true, but he also knew that Elise spent quite a bit of silver on making sure that her nails were perfect at all times. Besides, she added, I'd rather not make a habit of regrowing your limbs. Leon's left arm twinged, and he felt Cassandra twitch slightly under his arm. I'll be careful, he said. And we can spar while Leon's gone. Cassandra declared. What? Elise asked as Cassandra sprang to her feet and moved around Leon to kneel before Elise and pull her into an embrace. If one is being left behind for not being a good warrior, then the only thing to do is become a good warrior. That's not, I've tried, but I just don't have the knack for it, nonsense. I'm sure you've just been too busy running this house while Leon spends all his free time in his workshop with that dead man in a golem. If you spent a little more time in the training room, you'd be a great warrior in no time. I guarantee it. Leon laughed as Elise struggled to turn the princess down. Technically speaking, Cassandra outranked Elise, socially. But they were still in Leon's family, and in that respect, they were completely equal. I don't think that's the worst idea ever, Elise sputtered, and while Cassandra smiled and hugged Elise a little tighter, Leon knew that Elise likely wasn't going to become a great warrior just because she trained with Cassandra. Elise was a city girl through and through, lacking the quality that allowed Leon to kill easily. Hardly a bad thing, in his opinion, having only the barest hint of killing intent, and it was even quite good that she understood both what she wanted to do with her life and what her limitations were. Fighting and killing were not going to be skills in her wheelhouse, and that didn't make Leon love her any less. Leon, Cassandra said, pulling his attention away from Elise, you believe in multiple bad afterlives, don't you? Hells, not really, Leon replied. The people of the Bull Kingdoms do, and I just talk like them, I suppose. There are unlimited hells in bullish tradition, Elise explained. One tailor-made for every person who deserves one. Those who deserve better and greater go to join their ancestors, watching over their still living kin. Cassandra frowned slightly before looking Leon in the eye. If you head south, she said, and wind up dead, I will force open your personal hell or whatever afterlife you end up in and personally kill you for leaving me like that. Do you understand? Leon burst out laughing. She said it so seriously, so earnestly, but he found that he couldn't take her words nearly as seriously as she did. However, as she rained light, painless blows down upon him in retaliation for his laughter, he said, I won't be leaving anyone like that. You'd better fucking not, she growled. I'm a newlywed wife, I'm too young to be widowed. Leon felt a pinch in his other arm, and when he turned he found Elise glaring at him with a similarly smoldering glare. He kissed her on the tip of her nose and said, I have plenty of ways to run away if need be. No one's killing me down there, though I suspect there'll be plenty who try. How about, instead of worrying about what will come, we instead focus on the here and now? Cassandra socked him again and turned away in a huff, but she obviously had to hold in a laugh as pulled her back to him, whereas for Elise, all he had to do to lighten her mood was to tighten their embrace. I can't stand this, Cassandra grumbled. If there's adventure, I should be heading out to meet it, not waiting around like a helpless maiden in a tower. Next time, Leon promised her. Next time. The time had come. The 10 tribes were waiting for him, and though Leon knew that the longer he waited, the more his research teams could bring him to strengthen his position, he couldn't wait forever. He had to move south. So, on the appointed day, he didn't delay the beginning of his adventure. He assembled Valeria, Maya, Anzu, Alex, Gaius, Alcander, Marcus, and Red, and had them suit up. All but Red had suits of wyvern-scale armor, but Red herself was a wyvern, and Leon had given her rings that fit her larger form that would grant her the same functions as the others had in their armor, so she was hardly under-equipped in comparison. Leon said his final goodbyes to those remaining behind, as did the others. In addition to Cassandra and Elise, Penelope, the Lord Protector, and the Grand Druid had come to see him off. Sophie, too, had come for Alcander, Leon having permitted Alcander to tell his lady that he was leaving for an indeterminate period of time. As for Anastasios and the Grand Druid, while he didn't explicitly tell them that he was heading for Katagita, he was 99% convinced they knew already, as both had rather emphatically wished him good luck. Once their goodbyes were over, Leon and his people took off into the sky. Technically illegal, but given his position in Heaven's Eye and Anastasios' tacit permission, that hardly mattered. Not that he was planning on being caught, anyway, since as he and his people rose over his villa, they activated their darkness enchantments and vanished from sight. Even Red in wyvern form became essentially undetectable to any but themselves, thanks to some upgrades that Leon had created to ensure they were able to keep track of each other while they were invisible. And with little fanfare, they turned south and began making their way toward the Pegasi states. It wasn't difficult for Leon to find his rendezvous point with Anshu. The Pegasi states were generally fairly dry, but there were some swamps closer to the coast. Only one was large enough and located close enough to the veins of vigilance to be where he needed to go. As he and his retinue dropped closer to the ground, Leon got out his calm lotus and kept in contact with Anshu, whom he'd ordered to keep his lotus nearby despite his general reticence to use it, and had his secret retainer talk them down to the specific landing location. Anshu and only a handful of others were there when Leon and his retainers touched the ground and returned to visibility. It had been a hard flight, but his retainers had weathered that challenge marvelously, landing in more than fighting condition. Judging by the power of those few with Anshu, he guessed that his people could kill them all without breaking a sweat, even before they'd had a chance to rest from their long flight. Leon. Anshu called out as Leon and the rest of the retinue made themselves visible. "It's good to see you. You made good time." Anshu's comrades weren't quite so welcoming, all of them giving Leon's group some amount of side-eye, but Leon spared them no more mind than he needed to assess them as little threat. "We were in a hurry," Leon responded as he walked forward and grasped the Indradian's wrist. "Is everything in place?" "We're ready on your word," Anshu said. "Then lead on." With that, Anshu led Leon and his other retainers deeper into the swamp, just enough boats to carry them all so long as everyone remained in human form expertly hidden within the swampy brush. Some of those whom Anshu had brought were water mages, and they, using their power, made the journey through the swamp quite easy. Leon himself, his own small measure of skill in the element informing him, was rather impressed with how easily they maneuvered through the swamp, avoiding many of the dangers he could sense within it, from strong monsters to natural obstacles. Eventually, they reached a thick cluster of trees as large as a palace about 2 or 3 miles from the coast and the veins of vigilance. This comparison wound up being almost accurate as Anshu made a sign in the air and Leon sensed light magic at work. Their boats proceeded onward, apparently on a collision course with one of the outer trees of the cluster. However, just as they were about to make contact with the tree, the boat pierced through some kind of film of white light which Leon immediately recognized as the outer edge of an illusion created with light magic. After passing into the illusion, a whole outpost was revealed where the tree cluster once was, with warehouses, a small dockyard, and several large residential and commercial buildings. Leon had already been briefed on the place by Anshu, so he knew that this outpost was run by the Saltwater Road, one of if not the largest smuggling operations on the entire plain. As a result, while it was a smuggling outpost, Leon found it quite orderly, and he was able to pick out where the tavern was relative to the Saltwater Road offices. He only knew thanks to Anshu's briefing, though, as every building there was. Fairly well enchanted, not enough that he wouldn't be able to blast his way in if needed, but certainly warded against magic senses. Without a word, Anshu led the boats to the docks, where they disembarked, and with nothing more than a nod from Leon, continued onward to the tavern. The tavern was hardly a ramshackle place, but it was relatively small and dark. It was the first floor of a 3-story building, the other 2 stories reserved for temporary guest quarters set aside for the use of visiting smugglers. Anshu had claimed that he'd gotten Leon's group a room from where they could conduct their business. As they moved through the outpost, they got a lot of looks. Leon noted that just about everyone stared and that all but 2 of the smugglers Anshu had brought with him separated from them once they left the docks. "We're not welcome here," Gaius whispered to him using what little darkness magic he'd learned in the past few years. "Not a surprise," Leon replied. "Are smugglers known for celebrating new arrivals to their dens?" Point taken. Leon frowned as they entered the tavern, using his magic senses to look back once more at those out on the street. They numbered a little over 30, but he knew there were more. Anshu had counted upwards of 70 at the outpost's busiest times, but Leon could easily imagine there being 100 or more in the office buildings that Anshu had never seen before. Regardless, Leon felt a little unsettled at just how much attention they were getting, despite what he'd said to Gaius. So, as they entered and Anshu led them to the stairs in the back, he ordered Gaius, "Take a few minutes to get situated, then go invisible and post up on the roof. I want to know if our presence has stirred up the nest." Gaius gave him an almost imperceptible nod in response. "We can set up in here," Anshu said as he led Leon's group into their main room above the tavern. The 2 men who'd accompanied him took up positions just outside the door and closed it behind them. "Val, check the enchantment scheme," Leon ordered. "Make sure that we're truly in private." Valeria nodded and grabbed Alex and Marcus to assist her. "Who are those 2 outside?" Alkander asked. "Subordinates of mine," Anshu explained. "They're loyal to me, no need to worry about them." "I'll worry about them anyway if it's all the same to you," Alkander replied as he leaned against the wall next to the door. "How much longer must we wait?" Red asked aloud, showing hardly any sign that she'd only relatively recently learned how to speak out loud. "Until we know we're secure," Leon answered. "Once we do, I'll make a call and clear things up with our friend." Red scowled and slumped down on a sofa. "Better to kill the lot of the humans here. They are parasites, are they not? None would miss them." "I'd rather not make a habit of killing everyone that we run across," Leon replied. "They have made no hostile movements, no need for us to stir up trouble with powerful smugglers." "Yes," Anshu agreed, responding surprisingly rapidly and without much of the vehemence that Leon would have expected, given his usual attitude. "Our job here is going to be hard enough, leaving some friends behind here can only serve to aid our cause. What need have we of these pitiful humans, hiding in the swamps out of fear?" Red grumbled. "Had they anyone worthy enough of allying with, they would stand up against those whose laws they subvert instead of creeping about the wild like field mice, ever watchful for predators. It's good, then, that we're not here to join them," Leon responded. "Neither are we here to judge them. That's the job of the local Pegasi city-state." Red clicked her tongue in displeasure, and for a moment, Leon felt through his connection with Maya that his river nymph lover felt much the same, clearly agreeing with what Red was saying. "I'd rather we didn't leave these people behind us, either," Marcus said as he finished up his sweep of the room. "Ignoring smugglers doesn't sit right with me." Leon grimaced. "This is not our business, you want us to get involved anyway. Dealing with smugglers down here is not our job." "Anshu," Alkander began, his tone serious, "what sort of things have been smuggled in and out of this outpost?" "It's quite large, so I imagine they move a diverse range of goods. Just about everything that can be smuggled is smuggled through this outpost," Anshu said with some trepidation, his eyes flickering around the room as if gauging how everyone was taking this information. "Gold?" Alkander asked. Anshu nodded. "Drugs?" Marcus inquired. Again, Anshu nodded. "Some Pegasi states practice slavery. Do slaves pass through here?" Alkander pressed. Anshu repeated the same gesture. "What about captured beasts?" Alex asked as she joined them in the center of the room. "Yes," Anshu confirmed. "Even a few wyverns from the last hunt, as I recall. They'd like to put chains on you, very much, should they learn what you are." He bowed his head slightly towards Red, making it clear who he was talking about. Red scowled, and Leon felt her killing intent spike. "And vampires?" Marcus continued. Leon felt Zaffin's attention momentarily drift up to monitor the conversation. "They have some connections with certain groups of leeches," Anshu responded. "None bound to fire demons, but there are still a fair number of vampires that pass through here. I'd even be willing to bet there are few times when there isn't at least one vampire staying here at any given time." "Where?" Leon growled. "In the main office building," Anshu answered. "There, honored," guests and clients and get good treatment. Wined and dined by the outpost captain. A brief silence fell over the room as everyone turned to look at Leon, who sat there listening to the conversation, his mood growing fouler with every word. He made eye contact with all of his people, judging how they were taking this news. Alex, Alcander, and Marcus stared at him imploringly, as if they hoped that he would make shutting down these smugglers his business. For that, he empathized with them. Hearing of all that was smuggled through this outpost had him quite tempted to burn the whole place to the ground. This was the main reason why he hadn't asked Anshu during their planning exactly what goods the outpost moved, not wanting to feel compelled to get involved. Red and Maya, on the other hand, seemed more bloodthirsty than anything else. Red glared at him, her killing intent flickering through her aura, grinning in a way that seemed more like she was baring her teeth than smiling. Maya, however, averted her gaze fairly quickly until she was looking out of the window, and Leon could feel through his connection with her that she felt rather disgusted and kill-hungry. Of all of them, Anzu seemed to care the least, and yet his reaction had Leon more willing to do something about this outpost than any of the others. The griffin in human form was just watching and listening, but the innocent way he looked to Leon as if wondering what Leon was going to do and ready to learn from his actions, and Leon felt no small amount of shame in contemplating what kind of example he was setting for his little brother. Before he could say anything, Valeria finished up her more in-depth sweep of the room and reported, "We're clean. Privacy wards have been reinforced, and I found no surveillance enchantments." Leon smiled at her, and she gave him an expectant look, a quick glance at Anshu explaining just what she was expectant about. "None of you are making this easy, you know," Leon said with playful bitterness. "We have problems enough without adding to them, but what can we do after all of that? What is everyone suggesting? That we massacre this place? Slaughter everyone here? Or something as simple as letting the Pegasi states know this outpost's location? I doubt they'd even arrive in time to do anything of worth." It seemed, for a brief moment, that Leon had stunned his retainers into silence, until Red simply stated, "I'd like to kill them all, yes. If these creatures want to capture and enslave me, then I will burn them first." She rose from her seat, but before she could take a single step, someone knocked on the window, drawing everyone's attention. No one was there, apparently, but Leon nodded to Valeria, who went and carefully opened the window. Something unseen flitted in, detectable only by the air they displaced as they entered. A moment later, Gaius appeared as Valeria closed the window. Gaius pulled off his helmet and reported, "We have movement within the central office. People are assembling there, and sentries have been posted around the tavern downstairs." Leon grinned. "Looks like the decision might be taken out of our hands, then. I was hoping we could simply use this as a rest stop before proceeding onward, but I suppose I should have more readily expected something like this. All right, I guess we're going to have to go with Plan B." As soon as he said this, Anshu sprang to his feet and made his way to the door. He handed one of his two people standing watch in the stairs several spell scrolls, and the man nodded, stuck one of the spells on the wall, and went down into the tavern, leaving the other man to continue his watch alone. At the same time, Valeria began walking around the room putting up more spells on the walls to add additional protections to the room. Everyone else, meanwhile, prepared themselves for battle. Most of Leon's retainers armored up and took out their weapons, save for Red, Anzu, and Maya. Only Maya had any armor, and none of them fought with conventional weapons. Marcus and Alex, each with thunderwood bows, went to the windows and posted up while everyone else encircled the door. While Leon hadn't gone into this outpost hoping to fight, he'd at least come up with a plan just in case they were attacked. They would wait for the other side to make the first blow, ensuring that they were in the right when they struck back. Based on what Anshu had confirmed, however, Leon supposed they could make the plan a little more aggressive after first blood had been spilled. "There's a group gathering outside," Marcus called out. Leon projected his magic senses and found that there was a small, but growing group of armed individuals outside, staying out of sight of the windows but not otherwise hiding themselves. "We should hit them first," Red declared, and Leon instinctively agreed with her. However, these smugglers weren't their enemies yet, and he restrained himself from making them enemies himself. "Not yet," he growled. "If they are to be our enemies, then it will be by their hand, not ours." As he said that, someone obviously very important walked out of the central office, followed by several dozen relatively powerful mages. The one in charge was 7th tier, while everyone else was 5th or 6th. No challenge to him or his in a straight fight, but Leon wondered if they knew how big of a bite his people were. As this group began marching toward the tavern, some splitting off to approach from the tavern from the back and sides, 3/6 tiers even taking off into the air with the aid of some of his older flight belts to watch the sky over the tavern, Leon sighed. Is it arrogant of me to assume that they're coming here for us? He asked, aloud. No, Anshu replied, I've been working with that one leading them. He doesn't leave his office for any but the most important reasons, those usually being powerful clients arriving at the outpost. He's coming here for you, no doubt about that. Fuck, Leon silently cursed. He alone remained unarmored, wanting to project some measure of control and confidence, but he still had to fight his instincts to armor up and jump down there to confront the smugglers. Instead, he contented himself simply by walking to Marcus's window and looking down at the group as they surrounded the tavern. As he did, the man leading the smugglers assumed a position of prominence in front of the tavern, standing between it and the warehouses. Even from within the tavern, Leon could feel the air swirling about him, his magic already saturating the environment. Wind Mage, Leon identified. And then the man looked up, making eye contact with Leon, gave him one of the most shit-eating grins Leon had ever seen, and walked into the tavern. The man Anshu had guarding their door knocked, and Anshu went to open the door, Leon and the rest of his retinue continuing to stand in a semicircle around the opening. When Anshu opened the door, the man in charge of the smuggling outpost stood there, flanked by half a dozen of his goons. Only the outpost commander was 7th tier, the rest were 6th tier. The commander was a fairly large man, standing about 6.5 feet tall and quite well built. He wasn't overly handsome, but neither was he particularly unattractive. By conventional standards his skin tone was somewhat tanned, enough so that he could just be tan or a little darker skinned than Leon, but his features were otherwise so plain that Leon couldn't even fathom a guess as to where he hailed from. However, he smiled with the arrogance of a man fully in charge of the situation, despite the fact that Leon and all of his people were either of equal tier or stronger than him. Anshu, he said in a surprisingly high-pitched voice. Continuing, he spoke with all the arrogance that his demeanor held, his words coming in through a thick accent that Leon couldn't place, only serving to further enshroud his place of origin. May I come in? Without waiting for a response, he made to enter the room, but Anshu, being 8th tier, easily blocked him from doing so, to his clear surprise. It wasn't until Anshu glanced back at Leon, Leon nodding in response, that he moved aside and allowed the man inside. The other 6, however, Anshu again blocked. My men mean no harm, the commander drawled, his confident demeanor cracking with anger. They but wish to keep me safe. They can follow, yes. Leon, still unarmored, smiled at him, letting the question hang for a moment before saying, they can come in, Anshu. Anshu grunted and then moved, but stayed within arm's reach of the door as the commander's 6 escorts entered the room. They took up flanking positions around the commander, looking decidedly not as arrogant as he did, their eyes flickering to and from Leon and his retainers with varying levels of fear. I would offer thanks, the commander said as he availed himself of the nearest seat, but this outpost is mine. We have this place, it is owned. Leon, ignoring his tone, growled, who are you? He received the desired outcome, as the commander snarled and said through clenched teeth, I will now introduce myself, I am Remy. None more is needed, save that this is my outpost. Leon cocked an eyebrow and barely lowered his head in acknowledgement. I'm Leon, he replied. Know this, I do, Remy replied. It is why I am here, now. To find out what a chief of Heaven's Eye is doing skulking about in my outpost. Leon's expression hardened, though he gave the smuggler commander a half smile. Not your business, he replied, offering no more explanation. He could feel his people getting a little restless, but he wasn't going to cooperate with this man when he had the tavern surrounded by more than 100 armed men and women. When it involves my outpost, my business it is, the man insisted, his anger flaring for a moment before he clamped down on it and leaned back on his sofa, his arrogant smirk returning. There have been stories flying about, numbering great, of recent happens in this swamp. Sky devils, yet no attacks after. Why did they come, I ask myself. And now here is a Heaven's Eye chief. Enough to make a man wonder more. Leon glanced briefly at Anshu, who frowned back. Leon knew that the operation to safely bring the Jaguar to shore and further inland required more than just Anshu's small crew, but as far as he knew, those who'd participated had been independent, not affiliated with the Saltwater Road. If one of them had talked about that operation to anyone, that would be a problem, but as far as Leon knew, none of them had known exactly whom they'd picked up. One of them could have put two and two together and loosened their lips, Leon thought. If that was the case, then did they connect the Sky Devils to Anshu, and then to me? Did they even know about me until I showed up here with Anshu? He sighed. Using outside smugglers had been a necessity, by Anshu's admission, but Leon could still regret doing so, especially since it was now giving him trouble. Regardless, he said to Remy, what a man wonders doesn't concern me. I'll be plain here, I have no desire to speak with you. I ask you to leave. But I have desire to speak with you, Leon, Remy said. Proposals I have for you, I will not outline them, you will do no such thing, Leon interrupted. We are not going to be working together. Extinguish whatever delusions you have. Such as shame, Remy said sarcastically. Much riches can be gained with joined hands, ours. If it is insisted that no hands are joined, then other means are used to claim riches. A chief of Heaven's Eye appearing in our outpost is rare, and of interest to many. Why, Remy, are you blackmailing me? Leon asked, his smile growing wider as he tightened his control over his power. It was taking a non-zero amount of concentration to keep his killing intent from spilling out and flooding the room. Remy's guards weren't quite so disciplined, the room already growing thick with their auras and modest killing intent, but Leon was gratified to see that none of his people were losing control, not even Red despite the fire in her eyes. But seeking riches am I, and friends, Remy replied. A chief of Heaven's Eye would make powerful friend, yes. And friends are cherished by me, none would learn of any chief's visit to my outpost were he my friend. None would learn of my friend's friends, either, should they come through my outpost, either. We're not friends, Leon bluntly stated. It sounds like you're blackmailing me. This will be your final warning not to try. I don't take kindly to threats, veiled or otherwise. Remy smirked and seemed to drop his facade. Wind began gathering about him as his aura began to spike in intensity. Would be better if we're friends. But since we aren't, then allow me to speak of plain. Many have seen you here. You are now known here. Word has spread about my network, and will get out if we do not. Before Remy had a chance to finish, Leon, in a flash of lightning sprang to his feet and crossed the few feet between himself and the outpost commander, the thunder that followed in his wake so strong that it shook the entire outpost. Not that Remy noticed, for Leon had drawn his family's blade and sank it into Remy's chest, impaling his heart and killing the unarmored and otherwise unshielded 7th-tier mage instantly. Well, my decision had been made already, but this just confirms it, Leon said as Remy's guards flinched, the reality of what Leon had just done taking a moment to sink in. Leon took that moment to glance around at his people. Kill everyone with a weapon. We're destroying this outpost. His retainers, prepared as they were, didn't miss a beat. Red was the first to move, turning as soon as Leon said, kill. She took a few threatening steps forward, seeming to relish the growing fear of Remy's guards. As Leon finished speaking, she lunged forward, fire erupting from her hands and consuming the guards, and in barely a second, all 6 had been rendered into piles of ash. Leon felt the enchantments keeping the tavern intact flexing and straining under the weight of Red's magic. Had Valeria not reinforced them, he guessed that the entire building would have gone up in smoke from that strike. At the same time, Alex and Marcus leaned out of the windows, their thunder bows in hand. Neither bow had an arrow nocked, but as they brought their fingers to the string and pulled them back, a lightning bolt gathered where an arrow would have been. The enchantments Leon had lain upon the bows working with the Thunderwood's apparently endless ability to generate lightning magic. Each of them held their arrows there for a moment, only loosing once the lightning stopped growing. Again, the tavern was shaken by thunder, but this time, the targets were outside. Each lightning arrow exploded amid the mages Remy had gathered outside to try and intimidate them, killing a handful each. And neither Alex nor Marcus had to expend much more than a spark of magic power to do so. They were 7th-tier mages, so their magic was powerful, but the thunder bows were powerful weapons that allowed them to conserve their magic power. The mages outside began scrambling for cover while those who survived the attack with injuries began screaming in pain. Some of the mages just began screaming despite not being touched by the lightning, and Leon was more than a little amused to see about a dozen simply drop their weapons on the ground and run as fast as they could either for the office building or the tree line. Catch those trying to run, Leon shouted. His retainers sprang into action. Gaius and Valeria sprinted out of the door, Anshu's last remaining guard looking almost shell-shocked. Alkander and Anzu took more direct routes outside, hurling themselves out of the windows as Alex and Marcus pulled back to prepare another salvo. Alcander hit the ground like a meteor, fire erupting from his body and washing toward a group of mages like an ocean wave. Anzu touched the dirt only a moment later, wind spiraling about him like a tornado. This twister expanded rapidly, and gusts were thrown toward a dozen smugglers that ripped the skin right off their bodies. In that landing, Leon estimated another 20 mages died. Red was a bit more leisurely as she exited the tavern, walking after Gaius and Valeria, but it didn't take her long to get outside, and as soon as she did, her body practically exploded into her wyvern form. She was a little bit bigger than she'd been when Leon had met her new power having increased her body's size as well. Her ability to fly remained unimpacted, however, and she took off with agility and grace. And it was with agility and grace that she began strafing the outskirts of the outpost, ensuring that those who'd attempted to run were forced back. It wasn't quite what Leon had in mind, but he supposed that it did the job well enough. It was just unfortunate that the stronger of the mages that attempted to flee were those who were caught up in Red's attacks, disintegrating when her fires rolled over them. The weaker of those attempting to flee were the ones who were forced back to the outpost. Maya and Anshu were the only ones who didn't do anything. Maya, Leon could understand, from their connection, he knew that she felt nothing but dismissive contempt for the smugglers and that killing them she felt was beneath her. Anshu, however, Leon gave a questioning look. Anshu shrugged. I've worked with these people for years, now. Most of them deserve death, I'll agree with you there, but I'd rather not be the one to kill them. We had a good working relationship until now. Leon hummed in acknowledgement, deciding not to force the man to move against the outpost. Instead, he turned his head to watch his people carry out his orders to slaughter all those with weapons in the outpost. In all, 73 smugglers died in the outpost. An additional 48 either surrendered or were taken prisoner. Leon had no idea what he was going to do with these people, though. For the time being, he had them all restrained and left in the tavern, which was fortunately still intact despite the damage the building had taken in the fighting. He then had Anshu and Red keep an eye on them, Anshu to convince them not to try and escape, and Red to deal with them if they tried anyway. Unfortunately, none of the smugglers remaining were of any real rank within the outpost. All were either 5th tier or weaker, and only a few of them had worked in the office. Doubling his misfortune, when some of the smugglers had apparently tried to run, they'd instead gone into the office and started burning all the sensitive material they could find. All but one of those individuals had been killed when Alex, Alcander, and Anzu stormed the building. The last one was the man that Leon was essentially appointed the leader of the prisoners, though he'd not yet had anything useful to say. He simply repeated Remy's threats that Leon had just made an enemy of the Saltwater Road. For his part, Leon didn't much care. He'd tasked most of his retinue to sweep through the rest of the outpost, including all of its warehouses, and make sure that it had been completely secured, while he went into the office and, after arranging some privacy measures, brought out his calm lotus and called the director. The director was a little dismayed at what had happened during what was supposed to just be a place for Leon to stop, rest, and make contact with the Jaguar again, but Leon noted that he wasn't that surprised. Fortunately, the director assured Leon that he would use his contacts to make it clear that Heaven's Eye would not tolerate any moves that Saltwater Road would make against Leon. Leon wondered if the biggest smuggling ring on the plane would care for the director's threats, but he supposed leaving the matter to the director would be the wiser course of action. If the smugglers decided to escalate this matter, Leon would be only too happy to hit back. After the call ended and Leon exited the room he'd been using, he found Gaius and Valeria waiting in the next room. Leon, Valeria said, we found something, slaves. Gaius, clearly in no mood to play around with words, clarified. We found slaves. About 25. And one more, Valeria added. Santiago. He's here too. Leon's eyebrows shot up. He remembered Santiago. He was the leader of the soldiers-turned-bandits from the Cortuban alliance that he and Elisa's caravan had dealt with on their journey from the Bull Kingdom to the Ilian Empire. After capturing the man, Leon had, for a short time, contemplated asking him to join his retinue, but had been talked out of it by his other retainers. He was grateful they did, but in the end, when Santiago had been condemned to die in the arena in the Alliance's capital city, Leon intervened to save his life. He didn't know what Santiago had gotten up to in the 17-ish years since. Really, Leon said with a frown. He's fallen back in with bandits and criminals, then. Perhaps I shouldn't have. No, Valeria interrupted. He's one of the prisoners. Oh, Leon whispered with a little embarrassment. Take me to him. And the others. Gaius and Valeria led him into one of the larger warehouses, and Leon found the place emptier than he'd imagined it to be from the outside. Most of the shelves were empty, with perhaps only a third stocked with any wares. A full quarter of the warehouse's footprint, however, had been devoted to cages and cells, and all quite well built and as well enchanted as the office had been. They were sturdy enough by Leon's reckoning to hold at least up to third, possibly even as strong as fourth-tier mages. Santiago, however, was a sixth-tier mage the last time Leon had seen him, but his momentary confusion was put to rest when Valeria pointed to the back corner of the cells, wherein Leon saw a dark figure chained up with what looked like hundreds of pounds of enchanted steel. Marcus and Alcander were working on getting the other imprisoned people free, so Leon entered the prison area and smiled at the recently freed who were profusely thanking his retainers and now him for freeing them. By the time he'd gotten to Santiago's cell, he'd gotten a better picture of the man. He was far gaunter than he'd been years ago, with the obvious signs of maltreatment marring his form. His skin was covered in what looked a lot like torture scars, being too clean and even for battle wounds, and Leon sensed the man's aura, while still that of a sixth-tier mage, was weak and flickering. Santiago groaned in pain but looked up as Leon approached. "Ah, Leon Rame," he croaked. "It seems, you've saved me again." Leon just stared back at him, unsure what he ought to say. Eventually, he simply said, "Don't sound so put out. Saving you was an accident, I assure you." Santiago laughed, but it sounded more like a weak gurgle that had him coughing after only a few chortles. When Santiago managed to get himself back under control, Leon asked him, "What happened to you? How did you end up here?" Santiago momentarily glanced at the other prisoners, now freed and on the other side of the cell bars, then down at the chains that restrained him completely and prevented him from using his magic power. Leon noticed the looks, but when Santiago turned his eyes back toward Leon with a pointed, but silent question, Leon just stared back, wordlessly demanding the answer to his question. With a weak sigh, Santiago said, "You saved me from the arena, but not my dishonor. It followed me out of that arena, and after I was escorted out of Andalus, one of the larger slaving guilds captured me. Given who I am, no one tried to stop them. I doubt the Cortuban government was even informed. It seems that captivity has treated you quite harshly," Leon observed. "I was not a good slave," Santiago said. "No matter how much they tried to make me one. I was not one. I refused to submit to their orders, and I was repeatedly sold to whatever fat shitstain thought they would be the ones to break me. And now I'm here, languishing in chains, waiting for any delusional slaver who hasn't tried yet to make a purchase offer. How long have you been here? I can't tell you, it's been a while and I don't have any way to track the time." Leon hummed in thought and stepped away from the cage. "I hope it's not too much of a surprise or insult that I'm not freeing you right away." "I'm not going anywhere," Santiago wheezed. "Take your time. Gods know that I've had to learn patience in these past few years." Leon nodded and gave the man an awkward smile, then turned away. "What the hell should I do with him, then?" he wondered. As Leon walked away from Santiago, he found Alex waiting just outside of the cages. The rest of his retinue who'd come with him were tending to the rest of the recently freed slaves, handing out food and healing spells, and while they were all giving him some curious looks, Alex had been the only one to wait. "So," she matter-of-factly began, "we freeing him, boss? Or waiting?" "Waiting," Leon answered as he glanced back at Santiago. It seemed that their short chat had tired the man out, for he'd slipped into unconsciousness almost as soon as Leon exited his cage. "I'd rather get a, you're not freeing him?" one of the slaves asked a little indignantly. The slave was a slip of a girl, barely 5 feet tall and thin as a rail. Despite this, she was still quite pretty, despite being dressed in rags and looking like she hadn't had a good night's sleep in weeks. She was fairly magically weak, being only of the first tier, and judging by her appearance, Leon estimated that she was in her mid to late 20s. Her question drew the attention of the other former slaves, and Leon felt all of their eyes turn to him, most of them appearing just as indignant as the girl who'd asked him was. "Not immediately," Leon answered. "We have a history with this guy. He used to be a bandit, one that ran a rather rapacious group of deserters from the army of the Cortuban Alliance. I haven't seen him in almost 20 years, and, whatever he was before, he's changed," the girl declared, and at first, Leon was tempted to write it off as naivety. However, Even the older and more magically powerful former slaves behind her were nodding in agreement. "Why do you say this?" Leon asked, keeping his tone soft to avoid sounding too confrontational. "He protected us while we've been here," she practically shouted, though Leon noted that Santiago didn't stir. Whenever one of those beasts tried to beat us, he would always shout and insult them, drawing them to him. And after it was all done, he'd comfort us when things seemed dark. He's not a bad man. Leon cocked an eyebrow and glanced again at all those behind the girl. "Do all of you agree with this woman's assessment?" he loudly asked. "I do. So do I, and me," the strongest of the mages amongst them answered, and about 3/4 of the others nodded in agreement. Those who didn't nod at least didn't seem like they were disagreeing, either more like they were simply opinionless and wanted to leave. "All right then," Leon responded. "I'll consult with my people, but we'll take your opinions into consideration." None of them responded, but given the way some of them stared back at Santiago, Leon used his darkness magic and silently ordered Alex and Gaius, "Guard Santiago. No one frees him without my say-so." Alex subtly nodded and took up a position in front of Santiago's cage, while Gaius posted up on the other side of the warehouse. In the meantime, Leon said after a few moments' pause, "Why don't we all get out of here and get someone more comfortable?" It took about 3 hours for Leon to get all of the former slaves comfortable in the tavern. He'd had to move the captured smugglers since most of the slaves not only saw them as captors but had also personally suffered at many of their hands. Leon wasn't averse to executing the smugglers since he couldn't spare the time to make sure they reached the care of the Pegasi states, but he also didn't want to just kill them all without exploring their other options first. So, he had all of the smugglers put into the cages that the slaves had just come out of, slapping down some privacy wards to ensure they were isolated in their cages, and then had his retinue assemble in the warehouse while the former slaves rested and went through the tavern finding all of the possible supplies they could. "So, what should we do with him?" Leon asked, nodding pointedly at the still unconscious form of Santiago. He'd had both Marcus and Anshu see to the man's wounds, ensuring that he was at least stable, so he wasn't worried that the man was still out. "Has he changed?" Gaius wondered aloud. "I've rarely heard of former bandits. They usually either die while carrying out their illegal schemes or never change their nature. This man wasn't just any old bandit, either. He led a massive group of deserters who had been sworn to the Cortuban Pentarchy. Desertion, banditry, and all the other crimes that his people perpetrated aren't things that one can just walk away from. And he didn't," Alex pointed out. "He was imprisoned, nearly executed as a slave gladiator, and then, as far as he told us, spent the next years enslaved. It's not like he just went back to his old ways. Besides, didn't those bandits desert the Cortuban army because they weren't paid or supplied?" "Crimes done to you don't excuse crimes you do to others," Gaius protested. "I'm with Gaius on that point, at least," Marcus interjected. "His crimes back in the Alliance were great. And yet, the slaves we freed here seem to hold some affection for him." "That's promising, at least." "Kill him," Red declared without giving anyone else time to respond. "He is a threat. Kill him now. If those pitiful humans argue, kill them too. They owe us their lives." "We're not killing those we just saved," Leon admonished. Red shrugged. "I didn't think you would, but it would be the best course of action, wouldn't it? Killing this man, if you don't know if he's a threat, then burn him before he can grow and prove himself one." "Hey," Zafin whispered from Leon's soul realm, "I like her. She knows the value of fire." "Does she? What value does fire have if you use it to solve all your problems?" "Gotta conserve it, demon, else it's going to depreciate." Zafin just chuckled and went quiet as Leon's retinue continued to debate their options. "I'd prefer we didn't jump straight to killing this man," Marcus protested. "Still, I don't trust him, either. Would you lose any sleep if we did give him my axe?" Alcander asked as he hefted the weapon in question, his killing intent spiking for a moment. "No, but we're not barbarians." Marcus turned his eyes over to Leon. "Are we?" "We are people who want to live," Leon replied. "We're people who don't want to unleash a raping, murderous sixth-tier bandit upon the world." "Are you planning on trying to recruit him again?" Valeria whispered, silencing any reply Marcus might have had. "No," Leon said without hesitation. "That was a mistake on my part. Not making that again." Valeria nodded and took a step back. "I would prefer we didn't kill him," Anshu said. "I think he would be fine if we released him. Those who know him best as he is now are those we just freed. If they're on his side, then doesn't that show us all we need? Besides, he can help them get to safety, and we wouldn't have to turn them loose into the swamp. But how much do they know of his past? Gaius asked. They don't understand what he did in the Alliance. All they know is what he did for them, and from the sounds of it, it wasn't even that much. He provided comfort in a situation where they could expect none, Anshu coldly replied. He distracted the guards when they grew violent. Guards who considered you a fellow just a few days ago, Gaius darkly mumbled. Anshu's expression grew wroth, but Leon immediately interposed himself between them. That's enough. He loudly stated, his aura flaring as he suppressed them both and kept them from doing anything to each other. When he was sure they were backing down, he said, the decision is mine, but I value all of your opinions. Does anyone have anything they'd like to add to the discussion? He looked at each of his people in turn, making eye contact with everyone. He lingered a little longer with Anzu and Maya, seeing as they'd both been silent, but it was clear enough that neither of them had much of an opinion on these matters. However, he did note that Anzu was still watching him, and Leon was reminded of the example that he wanted to set for the young griffin. All right, then, he said. Marcus, Al, you're both on guard duty. I'm going to talk to the people and see what they have to say about Santiago. I'll come to my decision within the hour. Gaius, Alex, head to the main office and give the building another sweep. Everyone else, get helping them with gathering supplies. With only one last rather vitriolic look exchanged between Gaius and Anshu, his group went to work, and he sought out the former slaves for questioning. However, all of the information gathered largely matched up with the impression he'd received when they'd assumed he wasn't going to free Santiago earlier. All of them either thought of Santiago positively or had no real opinion of the man. He even heard a few rather grisly stories about certain powerful men who'd come to inspect Santiago, and the agonies they'd inflicted upon him during their inspections. With all of that now floating around in his mind, Leon took another half-hour to think, and as the former slaves were finalizing their gathering of supplies, Leon made his decision. Santiago practically fell to the floor as the chains were removed. Despite his power, he was weak and emaciated, and several of the former slaves rushed forward to help Santiago up. Most of Leon's retinue wasn't particularly happy with this outcome, but Leon felt at least a little vindicated that people were willing to help the man in this situation. Santiago was a little more conscious at this point, but he was able to mumble no more than a few thanks before the former slaves whisked him off to the tavern. I hope that doesn't come back to bite us in the ass, Gaius said. I'll have him watched, Leon said. I'll hope for the best, but if he turns back to his old ways, I'll deal with it personally. That seemed to mollify those of his retainers that weren't enthusiastic about his decision. So, while Santiago was being seen to, he finally decided to take care of the bit of business he'd come to the outpost to conduct. Leon sat alone in the most private room in the outpost, Remy's old office. In front of him was a silver and glass container, within which was his calm lotus. He'd given an identical copy of what now lay in front of him to the jaguar when the Sky Devil had departed, ensuring they could communicate when they needed to. Leon began activating the enchantments on the container, keying in the specific code for the jaguar's lotus. Before the man had left, it had been with the understanding that Leon would make this call once he was in the south and ready to head to Katagita. It would only be then that they would work out the specifics of how exactly that would happen, as the situation in the Veins of Vigilance could change at any time and complicate Leon's arrival. It took a worryingly long time for Leon's calm lotus to connect with the jaguars. He'd assumed that it would work fine since it was able to connect him and his family when they were in Oculara and he in the forest of black and white, but the longer the projected screen over the silver and glass container remained simply opaque light, the more he worried that he'd have to proceed without the jaguar. Just as a scowl was carving its way across his features, the screen flashed and then began to grow distinct. Leon perked up as a figure began to take shape within the screen, and slowly, that figure resolved into the familiar visage of the jaguar. To Leon's relative shock, the man wasn't alone, but stood with two aged figures to his right and left. Leon, he growled, his deep voice resonating through the connection of their calm lotuses. Apologies if I took too long to answer you, I had to find my fellow elders. Leon smiled. That's fine. I'm not generally keen on surprises, but this is fine. Perhaps introductions are in order. Yes, the jaguar replied. This is Ioannis, he said as he indicated the man on his right, and the man on his left he introduced, and this is Nicanor. Our tribe has many elders, but these two can represent the whole council for this talk. Greetings, Leon said, wishing that the calm lotuses were able to read auras so that he could gauge Ioannis and Nicanor's power. As it was, all he knew about them was that they were fairly tanned and aged and that neither of them were dressed particularly ostentatiously. I am Leon Rame, the only living heir of the Thunderbird. An honor it is to finally meet you, Nicanor immediately stated. I assure you that our entire tribe awaits your arrival with bated breath. To have the long-lost bloodline of our ancient kings finally restored to us, oh, the thought alone brings me joy. Ioannis was a little more circumspect, but he nodded in time with Nicanor's words. Yes, my arrival is exactly what this call is supposed to establish. Now, as it is, I and my followers have flown down to the Pegasi States, near the coast, about parallel with the midpoint of the sword. That is a dangerous area, the Jaguar replied seriously. It was a long shot in the first place, but I don't think there's even the slightest chance that we're going to get a ship to you from there. You're going to have to get to the sword, and then we'll be able to pick you up. And your people on the island won't try to attack us? Leon asked. I've taken the liberty of sending some of my best people to wait there, just in case, along with several of my tribe's fastest ships. They will abide by our agreement, and they will do so discreetly, ensuring that none of the other tribes are aware of your presence until you've arrived on Katagita. How wise is that? Leon wondered aloud. You would make me king, yet demand that I slink unseen into the lands of those who you would have acclaimed me their ruler. I rather think that showing up as the Thunderbird Reborn would make more of an impact. What a splendid idea, Nicanor obsequiously gushed. No good man of the 10 tribes would ever protest your enthronement then. There are problems, Ioannis growled, his voice even deeper than the Jaguar's. We don't know if you'll be able to penetrate the misty veil that guards our fair island against all interlopers. The barbarians on the mainland are able to get through, but their ships are strong, and they've had many millennia to figure out their way through. Even then, they cannot penetrate the veil without danger. How high does this veil extend? Leon asked. I can fly just about as high as anyone can without venturing out into the empty void. The mist itself only rises so far, but the magic that protects Katagita forms a shell around the island, Ioannis said. Not a perfect one, the Jaguar corrected. The Imperials, using some of those new flight devices that have been popping up recently, have managed to get some scouts through in the north, though I know not how. Leon felt that, were he not already concentrating on smiling pleasantly, he might have reacted more obviously to that statement. As it was, he let it go by without confirming that it was likely his flight suits and flight belts that made this possible. There can be other ways to reveal you to our people and our fellow tribes, the Jaguar insisted. Right now, it is my firm belief that we ought to get you here to the lands of the Jaguar tribe, where we can make clear our support. If we do not, who knows what the Thunderer and those that support him might do. If they get wind that an heir of the Thunderbird approaches, they might do anything to make sure that you don't reclaim the power that they've usurped. Leon's smile finally did flicker slightly. The Thunderer was, as far as he knew, a 10th tier mage, though one much more recently ascended compared to the Lord Protector or the Grand Druid. Only the Sunlit Emperor had been 10th tier for less time. So, while he wasn't the strongest that he could be, Leon could still see the wisdom in not giving the Thunderer any possible opportunities to act against him until he had more local support on the island itself. Very well, he relented. We'll just have to come up with something more suitable for announcing me, then. For now, why don't you explain where your people are waiting, and I'll lead my people there. It won't be easy, the Jaguar said. We can get word to those waiting to expect you, but there are other defenses that have been extended around many places on the sword. Getting anywhere without notice has been made nearly impossible. Leon gave him a blank look and then shrugged. Have your people cast off, then. We'll bypass the island and land directly on your ships as they leave the sword. Let's not make this rendezvous too complicated if we don't have to. The Jaguar frowned slightly, but after only a moment of contemplation, he nodded. We can do that. They went over the finer details for a little while longer before their call had to end. But once it did, Leon smiled, for he was now set to reach the Sky Devil's hell in only a few days. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.